price up. Mine is fixed, 2,000. Okay, all right. You know what I mean? Because I'm fed up of that. They do that. They used to do that in London. It's £1 and 5 pence, or £1 and a penny. Fuck the penny, it's your
Yeah,
pound.
yeah.
Fuck that shit. Mm. 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 Because they like to show off and pose the fact that they've got these nuclear weapons. Look at your country. Look at India and look at Pakistan. Poverty is everywhere, and you've both got nuclear weapons that you cannot use. Where's the logic in that? What a waste of money. What kind of stupid leaders do you have that you build this stupid one nuclear weapon missile and you're marching it down the high street, but you can't use it? Yeah, it's silly, isn't it? You just wasted your money. Your country wasted your
That
time.
missile is fake, actually.
Yeah, it probably was fake, but at the time,
It's
I
cardboard.
wasn't thinking it was fake at the time. You see, I was just focusing on the idiocy of it, so I didn't
Yeah.
realize it was fake at that time. But I knew it was stupid anyway.
I know when they bought this special centrifuge from Holland in India, and this centrifuge is for enriching uranium.
Yes,
Is spinning at very, very high RPM,
RPM,
over
revolution.
500,000 RPM.
That
It's
is
a
fast.
magnetic bearing levitating centrifuge. And,
Yeah.
one Indian engineer, they assembled this centrifuge, they started it, and it went off balance and it destroyed half of the building, And
Yeah, I can imagine.
those buildings, those buildings are, specially built of concrete,
Yeah,
hard
yeah,
concrete.
yeah.
It's
But they
not
weren't
like
built properly.
normal buildings, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't
And
build it properly anyway.
it almost demolished the whole building. And the thing is, what they did is one engineer touched the centrifuge inside, and he
Wow.
left a fingerprint grease, inside from the finger. And at those high RPM,
Go on.
that little weight was more than
Enough.
enough to
Upset the
set the
balance.
centrifuge off balance.
Wow.
Yeah. And those centrifuges are so expensive, like tens of thousands, tens of millions of dollars,
Mm.
And they
No, no.
had a discussion, some argument. They tried to argue with the Dutch government, Hey, you sent us some bad product and stuff,
Yeah, some faulty, defective parts. Yeah.
Yeah, but they did the investigations and they found that an Indian engineer or scientist
Touched the
he
sensor,
worked
left his
without gloves.
fingerprint, and that was
Yeah,
enough to upset the balance
yeah.
and wrecking the whole building. House of Cards, suddenly. But yeah, the Indians, they like to show off with their technological prowess, but it's all bogus anyway. Yeah, you can use a computer.
Yeah.
We can all use computers now, India. All right. Johnny come lately with the moon and the deploying satellites around the moon. Come on, man. And if you look at their mission control, it's a joke.
It's a joke, yeah. I mean, as a Romanian, I had a computer since '86, and in '89 I was waiting for the internet to be launched. I knew what it is. I was waiting for it.
Right.
And in the '90s, I got this computer, the other kind of computer technology, the personal
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
computer,
yeah, yeah.
386 and stuff, and 486 as they evolved. And in those times, I don't remember encountering any Indian people, So
There you go.
on
Right.
internet. But I was
No.
talking on internet with Japanese people, with Koreans, with US, you know,
Yeah, yeah. And the British, no
and
doubt, in some
yeah,
cases.
yeah. But I didn't see any Indian. No, internet in India has shown up very late, and even I was having this hobby to hack servers, root and stuff, and
Yeah.
I don't recall owning a Indian server all
Right.
throughout the 90s years era.
Exactly. Now, whilst I was at school during the 70s,
Mm,
because I was born in the 60s, so in my secondary education,
yeah,
I was in competition with a Chinese boy and an Indian boy in my class in the subject of mathematics. So there was me, and these two other boys competing to get the top marks and best answers and everything else. Sometimes I used to not go home and just to finish it, and then I'd have all the answers ready. But to the questions when the teacher would ask them. So when school finished, I'd go back to the maths classroom, sit down and finish it, just so I could be in the lead. You know. But they were good though. The Chinese and Indians were good at that. They definitely were.
I
But
worked
I
with
had to work hard to keep
Chinese.
up. I did.
I worked with Chinese in Germany, and they are they are not experts. I mean, I felt they don't work in this job because they had an attraction towards computer
Right.
robots and this stuff. They were even in mechatronics or stuff. They had very very little of knowledge of mechanics, and
Right.
and it seems so strange for me. Like, how the hell do you have an technician or engineer degree
Yeah.
when you don't know this stuff? All they knew
It's,
was reading the labels, and
that's
assembly
right. That's right.
production lines. Yeah,
I mean, if you do look at the Indian motor industry, which is all mechanical with a
yeah,
little bit of electrical, it's very poor. It's a very poor standard if you look at it compared to the rest of the world in production. I
yes,
mean, I
yes,
wouldn't buy an
yes, yes,
Indian car at all. If you paid me, if you
yeah.
gave me the money, I
No.
wouldn't buy an Indian car. You know what I mean? That's that.
Well, one thing I would buy from India is this high-speed steel,
Okay.
but raw, not work. I wouldn't buy tools made by them.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, no, I
Mm.
wouldn't buy an Indian car. I mean, their cars are coming from Britain anyway. They copy what the British were making. Where the
Yes, yes.
British industry started to die, the Indian
Mm.
picked up the mantle and carried on making
Yeah,
the British cars. I mean, for example, the Mini is
yeah,
now made in Germany.
yeah,
Rolls Royce is made in Germany.
yeah.
Okay, Jaguar was being made in America. Now that's being made in India. Jaguar.
Hmm.
Okay, so they've acquired the equipment to make better quality cars. Yeah, but when you,
Well,
like you said,
with
their mechanical
mhm,
prowess is weaker than their electrical. They seem
yeah,
to be more electrically competent than they are
yeah.
mechanically. Actually, when you look at India close up under the microscope. All right, magnifying glass. Hmm.
And they
That's
did
been my
flooded.
experience anyway. I could
they
be wrong.
flooded the internet with these Indian tutorials, video tutorials, how to do all sort of stuff.
Right,
But it's
right.
actually nothing professional. It's
Nah,
yeah,
very primitive. Excuse the
yeah,
expression. Very, very, yeah, very poor, actually. Yeah, no, no, no. I wouldn't, I don't look to India for anything when it comes to mechanical cars and engineering. I'm not looking at
yeah,
India. No, not at all. But over the last 30 years, they have come up leaps and bounds in electrical technology and that. Yeah, they've done quite well,
yeah.
you know. And
They are
their
so close
manufacturing of
to
cars
China,
now.
and for example, I saw
Right,
a wood cutting business in
right.
India, and they had this wood cutting saw, but they were working manually, like
Mm,
driving all those trees by hand. And I
okay.
was saying, man, how much does it cost to install a carrier, you know,
Mm,
and maybe even install some electric motors with controllers, and so that you can control it by programming it and stuff, because you can buy these things very cheap from China.
yeah.
I mean, they are
Do you
so
know
close to
they're
you.
doing that now though?
Yeah,
Now they're using those now because their
yeah.
manufacturing has picked up. And they are making some
Mhm.
nice cars for other countries. So the manufacturing, but
Yeah,
that's because the technology being installed is coming from foreign
yeah,
countries into their countries. So nothing from their invention. No, nothing from
no,
their input at all. It's just all a copy. I think Koreans make better cars than India. The Koreans, that
definitely.
that
Koreans,
yeah,
they are more
yeah,
knowledgeable than the Indians.
right. And because I know somebody in the industry, he said to me the only Achilles heel in the Korean car industry is the metals are not high grade enough. Okay,
Yeah,
so the metals are not of good enough quality. But if you look at
yeah,
the design of the car, designs to die for. You
yeah,
want them, but they've got that Achilles heel that something will go wrong mechanically due to the poor steel quality.
yeah.
Not body
Hyundai
work,
is
but mechanical
Korean.
within the engine. I'm talking about now,
Yeah, but
or the chassis.
Hyundai is Korean.
Yeah,
So
Hyundai is Korean. Yeah, Hyundai. That's right. Yeah, and
and
the other
they
one is
make
Kia.
chips.
KIA. 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 They make some really
Kia.
nice
Yeah,
cars. They do
yeah,
really good
yeah.
SUVs, good design cars. You have to be careful. I mean, that it is improving. From what I heard from this Japanese woman who works in the auto industry parts division, and they actually have a connection with Korea. She's saying that the parts that their steel quality is getting better, but that's the only
I
letdown.
see.
Other than that, it's a serious rival for Japan. So that's why she's very interested in it, because Korea and China are definitely have eaten into the Japanese market over the last 30 years. I mean, you said it. And do you remember the other brand, Daewoo? Do you remember Daewoo?
Daewoo. Yeah, yeah. I know
Right
it.
now, Daewoo in the UK in the 90s, if you bought a Daewoo car and you put it in for a service, they would give you a courtesy car to drive whilst your car is being serviced. That was not offered anywhere in the industry.
Yeah,
No
yeah. They were
brand,
they
no
were the
automaker
first.
offered you the. Yeah, they were the first. Right. So
Yeah,
with that kind of service in England, companies that wanted to buy fleet cars, for example,
yeah,
where you're buying like 100 cars for your stuff, they bought Daewoo because the price was right, customer service was right. Yeah, and many of the automakers in England were complaining that Daewoo was playing a underhanded trick. But no, that's good customer service. You know,
yeah,
so
yeah.
the Japanese adopted the idea, but the others didn't. None of the other brands adopted. Only the Japanese adopted the courtesy car. system. Okay?
Yeah, when it's about adopting a good idea, the Japanese are very quick at it.
Yeah. They're rivals.
That's what I like about that country.
Yeah. So
They
they quickly
import
adopt.
the good
Yeah.
stuff, but they try not to bring that much stupidity.
Yeah. Right.
In exchange, in Romania, it's the other way.
Yeah.
We
Unfortunately.
had industry and knowledge and technology, but now we are
Yeah. What's the
down.
Austrian brand car? Are we talking? I'm going to say. I'm just trying to remember. Skoda. Is that Austrian? Skoda.
No, Skoda is
Czech.
Russian.
Yes.
Thank you. Now Skoda, in the world of rally, have done very well. You know, they are a formidable force. Okay, Skoda in the world of rallying even today. Okay, and they produce some really nice cars. Skoda. There's one. What's the other one? Oh,
it's a very
Lada.
robust.
What about Lada?
Yeah, those are very good cars.
Yeah,
to be honest.
yeah.
I had
there
one.
You go.
I was
Yeah.
going hunting, and Lada Niva. It's like a small Jeep.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I was driving it over plowed field, you know.
There you go.
And also there was 45-degree angle channels, water channels, but there was no water. And
Brilliant.
these channels were dig in the Second World War against tanks, so that tanks cannot go further, you know.
Yeah.
But with this little car, you could drive over these channels. I mean, there was no stop.
Yeah. So Skoda really advanced themselves. There was a guy called Sebastien Ogier, not Sebastien Loeb. Sebastien Loeb is a Frenchman. So is Sebastien Ogier, and Sebastien Loeb is 9 times world champion rally. Then the second.
Yeah. It's a Romanian guy.
No, he's French. He's French. Sebastien Loeb is France. He's from France, okay? And then you got Sebastien Ogier. He's from France. Now, Sebastien Ogier popularized the Skoda vehicle because he won so many races in a Skoda for rallying.
Yes.
During the early 2000s, that recent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So now Skoda have come a long way. And Lada, they take their base from Italy. So there's an Italian connection with Lada. Skoda has a Volkswagen connection.
Yeah, that's true. They run a lot of Volkswagen motors in their cars.
Yeah.
Well, apparently now the British are making only these swamp boats and they export Brazil.
Yeah.
From making Rolls-Royce engine for airplanes,
that's right.
Switch to boat manufacturing, swamp boats.
Yeah, but there is an industry that people are not aware of. Like when it comes to the world of motor racing, even in America, they're using British technology. Would you believe? Even in America, in the Indy cars, those chassis you see are made in Britain. Okay, so there's a good British representation in Indy racing in America.
Yeah.
Would you believe? Right. So Britain is still doing well in the motor industry because they do the hand-built cars. Massive market there. You know, you might want to like a Morgan, which is all hand-built. You know, it's like a 5-year, 6-year waiting list. You know, so you order your car, but you won't get it in 6 years. There's Lotus.
Yeah, but they will not resist. They will not last because the Germans now are making astonishing innovations in engine technology and research.
Yeah.
and
No.
they even in the Formula One they
Yeah.
even beat Ferrari many years ago. Ferrari stand no chance anymore to catch back with the Germans.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The
Yeah,
Mercedes-Benz,
yeah,
which is, I think, they're world champions now because of what's his name?
yeah. They are.
Oh, what's his bloody? I keep forgetting his name now. Oh.
And
He recently equaled Schumacher's record. Black boy, the only black guy in the industry, and I can't remember his bloody name now.
I'm
Black racer.
missing his name too.
Yeah, for Britain, you know what I mean? For Britain. He didn't shake, he refused to shake Putin's hand. I thought that was cool. Turned his back on Putin. Putin put his hand out for a handshake and he just turned his back and walked off. Oh, come on, man. I can't forget his bloody name.
His name is Lewis Hamilton.
Thank you, yeah, Lewis Hamilton, that's it, yeah. So Lewis Hamilton riding for Mercedes-Benz. So Mercedes are doing well in engineering and that. But the British industry, specialised industry, is making leaps and bounds. They're making a lot of money. You know? It's well and truly alive. And when people want to become racing car drivers, they come to Britain for their training and that, by the way. Should I say they go to Britain?
Yeah, it's not a country to disregard. There is a lot of,
but
they have a lot of industry. Britain.
Yes, they have a lot, exactly. But for Britain, when it comes to mass production, now Britain's that's lost. That was dead. That died years ago. That died years ago.
But with this Brexit, I think they will be losing this.
Yeah, it's getting tighter.
Airbus,
exactly.
With Airbus. If Europe in the next year is opening more, continues to this road of opening the business relationship with Russia, intensifying, probably I see Airbus buying, airplane engines from Antonov, from Russia.
Yeah. Now, Germany have been the last automaker to start to make electric cars, okay? Because they know that their combustion engine is perfect. There's nothing wrong with it, okay? The governments of the world are lying about global warming and car exhaust fumes poisoning the earth. It's been a big lie where the car's concerned, okay? And so much so that in Germany now, they're killing the diesel engine, okay? They're killing diesel cars.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So some university students and scientists and medical experts have put the pressure on the government. They've actually taken the government's supposed story, had a look at it, and they've done that. They took all the tests and they proved that, one, no human being has died from the particulates in the air, because the government gave a number. So many thousands have died each year. But when you ask the doctors for the proof of these deaths, the doctors in the hospitals have said nobody has died from exhaust particulates inhalation causing death, zero. So the government in Germany lied there. Then they went to the streets where you have the heavy traffic, where the government put their sensors to read the exhaust emissions, and they put it right by the traffic lights. So when the cars are pulling up, they're idling, you're going to get a spike there. And then when they start to excel to move away from the lights, once the lights go green, you get another spike. So that's not really a good accurate measurement. So what these scientists did, and these university students with all their computer equipment, they moved it like 300 meters down the road, and then you could hardly find any readings. Then they went up to a bridge, a footbridge, and took the readings up in the air. Couldn't find any readings. They went deep into neighborhoods. The word they used was negligible. So in other words, you could hardly ever, you can't find the reading. Okay, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then they went back to where the government sensors were, and there were some apartments that are rented by university students because the pollution is so bad that nobody wants to rent there because you're right in the flow of the traffic flow, right there. So they took the equipment, knocked on the door, and asked this university student, German, can we come in and make a measurement of the readings of the street? And as soon as they set up their equipment, it was ringing loud alarms before they even got to the veranda. Before they got to the balcony, inside the house, the machine was already going, beep, 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 beep. And the reason for that was because they had a gas boiler in the house, and the young man was cooking pasta using 2 gas hobs. So the nitrogen oxide that was inside the house was like 100 times higher than the government level, okay? Higher than the government's safety level. So before they even got to the veranda, this house was already in trouble, okay? So the scientists advised the young man to keep your windows open because your nitrogen oxide is much higher than the government safety regulations. Then they went out onto the veranda and it was less. Again, negligible. So the government was lying. They've been lying about air pollution from the cars and charging cars higher tax because of the exhaust emissions, making them get catalytic converters. It's all been a scam.
I know. You know what actually this German scientist proved is that that with a gas car you can suicide yourself if you take a hose and mount it at the exhaust and put the hose inside the car and start the engine. It will fill up with gas and you die.
Yes, exactly. Now that happens
20 minutes,
Japanese do this in Japan. They do this, committing suicide in that method.
Yeah, but if you do the same thing with a diesel car engine, you can stay all night, sleep all night, and in the morning you will wake up and you're just fine.
Right.
It doesn't kill you.
There you go.
They proved this. They did this experiment. So that's how safe diesel engines are.
That's right. The diesel engine is a fine engine, man.
Yeah.
Clean burning. Okay?
The gas ones actually, they emit toxic exhaust, but also when it's eliminated free in nature, the nature handles it.
Yeah. For me, it's just criminal that the German government and the British government, by the way, governments of Europe are lying about car exhaust emissions and their danger. They're lying. They've been lying a long time, and we don't need, and also we don't need to be using petrol and the so-called diesel. We could be using like biofuels. Biofuels are much more user-friendly, cheaper to manufacture, and better for the environment. The technology is in place to do that now. So all this rush for the electric car is just like completely wrong. And my point was Germany was reluctant to do that because they know that their technology is okay. They know this. So they were the last brand to actually start to make electric cars. And the only reason why they started making it was because the factory workers were worried that Norway, China, Europe are moving towards electric cars very quickly, but German BMW and Mercedes were taking their time. What's going on? We're going to lose market share. So reluctantly, Germany has embraced the electric car now. But the reason they took so long was because they knew deep down that like you said, the engine technology is second to none. You know, their nearest rival is Japan. That's their closest rival. Yeah? Well, Japan is German's closest rival. And they make some seriously good cars. Okay, you're a Muslim. Hello. How you doing? Who's this guy talking to me? Let me check. I'll check something out here. Someone's coming in. Hang on, I think someone's direct mail. No, mistake. Let me down now. You let me down.
Does anybody know who Jeff was?
He's
in the live stream, but he wasn't VC verified. He didn't have a role. He just tried to add me as a friend. He was listening.
All right.
He's gone now. He was there like 2 minutes ago.
Oh, that's a shame, really. You know, we could have had him in, had a good chat.
I think he might have been a troll or something. No, I didn't really want to message. Do with him.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, there's nothing they can do here because once they get silly, they get banned immediately.
I thought someone had to get VC verified to get into the lobby.
I'm not sure exactly, but they would have to have gone to VC first, actually, yeah. Excuse me for eating there now. Before they could have gone to the lobby, they would have had to be VC verified, yeah. At least that's an assumption on my part.
That's what I thought.
But yeah, I hope you've been enjoying the discussion, you know. I mean, we want to talk flat earth, but there are other issues going on that people are totally unaware of, you know. Totally over their heads. Haven't got a clue. You know? Such as all these exhaust emissions, and then the scrapping of diesel engines, the introduction of tax. If you own one, you have to pay this much money if you drive this through this zone, kind of thing, you know? Absolute skullduggery.
It's something like £10 or £15 a day now to drive around London.
I know. You got
congestion charge.
Ultra. That's right. You got the ultra emissions zone as well. Bloody ridiculous. Ultra emission zone. Sadiq Khan brought it in. The Mayor of London. Oh. And they're gonna roll it out to as far as the at the moment it's central London. They're going to be rolling it out to the North Circular, and then shortly after that it'll be the M25. Bloody ridiculous, you know what I mean? You know,
it's all a scam, isn't it?
Yeah, just stealing the money.
Like London, England's, it's so crazy, it's so obvious. Like they want to ban electric scooters, which are like super safe to use. They only go 20 kilometers an hour. They don't give off any emissions, but yet they want to put in congestion charges and stuff like that. It's they're just picking and choosing, basically.
That's right. I saw on the YouTube the police giving out tickets to those guys on those electric scooter bikes.
Yeah, I've never had a ticket yet. I have been stopped by one, and he just said walk with the scooter. So he said if he saw me again, he'd take it off me. But I mean, every other person in London seems to be on one. Well, like 1 in 10 people. You
see, the government doesn't have the right to stop you from using an electric motor on a bike when you've got electric wheelchairs, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? You've got electric wheelchairs out there, have we not?
Yeah, it seems it's purely just because they haven't figured out how to tax it yet.
Well, it doesn't need taxing, does it? It's not doing any breakneck speeds. It's not polluting, right? It's not destroying the roads at all, right? It's like being on a push bike with a motor on it.
Exactly, but that's the exact reason they probably want to ban it. It's because they can't tax it.
Yeah, I know. That's the reason why, and that again would be unconstitutional. You see, in Japan, you can do that. In Japan, here in Japan, you can ride electric. Look, there's loads of them all over the place. I've got pictures of my kids on 2 electric sports bike types, like a real Formula One motorcycle racing. Yeah, I got them for them. I bought it for my kids so they could learn how to ride motorbikes. And now my second eldest son has got his own motorbike. He's got a Honda RVF 400RR, best bike Honda ever made, best 400 Honda ever made, best 400 ever made. Easily, right? And he's got one of those, right? But I introduced them to the bicycle, to the little mountain bikes, and then they progressed to these electric bikes, and we went everywhere. That was my point. Everywhere we went, everywhere. No police, not one eyelid. They had the helmets on so they wouldn't have any accidents, and no one batted an eye. Everyone just said how cute they looked. Police didn't say a word. We were going for picnics, just riding around in the neighbourhood, going to play football, even to school. Even when they went to the elementary school, we used to ride them to elementary school, park them up. I said, yeah, I'll pick you up later on. Yeah, okay. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm working from home. So I could easily go and pick them up. Yeah.
Well, my missus was telling me that for the electric scooter, like the electric push scooter, in Japan you need a license plate, insurance.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You don't? Okay.
No, you don't. Not for the electric. No. Unless it's a massive big one, and at the moment, electric scooter, I don't see those. I don't see many. The ones that I've seen are like bikes with motors on them, and they're running around, and they haven't got any license plates on them. So that might be true. I'm gonna have to look into that. I have not seen electric.
Yeah,
scooters.
I don't think there's many in Japan yet.
No, not electric scooter bikes. No. All the scooters that I've seen have been petrol engined.
No, I'm talking about the ones that only do like 20 kilometers an hour. You can pavement.
Yeah, you wouldn't need a license for those. You just wouldn't. It's just way too.
Well, that's what I thought. But it feels like the Japan government's gone over the top on them.
No, they haven't done that. No, they haven't done that. No, they haven't introduced that as anything. No way. No way. I've seen many a bike, electric bike, and I don't see no number plate.
But that's electric bikes. In the UK, electric bicycles are fine. No one says anything. Even electric skateboards, I see people on.
Right.
No one says anything. But the electric scooter, no, that's a massive no-no.
No, I don't know why that would be a massive no-no. Because
they're so popular. They're so popular. They just don't want it to take off.
Yeah, my kids were riding electric motorbikes, belt-driven. So there's hardly any maintenance. Just charge and go. Charge up and away you go. Thoroughly enjoyable.
Have you seen the video of do you know the Isle of Man TT races?
Oh yeah.
Honda decided to put Guy Martin and another guy on electric bikes for the first time, but they kind of use them as guinea pigs, and they both almost die because they malfunction so much more at the moment than normal engine bikes.
No, actually, no, that's not quite correct. What it is this: when Guy Martin and John McGuinness had their accidents on the Honda bikes, that was the Honda Fireblade, the new model. There was some kind of inherent fault, but as for the electric bike, they've been very, very, very successful on the Isle of Man TT. Okay,
Right.
There's been no negative reports since
Right.
their introduction. They've just got better and better and better. And in fact, it's they only do one lap of the course because of the battery power and charge limitations. Okay, so they only do one lap of their course, which is like 37 miles anyway. But it's been a success story from its inception into the introduction into the Isle of Man TT.
Yeah, I thought it would be eventually, but just the video I saw, it looked like they threw Guy Martin under the bus on that one.
Oh yeah, I'll have to see that video.
Because Guy Martin and the other guy, John McGuinness, like both the bikes get something called fault. I'm not a bike expert, but false neutrals.
Yeah,
going around corners, and it just froze them both off the bikes at like 150 miles an hour or whatever.
That would be the Honda Fireblade of 2 years ago.
Yeah,
so that would be the 2019 Honda Fireblade, the new one. I ride the 2008 Honda Fireblade. So, and I am a lover of the Isle of Man TT. I've got most of the videos here, you know. So, and I follow it every year, you know.
Have you ever been?
I would love to go. I've never been. I often said that if I had the money, I'd live on the Isle of Man, purely because of the Isle of Man TT and that island, right? And they make a big hoo-ha about how steep it is, but I've cycled higher than that mountain on a mountain bike, so it wouldn't bother me one iota. I'd love to be on the island, cycle it 37 miles. It's a doddle for me, and also on a motorbike it would be even easier. You know, that's the kind of person I am. Even at 59, I'm not shy to get on a bicycle and ride up the mountain and go and do a 40, 60, 80 mile cycle. It's okay. It's still within my capabilities now. Do you know what I mean? And that's only because I'm a biker. So I'm a motorbiker. I'm a cyclist. Repair. I can do it with my eyes closed. You know. That's why I gave you that information I just gave you now. Is that that was the Fireblade that threw them off, and they had an accident, and it took John McGuinness, and then John McGuinness has moved away from Honda. He's left Honda. He's now riding for Norton now. 2 years now riding for Norton.
He's still doing it. He must be old now.
Oh no, yeah, he's still doing it. His problem, John McGuinness' problem, is that he's a naturally good rider, and they set up the Hondas perfectly. I don't know what happened to Honda. When I saw that Fireblade in 2018 at the Tokyo Bike Shop, I said, "This is not a Honda that I would buy." Something about it I didn't like the lines and that. Okay.
Have you seen
Put it in the TT and had a crash, didn't they?
Have you seen John McGuinness' story? Why he's so good at the Isle of Man TT? Why he's won it more than anyone else? Is because when he was 17, he used to take his motorbike to the Isle of Man and just do the course in like jeans. Yeah. You know, just hammered it round loads as he was a teenager.
Yeah. It came from his dad getting him a little off-road bike. Anyway, that's the true story. He got an off-road bike as a kid, and then it just progressed from there. And he used to watch the Isle of Man TT and he saw all those riders, and he just wanted to do it, so he did it for himself. Yeah, that's right. Went out on his bike on it. I mean, I used to do the same. I used to ride breakneck streets on British streets. When I got the Fireblade in 1998, that was the first time that the Fireblade actually hit the British program called Top Gear. Okay? Top Gear. Do you know that program?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So the Fireblade of 1997, 98 hit the TV, and I had one at that year. I had that year's model, and everybody wanted to ride it. Everybody wanted to sit on the back, and I used to give them a ride. Give them a ride all around the West End and back from wherever I was, you know? And they loved it. They said, fuck, you know, it's fast. And that was their claim to glory, that they'd been on a Fireblade that they'd seen on TV, okay? So, you know, John McGuinness is a great rider. He's got the second amount of TT wins after Joey Dunlop, who unfortunately died back in the 90s, unfortunately. Or was it 2000 or something? Really nice guy, Joey Dunlop, and he died in Austria on a rainy day, slipped off, hit a tree. Unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous thing to do, though, isn't it? The TT.
Yeah.
It's so dangerous.
Yeah. And then Joey Dunlop's brother died, Robert Dunlop. He died, right? And then there's the two sons are now giving it some. One of the sons is really, really good. I think that I can't remember his name right now. And the other Dunlop, not so bad. But the Dunlop family are very famous on the Isle of Man TT. Very famous. So, yeah, unfortunately, Joey Dunlop's gone. So John McGuinness has the second amount of wins. And John McGuinness said this, such was his respect, or is his respect for Joey Dunlop. He said, all I want to do is equal it. I don't want to surpass it. That's what he said. He doesn't want to beat it. Keeping Joey Dunlop's name. Isn't that good? That's good, I think.
That's nice, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He goes, I just want to equal the record. I don't want to surpass it. Because Joey Dunlop was such a nice guy. Really was. An Irish lad. Really nice demeanour, placid. Wouldn't wish anyone any harm. Always willing to help. Yeah. And he was really good at riding his bikes. Really good for Honda. So the electric bikes on the Isle of Man TT is a success story.
Is that what they all use now? Electrics?
No, not yet. No way.
Oh, okay.
You can only do one lap.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah. You said, yeah.
Yeah, can only do one lap. These things are going over 2 laps and 4 laps races. But I really like the sidecars. I love the sidecars myself. On the Isle of Man TT, those sidecars look really mean. You know the sidecar races?
Yeah, the sidecars, yeah.
They look really tasty. I'd love to own one. I'd love to own a sidecar. One of those sidecar.
Have you seen John McGuinness's collection of bikes?
Yeah.
He's got this awesome collection of bikes.
He has. He really has.
And quad bikes and things like that.
And he's what do you call it? What do they call those buses? Travel homes,
Right. Yeah, I forgot what. I think they're called Winnebagos in America. They're called something different here.
Yeah, wicked inside. Really nice in there. Yeah, he's got one of those as well. So yeah, unfortunately for John McGuinness, he had that crash. Okay, then he came back in. Wasn't quite up to the fitness. So he didn't do the TT. He did he did it, but he didn't finish well. Then he went to the Northwest 200 in Ireland. Didn't do too well there. So he's coming back in slowly. John McGuinness' problem that, and he said it himself, he doesn't like training. He doesn't like training at all. He just likes riding the bike.
He must just like riding the bike, because when do you stop? It's almost like he wants to die. Like, there's only so many times you can do it before it's game over.
Yeah. But,
until you hit a little stone in the road and that's it. Or something like that.
But he is very good though, yeah. His memory and the course, the memory of the course is like second to none. He knows exactly where to be, what to position. He knows it. He's got it all dialed in, and setting up the bike. He's got that dialed in as well. Setting up the bike, because that's important as well. Tire pressures, chain tension, and suspension setting. Those factors, and then the amount of fuel in your tank. All these play an important part to handling a bike at 200 miles an hour through a town. Fuck.
No.
Houses on either side. One mistake, you're into someone's garden and you're dead. So yeah, such a brilliant race, that one, the Isle of Man TT. I love it. And John McGuinness, second most wins. I can't give you the exact numbers right now. I'd have to look that up. But,
it's all right.
Do you know what? The first English name that my children could say was John McGuinness.
Really?
Yeah, really, yeah, that's true.
It's kind of an unspoken in the UK, because he's got all these achievements at the Isle of Man, but most people have never heard of him.
Yeah, I know. Because he's not that kind of like charismatic. here I am, look at me kind of guy. He's not like that. He's quite
Yeah, he's not
reserved.
aesthetically pleasing as well, is he? Like,
Yeah. He's very wise and very reserved, I would have to say. But he can take the piss out of the rider. He's very good at making fun of other riders. Like, he always makes fun of Guy Martin, who I like. I like Guy Martin.
have you seen Guy Martin in Japan? He's like a little Japan series.
Yeah,
it's like an hour long. He just goes and does different things. He's been to Japan a lot. He used to come there apparently to test bikes for Honda. So
yes, that's right. He's a Honda test rider. Yeah, I've seen the video. I haven't watched it yet. I have watched Guy Martin's series in the UK, and because he's quite a charismatic character, Guy Martin. The only guy that hasn't won. He's tried so often to win the Isle of Man TT, and he lost it by 2 seconds. 2-second penalty. The one time that he was on the books to win it, he got a 2-second penalty.
Could you imagine if he was actually a professional motorbike rider? He was just turning up, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And getting sponsors and stuff. He's a cyclist more than anything.
That's right. He's a mountain bike downhill rider. That's right. And he runs a truck repair business. So he's a truck engineer, isn't he?
Yeah, it's his dad's business, repairing trucks, and he just learnt the family trade, I think.
That's correct, yeah. So he works with his father. He's now running it now because his father's going to be retiring very soon. Guy Martin would be the people's champion. Everybody loves him. Such a nice guy.
He's got no filter, has he? It's funny.
No filter. He's a maverick, they call him. He says it himself, he's a maverick. I said, yeah, I know what you mean, Guy. I'm a maverick and all. I've got to be. I mean, look at I know my bike's inside out, my man. Blindfolded in the dark, I'll repair it. I'm one of those. Full on, hands on. So now I'm enjoying downloading my knowledge to my son. The do's and don'ts and how to keep your bike looking good without all that effort. Yeah. You don't have to buy any polish, any car polish anyway, any bike polish, sorry. Just buy the car one, it's good enough. You buy car bits and pieces, they're cheaper than bike ones. So you save money there. Car engine oil is cheaper than bike engine oil and it's the same stuff. So buy the car one. There you go. Good. Save all your money. Clean the bike when you get back from the ride every time. You park the bike up, clean the wheels, so you get all the brake dust off the wheels. Whilst you're doing that, you're picking up on any kind of oil leaks or anything that might be coming loose as you're cleaning your bike down. Yeah, do that, and then when you go to ride the next time, all you got to do is warm the engine up and you go. And the bike always looks like a new bike every single time. Yeah, man, that's the way I like it. Sports bikes, off-road bikes. The only things you need to be cleaning are the drive chain and the lights, and then the clutch lever and the brake lever and the brake gear change. All these have to be well lubricated so they move smoothly and quickly. Other than that, the bodywork doesn't really matter because it's an off-road bike. Off-road bikes look better when they're dirty. As they said on Top Gear, designer dirt. Designer dirt. So you've got all the splash and all the mud all there. That looks good. Yeah. You don't have to have a spotless off-road bike. Doesn't make sense. Looks better when it's dirty. But as long as you've got your headlights clean so you're visible, and your clutch lever and clutch cable slicky oiled up, the drive chain oiled up, the brake levers, when you pull the front brake, it's a smooth operation. And when you press the rear brake pedal, that's smooth. And the gear change. As long as those parts are okay, fine. The suspension looks after itself because the front suspension these days are upside down hooks, and they come with protectors anyway. The older ones come with rubber gaiters, so they're not getting any dust in the sill. So you don't have to look after the front suspension, and the rear one's hidden behind the mud flap. So you know, suspension looks after itself. So yeah, man, I ride both bikes, man. I went to Africa and back. That's the furthest I ever went on a motorbike. One journey.
I think I remember you saying something about going. Did you go to Morocco?
Yeah, Morocco, and I got diarrhea there. That's right. Yeah.
Oh right, I didn't. No, I don't remember that part. But yeah, I remember you saying about Morocco.
Yeah, I went to Morocco, got diarrhea. So you see me smiling in the pictures. Shortly after that, went to the toilet. Literally, it was one of those. Wasn't a massive problem. You know what I mean? It wasn't a downer or anything because it only lasted 4 days. On the 5th day, I returned back into Portugal. Spain and then Portugal. And in 2 days, I'd recovered. So, yeah, it was really good to do Morocco. I touched a little bit of Western Sahara, nipped in over the border and then came back. So I didn't go all the way around.
I learnt to ride a motorbike in Laos. I've never ridden one in the UK. I went there and I didn't have a license or anything. And then I was like, "Can I rent a motorbike?" I didn't know how to ride one, and they gave me this like twist and rip moped sort of thing. I don't know what it was. It had like one mirror. I had no helmet. They just said, "Go up and down this road." So I went up and down the road, and then they went, "Right, you're fine." And then straight away, I was like driving around the city on a motorbike.
Yeah, the first time I rented a motorcycle abroad would be in a Greek island known as Kefalonia on the west coast of Greece.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. It was made famous because the Princess Di and Prince Charles honeymooned there. You know what I mean? Not that I give a shit about that, but I went there and I rented a motorcycle, a 125 Suzuki. Now that guy in the shop didn't know that. He wasn't aware that I knew about bikes, and I'm a biker now. Okay, so he brought this 125 Suzuki out, 4-stroke engine. I said, "Wow, the chain is like, you've got a big belly on that chain. That needs adjusting." Then I looked at the brakes, and like they were like almost completely gone. So I said to him, "Look, this bike is not safe. Yeah, you got new brake pads? Okay. Have you got this toolkit? Okay, I'll do it." I said to him, "I'll fix it." So I took the front wheel off. I didn't have to take the front wheel off. Just the caliper. Undid the caliper, removed the pads, put the new ones in, got some copper grease, greased all the pins, cleaned the pistons, put it back in. Oh, that's good. And then adjusted the drive chain. And he gave me a little discount because I fixed the bike for him. Right? So that was good. And that impressed him. And then about 3 years later, I went back there. And I asked him, "Do you remember me?" And I kept a picture of me and him together outside his shop in my passport. "Do you remember me? Do you remember me?" I'm asking him because he should remember me. Not many black guys go to Kefalonia. Do you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
With a Scottish, half Irish Scottish girlfriend. Okay. So, but this time me and that girl split up, and I was with a Ukrainian girl. Okay. So I said to him, "Do you remember me?" And he had to think, man. I thought, why did he have to think? How many black guys come here riding bikes? There can't have been. Do you know what I mean? I could put some money down.
Sometimes it feels like that, but you've got to remember these guys are dealing with thousands of tourists, and they probably just don't.
Hang on, black guy fixed his motorbike.
Oh yeah, he fixed his motorbike. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you should remember. Yeah, you're right.
He should have remembered me. I was a bit surprised. And then when I actually showed him the picture, then the memories started coming back. So I learned a lesson. He wasn't paying attention. He just wasn't paying attention to his life. Was he? If he could forget me, how many black people do you get coming through your shop? Probably I was the only one. How could you forget that? You know what I mean? You don't forget that. So he remembered anyway. We stayed in the same hotel. They remembered me. And the woman said, "Where's the other lady?" The Greek receptionist, the owner of the hotel. She asked me, "Where's the other lady?" She said. I said, "Oh, we split up, etc., etc." "Well, make sure you marry this one, yeah?" She said. You know, women are like, yeah, an old Greek lady. But yeah, I had such a good time, man, in Kefalonia. I was responsible the year that I went the first time of introducing them to the latest music of the time through my cassette tapes. Because I had my Walkman on the go whilst I was like doing the hiking and traveling on a motorbike with my girlfriend on my back. So to the bar staff said, "What are you listening to? You want to listen? Here you go." And he put it in the cassette tape, started playing it. And then he goes, "Can I record it?" I said, "Of course, yeah. Here, look." And then I gave him the other 3 that I had in my pouch. He goes, "Yeah, record them all, no problem, man." And then after that day, I think that was like the 3rd day, I was allowed to have 3 drinks on the house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But I didn't have a drink every day. I think maybe I drank 3 times for the 2 weeks that I was there. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm not really a drinker. Yeah, I'm not into that kind of thing, you know. So, you know, it didn't mean much to me really that he gave me the discount. But when we wanted a drink at the hotel bar, we had one, you know, 1 or 2. But it was nice coming into the hotel, listening to your music, being blasted out. That was cool. That was really cool. I really felt good about that.
Well, I went to Greece like 3 years ago, and they still had. Do you remember Benny Hill?
Yeah.
They still have Benny Hill on the telly.
It doesn't surprise me at all because I used to watch Benny Hill when I was in Greece. Funny enough.
Oh, so, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Benny I couldn't believe it. I thought it was just banned
Clive
everywhere
James.
now.
Remember Clive James? Clive James and the Clive James show with all the Japanese.
Yeah, and they used to have endurance, Japanese endurance.
That's the one.
I've seen that. Yeah.
That was popular in Greece when I went. Okay, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I guess stuff like that just translates well because it's not got too many words. Like
that's right. Yeah,
like Mr. Bean, it's like a worldwide phenomenon, and it's not really that funny, but it just doesn't have any words. No.
So yeah, man, I totally relate with what you're saying there. You know, with them watching Benny Hill, that doesn't surprise me at all. You know, yeah. So when I went to Kefalonia twice the second time, you know, after seeing my picture, he remembered me, gave me a discount on the bike. Didn't have to make any repairs because it was a new this time, brand new 125 Suzuki 2-stroke engine. So he had upgraded from the TS 4-stroke engines to the 2-stroke engines. Much better bike. I've got the pictures. Yeah, we had a great time. I've downloaded some of the pictures onto my iPhone. But yeah, we had some. I had a really good time with.
When was this last time you went to Greece?
Oh, the last time I went to Greece would have been in the 90s. So that would be 1990.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
94.
I never went in the 90s, but I went, like I say, a couple of years ago, and it's run down a lot. It's all the same buildings and stuff. Like they've not really had the upkeep of it done so well. Like I went to Corfu, and it's kind of falling apart and stuff.
Well, it's not
the
surprising.
beaches are nice.
Yeah. Oh, the beaches are always nice. You know why that is? Because the economy went belly up. You remember that they needed a handout from the government.
Oh yeah.
From the World Bank, didn't they? Greece. They suffered a massive financial loss, didn't they? So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that things.
Hey,
are
morning,
down.
guys.
Morning.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing okay, man. We're just talking things that experiences of life. How about you?
Really well.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Yesterday you were talking to that guy. What was his name again?
Danny Faulkner.
Yes. You handled it perfectly as far as I was concerned.
Yep.
Yeah, you read the psychologies right.
Supposedly he was a big shot in the astronomy community or whatever.
Well, there you go.
PhD, they said he is, so.
Yeah, he was a PhD. There was no way he was going to concede on his position because not only is he an astronomer PhD, but all the moon landings and everything would be thrown into that mix. There was no way he was going to concede. He couldn't.
Yeah, by the way, he published a book called The Flat Earth, like, I don't know, it's theory or something, but he's got a picture of like the flying disc in space on the cover. So he's totally against it.
Scumbag, yeah. So now he's going to go away saying, like, I didn't concede on that one point, but you didn't prove anything, actually. You didn't prove your globe, and you just proved that you're a lying.
So the cover of the guy's book is a straw man.
Yeah.
Let me,
Nice one.
let me show you.
And what's his name? Mick West probably promoted it, because I remember him promoting a book 2-3 years ago. Someone's Flat Earth book.
Yeah,
So this could be the book.
I'm going to show you guys some.
Colours of yellow and black come to memory. Oh, look, I'm not going to be able to see it on this one. Shit.
All
I'm
right,
just
I'm
going to
put it in live stream voice text.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to exit. I'm going to have to exit and then re-enter. I've got a problem with my live screen voice text. I can't see any images. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Sorry about that, guys. Shit.
It's going to have serious cog this. There's no going back for him. Yeah.
Okay, so let me. Now, that one book, that's the fourth one from left to right. It's called Falling Flat.
Falling Flat, yeah.
What a bunch of crap.
This is the book. I'm going to put the book up right underneath that. A refutation of flat Earth claims, it says, right? And he sells it on Google Play, Kindle. And
does he say anything of value in the first 80 pages?
Well, it says flat Earth fallacies are just one more way to muddy the waters in the creation and evolution debate, as well as trying to discredit the Bible as being inaccurate and Christianity as an empty hoax. Now be prepared when we face with these untruths and misleading agendas and get facts regarding the flat Earth fallacy.
But the whole opening statement is just opinions. And
Yes.
then he talks about facts.
I did not know. This is who I was debating yesterday. And I told Quantum, I was like, had I known that, I would have put the 3 points aside just this once to engage him in a conversation about biblical matters. Because nobody's going to stand up and say that they are speaking from the Bible and then saying that the earth is a globe. Nobody. Everybody who says that is a deceiver. You are a deceiver, Danny Faulkner. If you think that you are preaching the good word and then turn around and say that the earth is a globe heliocentric, you are believing the lies of men. And this is another thing he said. I listen to your streams, so I know your conversations. I know the 3 points. He said that if you listen to the conversation with me and him, that I engaged him. I have it listed on my channel there. It's called Miggy versus Danny 57. And I put AKA Danny Faulkner. So if you go to that, if you go to my channel, you'll see our conversation there, what he says. So he was listening into the live streams. He does listen into our conversations, by the way, on YouTube. So his little book and all these things that he's making these claims, he doesn't realize that he's been deceived. And not only that, he's become a deceiver. He's deceiving many who follow after the word of God and then portrays himself to be somebody who stands up for the word. He is a liar, a wolf in sheep's clothing. And he needs to come in here and answer for his all his propaganda that he's been putting out. If he thinks he can.
So did you post the book?
What's that?
Did you post that book?
Yes, it's right underneath his image. Go to live stream voice text, Jen.
Yeah, I'm in there now. Okay.
Did he start to spiral at all? Because if he's been listening for a long time, it must have been playing on his mind, building up to actually chatting with us.
Yes. Yes, he has.
Flat.
So, did he spiral? Or, I mean, I've not listened to it. But...
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you, but yeah, you got to really listen to the.
Okay.
It's only 33 minutes, 36 minutes. I'm not really sure. It's somewhere around there.
Like he must have devised a plan and all this stuff.
Yes, yes. He answered the very first question a bit different than anybody else has answered it, which gives me the idea that he was been maybe doing a little background into or maybe he already knew. Either way, came in a little bit loaded on that first question. So
I bet he thought I've cracked the code. I'm coming in to get him now.
Oh, that's not it, man. Like this guy. Let's see if I can get the clip. I have him on the clip. You just give me a moment.
So I'm going into.
I mean, he's making it like evolution is something that is real. You see, muddying the truth here. Muddying.
Oh yeah, I found it. Danny 57.
Wait, so this is not the guy that Miggy debated with?
Yes, this is the guy.
Oh, this is that guy. Oh, okay.
This is that guy. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I was confirmed actually by somebody, Quantum Eraser, who has debated him in the past.
Oh.
And he's like, I think, well, I had a DM yesterday from Helio Skeptic. He's like, I think you spoke to Danny Faulkner. I think that is him. And I was like, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who Danny Faulkner is. And I told Quantum, I was like, I'm going to actually clip this particular thing, the soundbite out of my live stream, because I think it was a really interesting conversation. And so I told Quantum, and I was like, hey, why don't you give it a listen? He was like, oh, I'll listen to it. So he listened to it. He's like, dude, that's Danny Faulkner. I was like, no way. I was like, I still don't know who he is. So he kind of gave me a little rundown who he is. And boy, I was like, damn, I had him in my clutches, man. I could have talked to him about his falsehoods of of him actually speaking words, about, biblical texts. And he's propagating lies, guys. That's all he's doing. And go ahead.
Is he banned now?
He was. I unbanned him.
So you want to get him back?
Yeah, I do. He needs to answer for why he's deceiving people. He needs to answer for why he's deceiving people on a massive scale, putting books out. He's published. Man. This guy has published books on deception, on deceiving humans, on thinking that what he's saying is what God wants you to know. He's in a circle of friends. I think they're not really saying that the people from Answers from Genesis are in cahoots, but I'm pretty sure if he's in that club, that he's telling them basically the same thing. He's, you know what I mean? They're knowing what he's saying. So from the perspective of like heliocentrism, they are of the mind, right? But still, besides that, the person himself is propagating these lies and telling others that God would have him to know that the earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Well, he didn't get through the first question, and he said, we've reached an impasse when we were talking yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a lot to answer for in the case of being a deceiver. This is not one who has been deceived, which those who you shouldn't, those are guys who come in here that they think the earth is a globe because they've been taught and all that. Yeah, okay. But once you become somebody who actually propagates its information wholeheartedly and puts this information out in books and says, no, guys, you guys need to know that flat earth is not, and it has no truth, and God wants you to know that the earth is a globe, then you are preaching heresy. You're preaching something that is not something that God said in his word.
Yeah.
You're making false claims on God's behalf and then deceiving people because you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, telling people that are listening to your voice or your books, reading your books, you, sir, need to answer for that.
Yeah.
And sooner than later, you need to address this right now before it becomes it's already a salvation issue for you, because you are misleading people into thinking that man's word is above God's. So you are in danger of the fires of hell right now, sir. I'm telling you that you are a deceiver. A deceiver. You're not the deceived.
Can I just ask though?
He is religious.
Just before you fully hold him accountable, how do you know 100% that he knows he's deceiving?
He's written the book calling Falling Flat.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I know he's written that book.
No, I don't think that's what Bid is trying to say.
Yeah, but does he not believe that himself, is what I'm saying?
Right, but you see,
What do you mean, does he
he's
not believe
responsible to research it. He's responsible to know for a fact he's not being brainwashed and actually knows facts. He's responsible.
Yeah,
definitely. I agree with that. Yeah,
he's published a book, so he's intellectual enough to actually do the research.
Yes,
and we put to him the truth, plain and simple, right? People with less than a PhD have come to the understanding. So why is it he can't come to the understanding? So sorry, he's in trouble.
So he's using his credentials to kind of bolster his efforts to kind of make people understand that what he's saying is correct. Right. So at this moment, he is a full-blown deceiver, one who propagates lies and making people believe these lies by using his credentials and saying he's published books and the like.
Yeah.
He's making a
dishonest buck. He's making a dishonest buck every book he sells. Sorry, it's not good at all.
Yeah, he probably is a deceiver, but I just think there's also a chance he's just delusional. Like he believes his own speech.
Not this guy.
No.
When you hear him speak,
100%. Okay.
Yes, you have to. Okay, listen. I know what you're saying, but Dave, you're giving people the benefit of the doubt. I understand that position. But when you actually take a position against something wholeheartedly and you propagate the very thing that you're researching, look, this guy has already come into he's been faced with truth, right? Obviously. He not only rejects it, he propagates the complete opposite of it.
Yeah.
So he is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Okay.
And now what he's doing to his audience is making them believe his lies. Because they have nothing to do with biblical scripture. Nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with biblical scripture. He's going off. Yeah, he's going off on what man's word has said, that they've been to space and they've done all these things. And he's misconstruing that, shoehorning that nonsense into the biblical text and making people think that God wants them to know that the earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
Shooting down God's creation straight away there.
Straight away, right
by shooting down God's creation and him perpetuating his diarrhea, toxic lies, and people are buying into it and they bought the book and everything else.
So do you think this guy, he knows deep down that the earth is flat?
Oh, he knows.
Are you saying he knows it?
Listen. I'm saying that he knows, but he rejects the fact because he doesn't want to understand that all he's known from his career, his pride has gotten in the way right now.
Okay.
From his career and his knowledge, and he's listen. This guy is so far into it already. Imagine if he recanted right now, his books, his speeches, everything that he's talked about, or who he is. This is his character now. He doesn't have anything. He can't go back. He's committed unless he does a full repent and says, I'm coming back from the life that I am, preaching this, that, the earth is a heliocentric globe earth.
Yeah, it's not.
He's not going to do that. It's either he comes to his senses, which, what, everybody has a chance, right? You're still alive, you're still breathing, you're still kicking, you can do that. But what chances do you think, because he's so committed, a PhD, published books, that he's going to recant and say, no, I you know what, guys, I spoke and I misspoke. I didn't mean to tell you guys that the earth was a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, and tell you that God says it as well. I'm recanting that, and I'm saying that, no, it is flat. Because this guy, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, sorry. Now, unbeknown to him, if he could stand up and say to the world that he has made a mistake and he's going to remove the PhD from his titles, he'd sell more books, because he's being honest now. He'd sell more books if we were going to talk about the flat earth as being the real thing. It would do him much better. I think it'd sell more books. Do you know that? If he did what Miggy is saying, stand up and repent and say that he's made a mistake. My status as a PhD, I no longer recognize that, because for all these years I have indeed made a mistake and been perpetuating a lie, or it's not accurate. It's totally inaccurate. And then offer the proofs. and then he'll be making money, I reckon. That's what he wants to do, but he's never going to do that.
I kind of feel sorry for these people. Maybe not this guy because he's profiting from it.
Yes.
Where they're in a situation where they're too late to go back.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like he's making money off. He's what I consider fleecing the flock.
Yes,
he's fleecing them. Because he knows what he's saying, and he's making money off of it. Because he knows that the majority are of the mind, because of the deception, they're of the mind that the Earth is a heliocentric globe Earth. So he's using this to kind of make coin off of it.
He's attained a certain lifestyle that he doesn't want to lose, so he feels.
Yep.
See?
It's just like a small-scale Professor Dave that hasn't hit YouTube. He's writing books or something like that.
That's right. That's exactly what he is.
Professor Dave gets me the worst because not only is he making all this money from it, he's targeting children and he's targeting people who have started to question. And then they find Professor Dave and they stop questioning. He's like the worst of the worst.
Yeah, you got it.
That's exactly what this guy. He's on the level, right? He's would be considered PhD. So these people, every time they come in here, what do they say? I'm not a scientist. I'm not educated. I don't know enough. And when they do that, they make a claim to authority, right? It's a appeal to authority fallacy. Well, who do you think he is? He's the authority. So they look up to him. So therefore, he becomes a pillar in their community to say, like, well, this guy, he knows what he's talking about. So he becomes a person that they look up to, those who have been deceived, right? The deceived looked up to the ones who have, according to the people that come in here, they appeal to authority, and they do it often, right? And that's just how the world is right now. You know, anybody we talk to, you know, if you're flat Earth and you speak to anybody, I'm not a scientist, they'll say. And anybody with a PhD or something, they make room for, let him speak. He knows what he's saying. He's published books. Yeah, it's some kind of a bee in my bonnet, man, about this whole thing.
And this guy as well, what makes him slightly worse is, did you say, is he a lecturer at a university?
No, he's retired, according to what he told me.
But he has been. So think of how many other people in authority that he's made. How many other PhDs has he created with the same mindset? Like, if he's been a mentor.
I mean, the audacity of the man to even go out as far as publish a book and title it Falling Flat? I mean, come on, man. Scum.
The cover of his book shows how dishonest he is. I'm pretty sure he went to 2 Flat Earth conferences, the ones Robbie Davison puts on.
Oh yeah, he's been following us for a long time because that's his job. His job is to undermine the truth. That's what he was doing. That's what he's been doing all these years. That's why we know he knows that the Earth is flat. He knows it's flat because it's not that difficult to understand. And we know that there's no proof of the claim they make. So they're believing in nothing. So, you know, we know he's a liar. The kind of guy that if he was in Africa, you strip him naked, tie him to the tree, and whip him till he tells the truth. Whip him till he tells the truth. That's what you want to do to the guy like that. You know?
Well, someone like that in the UK a few hundred years ago, he would have been tried as a witch.
There you go.
For sure.
In Africa, he would have been stripped naked and whipped to death.
But what I don't get is, say he doesn't know, just for hypothetically, just say he doesn't know the Earth is flat. Okay. But he does know. Yeah, no, just wait. Yeah. But he does know there's no globe in the Bible. But he's still putting them both together, like.
This is what I'd like to say. I'd like to say that you need to hear a soundbite that I got from him. After the soundbite, then you can continue to say whatever you'd like about it. But you need to hear this soundbite that I'm making a clip right now because you need to hear it. Anybody needs to hear it. Everybody does. And then you tell me.
Oh no, I definitely believe you when you say he knows the Earth is flat. But I'm just saying, like, how many other things is he lying about? if he's incorporating space and the Bible together and stuff like that, you know.
Of course. He's lying about the moon landings, satellites going to Mars. Yeah, Voyager 1, Voyager 2. He's going to push all that as things that really happened. The Himawari satellite out there, he's going to push all that as truths because he's an astronomer.
I mean, I'm not even 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure you guys will be. But that there's no mention of a spinning ball in the Bible. No. I'm correct in thinking that, aren't I?
Yep.
Oh, in any religious text.
Exactly.
So to be somebody who's actually a scholar in that field, right? Somebody who studied the word that in depth, that doesn't know this. Now that is appalling to me. It is something that I'm just like, how can you say you looked into it, right? And not only that, you've been presented the truth. Somebody somewhere has told you about flat Earth because you're coming into this whole thing and rejecting it. So you had a chance to even say, okay, let me look at what the word says versus what these people are saying. And then if you had that time to look into it, you would have been like, oh man, there's nothing in here that supports a heliocentric globe Earth. Nothing. There's nothing. Actually, it's to the contrary.
Exactly.
The Bible talks about the Earth being motionless, doesn't move. And, the biblical cosmology is resting on 4 pillars. And it's completely against anything of what the heliocentric globe Earth is saying. Yet these guys, not only him, but everyone who propagates this, there's a few others that will wag their finger on a video and point to the camera and say, you stupid flat earthers that are propagating this information that's saying that the earth is flat. They are the ones who are deceiving masses under the guise of saying that they're a pastor or some sort of professor in this biblical community. Those are the ones who are deceiving the masses.
That's right.
That's why I have the utmost contempt for those humans.
Yeah, they're disgraceful. Like the Globers, you can kind of feel sorry for because it's not their fault. We were all Globers, but these guys, they've got no excuse. They have no plausible deniability. The Globers have plausible deniability. They don't know they're taking part in this. They don't know they've been lied to, but this guy, he has accountability. He knows what he's doing.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Dave.
And he has to study the flat Earth in order to try and debunk it, but you can't debunk it. You can't debunk it. So he says everything that would be in that book would be a lie. Obfuscation. That's all it is with him yesterday or the day before yesterday. Yesterday, it was just obfuscation. That's all he was doing. Didn't offer any proof for the globe at all. Not once did he offer any evidence. Yeah. We should have debated him longer, really, but that's never mind, next time. Kicking him out to the abyss was what he deserved anyway, because he was just not failing to get past Aristotle, let alone as Aristophanes. Couldn't even get past Aristotle, this guy. And it turns out that he pushed the book out there. Damn cheek.
Almost done with this clip.
Yeah, so it was clearly obvious. If he's got a book, he knew what his agenda was, right? He's claiming that flat Earth has an agenda. What agenda do we have? Crazy. We don't have any agenda here. Merely stating what we observe, or the lack of as well. What we don't observe either. That's why he was smug. Did you know that? Because there was something about him. He was smug in the way he was talking. Obviously, he's got a book out there. One day he could afford to be smug because he was acting very smuggish, I thought, yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah, the agenda is to get the truth out there to people who would have otherwise not thought about it at all.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right, Elijah. You're right, Elijah, yeah. Nothing negative, positive agenda, yeah. Absolutely.
Because it's just that people they don't look at it like they've never asked themselves the question, and now they've been provided an answer before they even think about it with this new censorship and because all we're taught perpetually is how to think about things. So
All right, I got the soundbite. I'm gonna play it for you guys here. Let me get the bot in here. What's in here?
What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's going on, Elijah? Yep. Let me get the soundbite going. So, if you have the bot disabled, I would say just enable it so we can. When I play this clip, everybody can hear it.
Okay.
You guys ready for the clip?
Ready? Go on.
All right.
I think people that first hear encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
That's him. I'm going to play it again.
Play it again, man. Yeah, put the volume up a bit. I didn't hear it.
All right. Give me a second. I got to turn the bot up. It might be blasting because I just turned it up to 175. So
I just can't hear it.
I think people that first hear encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, sorry, I heard it the first time. I thought it was one of us talking.
No.
Yeah. Got it. Gotcha. Yeah, that was good. I heard it the first time, actually. Yeah. He's a liar. Yeah,
I haven't heard an argument yet that I couldn't refute.
What a liar. Totally obfuscation yesterday. Totally. Couldn't get past Aristotle.
Yeah, Nathan Thompson confronted him with gas pressure without container. He has a video about it.
Yep. The video that he says here is where he comes out. And I had to make this little soundbite of it by itself. This video that I have shows him that he says that.
Liar,
but it's got a bit more to it. Like it's.
They actually lie. Clearly lying. Yeah. We've come to an impasse. Yeah, funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, if you guys want to hear the debate that we had yesterday of the argument that he couldn't refute, or hasn't been presented an argument he couldn't refute, go to my channel and look at the Miggy versus Danny 57 conversation.
He was a liar.
Yeah, you better believe it.
Danny 57. Why don't you just come in with your real name? Your real name. You're a professor. You've got nothing to hide. Come in with your real name. We all know who you are. You know what I mean? Coming in with Danny 57 or whatever. And probably on another channel is Danny 52. Huh? Who knows? Make you laugh, these people. Can't even be honest about who they are. And yet he's got a book out there. Terrible. You see that? He's such a cheeky bastard as well, you know. Came in. Smug. It was definitely smug, you know. There was something about him I thought, you know, this guy's so cocky, you know. So cocky. That's why. He's got his book out there already undermining us.
Yep.
Or trying to undermine. We should get books out. We should have a book published. Okay.
The book is $16.99 as what it appears to be here. You can buy it off a different websites. The information of that says there are people in the world today who believe the world is flat, and they are working very hard to convince everyone else that it's flat, even if it means distorting the truth to do it. In this book, you will learn how to refute flat earth claims and conspiracy theories with sound, historical, scientific, and biblical arguments. Flat earth fallacies are just one more way to muddy the waters in the creation and evolution debate, as well as trying to discredit the Bible as being accurate and Christianity as an empty hoax. Now, be prepared when faced with these untruths and misleading agendas and get the facts regarding to the flat earth fallacy. Powerful answers to refute misleading and false flat earth claims. There are little bullet points he put here. Important, thoroughly researched historical and scientific evidences disproving flat earth, and vital context of biblical truths and effective apologetics for Christians. You wouldn't know apologetics if it slapped you in the face.
Yeah.
Enjoying a fascinating look at discoveries, science, and the church throughout history as it faces down and disproves over and over again flat earth fallacies. There you have it, folks. You can buy the book for $16.99. $16.99 US dollars. Amazing.
Yeah, he's definitely controlled opposition. That's what he's from. He's an organized. They gave him the money to do that. He's a paid shill.
Yeah. So the title is Falling Flat, A Refutation of Flat Earth Claims. Author Danny Faulkner. Publisher New Leaf Publishing. Publication date October 2019. So, yeah. Just recently published.
Yeah, just recently published. That's right. Paid shill. Definitely a paid shill.
Yeah, this is definitely that.
Yeah, controlled opposition. No ordinary person would have the money to do that. So that's why that's done. That's another hit. It's another hit to the flat earth, just like the YouTube censorship. So he's working. He's working with the government. Got to be.
I don't know.
It's not an individual. He's working for a bigger organization.
Paid directly, hired directly. I don't know.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't reckon.
Really?
I don't reckon.
Really?
I don't reckon it's an individual. No, it's not an individual. No, can't believe it's an individual. One person on his own getting the book done just to make money. No, it's controlled, just like the Flat Earth Society. That's what that is. It has to be.
I'm not sure. Like, it could be, but a lot of these PhDs, they love writing books.
They love acting like that. They're out there into the fucking social disease and the social bullshit they pass around. They love it. I don't know if he's paid. No, come on.
Yeah, I reckon he was. I reckon he was paid to do that, giving him the money to set up the book.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. What I would say, though, is he is making money off of this lie.
Very well.
That's what I would say. That shows that he has $16.99 for each book.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people that in this whole debate, right? Flat Earth against Globe Earth. How many people would buy that book? And not only that, but those who are in the biblical circles, right?
Right.
Jeez, oh man.
I mean, why would you do that? Why would you do that as an individual? It's a government thing. Come on, man. It's a government thing, man. I don't want this thing to get out somehow, some way. Even though it is out there, now they've got to try and undermine it somehow. Yeah, just something about it that seems like he belongs to an organization. That smugness yesterday. Come to think of it. Something he knew that we didn't know, kind of thing. He didn't say anything about his book, did he? Didn't mention it once.
No.
Right.
So, Miggy, you think he's going to spin this in a way that he can use it?
I hope he does. If he talks about 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I hope he does mention us.
Right.
Any publicity we get by anybody who's propagating these lies, people will flock in. Even if they come in here saying, you guys are wrong, at least they'll give us a platform to say what it is. Let them make up their own minds. Give them a chance. Give the deceived a chance, right? They don't have a chance right now. Because all they're going to hear is something on the internet, the real controlled opposition, Flat Earth Society. Once they start looking into because people, they hear things on the internet, they'll type Flat Earth and they'll see that Flat Earth Society pop right up. And then they'll go see his book and they'll be like, yeah, definitely not flat. So if they do come in here because he said anything about it, then yeah, we can speak to them. But if he knows what's good for him, he wouldn't mention anything. Otherwise, we will open their eyes when they come in here to his nonsense. Then I'll show him the clip that I had with him, the conversation I had with him. I have a special bone of contention for those who assert themselves as a biblical professor and then point their fingers at this community and say that we are deceiving people. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to kill chat. I just get on my rants when, that's one of the things when I came into this whole understanding, I was like, if this is the truth and it's biblically sound, everything that the Bible says, then it follows that God was saying this all along. Right? So now I'm like, anybody that actually doesn't have a chance to look at it and say, wait a minute, yeah, you're right. Because you're not saying it. He is. God's saying it in his word. Like it says so in the biblical text.
Yeah, if it's in the Bible and in the
That's
Quran
different.
and everything, then
that's a bit different than me just saying it out of if it's just a community of people that are just like, okay, well, this is what we believe, or somebody that doesn't have any evidence like they do with their heliocentric globe earth nonsense.
Yeah.
And I don't resort to name calling when it comes to, a debate like F-bombs and all that.
That's right.
I will tear them down the proper way.
Intellectually. Tear them down intellectually. Methodically, through their own proofs. Through their own supposed proofs to reveal them as lies. So that's it. And like we said yesterday, he offered no evidence, nothing but obfuscation. And then he's telling you we've reached the end. He's telling you. Yeah?
Yep.
We've reached the end. Because
We've reached an impasse.
Yeah, he was not going to concede.
Hey, who are y'all talking about?
Danny Faulkner.
Author, PhD, scumbag.
Yeah. Let me play the clip, Morvis, then you can hear for yourself. It's only a few seconds, guys, so bear with me. I want to play it a little bit over and over because some people haven't heard it. So.
Newcomers. Don't worry, we understand.
All right, so this is Danny Faulkner. If you hear a voice that it sounds like somebody talking in here, it's not. It's Danny Faulkner. So, all right, I'm going to play the clip.
Yeah.
I think, people that first encounter Flat Earth, they all say, well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't. Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from Flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah.
That's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
Do you hear what he said at the very beginning? People get these answers, but they don't know how to answer them. I know how to answer them. Did you hear that?
Yeah. I heard it clearly, the scumbag.
Well, you can hear the arrogancy in his voice.
You should have heard him yesterday in a debate we had. Yeah, Morvitz, if you didn't know, you're coming brand new to this. I debated him yesterday in the morning. I put him to the 3 points. We didn't even get past the first one.
You didn't get past Aristotle, yet alone Aristophanes.
You said this dude's got a book out?
Yes.
Yeah. October 2019. Falling Flat.
Oh my God.
$16.99 the book is here in the U.S.
Is it? I won't buy it, but I'll go down to my mall bookstore just to pilfer it a little bit if it's down there.
Yeah. Yep.
Chic.
He's on Kindle, man. He's on Google Play. It's everywhere.
You recorded, Miggy, your conversation?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I'd love to hear that, bro.
Ramen and appeals. That's all it's going to be. It's all they ever are.
Give me a moment. You know what? How about this? I got a treat. Since nobody's speaking here, I could play it in this Discord right now.
Do it, bro. Do it.
All right. So if you bear with me, we're going to go through the conversation. It's only 30 minutes, right? So I'm going to go through it. So for anybody listening right now, if anybody wants to chime in just for 30 minutes, we're going to play this clip. So, all right. I guess we'll do that. Everybody good?
Yeah.
All right.
So you're playing his conversation last night?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nah, sorry, I'm kind of sidetracked. I'm changing the alternator here.
All right. Well, I'll play it for anybody else that wants to hear it because I think C Montreal wanted to.
Most definitely. I'd love to hear it.
All right. I'll replay it for the whole audience once again. Anybody that's listening. All right. This is the conversation between me and Danny Faulkner. But he came in here as Danny 57. So, all right. Here we go. Let's see. Danny 57, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Pretty good, and you?
Really well, man. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by?
Well, generally I just listen, but I could be persuaded to talk a little today, I suppose.
Okay. Oh, I've seen you here before. Weren't you by another Danny? Like you were Danny something or other?
No, I've used Danny 57 all along.
Okay.
I mean, there may be another Danny out there, but that wouldn't be me then.
All right. So we're usually on about the topic of the shape of the Earth in here. When people aren't around, we usually talk about other things. But what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Danny?
It's a globe.
Okay. And so how confident are you that it is a globe?
I'm about as sure of that as I am most things I can be sure about.
All right. So from 1 to 100, 100% being absolutely confident that there's no doubt in your mind it's a globe.
Very close to 100%.
99.9%.
Well, look, I'm very certain about it, but as a scientist, I need to be very careful because the history of science is littered with all sorts of things that people were absolutely confident about turned out later to be not true at all. So, as a good scientist should at least keep that in the back of their minds.
All right. What type of, if you don't, just a little background here. What type of scientist are you, Danny? Or what do you study?
I'm an astronomer.
Oh, okay. How long you been one for? Been one for quite some time. Decades.
Yes. Yeah.
You worked at a university, or you just you freelance, or what?
I was a professor. I'm now retired, but I was a professor. Taught astronomy and physics for quite a long time.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. we haven't had a professor come in here for quite some time. There was a Professor Phil who's in here, and a couple of others, Dr. Bob. We have some people with an educated background come in here. And usually when people come in are brand new, take them through what I consider would be the 3 points of the claims that the Globe Earth makes, right?
Now, so I've listened to the show quite a bit, okay. So I know the 3 questions.
So you're familiar with what I ask people, right? Because if you heard what I... Okay. So, and I'd like to run through them with you, being as that you've already heard. I don't really have to kind of go forward and tell you what they're about. I can just straight out tell you. And so long as you're honest, like I tell everybody here, as you might have heard, as long as you're honest in the conversation, we'll move forward and progress. But if you feel like you know something absolutely specifically, you can stop and say, I'm going to go into detail and tell me the specifics about how this has been done, right? So I'll go ahead and start with you. That way I'll give you an opportunity to go ahead and answer to the best of your ability. And like I said, with these questions, specificity is important, right? So we'll go with the very first one. So how have they measured the curvature of the Earth beginning from ancient times all the way up until our current times? And if you could tell us the method so that we can all replicate that method. Remember, specificity is important. So
the credit for the earliest measurement of the Earth's curvature or size was usually to Eratosthenes around 200 BC. That method was to erect a vertical gnomon on a flat, level surface near Alexandria, Egypt. And he measured the length of the shadow at local noon on the June solstice. And from that, he was able to measure the length of the shadow. He already knew the height of the gnomon since he constructed it. And from basic trigonometry, he was able to determine that the zenith angle of the sun at that time and date was about 1/50th of a circle. Eratosthenes also was the father of geography. Not many people know that, but he commissioned surveying and mapping of Egypt quite extensively. So he knew the distance pretty well to a place called Syene in southern Egypt. It'd be Upper Egypt, if you want to use a proper terminology. And that he had visited before in a previous year on the same date at local noon and observed that the sun was directly overhead. At that point, today we'd recognize it would be located on the Tropic of Cancer. And so for the known distance between those 2 points, he could multiply by 50 and get the circumference of the Earth. We're not quite sure the unit he used. If he used one particular unit, he got within a 0.5% of the modern value. If he used an alternate, more likely unit, he got something, I think, around 20% shorter than that.
Didn't even know that.
All right, we're getting somebody coming in here, and whoever said that, I can't hear what you just said. You're roboting, so. Was that you, Danny? Just making sure. Oh, no, it was Sin Cleanser. Sorry about that. Sin Cleanser, your mic is roboting, so we can't hear you. You might want to jump out and jump back in. All right. So getting into what Eratosthenes did, you're saying that because of what he has done, you said he used 2 sticks. Is that correct?
Well, no, not quite. I mean, sometimes you'll say sticks in the sand, which make these people sound like they're Bedouin living in the desert.
Right. No.
And it was a very sophisticated place, and he actually constructed a vertical gnomon.
No, Sin Cleanser, you're still roboting, man. We can't hear what you're saying. So you might want to fix that. All right. So with this, did he use any presuppositions, Danny, at all? Or and another thing too to add, did he have any help doing this, or was it just him by himself?
Well, we don't know many of the details about that because we don't have it directly from him. We have it from later sources, which is pretty common for a lot of work done back then. So we don't know what kind of help he had. People have speculated. I couldn't say. As far as assumptions, you could say that he assumed that the Earth was a globe, but I would say more that he already knew that because it was a well-established thing prior to at least a couple hundred years before him. People knew
who established that prior information do you know that information?
Well, the first clear record we have is Aristotle writing on the heavens around 350 BC. That'd be about 150 years before Eratosthenes. There may have been other people, but that's the only one that the earliest real clear record we have. And he gave in On the Heavens 4 arguments, 2 of them very good, one not so good, and one just outright wrong. But
well, which one do you think of those arguments we can actually apply to the example of what he would say, hey, I know that it's a globe because of this? Like, I mean, which one of those would you consider being the best argument for that?
That Aristotle gave?
Yeah.
There were 2 that he gave that were pretty good. One of them is the shape of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse. And I know you're probably going to dispute whether that's the correct understanding of eclipses. And we can take some time to talk about that a little later on. But I've observed more than a dozen total lunar eclipses and a number of other partial eclipses. And every eclipse, the shadow is, whatever's covering the moon, is circular. Mm-hmm. And it's the only shape that casts the circular shadow, regardless of orientation, is a globe. Now, the other argument that he used, which I think is very good, is as you travel northward, stars in the northern part of the sky move higher in the sky. Stars that were below the horizon farther south you can't see, and at the same time, stars in the southern part of the sky get lower in the sky as you travel northward, and reverse is true as you travel southward. For instance, where I used to live for many years, I could see the star Canopus. It's the second brightest star in the sky, and I could see that on winter evenings. It didn't get very high. I could only see if I had a good exposure to the south, and only briefly. Where I live now, about 4.5 degrees farther north, I never see Canopus because it never gets above the horizon. Meanwhile, stars in the northern part of the sky are higher here than they were where I used to live. And I've observed this at many different places as I've traveled. I've been doing this for a half century, and it's a very robust sort of thing. In the 9th century, I believe some Muslim astronomers used this kind of visibility and surveying to remeasure the size of the Earth, getting something similar to the measurement that Eratosthenes got.
So, but we're relying on where Eratosthenes understand his foundational understanding, which he already knew. We call it the presupposition, right? But with your example,
already established.
Yeah. With your example, you're saying that he's actually building off of somebody else before him, which was Aristotle. Is this correct? According to you,
that'd be a big name.
All right, so he was building off of his work, according to what you're claiming here. All right, so and he was using the idea that the sun, the eclipses, right, the moon, the lunar eclipse, because of the shadow. Then he was saying, well, we're seeing this shadow on the moon. What else can it be, right? But the Earth. Is that correct? So with that information, he's moving forward to say, we already know that the Earth casting a shadow on the moon is a globe doing that. So we're going to go ahead and now do this test with sticks and well in a shadow, and then apply that to this with this presupposition that we have that the Earth is a globe because of that previous information. Therefore, moving forward and doing these tests, we're going to figure out that we can measure the the radius of the Earth, or get information that we could understand we're living on a globe. Eratosthenes, not Aristotle.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just because of that, like I would say, how could we establish with just what Aristotle has done that the Earth is a globe just based on that information, looking up in the sky and seeing something happen, some type of phenomena in the sky, like what, be it a lunar eclipse, a solar eclipse, whatever it is, stars moving from east to west. That to me, it sounds like you were making a grand leap of logic to then say, we're using this as information to guide us into this next example, Eratosthenes, and then saying we're going to base ourselves on a presupposition that we think the Earth is a globe, and then use that to kind of validate this test?
Well,
can you see there being flaws with this whole foundational kind of understanding where they started from? Because of course, Eratosthenes did have to presuppose, as you said, and everybody understands that he had to have a presupposition coming into this. So it wasn't like he just established that the Earth was a globe. There was an understanding he had going into this.
Yeah, your original question was about measuring the curvature of the Earth, which is what Eratosthenes did. If you should ask the other question first, establishing that the Earth is a sphere.
Because of what he did. Yeah, because of what he did, it's important for us to get as much information. Remember, because I said be very specific in and you're doing that, right? You're telling me a bit of background information of what Eratosthenes, how he came about understanding the information that he did when he was applying this test, to the places he was using it at. Yeah. So as much as information as we can possible to get. And I asked you, is there anybody that helped him? You said no, not that we understand, because, of course, this information we're getting about Eratosthenes could be not complete, or it's some bits and pieces are missing, whatever. I'm more looking at the information that gets us from the understanding that the Earth is definitely a globe. So,
okay, I misunderstood your question. I thought you meant assistance in someone helping him make the measurements.
No, well, not that. Like he could tell somebody, "Hey, go take this, stick to whatever place and measure it at that point while I'm over here." You know what I'm saying? Like an assistant or assistants, that kind of thing. But that's. I digress. I want to get back to the point where we're looking at how we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay. Well, I think you may have misunderstood one of the things I said.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. About the visibility of stars, you mentioned east and west. That's not what I'm talking about. It's the visibility of stars north and south, above the north and south points in the sky. And as you travel north and south, it has nothing to do with east and west at this point.
No, what I mentioned was the movement of the stars. No,
I didn't mention that at all, and that wasn't my argument at all.
Okay, well, we're establishing that the Earth is measured to be a curvature, right? So the curvature part of it is like if you go from one place to the next and you see stars closer to the horizon because you're going towards, let's say, the north or the south, and then you start seeing we could use the North Star, for example. The further you get away from it, it starts going to the horizon until you get further south where you can't see it anymore. That right there, looking at that, we can't then assume that the Earth is of any particular shape. Looking into the heavens is not going to give us we could definitely make assumptions. We could make declarations, and we could say, hey, you know what? Because I see this, I think that the Earth is such and such. That's all good and well. You can do whatever you want from that point, but establishing validation is the key. So we need to validate that information and say, okay, so now let's see if this guy who's Eratosthenes coming into the picture, he wants to do that. He means to do that, right? Like that's where we're at right now. So,
yeah, but I think you're misunderstanding part of the argument here.
Tell me what I'm misunderstanding, Danny.
Okay, you're talking about the North Star. You're trying to interpret that in terms of the Earth being flat, and if the Earth is flat,
no.
Moving,
No, I didn't. I'm not. See that now. You're kind of not understanding what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I'm not talking about the Earth being of any particular shape. No, I'm saying the person who's making the observation, Aristotle, right? Or as you would claim, why do we see stars and in the north, like the North Star, and as we drive away from it, let's say south, then the star actually moves towards the horizon. That's what I'm saying. So the idea that people go ahead. Danny, go ahead.
But if you're moving, I guess we're going to try to argue that as you're moving toward the North Star, it's going to look higher in the sky. You're going to have to interpret that in terms of what you think the Earth's shape is. If it's flat, you're going to see it rise higher in the sky. As you move northward, but it's not going to rise in height or altitude the same way that it would if the Earth is a globe and the star is very far away.
All right,
That's
so
I think you're missing entirely.
No, I haven't even got to that point yet. So what we're doing here, we're just establishing how people have these assumptions, right? So we're establishing why they think what they do when they look at certain phenomena in the sky, or like they see things happening. They're just like, okay, this is what I'm thinking about. So they could think whatever they want. You could see the stars and say, okay, I'm going to say that the Earth is a globe. You can do whatever you like at that point. I don't care about, right? Belief it's not has anything to do with what we're saying here. What I need here and what we're establishing is a little bit of background information as to what Eratosthenes came about doing, and then where did he get his presuppositions from? So
you mentioned the North Star, and if you were to observe it at the same sidereal time, every 69 miles you travel northward, it gets 1 degree higher in the sky, and that's consistent over a very great distance. And that is exactly what you would expect to see if Polaris is far away from us and the Earth is a globe.
Yes, that sounds like it's consistent with the idea, right? As you put it, but we haven't established the validation portion of it, and which we're getting to that, right? Because Eratosthenes seems to be like the man we need to look at, right? According to Aristotle, he was making declarations as well. I see something happening on the moon. It looks to be like the shadow of the Earth. Therefore, we're going to use that idea that the Earth is globular, some type. So with that information, this presupposition that Eratosthenes was using, of course, because he didn't come up on it on his own and say, hey, the Earth is a globe. He was using information just as you said before. Somebody else established this beforehand. So he's using that information, but it's still, he's working on an assumption, see? He hasn't validated that. So now he's getting to the part where he's actually putting sticks in the ground and he's looking down a well, and now he's making this claim that since people were postulating that the Earth, with the phenomena in the sky, it looks to be like we can say that everything is consistent with a globe. Now we're going to put that to the test, right? We're going to put sticks in the ground, look down a well, and know what's happening in noontime, so that we can say that, further down the line, we're going to look at another stick and then measure its shadow and figure out if we can't see that if the two time frames that we're using here, same time of day, if we can't come up with a shape of the ground in which we're standing on. So now what's happening is that we're moving from the part of assuming that the Earth is a particular shape, then to start to validate it, right? So that's what
I disagree. Yes? I think you keep reiterating that you think it's an assumption. I think it's an inference.
No, not what Eratosthenes did. What he was backing up the information of what the person he was getting his presupposition from. Not what Eratosthenes was. We're not getting there yet. We're establishing what he did before. Like, he had to have this presupposition of what he was working with. The idea, anyway. Just like you said, everything is consistent with the Earth being a globe because I see the stars doing something. It's consistent. So he could have thought in his mind, hey, we're going to do something that sounds like it would be consistent with the idea that Aristotle, who was before me, right, looked up in the sky and saw a lunar eclipse and said, well, this can only happen if it's a globe interfering. So using that information, then putting it on sticks in the ground and looking down a well, then he's going to say, aha, now we could measure, right? We're going to measure the Earth being a globe. Are we there? Are we on the same page, Danny, or am I losing you here? Because I don't want to.
I disagree with your belief about this.
Okay, go to help me out.
There's an inference made, and science works by inferences. It's inductive reasoning, and the observations, the two good ones that Aristotle offered, are very good conclusions based upon what was observed.
I'm sorry, but they're not conclusions because he didn't establish that the Earth was measured to be a globe, Danny. That's what you're missing out here. You could look up in the sky and make declarations and assumptions and say, hey, look, I'm looking literally at the Earth covering the moon. It's casting a shadow onto the moon. That's okay because he's making this declaration, right? But now Eratosthenes is going to be the guy to validate that. He's putting things to the test. He's putting sticks in the ground, looking down a well and saying, now that we're using this presuppositional information, we're going to actually test it. We're going to check it out to see if it's not true. That's where we're at right now. What am I saying that's incorrect? Because you're saying that now Aristotle was correct in saying that the Earth is a globe because that's a conclusion he can have? No, Danny, that's incorrect. He can't have a conclusion. He can't have a conclusion. No, he can't have a conclusion. That's where the information you're getting, there's wires being crossed. You think that because you see something in the sky happen, you can make a declaration and that's okay. You can't. You're going to have to validate that information. That's where we're at right now with Eratosthenes. He's going to do that, but I can't get you there because it seems like you're still hung up on what Aristotle did, and he proved the Earth is a globe. Now, are we going to have to go back to Aristotle, Danny? Or are we going to move forward
we just have a fundamental disagreement about Aristotle's work. He reached a conclusion based upon inductive reasoning.
All right. So when is looking up at the sky and then making a declaration about what you see, validating information about what the shape of the ground you're standing on is, Danny?
It's an inference based upon inductive reasoning.
It's not validating.
I think we have different understandings of how science works.
Yes.
Then.
No, you don't. I don't think you understand how science works. First of all, science doesn't work on a what is based question. It works on a how why question, right?
No.
Cause and effect. Well, no, you can disagree with that all you like, but the part of what you think science is and what it really is a fundamental difference of what you think science is. What you're describing is not science. It's pseudoscience, in fact, because you are making all these claims to what we're looking up in the sky. Aristotle is where I'm actually talking about, and then making a declaration and saying, aha, we know the Earth is a globe. That's what you're saying. And because we see, yes, Danny, that's what you're saying. And everybody hears you saying that, and it sounds kind of odd that you're not saying, hey, wait, all right, so guys are talking about what's happening in the sky. That doesn't matter because we need to now figure out how to measure the ground in which we're standing on. And I thought we were getting there with Eratosthenes, but it seems like we're not. We can't get there right now, Denny, because you think there's a fundamental difference in what you and I believe and the way things are being validated. You think people can make these inferences and then say, okay, I'm going to infer that the Earth is a globe because this shadow, it looks pretty logical that it's being cast from something that's, globular.
Well, it's a fundamental difference we have between what constitutes evidence, how we interpret evidence, and what inferences we can draw. And science is an inferential sort of thing. We draw conclusions based upon experiments and observations that we see.
It's not an experiment. You didn't do an experiment with looking at the moon. Did Aristotle do an experiment?
I said experiments and observations.
Okay, so observation specifically only. That's all that Aristotle did when he looked up at the moon when there was a lunar eclipse. He did nothing of the sort of any kind of experiment. So you can't do experiments with something you're looking at.
But not all science is done with an experiment.
All right. So what you're defining right now of what he's doing has nothing to do with science. Has everything to do with him making a declaration and saying, I see something happening. It's absolutely true, Danny. See, the thing is, you're not getting this right. People can look up at the sky and make any kind of declaration. My goodness, ancient people have been doing it all along. And you're going to agree that every declaration can be just put in forward and said, okay, because of the ancient people said this, that's what it is.
No.
Okay, that's my point, Danny. Now we're on the same track.
No.
We're on the same track.
I'm saying I disagree with what you're saying.
Okay, so anybody that looks up at the sky and makes an inference is correct, Danny? Is that true?
Now you're twisting my words.
No, sir. I'm actually making them more clear because what you're trying to tell the people right now is that we can look up in the sky, see something happen, and then make a conclusion, Danny. We cannot do that. That is the most disingenuous thing anybody could do.
No, it's not.
Yes, Danny. And I'm sorry that this has to be the way that you find out, but you can't think that when you look at the lunar eclipse, you're going to say the Earth is a globe. This right here is only something that you've been taught. This is something that you've been taught and told because maybe you think that Aristotle was correct, or some other person who looks up at the sky and says, haha, I'm going to ponder at what I'm looking at. And you know what? I think that light in the sky is a gas giant, or it's a red planet, or it's some kind of rocky surface of ice caps. Who cares? What I'm saying is, how are you then going to take that idea and move it into the realm of reality and say, I validated that information, I know it to be true? You can't do that. All these things are just ideas that you have.
You're oversimplifying the process.
Actually, I'm making it more clear for everybody to understand what has been taught to us and how we cannot validate this information because of the fact that it's in a realm in which you can't make any scientific experiments with. It's unobtainable right now to you and I. So if you were to make any kind of inference, then I would say, okay, what is your information that backs up the claim that you're saying that because you see shadows moving across the surface of the moon, notably the lunar eclipse, how are you then going to say it's the Earth? You can't do that. You're going to have to validate first how you know the Earth is a globe, specifically how they claim it to be, oblate spheroid, or whatever your pick is on that. But we're going to have to validate that information. That is key.
You've got this backwards.
No, sir. This is how we're moving. This is how we're moving forward, Danny. We're moving forward with understanding what our world is. But we can only do that if we validate information. Now, it's fine. Like I said, you can make every declaration you want. Being as you said, your background is an astronomer. You've been looking at the sky. That's fine, man. You could look at the sky and then say, hey, look, I think it's the Earth being, covering the moon, and that's why we have this lunar eclipse. Not saying you can't do that, but what I am saying is you're going to have to validate it if you're going to tell somebody that is what's happening.
Once you understand the cause of a lunar eclipse, then you can use that shadow to probe the Earth's shape. That's the point.
You're working backwards here, Danny. You have to prove the Earth's shape and then tell me that it's what's happening on the moon. You're backwards right now. You're actually
the way it works at all.
You're in reverse. You actually have to. Yes, you are. You have to actually. That's the cart before the horse. You can't do that. You have to establish that the Earth is a globe, and then say because of this globe, it's casting a shadow on the moon that we see. Now, if that hasn't happened yet,
Danny, they had to spin the Earth in the opposite direction for it to work for their theory last eclipse. By the way, just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's false too, but we can get to that later if we get that far.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that far. I think we're stuck here. We're stuck in the mud, Danny, because of the fact that you think you can look in the sky and then make a declaration and say, aha, we found our answer. The Earth is definitely a globe because we thought about it being a globe. Now we see a shadow, and there you go. Everybody happy? Okay, a globe we're living on right now. That is not the reality in which we live. We live in a reality in which if somebody says something, and they make a claim, well, you better have some evidence to back it up, mister. You're not just going to get away with, oh, there it is. The Earth's a globe. Look at that shadow on the moon. So right now we're looking at what Aristotle's doing. We can't move forward, it seems. We can't get to the part where Eratosthenes was doing what he was doing, apparently, because you think that Aristotle was already correct. His conclusion that when he looked up at the sky and said the Earth was a globe, that by God, that's it. Earth is a globe. We got our answer. No, sir, we can't do that. We have to understand how the Earth we stand on has to be measured to have this curvature in which everybody is claiming. So that hasn't been established, and until we can move forward to that point, we're not going to get it established, and therefore it remains a belief that you have unless we can establish that we can verify that the Earth has been measured to have curvature.
Can I have a comparison?
Is that okay, Danny? Because if we can't get to Eratosthenes, we're really not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, we are at an impasse. Clearly, we are.
Okay, so are we going to get to Eratosthenes now? Because it seems like we need to validate this curvature of the Earth. We can't do that just yet.
What do you mean get to Eratosthenes?
Well, right now we're stuck on Aristotle making the claim that he says that he thinks that it's the Earth on the lunar eclipse covering the shadow of the lunar eclipse and making that shadow on the moon, which is what he claims to be the Earth being a globe. Because what else can it be, right? It's consistent, as you put it.
I guess we're such at an impasse at the very beginning that it's probably doesn't bode well for any further discussion.
Well, it doesn't bode well, Danny, because we're not going to stay in the realm of make-believe. Danny, we're in the really is level here. The really is level deals with empirical evidence. It deals with people providing evidence for their claims. And right now, we just don't have that. There's no cowbell, Danny.
What offered is empirical evidence.
No, sir. It's not empirical. No, it's not empirical. It's what you claim as what you think that he actually was proving. And your whole worldview right now, you think that he made something very logical, has evidence-based. It's not. I'm showing you because if it did, everybody here would understand correctly that we could validate this information, and we haven't done that. So I've dismantled this idea that you have that you can actually look at the sky and make a claim and then stand by that claim. You can't do that because I'm going to ask you, how do you know? And you're going to tell me because it's consistent.
Why can't you measure the ground? Why can you not measure the ground?
Hang on, Jen. Hang on, Jen. Hang on. So we have to stay within the realms of empirical evidence. Now, just like you said, we're at an impasse. I agree with you. But because of the fact that we can't move forward, here's what's going to happen. Now, I give people the option to be honest within the conversation. If we cannot be honest in this conversation and say that it is just a belief, then we're going to have to either remove you from the server. I don't want to do that, but I'd rather you be honest and tell me that you don't know instead of making these claims. Now, we didn't get to Eratosthenes, which is not something I wish we could have, right? But apparently you just want to stay in this belief realm. We're not going to have people in here preaching to us about their beliefs and then trying to justify them with their ideas and thoughts and feelings. We need evidence. This community is based on empirical evidence. Show me the evidence, everybody would say. Don't just tell me what you think you know. Show me what you know. Now, if you can't do that, it's fine. But I will give you the option to concede and say you don't know. But being as that you're an astronomer, it sounds like, Danny, you're not going to do that. Am I right?
We have a fundamental disagreement at the very beginning. That's what the problem is.
Well, it's not a disagreement that we should have based upon evidence. It's a disagreement we're having because you don't want to let go of your belief that you think that the Earth is a globe.
It's a disagreement on the very basis and foundation of how these things are decided. It cuts down to epistemology, which is a much more fundamental thing than any of the details we're talking about here. And I don't think we're not going to resolve this, Miggy. We're not really.
I understand, Danny, but because of the fact that you're holding on to this belief religiously, we're not going to be able to have. Now, remember that I want you to ponder this because we did offer you an opportunity to go ahead and give us evidence based on what you think is true. Now, that hasn't happened yet. We didn't get there, and it doesn't seem like we're going to, Danny. And unfortunately for you, this might mean the end of your stay here, but I'd like to at least leave you with that. To next time, remember, when you come into a place that, especially this one, we demand evidence. We demand for people to be honest because that is what we want. We want people to be having great discussions with us so long as they're honest and providing evidence. So, yep, this will be the end of our conversation, Danny. I'm sorry about this, but we're going to have to remove you. Thank you very much. That's it. That's all she wrote.
Wow, Miggy. Wow, bro. Kudos. That's one of the best debates I've ever heard, bro. Congratulations. You thoroughly undressed him.
Yep.
That was a pretty hardcore appeal to, I wouldn't really say authority, but he basically Aristotle said it, therefore it is. Like if the town drunk said it, he would have blown it off. You know what I mean?
Right.
A good example of a person with the ability to think outside the box, completely shut down, just repeating what he learned, not one original thought of his own. Unbelievable.
That's correct.
Because he has to. He has to, right? He has to.
He's got a lot. Yeah, he's got a lot riding on this, right? I mean, it's his character. It's who he is. He's built a life around it. He's selling books. It just goes to show you, man. I mean, this guy has been in the education background for quite some time, all his life, right? And I'm just a regular guy, man. That's all I am. Nothing special about me.
Yeah, he wanted to change.
Bro. Sorry, Roger.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna remark on Miggy's amazing style of keeping calm. I don't think I would be able to do that. You know, the way you keep calm and the way you just bring it out nicely, no swearing, no. It's like a thorough undressing. Bro. Nicely done.
I want to keep it professional because at any time something like this could happen. I'll be speaking to somebody that I didn't know was a PhD, and I didn't know that coming into this, he was just a regular guy on the internet. For me, I thought we were having a discussion, but when we first started our conversation, something struck me as odd. With the beginning of him saying that he's been listening to our conversations, and he knows about the 3 points, so he was already prepared in a way to have a conversation about this. So it's like he already wanted to have a conversation with me about it. He picked a time frame to come in when it's the least amount of people are on that would combat him. So it kind of looked like he did want to have a conversation with me.
I think he came prepared, Miggy, but as we saw, not good enough.
Yeah, he wasn't ready.
Yeah, and the point is, he was referring back to the difference that you and he had, and that was mainly about what is the scientific method, right? Just look and declare is in his eyes enough.
Well, also, him being an astronomer, he really wanted to claim to the fact that you could look up at the sky and make these inferences, as he put it, right? You infer that whatever, and he's claiming that's science, right? That's what science does, make inferences. Well, if you're going to say that to something that's unobtainable, how are you going to validate any inference of yours? How are you going to validate it? How are you going to say, yeah, that's what I know it is? You can't do that. That's what I was taking him. I was like, you could say anything you want to about the sky. I mean, and people have been doing it ever since ancient times. Then there's going to have to be the point where you're going to validate that claim. Now, when can you do that? You're saying this shadow being cast on the moon is done by a globe Earth? Okay. You can say whatever you want. Now validate it. Has that been done? No, it hasn't. We didn't. Think about it. He didn't want to go to Eratosthenes. He didn't want to because he knew that when he started talking about how Eratosthenes had to use a presupposition, he was locked in. It was like being cornered, or he painted himself into a corner. So now Eratosthenes was the man that had to provide the evidence that the Earth was a globe, because Aristotle, but Eratosthenes was the one that was using the presupposition.
Were you able to contact him? I thought I was waking up to a nightmare again.
Yeah, he's.
And it was a recording from yesterday. So Miggy's throwing the guy away again. It was a recording.
No. That was a recording. You're like, not again. All right, so I'll play a short clip. This is who I was debating. It's like, I don't know, 24 seconds. Watch. Listen to this.
I think people that first hear encounter Flat Earth, they all say, well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't. Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from Flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah.
That's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
What do you think about that? That's that guy.
You came into 24/7.
Bring him back. India wanted to talk to him and QE as well. Where is he?
Where's he at?
Well, he's not banned, that's for sure.
Yeah, his cover is blown, so I don't think he's coming back now. A few months ago, and just lurking, we asked him a few times, hey, you want to talk? And he talked about Mars and looking at the telescope through a telescope at Mars and claiming it is a sphere. Then he went silent for a while, and now he came back, as Miggy stated, probably picking the time slot.
Yes, he wanted to have the conversation about the 3 points. This is it, guys. The 3 points were the last stop for him.
You're really pushing it. You're really pushing at this moment that you think he just wanted to speak to you, bro?
Yeah, come dude. On. He picked the moment to actually come.
You're really pushing it now.
No, think about it. Look, listen to the beginning of the clip.
No. You're speculating really bad at the moment.
Listen to the beginning of the clip.
I know what he said. I was here. Come on.
All right.
Dude, he said that he listens to the show. He knows the 3 points, the 3 questions. So what does that say? He came in knowing he was going to get into this conversation. Come on, it's obvious.
Yeah, he knew he was going to get in the conversation, but
But what?
You think he knew Miggy was going to take control of the conversation? He want to speak to Miggy and that's it?
Well, why do you think he came in and talked to me?
There was other people talking, and we opened the mic, and
he wanted to destroy the 3 points, Dempsey. That's his whole point. He didn't want that to be something that would be standing. His whole thing is that people hear things on the internet, and that flat earthers are saying it sounds like it's the truth, but it's not. He hasn't heard an argument that he couldn't refute. Yet he picked this moment to come in here to talk about those 3 points.
It's like he didn't come in here thinking that he was going to talk about baking cakes, right? He knew what he was going to get into.
Yeah.
That cake baker.
But like I told you yesterday, other people wanted to speak to him. India said he wanted to speak to him. QE said he wanted to speak to him, and you still don't want to admit it. You want to say he just wanted to speak to you, and that's it.
No, I said that what he came in here to do. I'm not saying he didn't want to speak to anybody else. Hell, I don't know. All I know is that he came in when I was here, and he knew what about the 3 points. He's been okay. So look, and Roger can actually make this claim as well. He's been in the server for some time before he had this conversation with me. Isn't that right, Roger? I think, didn't he pipe in here? He was actually speaking on the mic before.
Yeah, so he spoke on the mic. Yeah, I don't know if you were around, but I heard him talk about him.
Yeah. So come on, Jemsy. Now you're saying that this guy who was speaking on the mic, he didn't have a time to speak on the mic before?
That he probably wanted to have the conversation, and he should have been allowed to talk to the other people. Yeah.
He did, though.
Like I told you yesterday at the same time.
He was in here before.
And you said, no, he's not going to have the conversation. And look, other people wanted to speak to him. Exactly like I told you. You're not going to concede to that, bro? Come on.
No, he was in here before, and he could have time to have conversations with other people. You're a bit sore about...
Like I told you,
because he didn't have a conversation
and India wanted to talk to him.
I know, but you're a bit sore because of that. You're a bit sore because he didn't have...
No, sore. You don't want to concede that.
You've been sore since yesterday. Yeah, you are sore. You're like, come on, man. Why would he want to speak to you about the 3 points only? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you, man, because he hears people...
He wanted to speak to you, and that's it? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that's it. I'm saying he ran out of time with me because he didn't want to be honest. Okay, so on the very first point, and I've done this before, right? If somebody comes in here and they're dishonest on the very first point, it's like, what kind of conversation are you think you're going to have with these guys, right? That's my thing. But apparently to you, you think that this is going to be a robust conversation to have with the guy who's this level of dishonest. So by all means, if you think there's a character that comes in here like that, you think this dishonesty is going to carry on, anybody else would have probably done the same in that position.
Dude, do you think we know there's dishonest people out there? We know this. My point was that other flat earthers wanted to speak to him.
And he was
in
here.
That's what I told you yesterday. Others wanted to speak to him.
And he was in here for a time before this moment with me. He didn't just pop in here just that one time and say like, okay, this is it. I'm coming in brand new. Let's talk about flat earth. He didn't do that. He was in the server, as he mentioned before our conversation. He was like, I've been in here.
And he spoke to you, and that's it.
Yeah, and that was it. Yeah, absolutely. Because he thought he
was it his choice? That's it. The bye-bye, was it his choice?
Yes, it was. Yes, I gave him the option to be honest, and he didn't want that. He didn't want to be honest. He wanted to continue to.
But remember, he said that fundamentally he disagrees with you, and that's the point. That's why other people wanted to speak to him, because his belief. He writes books about this. He actually believes that what he's saying is right. So he definitely gonna fundamentally disagree with you. That's my point. That other people might come at him and dismantle him like you did, because you did dismantle him. But like other people will do the same thing. Like Quantum Eraser wanted to speak to him. Indio wanted to speak to him. Indio said, "You guys should have."
Now, why is this so important? This is weird. Why is it so important? No, I'm confused, Jimsy.
What do you mean? What's so important? Miggy is right now.
Butthurt.
No. Miggy is speaking about what he spoke yesterday, what he did yesterday. It's very important to him that this happened.
I mean, okay. Yeah, but who cares if other people want to talk to the dude, and who cares if the dude wants to talk to other people? I mean, what does it matter? I don't understand why this is continuing. You keep saying the same thing. We heard it already. Like, other people want to talk to the dude. And what now?
Miggy saying that he just wanted to speak to him. That's why he came in.
No, I didn't say he did. I said he chose the moment to speak to me.
I mean, he could have been listening on the YouTube, and then like, oh, Miggy's there, so now I'm going to go in.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why that's so like improbable.
You know what I think happened? This is what I think happened. He came in deliberately to speak to Miggy because he knew he had like 3-4 choices, either Miggy, QE, Indio. So he picked who he thought would be easier for him, because Miggy is, low key, this and that. That's what I think he did.
Sure.
He picked Miggy.
It's like you have a choice. You're gonna fight Muhammad Ali, or you know what I'm saying. And he chose what he thought would be his best opponent, easiest opponent. But he was wrong.
I'm just a regular guy, and I even say that though, man. I'm just a regular guy. I don't have any education background. I don't ever claim that. So if you think it's easy pickings, and by all means, come in here. But
yeah,
that's what he thought, Miggy. He thought you were easiest of the pickings. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, by no means do I boast any kind of education. We say like, oh, I know this and that. I don't. I'm just a guy that asks questions and picked up a few things along the way, and that's it. I mean,
what you did was good, bro. You just demanded proof. Okay, you're the big PhD man, right?
Yeah.
Okay, show us the proof. You made a claim. Now show us that. That's all we're asking. Show us.
And the cognitive dissonance ban would have been the best option. That was my point.
All right, Jimsy, but he's unbanned, so if you want to get him back, just get him in the DMs. He'll come back in. I have no problem with that. Like, shoot, you want to do that? Go ahead. It wasn't permanent or anything. I kicked him out of the server.
I mean, how many times do we ban and unban people?
Yeah.
What the hell,
dude? You don't get it, right? Like,
dude, sometimes people are just
that was just my point. I was saying like, bro, don't just send him to cook this instead of server banning him, so he can come back and speak to Indio and QE. Then later on, Indio and QE came on, and they wanted to speak to this guy because he writes books about this stuff.
So what? I mean, so many times, dude, we ban people for being dishonest. So
we're talking about this guy.
So who cares? He doesn't get any special treatment. I mean, if he's being dishonest, he's being dishonest. Plus, media's a freaking bot.
No, that's the point. He wasn't being dishonest. He believed in this stuff, and he's a glober. He's a glober. He wants to have this conversation, and he wants to believe.
Well, sometimes you don't understand. Sometimes you gotta give him the rough treatment for they could come a little softer, dude, because they want to have this conversation.
Exactly, cognitive dissonance, so we can bring him back and keep the conversation. But now we can't even speak to him because
he won't come back.
He'll come back.
He won't. No, his cover is blown. He won't come back.
Oh well, bye.
Yeah, I feel like if he's anything like that Professor Phil guy, he'll be around.
Who was it?
Who the guy that I spoke to?
This guy write books about astronomy and science.
Danny Faulkner. It was Danny Faulkner.
Danny Faulkner. Yeah, he wrote a book called Falling Flat.
And he pulled a fast one on QE, and QE wants to actually talk to him now.
He did. He did talk to him before.
Yeah, he pulled a fast one on QE, and QE is upset about that. And I told you, QE might want to talk to him.
He did. He did talk to him. Let's see. Maybe I got a clip of. He sent me something in the DMs. Well, I don't have it with me, but he said that he had a conversation with him before. So
yeah.
Yeah, but he's like it wasn't a hard ban. He can come back if you guys want to have a chat with him, but if he wants to. Anyways, yeah, that guy was he was on another level, kind of sneaking in here, listening to conversations, and then wanting to talk about the 3-point. Like, okay, that's it.
And yesterday we had like a bunch of trolls joining and having a conversation with that guy from other points would be much better. We had like 20 plus trolls yesterday. Like people were just joining, and we were entertaining the trolls. The trolls got cognitive dissonance, and the real guy, the real scientist from the globe model, the expert, he's gone now. That's the guy that we want to hear.
I chopped his head off.
Yeah, but why do we want to hear an expert liar?
Authority, man.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what I was.
Because, like I told you, Indio and QE wanted to speak to him because this guy's been pulling fast ones, and he's the big name, you know.
Well, then
he's the big name, the person that the Globers listen to.
Well, then let Indio or QE invite him back.
That's what they've been asking. Indio said bring him and tag me, and QE as well. QE as well said the same thing.
Okay, well
bring
then,
him
they could bring him back. I mean, Indio is a damn admin.
That's the point.
Bring them back. So why do you keep going about this? I mean, I heard you yesterday like 3 times talking about the same shit.
Wait, Mickey's talking about the same thing. Well, he can do it. I can't.
But you're the only one that act like you're butthurt about it.
No, you're butthurt about it.
No, you are.
No, listen. That was my whole point. The cognitive dissonance ban works because we can bring Globers back and keep the conversation. That was my whole point. But you guys were no server ban or whatever. I was like, no, cognitive dissonance works. We can bring them back, and that's it. End of the story. Just instead of server ban, do cognitive dissonance ban. And we can go to Cogdis, speak to them, and say, hey, you're still here. This person want to speak to you. You want to come back and speak?
And he'll come back.
Yeah, you think that he wrote a book called Falling Flat? You think that he's not going to want to come back?
If he wrote a book, he's definitely going to come back.
Yeah, he loves to hate Flat Earth. Next time he comes back, I'm like, all right, Jimsy, he's all yours. Take it from the top.
I'm going to tag Indio and QE like they say they want to. Once you pass it to me, I'll pass it to them.
No, I think QE said he wants me to get a hold of him straight away.
I know. That's why I
care.
told you.
He's like, I don't care how you get it, just make it an arena. So I guess it'll be an arena.
Yeah, they go back. That's why Kiwi wanted to speak to him.
Yeah, there's not only him, dude. There's a bit of lurkers of that scientific community. There's pseudoscience community, I should say. They listen to our that should tell us though that they are listening to our conversations, guys. They're hearing everything that goes on in here. So
and that's my whole point. That's why I wanted you and others to dismantle them so other people can keep listening. That was my whole point.
I did, and I will continue to do so to any of these guys who consider them. I did if I knew that he was who he was before, yeah, it would have been a bit different. Because I wanted to get into a different conversation with him about biblical matters. But that's beside the point. I mean, you probably come back. Or
so
not.
Maybe that's why I'm so hurt, because I told you, you were like hand waving me like, no, Jamesy, you're being silly, blah, blah, blah. And I said, dude, come on, wake up.
Oh, Jamesy.
Yeah. If someone tries to communicate something to you, just try to listen a little more and that's it.
Okay, so from now on, everyone has to consult Jimsy before they ban anyone.
No, cognitive dissonance instead of server
cognitive dissonance area, not.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. It's not that difficult.
So we're always gonna consult you, Jimsy.
No. You go to the chat and you press exclamation point ban instead of server ban. So when this happens, other people want to speak to the Glober, we can still have them in the server and still speak to them.
Yeah, but when that was my point. I mean, what if Brenda comes back?
Yeah,
Brenda was here. People spoke to her for people spoke to Brenda longer than this guy, and it would have been better to speak to this guy instead of Brenda.
No, but she got cogdissed, and she circumvented that by making a new account and coming into the live stream.
Imagine Brenda gets cogdissed, and this guy gets server banned.
No, Lunatic caught her coming in here. He's like, "Hey, weren't you in cogdiss?" And she was like, "Yeah, exactly. But I made another account so I could come in here." She said that. He's like, no, you're out of here. So he banned her at that point. So, yeah, these guys, they love to hate Flat Earth. They'll come back, dude, if they really want to. If not, there's really no skin on our back. So we, collectively, they've heard all of us in here.
Of course.
It doesn't matter who was in here. If somebody was in here that took them to the woodshed, then so be it. I don't see the problem with that. Just let it be whoever.
Next time, just get off your high horse, Miggy. And let other people talk to the guy, okay? Like I told you. Cognitive dissonance. It's very easy. Instead of the S, skip the S. Just exclamation point, BAN, tag.
For future references.
That was my point, okay? You get my point now?
Yeah, all moderation should be funneled through you. All right, I got you.
Exactly. Man. My point was well taken. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Yeah. We didn't mute it last night, little Russie, and he was snoring like nobody's business. Let's see if he's still there. Little Russie, are you there? No, he's still not there.
Let's just speak to Arian and El Boricua. Come on, guys. We want to speak to ourselves. What's up, guys? Well, how are you, El Boricua? How's Borinquen?
This guy, dude. Jamesy, let it go, man. Jeez.
I mean, you're laughing me up. I just want to make it more fun. Come on, bro.
Well, I know, but jeez, man. Like,
it's fun. Well, there's no newbies here. Everybody's like a flat earther. I'm gonna try to send this guy another friend request.
Yeah, go ahead. And in the meantime, say USA. USA.
Asado.
Uza.
Jeb
Love
H, hey,
Uza.
what's up, man?
Hey, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
I've just been listening.
Yeah, did you hear the conversation I had with that PhD?
Yes.
All right. So it seems like you got VC verified, but are you fairly new to the server?
Yeah, I just got here. I'm brand new.
Oh, okay. So what do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth? I'm not gonna. Well, hopefully, if we do, we might we'd have to funnel it through another guy. So don't worry about it. We'll
So
get a second
my
opinion.
biggest deal is they say that the Earth is spinning around at 1,100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And
but it doesn't, right?
yeah, someone said if you lifted up a helicopter, in a few minutes, you'd be 600 miles away.
Correct.
Crazy. And then other people think like the stars and the moon are in the, what do you call that thing that surrounds the Earth in the Bible? Oh my gosh.
Firmament.
Firmament.
The firmament. Yeah, they say the Earth, the moon and the stars are in the firmament. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah, that's speculation.
I've also heard people say that the sun and the stars and everything revolves around the Earth. And I've also heard the opposite of that. So, I don't really know. I'm just sitting here.
So, Jeb, when did you ever experience curvature?
I've never experienced curvature.
Or rotation? Felt it or seen it?
No. I mean, I've been in a plane, but that's about it.
Yeah, so that's it, right? That's the base axiom. Whenever you walk out your front door, you will only experience a flat and level plane that's stationary. So for somebody else telling you, well, it's actually a spinning water ball flying and hurling through space with infallible speeds, well, they need to show this. So we've been asking for a long time now, where is this measurement of curvature?
Yeah, don't blame me for asking.
Right.
I don't know.
And the beauty of it all is you don't have to rely on somebody else. You can verify this for yourself. I mean, you can go to a beach on a sunny day and you can take out your binoculars and find a ship at the horizon and figure out how far it is away from you and then calculate how much curvature drop there should be there, but there isn't.
Awesome. Sounds like some mathematics.
Not that hard.
That's cool.
There are curvature calculators on the internet. It will assist you. It's not.
I can do it on my iPhone.
Of course, there are tons of websites with curvature calculators. So just fill in your observer height,
your sea level, the whole deal.
Right.
Where you're at. Exactly.
The distance to the object, and then you will know how much curvature there should be.
All right. Well, I'm gonna check out, but thanks for letting me talk for a couple of seconds.
Sure. Come back.
All right,
if you have
take
any
care.
questions, just ask, man. 24/7.
Yeah, you bet. I'm here. I'm just gonna mute.
Since the dawn before time. Since before the dawn, before the time of the time, before the time of the dawn. There was a time after. the epic movie, this Thursday, coming Friday, near you to a theater far away.
I just saw a unicorn and I declare it's real. So that's a Danny Faulkner.
What we have here is one big idea of a globe. One big imagination for mankind. What do you think about the supposed COVID space thing or alien thing or whatever?
What?
Yeah, in the COVID bill, there's a 38 or 138 day or some kind of shit to release all alien information that might be possibly known or whatever by government. Isn't that weird? Why would that be in the COVID bill? It's just weird.
Aliens? You mean like Mexicans?
No. I mean, aliens from another star system that they have a galactic federation with. That's what they keep saying. They keep saying there's humans on all kinds of planets and we're all connected.
Hey, brother, good morning. David Richardson.
Hey.
David Richardson. And the car behind me is also.
Oh. I don't know what happened. I did see something interesting today.
You got your license?
I think he got pulled over. Whoop, whoop. This is the son of the police. Whoop, whoop.
You got your license? Lucio said you had a license.
Now you get in a car wreck.
Go back up to the service station.
Rakia, you're off micing. Maybe somebody can mute him. Don't want
have
any.
a Louisiana license. I'm gonna go
Rakia, you're off micing.
it could be an international license or.
Is there a mod here?
Okay, let me ask him.
Rakia.
If not, I'll put him in my truck.
Yo.
He might want it to be hot mic.
I don't know. Could be some personal information.
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, sometimes they want you to record, but sometimes they don't. It's hard to tell.
Mm.
You know, I mean, if I'm getting pulled, I wouldn't care that you guys recorded. I'm not going to say nothing too crazy, you know what I mean? It would just be for purposes of just, you know, you could hear what's going on in case I get killed or something.
Yeah, I did see something interesting. Apparently, the WHO came out with some information that you now need 2 tests to be, and a clinical observation to be called a positive. And they are telling that the CT values should be lower than they already are.
There's another thing coming out too.
Which one?
Something worse than Corona.
What?
Some kind of new strand. I don't fucking know, man. I mean, I don't know. It's just what I've heard. It's what I've heard. It's not. I mean, it might not even be true. They might not even roll out with it.
But it's the thing is they can go on indefinitely with that, right? So they just relabel it another name. Just relabel the common cold indefinitely. So
I just don't understand why. What would anything to do with aliens have anything to do with Corona?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they'll present the aliens as saviors.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering why else would the whole world want to be giving the world a vaccine? The only other time I saw anything that would make sense like that is like outbreak and like if the alien species came here. You know, because when the Native Americans met the
You don't have
Pilgrims,
any license for Texas or anywhere? No valid ID.
Rakia.
Well,
Somebody mute
get
him.
your tools
Man.
and hop in my truck.
No.
Ricola.
Yeah, he's muted now. Yeah, I don't know, man. Why would they entwine the two? could be
right. It doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they have their solution, right?
Yeah, aliens. Hey, we're going to disclose everything about aliens at the time of everybody staying in their home and putting on masks, and just weird, right?
Yeah, they can roll out. They can finish this thing and then roll out the other thing. So it's just a continuous fear mongering narrative that they give us, right? So, but the whole funny part is it's like a year ago. Listen, it's a year ago that the Corman Drosten paper was submitted. Tomorrow it will be a year after that it was peer reviewed and accepted. So that's the protocol for the PCR testing. And now they are claiming, well, no, you have to have 2 tests and a clinical observation. So by this, I think this is my personal opinion. But by them doing this, they can now claim that the injectable is reducing the amounts of quote unquote infections because they are lowering the sensitivity of the test, right? This is how they're going to roll.
I just do find it weird that at a time when you can have a group of people, like if there is a group of people like that aren't really alien-like, you would think from a different galaxy or anything, just maybe from the ocean or maybe from Antarctica or maybe from fucking the jungle somewhere, just a new group of people that might be spreading something that they know about that we don't. It might not have anything to do with COVID at all, but I just do think that's weird. Like, why would you? To me, that's what you'd have to do to meet an alien race. If you were encountering an alien race that you've never encountered before, not a fucking drop, not a soul, nobody's been to that area ever, then you would probably take a precaution and try to give everybody some kind of crazy medicine or something. Who knows? Maybe the government's just letting everybody that's at a certain age die and calling it COVID. Thought that too. You know, just to keep numbers down. Like, so, okay, you're past 71. No more medical attention for you. Go on. COVID, you're done. Make it a lot cheaper on the world, in their mind. But then you got people giving free health care in other places, so it doesn't make no sense. The government's just weird all the way around, man. Have you heard about the thing that they were going to pass, that if you're like 70 years old and you need medical treatment, they're not going to worry about it? Past a certain age, they're just going to let you die.
Hi. Oh. Okay. What is er? Oh.
Somebody's happy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, those are good sounds. Those are good sounds. Sounds of happy children. haven't heard of globe evidence I haven't been able to debunk yet. One hand behind my back, one eye, one leg.
And one butt cheek and one left testicle.
Chained to the tree in the backyard with one chain. One bowl of dog food. Yeah, what?
I can't refuse.
How you been, Jen?
I'm okay then, Mark. I was listening to you. Listening to everyone there. It was all right. Reliving yesterday's debate with that scumbag.
Which scumbag?
Yesterday, Danny 57.
Oh, I mean, I might have heard little pieces. I just wouldn't. I don't think I was. I think I was.
Yeah, man. It was actually Danny Faulkner.
Yeah, that's right.
Now hold on. I want to ask something about that. Now, when I first got into Flat Earth, there was a guy with that name that was a Flat Earther, with the exact same name, a dark-haired young dude. Now, the guy I saw last night debating was an old white-haired dude, right?
Right.
So how do they have the same fucking name? One's a Flat Earther, one's a Glober. That's weird.
It's weird. That's right. It's weird, and it's weird that he's got a book put out. He's got a book out there called Falling Flat. I'm telling you, the government. I feel he's a government.
There was a dude. I'm serious. There's a young dude. It looked like he's a Mexican dude. His name is Danny Faulkner. He's a Flat Earther. He was a flat long time ago, and he got kicked out of his buddy's house or whatever. They were roommates, and it was some big thing. You know, he went live. You know, because he's getting kicked out because he's a Flat Earther or so. You know, I mean, he was trying to say that, but you know how they use it to try to gain something from people. Like, hey, sympathy. Let me get somewhere to live. Let me get some money, some food. So, but it's just funny. The name matches to Danny Faulkner today. That's an old ass guy.
Yeah,
I just find that weird. Yeah, that's very strange.
Here in Japan.
Right over, got kicked out.
Jen, what's up, baby?
And he said, here in Japan, we fold our clothes with integrity and honor.
That's right. That's Jin, isn't it?
That's right.
With the highest degree of honor and integrity.
Honor and integrity. Do you know who you're talking to, man?
Yeah, I can't. I can just about hear that guy speaking. Everyone's volume is pretty low today. Something's wrong, man. Your mics are very low.
It's Kenny.
Jen. Kenny.
Ah! Kenny, dude, my friend. All right. Happy New Year to you and your family, my friend. All the best for 2021.
All the best,
Of course,
brother.
I know you buckled up your seatbelt already because you know it's going to be a rough ride. There's only one flat up dude, boys and girls, and that's the man talking right now. The original OJ.
Hold on to your nick.
How you doing, Kenny?
Doing great, man. I figured out Discord, apparently.
Yeah, but your volume is...
I need to figure it out.
Hang on.
still
Let me
trying
check
to
my
figure
mic.
I know Discord, but I got it figured out where I could put it on YouTube and stream it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, his audio is really low.
It is?
Oh, I can hear him good.
Yeah, I can hear
okay.
good.
Oh, wow,
Yeah, okay.
man.
Let me disconnect and reconnect. It must be me then. 1 second,
Right.
Kenny, man.
It's all right. Anyway, not to interrupt, but I saw Jen. I heard Jen and what's up? All right, carry on. I got coffee. I'm good. I got coffee.
Yeah, I was thinking about you, Kenny. I was going to call you, give you a direct message, wishing
Cool,
you all
man.
the best.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about you too, man, but I can't find you in my Hangouts. I don't know. You're gone. I don't know where you went.
Yeah, no, I can get you. I think I can get you. You can't get me.
I got you,
That's
man.
great.
Shit, remember Jen was the one that used to hook up, get all the people like Jen and be like, oh, I'll get him. And you hook them up, send them the thing for us.
Right.
Yeah.
Dude,
Secretary.
Yeah, the helper. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Right. I'll do that here as well. I'm doing the same thing here with the videos and all the old school videos and memes and that. Yeah, I do that. Yeah. So I was just listening. So it's great to hear your voice, Kenny Dude. My friend Kenny.
It's good to see you.
I was thinking of you drinking the IPA, living the dream in the nightmare. Come on, man.
Living the dream in the nightmare, man.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. That's Kenny Dude, man. Everyone's losing their masking up the place. Kenny's just on the green, golfing away.
That's right.
Like, yeah. Well, yeah. And then I said, man, Kenny is living the dream in the nightmare. That's what.
Have you guys heard about anything about Poncho?
He did
Poncho Pete. What's happened to him?
He did a live stream like, let's say like 3 weeks ago.
I saw a fucking thing and it said I'm back something, and I seen like a 2 or 3 minute intro, and he was like walking through a field or something, and it stopped.
Yeah, that was a while ago. I was like,
that was weird. It said I'm back.
Does that
something.
mean he's back as his usual self, or is he still this nutter on the tranny thing?
He's still tranned out, man.
What a shame.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. I've invited him to like 500 hangouts, and I always add him if I start a hangout or something.
Yeah.
But he never comes by. It's too bad. He was great.
Yeah, well, now my New Year's complete. Now that I've heard your voice, now that's it. That's it. Wicked.
So are they locking down Japan or what, man? What's going on?
Oh, the government's talking about fining anyone opened after 8 o'clock. Restaurants will get a $5,000 fine. Customers therein will be getting $90 fines. And they're thinking of making masks mandatory, but that's not going to go down well because the Prime Minister said they don't have the law to do that at the moment.
Right.
That's it. But saying that, a place called Shizuoka, where Mount Fuji is, three people have got the UK variant strain. Now, how could that happen and not happen in Tokyo first? Tokyo to Fuji, 62 miles, right? And between that distance, there's millions of people.
Millions.
But these 3 people in the mountains, they got it. Yeah, right.
That's
fucking joke. And they never left Japan. And they never left Japan. They never went anywhere.
See what I'm saying? They're trying to get to people that ain't even got to by anybody and saying they got it when no one's even got it in that area to get to them. Like no one's even spread it to that area.
Madness.
And what do you think about the alien thing, though? I mean, do you think it really correlates anyway? I mean,
well, I mean, it could do. I don't know. At this point, anything can happen.
Well, core, right? Crown, king, core, one.
Yeah.
COVID.
Let me tell you something. This week.
COVID is a secret.
This week.
Or like an agreement, right? You have a covenant.
Right.
Or a covenant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, this past 2 weeks has been nothing but, with my students, nothing but don't be scared of the coronavirus. First lessons for the first 2 weeks, that's all it's been, right? And giving them the numbers and the statistics compared to Japan, compared to the rest of the world. Deaths all year, all of last year, different illnesses, all the numbers. And I've actually informed their parents this time. I've informed their parents that that's what we spoke about for the first 2 weeks, so that they know that I am informing them of the truth and not to be worried. Things they never thought about. Like, how is it okay for a baby not to wear a mask? And all the kids up to the age of 6, but adults and elementary school kids onwards have to wear the mask. But anyone under that is safe. How can that be? Their immune systems are not as strong. They're not developed yet. So how's that safe? How is opening your windows and your doors, freshening the air, okay? You're inviting in the unwanted guest, aren't you?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, they're starting to think. You know what I mean? As it, no one has ever seen this bacteria under the microscope. Hasn't been seen, hasn't been isolated. No one. Not your prime minister, not your doctor, or all the clinics.
It's the alien.
They changed the definition of isolation, and therefore they can whatever they want, man. Yeah.
Well, now the aliens can walk around and you can't tell who they are because they get to wear masks now. See, before you could kind of tell a little bit because they were a little bit different. They look like humans.
We're having
They're
a hangout.
bisexual ladies or dudes that like to dress like ladies, and they're aliens, and they walk around and they look a little bit like us, but they got to cover their face because their nose and ears are fucked up.
There you go. We're having a hangout.
I'm serious, man. Check it out.
This is great, man.
Hey, man, I put it together. They're like robotic people, like Leonardo da Vinci. They have no wiener. They're called Nordics, and they look like humans a little bit, but they're different in the area of their private regions, and they're different in the area of their nose and their ears.
As I say, man, I got to smoke on that one.
Love to fucking be bisexual, and they love to dress funny and fucking be weird, and they love movies and acting and porn and all that shit. They're basically Jewish Nazi CIA actors.
And the only reason Dimok knows about this is because he checked for himself.
Yes, he cut one open.
I don't know what I'm checking on, but
Sliced it up.
Yeah, the no wiener part.
Oh, well, fuck, that's Drew everywhere. They draw that. You don't got to check. It's in your school books, buddy. Leonardo da Vinci drew his dick right in your school book.
Oh, yeah, Leonardo.
The Vitruvian Man, have you ever seen it? That's not Demok checking nothing out, buddy. Everybody in America sees
Just
that.
messing with you, bro. Hey, thank you for reporting from Japan.
Listen, all the
great
stuff that you
news.
got drew by all the gay guys in the books were all gay guys drawing guys all day. How long do you think it takes to draw guys' nutsack and cheeks and arms and legs and skin and feet and toes? And I mean, that's pretty gay, isn't it? That's not something I'm making up, man. I'm just telling you, if a guy sat there and drew another guy, I mean, that's pretty fucking gay.
That's pretty gay, man. Definitely. I mean, I don't want to do that. Who wants to do that? Thanks.
That's all we got in our history. So where'd these big ass gay dudes with no wieners come from?
Yeah, my brother.
With hairy fucking no lips, weird ass big noses,
all that stuff.
big fucking 15-foot ears.
To school,
Maybe they come from Antarctica.
There you go. In central London, when we lived in central London, right?
Exactly.
Gay-looking men, naked men. My brother was scared going to
Come
school.
on, guys. Don't be talking about gay-looking naked men.
Hey, man, it's not us. It's your fucking schools. The schools do that. It's not us talking
I
about
never
it.
heard
It's in
that
the
in
history
school.
book.
Bro.
You never heard of Leonardo da Vinci? You never heard
I'm
of
listening.
David?
I'm hearing this from you
Michelangelo?
guys talking about
Michelangelo, David, Leonardo da Vinci. These are all gay dudes in the Renaissance times
Who's
who painted gay dudes. All naked dudes. The Sistine Chapel. On the top of the Sistine Chapel at the Vatican. Gay dudes. All naked fucking bodies. Naked dudes. Dudes in cloths.
Yeah, gay dudes. I just wanted to open the mic
pretty fucking
because
weird, right?
there's new people.
Oh, go ahead, but I'm just saying, don't be afraid of what your fucking government's done to you.
No,
and what your government puts in all your books and all your artwork. You haven't heard. Well, now you have.
No, the association is there though.
Not about the,
Now you have.
the
Now
naked,
you have heard of it.
gay.
Well, look into it. Yeah.
Look into it, man.
Yeah, it's called wiener nuts. when your wiener is smaller than your nuts.
Look. When you're walking
Hey,
around,
they're the aliens, dude.
Oh, I'll get it out in a minute.
The aliens.
When you're walking around central London, there are so many statues of naked men all around the museums.
Exactly.
the buildings, and that, it does make
All right,
you
guys,
wonder.
go ahead.
Where the fuck are the ladies at, pal?
Yeah.
Where are all the fucking ladies at?
We got Meta. Okay, stop talking about guys. Meta, welcome to the server, Meta.
Okay. Welcome. Sorry.
Your mic is open.
Welcome to the service, Meta. Leonardo da Vinci was a gay group.
So, how are you, Smeda? How are you? Can you
All right,
hear us?
Meta. Just checking if you want to open your mic.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Where are the ladies at? Look, ladies are coming. Hello, and how are you?
Can you actually hear me?
Yes, I can
We
hear
can
you.
actually hear you.
Loud and clear.
Over now.
Oh, wow. I've just been listening and I didn't actually realize you're talking to me.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
There you. We can hear you
how
now.
are you?
Yeah, we're bringing Nick back to
I'm
Flat
great.
Earth.
Good.
I'm great.
Where
Really
are you?
enjoying you guys.
Where are you talking from? Where are you talking from?
I'm I'm in South Africa, in Bloemfontein, South Africa.
Okay, Bloemfontein, South Africa. Well, welcome. First South
Thank
African.
you.
Hey. Yeah.
Thanks. It's actually the first time I've tuned into the voice chat. I've just been watching the videos mostly, but I've watched a few of the debates on YouTube with QE, and then I saw the channel, and I thought, well, I've just finished work, so I tuned in, and I'm actually in the car, so I'm listening to all of you guys speaking about the ladies.
Yeah, we wondered where the ladies at. We were saying that,
Right, right.
Well, here's one.
Hey, but I'm just,
Fantastic to hear your voice. So, are you a heliocentrist? So you believe in the globe?
Not at all.
Wow, what an answer. That's my
Not at all. All right.
Not at all. That's
no, I have half a brain, so I can think a little bit.
Hey, well.
All right.
Yes.
Cheers.
No, I found that out about 4 years ago.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, well, how did you find out? How?
It was actually through a Bible thing. I was listening to Rob Skiba's Nephilim project, and one thing just led to another, and then I saw Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues.
Oh, well done.
And then I was like, oh my word. And yeah, I'm all alone here. Everyone's lying to us all the time. And people think I'm crazy. But then I found, so I've just been sort of looking into it myself. I'm not heavy on the technical stuff like you guys are, like QE. I don't know all of the equations and everything. But
and we don't think you're crazy.
You're not crazy
I'm
at all.
glad.
You don't have to know an equation. You know why? An equation isn't reality. Reality is doing just fine for itself, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. And then also, like the whole gravity thing, it just makes so much more sense if you just think about it as density. I mean, it's not even difficult. It's supposed to be, I don't know how they can, but anyway, I have a cousin that's like a full-on atheist, low person, and he hates me. So I'm in Rob Skiba's virtual house church, and then like 3-4 weeks ago, he posted a link to a server of his on Discord, and I joined it there, and then one of the people in that server actually sent me the link to this one, and then I've been reading some of these things and stuff, but this is the first time I'm actually in the voice chat.
Well, be careful and use discernment because you'll have all types. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw that. But I'm not scared or anything. And I think it's good to hear different viewpoints. I know what I believe, and I know what I've found to be true. So it's actually difficult for people to challenge that.
Right. Have you introduced it to your family, friends, and work colleagues?
Some here and there, but mostly they're not that keen. But I have tried. So like my sister now introduces me to people as, oh, this is my sister. I'm sorry, she thinks the Earth is flat.
That sucks.
I'm sorry. What a wow. Well, anyway, it's good because it gives you a chance to debate that truth and give it to them anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, and then some people will just look at you weird. Other people will actually ask you something, and then sometimes I get mad, and I'm like, why don't you just ask me why I think so? I mean, don't you think I was brought up just like you?
Exactly.
Being told the same things. If you do ask people questions, sometimes it's just like they just get this glazed look, or they get outright angry from the start, and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, they're clueless. They're completely lost anyway.
Half of them are jealous that they didn't think of it first and will never admit that. So they stay flat or they stay globers. Half of them are just mad because they didn't think of it also. And then some of them go along with you. So that's like 30-30-30. Yeah, not half.
But I can understand why people get angry because, I mean, especially if you're older, it basically means your whole life was a lie. Or not your whole life, but a big part of your life was a lie, especially if you are a scientist. So I can understand why people get upset, but it's still not.
Well, they shouldn't, because the word new discovery. Isn't that always the thing to be held for science, like a new discovery?
Yeah, of course. But most people don't want to hear that. I mean, they want to hear
That's the weird part,
new
right?
discovery that validates my theory.
Right. How do you get a new discovery, keep repeating the old thing over and over again, and try to influence or substantiate something that you haven't never substantiated in the first place? They're like, this thing substantiates this thing, and well, what is that thing? Well, this thing. Well, what is that? Well, it's this thing, and this thing substantiates that thing. Oh, okay, that leads us nowhere. That was a bunch of circle jerk talk.
The last debates, I've only listened to 2 debates now with QE, and the last one was NASA Page Schill. That was a guy that he was talking to. And the one thing he said is like, yeah, but if you're going to use a narrow definition, then my evidence won't satisfy your argument. And then I'm like, but that's exactly what you guys do. You just change the definition, and then everyone's supposed to believe you. So,
right.
Yeah.
They're no show, can't show, have nothing, non-evidential, non-substantiated. No, nothing physical, no water, no tangibility, no actual measurement with a tape measure. No, I mean, not to be funny, but they just don't have it.
Yeah, no, I know, I've noticed. So where are you guys all? I know you're from all over, but I'm thinking
I'm America.
I'm the only one in South Africa.
I'm from America, in the middle of Illinois.
I'm in Southern California near Disneyland.
Southern California.
Disneyland.
Yeah,
I'm
California.
CBR1, born in the London, UK, but I'm living in Japan now, talking to you from Japan, the Far East.
Okay, yeah, I heard you guys are talking about lockdowns there as well.
Yeah, we haven't got a lockdown. No lockdown in Japan. Japan does not have a lockdown. We are free.
I'm from the
So
Netherlands.
you guys are lucky.
Yeah.
No, we're under lockdown.
Yeah, I was going to ask
Everyone.
you that. Yeah. And what about the wearing of masks? Is that compulsory?
It's mandatory. It's mandatory. It's criminal offense not to wear one. They have arrested more than 7,000 people since the end of December for not wearing masks.
What a ridiculous fucking situation that is. Excuse my French, but yeah.
We also have an alcohol ban, so we're not allowed to buy, sell, distribute, transport any alcohol.
What?
Alcohol ban.
Alcohol ban? Wouldn't that be one of the things that would cure you if you were sick a little bit? Like, doesn't alcohol help with certain shit like that?
Kills germs.
You should hear the logic over here. So you are allowed to ride in a full taxi with other people, and you are allowed to go, say, to the coast, but you're not allowed to go to the beach. All beaches, parks, swimming pools, public spaces closed.
Oh yeah, they've done that here too. Same shit. We're just getting out of it.
What a joke.
Yeah.
What
no,
a
it's
joke.
and it's
Can't
up
even go
for
to
so
the
it
beach.
was. It's and they closed it like the 17th or the 20 something of December, and we have a curfew, so you're not allowed out of your house after 9 p.m.
Well, you're worse than Germany at its height.
Yeah.
Nazis at its height.
Yeah, but it's like the guys the government, they're not very smart and they're extremely corrupt. So I guess it's easy for the cabal to get to them because, I mean, we have one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
That's right. I mean, I am right in saying that the majority of the governments are, my brothers and sisters, black. Are they not?
Our government is, 99.5%, I would say.
Right.
Black. Yeah.
Can you see that? Can you now see how, after apartheid and whatever has happened in South Africa, now look at the government with its own black people and look at how they're acting. Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
but the people on the ground, I mean, it's not they use race as an excuse, but it's not a race thing. It's a culture thing, because there are black people who work hard and who's not corrupt, and they're just
Does
like other
anybody
people. But
remember the Afrikaner magazine from way back?
well, I couldn't hear. Say again.
The Afrikaner.
Afrikaner
Yeah,
magazine.
I'm one.
Yeah, Afrikaner magazine.
It's depictions
Yeah.
of. Sorry, that's my fire alarm being tested. I'll get back in a second. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Well, their cartoons and stuff and drawings were always depicting the white people as cowboys with 6-shooters and stuff, and the black people always as subservient, almost monkey style, caricatures. Extremely racist.
Yes, Boana. Yes, Boana. Yes, Boana was the main words coming out of their mouths. Yes, Boana, meaning yes, boss.
Oh, yeah, boss.
Okay, Boana.
Yes. Yeah, boss. But I'm Afrikaans, so I understand. Yeah, boss is yes, boss. But yes, they used to call the thing is that a lot of the Afrikaners they're farmers, and they're we're good at farming, né? So the black people, a lot of them used to work on the farms, and that's where this whole yes boss thing came from. Like, the farmer was the boss of the farm, and then the workers would say yes boss, no boss. That's how it was. So they worked. I mean, there was still jobs back then, so it was a bad system. Apartheid was, they were separate. They were separated from the whites. So they didn't live with white people. They didn't go to school together. They had their own schools. They had their own hospitals. Whereas now everything is mixed.
Just like South Carolina today.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's really not a color thing. It's a culture thing, because the cultures differ so much, and even between the black tribes, because there's different.
I'll tell you,
different.
Politics, it don't matter where you are, and it's not just cultural; it is economic too. I could get in trouble for selling cords of wood to black people in South Carolina, and not overcharging them, doing whatever. When I do services for them, electrical, plumbing, whatever, overcharge them, do shitty work. That's what you're supposed to do. I don't work that way.
Yeah. No, with us now, I mean, it's been 25 years since apartheid stopped, 20 something years. But now we have what they call BEE, it's broad-based black economic empowerment. So basically, the law says that employers must and companies must employ black people before whites, and so the black people are 70% of the population. So if you have a company and you are hiring employees, then 70% of those must be black, regardless of qualification. So that's why the country is what it is now. And that's the same with selection for university courses.
There are places and problems with equal opportunity in that sense, and giving preference to people with lesser education for posts they need more. One example is like fire departments. You need one of these fire inspectors and stuff, and today, like in the U.S., it'll go to a minority with less qualifications and even unskilled. The job will go to them before it'll go to someone else who actually qualified for the post.
Yeah. And the other evil we have in South Africa is we have, they create this current government, the ANC, instated like a social welfare system. So you get paid a social grant per child that you have. So there's been this massive population boom among the black people, and because they're all poor, but now you offer them 300, 400 rand, which is about, I don't know, in dollars it would be probably around $200 a month. So you offer them small amount of money per child, but now you end up having girls of 11, 12, 13 having 4, 5, and 6 children just to get a grant so they don't have to work. So we have an old age grant, we have a child grant, there's a disability grant. So if you have a baby, you don't get the normal child grant, you get the disability grant, which is a little bit more. So a few years ago, they actually picked up like a pattern. It was in the one province in the Eastern Cape. So they saw that there was a rise in fetal alcohol syndrome babies. And then the social workers actually came out and said, but it's the people realize now that because you get more money for a disabled child, if you are pregnant and you drink and the child is born with fetal alcohol, that qualifies as a disability. So then you get a bigger welfare grant. So, we have problems here. But, I mean, I still have a lot to be thankful for. I have a job and I work hard. I don't have a husband or children, so I don't have things that takes my money, so I can save a little bit. I try to just see the good, because if you just look at the negative and being murdered every day and robberies and everything, you're gonna go crazy. Just think about everything that's going on. Are you still there?
Yes, we're here.
Yeah, we're here. Sorry, yeah. We're still here. Just listening. So, yeah, you need to get to ladies' nights. That would be a good one for you. There's a ladies' night on a Friday night where only the ladies have the mic and the men are just listening in. We're not allowed to speak. And then you're debating with the globe, the healer centrists who come in, men and women, will come in to debate you. But the members on the Discord, men are not allowed to speak. So it gives the women a chance to debate people without men interrupting. Ladies' night, Friday nights. Okay, so you've got to work out the time difference.
Yeah, for me it'll be Saturday morning then, because I'm 8 hours ahead, 7 or 8 hours depending on the location.
Okay, I'm not sure what time it actually kicks off. Is it 5 o'clock, ladies' nights? What time is ladies' nights on a Friday?
Yeah, around that time, 5 o'clock Eastern time in the US.
So that's 5 o'clock Eastern time, which would be New York time, 5 o'clock PM, which would mean it'll be about what?
Midnight.
Yeah. So Saturday morning, basically. Early morning.
Well, I'll definitely keep it in mind. Thank you. I've seen the channel. I've just never actually seen people in there. So
you got to get in there. You got to get in there. You'll be welcomed with open arms.
I definitely will. Will. Listen, I have to go now. But I will tune in again later. Thank you very much. It's nice meeting all of you.
Nice talking to you from Meta. Thank you for
good talking to you.
South Africa. Thank you very much.
I gave you VC verified, so you'll be able to come back and open your mic and stuff and join other channels. So welcome.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and do come back for Friday. Yeah, come back.
I will. Have a good day, everyone.
Have a great day.
You as well.
Thanks. Awesome.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, South
What do you think about that, Jane? We changed from invisible gay winners into a great lady.
That was a great transition, especially as we're saying, where were all the ladies at? Perfect time.
Dimok, how you like that, Dimok? I fixed the conversation for you. No, the lady did actually. She fixed it. Because Dimok was going down the rabbit hole.
You were doing it good, man. You did it justice.
Ooh, I'm so glad she was that good.
You couldn't have asked for a better situation, that one.
Yeah. There was someone else, but I guess he didn't like the lady because he left. There was another newbie. But that was a great addition to the server. I gave her VC Verify. She should be able to come back later on and have more conversations.
And the silence swept over the room.
Silence.
Yeah, Demo, you inspire me to unmute the lady. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Just messing with you, bro.
That's all good.
Dude, no alcohol in South Africa?
What?
Kenny would go nuts. Yeah.
Like,
isn't that weird? What does that have to do with Corona? What is that? What?
Dude,
they're gonna turn people crazy if they take the alcohol.
Well,
I know. That's just think about this. What is going on? What is what tax? What is it? What?
Can't have a beer? What the fuck? What?
Wait, did you say people go crazy without alcohol?
Yeah.
People tend to go crazy with alcohol.
Yeah, both ways. But you know, people might turn violent and start making their own alcohol, or maybe going against the authority or
moonshiners.
Yeah, they want the alcohol.
I have no option but to start distilling my own alcohol and getting it to 96% purity.
Ooh.
I make tinctures.
Do you got a still, Jimbo?
I'm gonna have to get one because I can't get 96% no more.
No, you can't get it.
I can only get it from Quebec anyway. They don't sell it in Ontario.
You see, Aryan people are going crazy with all the alcohol and making their own shit.
I can't do my business without alcohol.
Well, that's because they're going through withdrawals. I mean,
exactly. So why are you going contrary on me, bro? Come on.
I assume it, but I'm gonna have to produce it. So I have no choice.
They sell the stainless steel ones, man, pretty cheap. They're Chinese, like a stovetop distiller. I mean, it'll work. It'll get you to 96%.
Yeah, I know. I get blocked on a lot of machines and other stuff like resin extractors and other stuff that I broker. So I can't get a lot of stuff from China because it comes through customs and stuff. So I usually have to get from what's already imported into the U.S., either from China or manufactured there, or from here in Canada, or get it brought in from someone else who brokers. So you can't bring in everything you want or request, Something.
Whatever happened to the oil shortage of 5-10 years ago? We were supposed to be running out in 2 years.
That's right.
Whatever happened to that, man? Like I swear, like 10 we were supposed to have no oil left. Like America's down to 52 barrels.
Wait, I thought that started in the 80s.
In fact, there's 2 of the empty wells of over 40 billion gallons of oil that were considered empty.
Started in
right. I mean, we're supposed to be out of gas like right now. Right now at the pump, we're supposed to be like 3, 2, 1, no gas.
No gas. Air. Put an air in your tank.
That would work.
The price of oil dropped to 0 last year because there was so much of it, and obviously everyone's on lockdown. So there's no industry and no cars.
We produce so much oil here and oil products that we can't give it away. And yet we have to have super tankers come in from the Middle East. I don't understand what's going on with that. Because, down in Louisiana, up here in our coal tars everywhere, we produce tons of gas and oil and lubricants and enough to supply all of North America.
You know what it is. It's that petrodollar.
Oil tankers coming in from, Middle East and make pipelines to pump the shit that break and whatever. I don't get it. We could meet our own
petrodollar, Jim.
But we have to bring in, 50 million barrels at a time on these potential shipwrecks there. Something's wrong. It's just like in Beirut where they left these thousands of pounds and hundreds of pallets of nitrate stored in a warehouse instead of, giving them to farmers to use as fertilizer or whatever. They left them there. to blow up the city later. Those were remnants from a ship that passed through during the wartime there in Beirut. Got sort of stranded for whatever reason. And it was like just a bomb left there. And it was there, like people knew it was there for decades. Still blew up the city. They did the same in Halifax. Halifax, way back when, a ship full of ammonium nitrate, same stuff, pulls into the harbor and blows up. Huh, what a coincidence. But, you know, to leave a high explosive like that and tons of it in a warehouse in a populated city, you know, right beside where it's being stored, waiting to blow up. And you've had how many governments and municipal administrations and people to take care of that, and public security officers and agents and commissions? Really?
But if you slow that explosion down, you see something comes from the sky and hits that building.
They have, it's I think it's tungsten.
A rod from God, yeah, tungsten pole.
The rod of God or something.
Yeah, supposedly.
Well, if you take a lighter apart and take the flint and you heat it till it's red hot and you smash it, it explodes. So, you know, it's almost the same stuff that, you know, not carbamide, but whatever, you know, that rod. It's the same idea. On impact and enough force and heat generated, it doesn't just like melt into a thing. They detonate. Things detonate. It's a property of some matter. They don't just, you know, heat up and melt and turn into a blob. They explode. Especially things with organics involved and peroxides and, well, self-sustaining oxidation. Or being in a state when you impact that's ready for oxidation. But yeah, no, I don't think it blew up on that day accidentally or because it just soured and that much heat was generated in one little pile that it, you know, set off the rest. No. And like I say, even if those things shouldn't have been there after 20 plus years. You tell me there aren't farmers around that can use bags of nitrate? They should have all been used in farmers' fields by then. Someone should have made some money off that. Obviously, the money is not important. But every bag could have been sold, used, and not blow up later. It's like the ship in the harbor. Why would you send a ship full of high explosive into a harbor? With homes and surrounded by, you know, a fishing village, all that shit. Why would you? Anyway, we have special ports and areas and ports for dangerous goods, usually. We had a few, like I think it was in Vancouver, there was a methane gas ship. It looked like this huge bubble on a boat there, and it's just this boat with this huge amount of methane gas. That, well, it was supposed to be a new way to, I don't know what, transport, ship, and sell gas. It looked stupid and dangerous, and it went bye-byes, you know. There's a lot of things come, and some are dangerous in the sense they're explosive. They got to be handled, but they try to keep them away from as many people as possible. Just makes sense. But in this world, things aren't controlled that way. Like I say, Beirut didn't have to blow up. They had 20 plus years to deal with that. And if you want to get it going, all you need is a little bit of like battery acid and some diesel fuel. Pour it on a spot and get the hell out of there. Because in 5 or 10 minutes, it'll generate enough heat to detonate. And that's all it takes. A little bit of acid and a little bit of like oil. Mixed with nitrate like that, it'll generate heat and self-detonate. And even if it's just one bag in 100, That one bag will set off all the others at once.
Man, I'm so furious right now. They're going to implement a curfew from 9 in the evening till 4:30 in the morning. We're back at World War II. It's ridiculous.
We're invaded by our own government, huh?
Yeah. Have you heard what Rutte said about, because the government fell for the audience?
Yeah, like they basically have even more power now, but who cares?
Yeah. Yeah. So our government fell last week. We have no official government, only a demissionaire government. So, and he just said during a debate, well, and I'm paraphrasing, so don't quote me. He said something like, well, we're already demissionaire, so what are you going to do? You're going to send us away again, right? So basically we have more power than we had last week. And he said it laughing, right? He said it laughing, making a joke out of it. It's ridiculous, man. And it's true, right? History repeats. Every 50 years, you have, every 50, 60, 70 years, you have a catastrophic event like a war. And this is it for us. In the Second World War, we had invasions and we had curfews and registrations of where you are going and what you're doing. And this is it for us.
Your papers, please.
Yes, this is it for us. Right? This is our generation. This is the event.
We're in the Chinese states of America now.
Well, this is no joke. During the Second World War, German submarines would come up the St. Lawrence River, stop around Metan and a few other towns, send little rafts to the shore, eat in restaurants there, and get takeout and bring it back to the subs. No joke.
How does everyone in America feel being under control of foreign power? How's that working for you now?
No different than it's been for I don't know how many decades now.
Yeah.
America's been fleeced and suckered forever.
True.
This is nothing new. What's new about this?
This will never happen in America. Come on, guys.
I mean, we don't even have a government, and they're still dictating when I can leave my home. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I remember people saying that no, Americans have freedom that will never be taken away because we have guns. So where's the Patriots? They're gonna be labeled terrorists. Anybody that goes against the system. Because reasons.
Okay. Dinner's ready, boys. Talk to you later.
Late.
Oh, yeah. What's for dinner then? Goulash?
Norwegian goat.
Norwegian goat. Bah, bah. Okay. Bon appetit.
Let me get you some Glober's gin.
Yes, that would be fantastic.
I'm gonna get you that Danny from yesterday you wanted to speak to.
Yeah. I was going to ask him why he doesn't want to measure the ground under his feet. Yeah.
See if there's any Globers in the house. I mean, we had a bunch of people joining yesterday, but mostly, most of them were trolls.
Yeah, but it was still fun that even though they came.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and help you guys, but I couldn't.
Then were you gonna rile up the trolls? Because you get them going.
I was going to tell him where he messed up. When he was talking about sitting an object on the table, that's my thing.
Let's welcome the new.
Right, I'm going to go start off my laundry now. So catch you guys up later on. It's coming up for 2 o'clock in the morning. It's 1:35 a.m. Friday morning here in Japan.
Have a good day, Jin.
Yeah, cheers, guys. We'll be back. Flat Earth Dude, salute. Soon. We'll catch up.
Yeah, but I was going to tell him about when you, because they think everything's being pulled or pushed or propelled or repelled or a resistance or like a pressure. So I was going to ask him if, gravity's any kind of force. Can gravity force anything anywhere? Yeah, because that's the question. Is anything forcing you down? No. No is the answer. It has to do with the medium you're in and resistance. You can put density in there too if you want. Medium potential resistance. Bull or mineral? I don't want to be a private captain general. They're only as smart as a vegetable or mineral. Today we're going to teach you the physics. I think I should read some globe facts out. Merry Christmas, is that what you said?
Said, have mercy. Been waiting for the bus all day.
Come on, bus driver, get your ass pulling up.
I don't go on the bus because I'm waiting for my official face diaper Plus, I'd rather walk than be on the bus with a bunch of numpties.
Because of gravity, humans get the urge to pee when their bladder is about 1/3 full.
There should be a little star flying around saying, "The more you know." Dun, dun, dun.
The more you know. No, I was just looking at this thing, 25 shattering things about gravity. I was just going to... How crazy would that be to read off the things of gravity and then how many of them don't make sense and don't actually work that way? The more you know. Yeah, that'd be funny. Have the 25 facts of something and then the rebuts to each one of them.
Yeah, so Bob the Science Guy says, so basically that's all I have to say about it. It's, my gravity is the fact that my phone flips.
Wow.
Do what?
That's
So
pretty deep, isn't
scientific.
it?
That his phone flips.
Yeah.
That
A
must be the
mousetrap
new,
mechanism is gravity, okay.
must be the new science.
Yeah, this is soundly. Gravity attracts gravity. That's what happens. That's the behavior of our reality.
Gravity's bisexual.
Yeah, people say dumb shit. That's all they do. I like the one by Dr. John Wallace the best, dude. Like that, I'm with QE on that one. Like, it's hard to beat that one. Babies also cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of the earth. That's why we throw up and can't talk about 14 months. Dr. John Wallace.
Yeah. So everybody just wants to rush to the doctor now, I guess, huh? Let's go talk to the doctor. They're so smart. And they're nice. Right, Jonesy? They're very nice.
Yeah, that's Dr. John Wallace. He's saying that babies cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of the earth. And that's why they throw up. And they can't talk for that long. Because they're adjusting to the spin of the earth.
So they get used to it until they make a left turn.
So why wouldn't they have been adjusted when they were liquid already produced in the state from mom to dad to the egg and then adjusted for that 9 months beforehand?
Because they needed scientists and doctors to tell them.
I had no idea that the womb is a zero G chamber.
That's what I was getting ready to fucking say. Like, so what? Yeah. I told you, liquid gravity can't do nothing with liquid.
I wonder if we even got into that. That could be some something there we could look at. Pretty sure there is.
Yeah, the vestibular system. That's what we need to look at. They want to just like spout out this horse shit. Well, why don't they come and show the proof? The vestibular system, show how that's being affected. Numpties.
The lot of them, huh, Sonny?
Yeah, man, get rid of gravity. I could get rid of it today. Line up all the scientists and drop them in the ocean.
So why would you need to adjust?
And that would work for evolution too, right? If it turn into fish.
If you're born to this spin, why would you need to adjust for anything?
Gravity and evolution. Sorry, D-Mock. I just overtalked you.
No, you're good. I was just thinking out loud. I just don't get how if you come from a liquid that comes from something that's already been on this planet for so many years, and then it's like how I don't understand how you need to adjust.
I don't know what. I think we should ask a professional astronomer. This guy right here. Let's see what he has to say about it.
I think people that first encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
Ooh, bold claim.
What a numpty dipshit.
Bold claim.
You're an idiot, Dr. Danny Faulkner. You're a complete blithering idiot.
Yeah.
You didn't ask the right questions. Years and years and years and years and years. The right question wasn't where's the curvature. It wasn't what's the radius. Where's the substantiated way to to back that? Where's the tilt of any angle of degree of anything on a globe? How come those questions weren't asked? Oh, wait, they were.
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of that, Meggie, on your live stream last night. I was listening to that discussion.
Yeah, that thing that he said that he couldn't answer, or he could answer anything. Like, yeah, that didn't work. Didn't work too well.
Couldn't even answer the first one, the first point. Had to go all up in the sky and shit.
Yeah. Who did we run into before? You had the same problem before, Sonny. There was a person that you did that to that you didn't get past. Oh, it was RC Meisty.
RC Meisty, yeah.
He gave you 16 terabytes of information, Sonny. Why didn't you look through all this? 16 terabytes.
But no measurement of the curvature.
It's all there, man. Black and white. You can just read it.
I still don't know how any of that equates to a freaking measurement of drop over distance. Why?
Satellites, bro.
It's really freaking simple, man. Drop over distance.
I just gotta say satellites and I win. Yeah, because this game is called I Win.
Yes, yeah. I think that's the deal now. As soon as they go up into the sky, thanks for your concession. You left the surface. You're done with. You just conceded.
I know you're looking at the sky, bro, but can we look at the ground for a second? Because that's where it's at.
Yeah.
No.
Miggy.
You have 16 terabytes of information. Oh, what's up, man?
We have a Jedi in the house.
Okay.
Full scope Jedi.
Oh, cool.
Might do some mind tricks on you.
Let's see. Full Scope Jedi, are you there? You have control of your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome,
would
Jedi.
Would you like to have a conversation with us, Full Scope Jedi? Let's see. Maybe he has to have a role. No, the bot's kind of been weird lately. All right, I gave him VC verified. You have VC verified, Full Scope. You're locally muted, so you'd probably have to mute yourself.
Unless you're on the live stream and you don't have a mic.
All right. Well, I'll try again. Full Scope. He left and he came back. He's probably trying to get his mic working. It happens.
I'll try to be cool. Even though he's using my friend's name, I'll be cool.
Where's Flatter Jedi? Speak to this Jedi.
Speak to.
Oh, you just dipped out.
I'll talk to him. Who is it?
Flat Earth Jedi, but he's not speaking. He just comes in here. Then he leaves.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to talk. You know, some people are like that, so. That was a good try.
We've been trying to get a hold of Little Russie. He's been in that guy with the picture. He's got a mask on. Last night, man, he was snoring like a log.
Little Rusty, wake up.
Make sure you give him VC verified, right?
Let's see.
Can he speak just with the listening pass?
From what I gather, the thing, all you have to do is just unserver mute him. And
Okay.
once we do, but like I said, now the bot's been kind of tricky lately. So, because from what I'm hearing, people are trying to use it, the bot, it's not doing things.
If you don't get your shit in order, bot.
Yeah, gold pluses. If you're trying to use a bot, let me know if you have any more problems. Maybe we can speak to Indio.
Last night it was giving issues because there was like a bunch of trolls and we tried to ban some and it didn't work. But I think it's working now.
Okay. What does it work
Yeah,
with the VC?
I thought I read Indio had to do a bot reset.
Okay.
Yeah, I tagged him last night and I guess he reset it. I asked him to reset it because there was like so many trolls joining at the same time.
Well, it's also my assumption that the bot needing the reset is how Brendo was able to circumvent Cognitus.
There you go. That could have been the way.
Brenda probably reset the bot. Okay, boys, let's get in there. Go.
All right. So ever since, what was it, yesterday or the day before? We were at 16,400. We're at 16,600 members now. Good stuff.
And growing.
We're heading to 17 pretty fast.
I want to go down to speculation. I got some other stuff to talk about. I don't want to do it on here.
Sure.
Because I know what's his name gets mad.
Yeah, ask if anybody wants to join you in there, DMOC. Because, if anybody wants to, I'll tell them. If anybody wants to join DMOC in speculations, I don't know, what are you going to talk about, DMOC?
My idea of what the aliens could be.
Okay.
Of course, everybody.
Oh, no, I'll stay here.
What?
He's going to speak about invisible wieners.
Oh,
what?
What is that?
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know about all that. But
I don't either. That's news to me.
It's
Invisible what?
It's part of the continuing saga.
You said these alien things that are gay and have no stuff down there.
Well, yeah, they got statues of themselves sitting everywhere. What do you want me to say about it?
All right, I'll listen. I'll listen to you. I want.
Man, I didn't make the fucking statue. Those weird motherfuckers did. You get that, right?
Yeah, cool. So if anybody wants to jump down there with DMOC and he's just gonna have some speculation talk about aliens, is it, DMOC?
Some more COVID, aliens, all kind of shit. Yep.
Oh, everything. Just big old potpourri of. All right, man. The announcement is made. It might be a great time for me to play some of the Numpty clips. Dig into my pile of clips here. Oh, by the way, Lou, I did turn the video into a little short video, 42 seconds. Let me put it in the live stream.
Yeah, I saw you were talking about that. I didn't watch it yet, but I was actually listening on the stream when you guys were talking about doing that. So
I put a little music to the back of it, just kind of something.
Yeah, it could use a little some background music for sure.
It loops though. It loops a little bit, so I hope people don't take issue with that, right? When they're like, well, why is it looping? It loops only once.
There's should be no issue with that.
Yeah.
Thing is, I've heard from a couple of people they don't believe that it's from a drone. They think that I've faked that it's from a drone.
No
kidding.
kidding.
Had to basically prove to them that I own the drone, and silly.
That's
going, yeah, nice try. No drone can stay up that long. I'm like,
they actually said that. Wow.
Yeah. Like, look how fast the cars are going. I'm like, it's a time lapse. He's like, well, how a drone can't stay up that long. I'm like, it was 25 minutes. It was like 370 shots, 3-second intervals, 400 feet off the ground. Like, here's the like, he's like, what kind of drone is it? You should be able to prove that. I'm like, I took a picture of the drone and of the fucking box it came in. He's like, all right, I believe you have a drone.
Oh shit, dude. All right, we're at that level, aren't we? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but still, you have all the information to support if they ask any questions.
Yeah, you can go and do it yourself too.
Yeah.
Get yourself a fucking drone. Talk to somebody you know who has one.
All right, this is Bob Clown. Weight is not gravity. Yeah, these are the numpty clips. Cut the shit.
The Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, 2 January 2021.
The current term of gravity means an acceleration towards the center of a mass.
No, it's not. That's 106 years out of date pseudoscience. The current definition of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. You Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit.
I mean, you can say it. You can say it.
Weight is not gravity.
You can say it
Weight
however you.
is not gravity.
Let Bob talk.
Let Bob talk. Psycho. However, we agree. Let Bob talk. I mean, what could go wrong?
Weight is not gravity.
You can say
Weight
it however you.
is not gravity.
So weight is not gravity. All right. Then what is it?
That's the definition of it, though.
Mass times acceleration, and in the case of gravity, it's the acceleration of gravity.
So weight is not gravity. It's the acceleration of gravity? You dumbass cracker.
All right. A few numpty clips. There's another one.
The Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, 2 January.
Oh, we've already played that. 1 second. This is the clip.
Beavis and Butthead, December 2019.
What errors did you make? No, I thought you were flipping brilliant.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
you did a fantastic job.
Well,
your analogy of a fist appearing out of nothing, just that was just sheer poetry. I mean, that was. I'd like to use that someday. I want to quote you on that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's
Bob, you think that her appeal to a fist appearing out of nothing is poetry and fantastic? Oscar Wilde, eat your heart out, eh? Bob, are you snorting LSD-laced shrooms and chasing them with Grandpa's cough medicine again?
But,
And this
I
is
just
my
want to make
field, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I think that everything I said is pretty much high school, if not undergraduate level understanding of the current level of science.
So a fist appearing out of nothing is high school and or undergraduate understanding of the current level of science? I think you're overshooting a skosh. This is without a doubt a 5-alarm, full tackle, paddy wagon, horse tranquilizer, straitjacket, rubber room, emergency lobotomy for the both of you.
And you're discussing quantum physics with somebody who doesn't understand that a force has to act on a pencil in order to hit the ground.
How did it know to be food?
Wait, what did you, huh? What? How does the pencil know to be food? Or were you referring to the force or the ground in this scenario? Because that would make all the difference in the world. I got this one. Let's try this. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false? You two bozos better hope a mental health professional isn't listening in on this. I know that for a fact.
How did it know to be food?
What on earth? How did it know to be food for you too, Bob? You just went right along with the shroom-induced coma non sequitur, eh? So, we'll put it to you. Which one knew to be food, Bob? The pencil, force, or the ground? These clowns are insane, man.
Well, the easiest way to do that is the second law of thermodynamics. In order for something to go from small things to big things and organize, you have to put energy into it. Food's energy, that's all it is.
So in order for something to go from small things to big things and to organize, you have to put energy into it, eh? Firstly, you seem to be having some issues with singular versus plural. Something is singular, Bob. Something doesn't go from something to small things unless you chop that something up. Secondly, and speaking of chopped up, so we're going to pile up 150 bananas, TP style, douse the lot with gasoline and fire it on up. Because we added energy to small things, as you instructed, Bob. According to you, Bob, we'll get an organized big thing out of that. What do you think we'll get, Bob? I bet it'll be more substantive than the horse shit between your ears. I know that for a fact.
Anyway, Bobby, I appreciate it because you know that my basic orientation to a lot of the people in here, there are people in here with real engineering and scientific degrees, which I don't have, but I do talk a lot. So
They're smarter than I am.
I always check with people that I feel know more than I do to make sure that I'm not screwing up. And I am open to being corrected by other people.
Oh, really? So, Mrs. Observed Phenomena, shoe. Hypothesis, it's a shoe. And measuring the time in a cubic meter depends on how quick on the draw you are with a tape measure is smarter than you, Bob. You see, what we have here, including these two knuckle draggers, are hordes of delusional, clinical-level, Dunning-Kruger, mindless, wiki-discovered channel parroting, pretender clown Muppets that best-case scenario should be picking up cans along the side of the road, supervised. But they're out here posturing and pontificating on topics that would make actual fifth-grade general science graduates blush.
Yeah, we're listening to the bot.
Listen,
right
fellas,
now.
you two bozos. I'd suggest getting on your knees right now and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system.
Cool.
Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble. My word.
All right, yeah, that was the end of that clip.
Yeah, so if you have the bot muted and you come in, you might be confused as to what's going on.
Yeah, I was. My bad.
Not a problem. All right.
Oh, Miggy, by the way, game time, I told you 3:05, that's Eastern, so 2:05 Sunday.
2:05 Sunday? Yeah. Sounds good, man. Lock and loaded. It's on.
M4 in the chest.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, that was insane.
And a freaking shoe through my monitor too. If they don't come through.
I tried to get my 1v1 on, but there was a no-call, no-show.
That dude's an agent.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally like with Antifa and BLM. Like, those people know that it's mostly a conservative kind of server here. He's just gathering information. He's freaking.
What are you talking about that guy? Oh, sorry about
Yeah. Well, Aram last night, Aramistan was going at it with him, and he offered him to a 1v1 in the arena on the conditions that the loser of the debate leaves the server
permanently.
Yeah, permanently. Back. I was like, shit, that's a win-win. Fucking do it.
Yeah. But it was a no-go, I bet, huh?
Yeah, that died. He immediately subcucked and DM'd me, and it was all like, I love you, and all this stuff.
Yeah, nah. All these freaking agents, man, coming in here. Eventually, we will find you.
Old Emeritus Faulkner.
And we will kill you.
I didn't say that, but
he's in my backyard up there in AIG, Hebron. That's just 20 miles up the road.
With that guy?
No, Danny Faulkner.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, he's 25 minutes up the road.
Go over there neighborly and ask for a cup of sugar and be like, oh, by the way.
Tell me more about that 1/50th of a circle shit, buddy.
By any chance, can you tell me, whilst you're getting that sugar, if you could tell me what the why we couldn't get to Eratosthenes the other day? I'm just wondering. I don't know, man. I kind of overhearing a conversation. Did you hear the conversation, Jeremy?
No, I was gonna say I would go egg his fucking house though.
Well, I'd rather do that to his argument, and I did.
No, I know.
Egg on the face.
What,
egg on the face.
Mickey,
yeah, dude.
Yep. Is it on? Is it on the YouTubes?
Yeah, it's on my channel. Yep. The conversation with me and him.
That guy's an idiot, man. He said if you're checking the internet to debunk flat Earth, you're going to the wrong place. And then he went to the internet and checked fucking Blue Marble gasp.
Check this out, Jeremy. I got a 24-second clip of him. I'll just put it in the live stream voice. I'll let him say it.
All right.
I think people that first hear encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
Did you hear that, Jeremy?
I'm listening.
Oh, you have the bot muted, don't you?
I've heard him say that before. Oh, you played it on the bot?
Yeah, if you have the bot muted.
I unmuted that. Yeah. Let's spit FE bars. I unmuted that thing the other day and it's still muted. Huh.
Sometimes, are you on a mobile device?
Yeah, I heard him say.
Sometimes I've heard like on the mobile app, like it'll keep on muting people. Like you have to keep repeatedly unmuting them. It's weird. I don't know what does that.
That's a weird bug.
I heard Faulkner say that a long time ago. Yeah, about checking the internet. You go into the wrong sources, and where does he go? Right to the fucking internet. Not even to a credible source, to this Blue Marble hillbilly motherfucker that posts clickbait titles on YouTube.
Mm. Yeah, he's talking big and bad about like how he can refute any claim, just anyone. Couldn't get past the first point here. Big problems.
Well, isn't that the biggest point of all this is that flat Earth isn't making any claims? Like we don't have any claims to make. The Earth is measurably flat. That's not a claim. That's measured flat. Everybody measures it flat. So they're the ones with the claims they got to back up.
Well, they think the burden of proof is on us to prove or refute their claims, but they don't understand how burden of proof works. So,
yeah, we kind of destroy and replace premises, but we don't like destroy their claim and replace it with a claim of entire models. Like, for instance, the second law just debunks space, as they say it, and we replace that with the second law. Hey, wake up and look at it, people.
Yeah, I was posting the same thing, Borvis. Like you and I. Yeah, look at that shit, guys. Look at that book that he put in there. What a joke.
Hey, did you see my meme?
Oh yeah. It will challenge you to a 1v1 where the loser leaves the server and you DM me telling me you love me, so I'll stop. That's funny.
Oh, good one. I resemble that meme.
Yeah.
Hey, Miggy, is that the same Danny that came in here yesterday?
Yes, it was. It was confirmed that it is Danny Faulkner. So, good old Falling Flat author, book author.
That's hilarious.
Well, you know that 3-dimensional flat pizza flying up through a vacuum is actually what, relativity implies as a model. So that's what they believe.
And that dude's so used to just speaking to auditoriums full of sheep that like pay to eat the words that come out of his mouth. So, when Miggy was hitting him with boom, 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 he was like, no, holding on like a greedy thief. Don't take my piggy jar. Don't take my money. It was so obvious. God, Jin was like just snapping. And if QE was here. But yeah, Miggy took everything this man had away from him. Yep. One by one by one.
That's how he refuted all of Flat Earth's claims by, getting his ass whipped over and over again. It's like he's blocking punches with his face, guys.
Yeah, face the foot style. How'd you like it? Yeah.
Yeah, where's that Indio meme?
Yeah, he needs to step in here again and be accountable for his book falling flat. That's another. There's so many, dude. I'm telling you, man. There's so many conversations that could be had.
I wish he had a forum where we could blast that recording you got all over his forum so his followers can hear it.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to find out where he's at, what forum he's on, keep posting that clip. So, hey, go to this channel. Check it out. There's a clip of you being utterly dismantled. Yeah, like I said before, I didn't know that's who I was debating with. I just thought it was some rando, right? Joining the server. Because you hear a lot of people, they claim to be, PhDs and all this. Like, nobody really knows who they are. And it wasn't very forthcoming as to who he was, as a person. So,
is that the first time you've tasted PhD blood?
No, actually, Professor Phil. And who else? Dr. Bob. I think Dr. Bob was in here as well.
You need to start making little tags.
A lot of those dudes in Gems got PhDs.
Yeah.
We need to make little tags like, how it's got FE Silver and moderator and stuff. You need to make little, PhD wig snatching.
PhD wig snatcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't getting by the wig snatcher.
And we had the exact.
You go ahead, Ramasan. Go ahead.
We had the exact opposite case the other night when a medical dentist student come in here, right? Glober, staunch in his field, right? But he was open and integral, and I'll be back, guys. I mean, it got started off into a medical conversation, but when it hit the fan, it wasn't like old Danny, This guy was open-minded all the way.
Yeah. And that's always, in that scenario, all we ask is that they're honest about it. Especially if we're talking about things in the sky that you can't verify. Just be honest that you're not able to. But they're so hung up on this inference being a part of science, and that is you can reach a conclusion, makes it that much more, worse for them, at least in their position.
Did you see Dr. John Dee's presentation on YouTube about the phlogiston or whatever that shit's called?
No, I haven't seen that. Nope.
Well, back in the 1600s, there was a theory on fire that phlogiston existed within everything flammable. And they never would prove it. They just assumed it every time something burnt, that phlogiston was being released. And that's what fire was.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, check it out, though. It's like he connects a lot of dots that you never really thought about before.
That was probably hard. That was probably hardcore science back then too. It was probably a fact. It was probably taught as a fact in schools.
Yeah. Let me ask Meme, do you know who Danny Faulkner is?
I know that name. Man, do I know that name.
Oh,
Gunny Faulkner.
See?
Gunny Faulkner. That's a if you said it now, I can't remember, but I know the name, man.
Yeah, he should be in your scope, man. Right in your scope.
Who is it? Remind me.
He actually works with the group from Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, guys hate him. I think.
Yeah, I know.
Answers in Genesis. I think they're controlled up. I think the whole creationism, American and Australian kind of organization that kind of centers around Answers in Genesis. I think they're all part of a controlled op to push dinosaurs and all that other stuff.
Yeah. Holvine works with them guys too, huh? I think he's in cahoots with them.
Hovind? Well, the problem with Hovind is
separate.
He wants to. He's wanted to, but they've denied him entrance because he's too controversial for them.
Oh, he's a rogue. He's
a rogue. Now he's a believer in what they say. I don't think he's insincere. I think he's just hard-headed. So
he has what he calls the Holvine theory and all that other.
Yeah, we should start calling him Kent Bovine because he's bullheaded.
So yeah. Anyways, man, this guy was in here yesterday. We had the conversation with him, or I did, and I was taking him to do the 3 points, which I didn't get past the first one, of course. And I have it, the soundbite. I have it on my YouTube channel. So if you ever want to give it a listen, but yeah, he said he was listening to our conversations beforehand. He's like, yeah, I've been in this, and he has. Roger remembers him being here before, so he had little tidbits of conversation, but he wouldn't get on the mic completely. And as a matter of fact, if I do recall, there's been times where I would call out on people, and he was one of the persons that were in here, and I'll be like, Danny 57, would you like to have a conversation? And he was he wouldn't answer. He would just say oh, I'm just listening.
I know that name too. He's been here a little while, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I've interacted with him.
So
in fact, I think I've heard you interact with him.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We had little small. It wasn't a full blown conversation, right? But it was just here and there.
They're just interactions.
Yeah, and he was. I guess he was biding his time, is what I was thinking of, and that
He's looking for his moment to strike like a sea serpent.
Yep, and he did.
Yeah,
he came in the other morning and we had a conversation, and I said, have you, we were on about here. He's like, yes. And I go, we talk to people about the 3 points. And he's like, yes, I know about the 3 points. And right straight away, it just gave me an eerie feeling like he already knew what we're going to talk about. So he had something preloaded.
He was watching the poker game round after round after round, looking for everybody's tails.
Yes.
No.
And somebody who was in Montreal was in here. He was like, "Yeah, he thought you were an easy win." So he was just going to come in.
I'm a great respecter of that tactic, losing for a while until you figure out your game.
Yeah.
I respect that tactic, but if an idiot is doing it, it becomes embarrassing.
Yeah. So he thought he was going to be able to do something within our conversation, and yeah, we didn't get past the first point.
Is he a young Earth creationist? What is he?
I know he's, and I wouldn't say it so much because I barely knew the guy. I didn't even know him up until yesterday. I started looking into what he was talking about. So I know he's a creationist. I don't know if he's a young Earth creationist. So
he's a sticks and shadows guy for sure.
For sure, yes, for sure.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. This makes me remember a very short interaction I might have had with him. Because I always get the sticks and shadows guys. That's why I made that stupid images, just to show them that nothing gets proved either way.
Yeah, we didn't even get to Eratosthenes, unfortunately for him, because he was relying on. Because we both agreed that before Eratosthenes could even come up with what he was doing, he had to rely on presuppositional information. So we went back to what he considered was the information Eratosthenes had, which was Aristotle, who came before him. And so
Aristotle, it was a pagan belief.
Yeah.
The divine egg.
You'd think they'd lean harder on that dip angle, but they stopped that now, haven't they?
Well, yeah, he says science has everything to do with inference. And
no, it doesn't. I mean, I know you know that, but no,
yeah,
it doesn't.
he said that wholeheartedly, meme. Like he was really, bro. He was into it. He was just so into it.
Logic relies on inference, not science. So if you can do inference, if you're applying logic, you can use inference, and that's valid. But if you're doing science, inference means unknown. You don't have knowledge. You have an inference. You don't have a fact.
Right, and he said that Aristotle had a conclusion after he made that inference, and it was, he said, as the way he puts it, it was consistent. He says,
so
with
someone
logic.
claims the same thing over and over, and that makes it consistent.
Yeah, he was really. His position was really staunch, man. Like really staunch.
There are these people who say they've been taken by aliens, and 20 years later they have the exact same story. So that's true. It's consistent, right? Oh, they've got consistently the same story. Guess I should believe them. How about Bigfoot and the Wolfman?
Yeah, he was relying on that as the pillar of truth. He was gonna kind of push forward and say that Aristotle could look at the lunar eclipse, right, the shadow on the moon, and then say that because we see that the shadow that's being cast on the moon, that we can then infer that it's the Earth casting that shadow, which the Earth would have to be a globular shape.
Yeah. So we had to infer that the Earth was round based on what? To infer that the moon was round based on the inference that the Earth was round. So it's like an onion layer of speculation.
Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Onion layers of reasoning. Well, if you add layers and layers of reasoning to your circular logic, it no longer becomes circular. No, you got spherical logic.
Yeah, that's what he was saying in our conversation. That's what it sounded like to me. He was actually pointing to. It was like, well, I mean, if you look at something and it's logically consistent, this inference that you make. Yeah.
It's funny when I talk to people about like we're talking about a video game or something, and we're talking about maybe Bloodborne, and I can talk about a boss to them, like that's a hard boss fight, and we'll talk about it, and we both already know everything that everyone's going to say, and it's kind of like this. It's like I can ask you, and you tell me, and I already know what their entire argument is. It's how often and consistently bad these arguments are, is that you already know what they are. The moment they take the first breath, you're like, oh, I know what it is. I know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
We already know where this comes from. It's like a game.
How did they well, hold on. How did they prove the loss of illumination upon the moon is a shadow?
They didn't. See, that's the thing that I always point out is like, what shadow? Can you prove that it's not a shadow and that the nature of the light just isn't changing?
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. It looks like the nature of the light's changing.
Meme, since you just come in here, there's a short 24-second clip I wanted to play so you don't have the bot muted, do you?
Probably not.
Okay. It's a short.
What bot is it? The music bot or just the bot?
Yeah, the groovy bot is called Let's Spit FE.
I might. Hold on, let me go down and check.
Okay.
I'm driving, so I can't really check.
Oh, okay. Well, how about if I play it and you tell me if you could hear? If you don't hear it, just say you don't hear it.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you know.
All right. Let me see. I'm gonna queue up a 24-second clip of him. I've been playing it mostly all morning, so. All right. Here it goes. 1, 2, 3.
I think people that first encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah.
That's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. Because I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
Bullshit.
That's it.
Yeah, Danny Faulkner.
Yeah.
The Antizen Genesis. Like he's a liar.
What a dumb shit.
Yeah, I know who he is. I've actually known who he is for years. I never liked him. I never liked him.
What if your idea of refutation is just anti-this?
That's what people tend to think, that just because you present an alternative idea or you answer a question means that you've refuted it. But that's because they're dumb. That's not what a refutation is. Refutation is where you provide evidence that not only shows the counter, but by necessity makes the current argument obsolete by the necessity of its existence.
Well, now they can just say something as long as they have a plaque on the wall. They can just say something and look, I have a plaque on the wall, so now believe me. And the sheeple would just go, oh, this person said something, and he has authority because he has a plaque on the wall. He has accreditation.
Do you know what those people fear? They fear being laughed at by idiots like us.
Yeah.
They don't fear, or they don't care about the public, because they've got the public. It's the people that don't listen to them. It's the people who argue against them. That's who they're afraid of. That's why they don't come here. That's why all these nobodies, like people from Jim Panda's server, which those nobodies have a lot more bravery and a lot more balls than the PhDs who put all this crap out there. I've got, as insufferable as Zanuck is, I got a lot more respect for Zanuck than I do for Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yep.
Because at least they're publicizing their mongoloidism.
Now this guy meme says that because of his biblical knowledge, he can refute flat Earth from that standpoint. Oh boy, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't know that's who he was. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the conversation might have been shifted a little bit if I knew who he was and that he was a part of that group. Oh man.
Oh, did you talk to him?
Yeah, we had a debate yesterday.
Oh, you and Danny Faulkner? Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Man, I wish somebody had DM'd me that and told me that was happening.
Yeah, I actually have it. It's I have the soundbite clipped. It's trimmed. It's put on my
and you
my
just
channel.
told them. You just told them bullshit.
It's on there.
Yeah. You want me to DM it to you? So
yeah, DM it to me. DM it to me.
All right. I will do that.
Who else in here listens to it?
I listened to part of it. I listened to about half of it. I'll put it in the voice text. To me, it's basically the same thing that I've heard in here over and over and over again. So there's nothing special about what the dude says. As a matter of fact, he's really sophomoric, if you ask me.
Well, if you're a liar, a good liar, you're going to keep it sophomoric, because the moment you start going into details, you know the details destroy themselves.
Yes.
So that's how we know people like Danny Faulkner are liars. And that's how we know people like Zanuck are true believers. Because they're trying to unwind the details and make and see how they work. But Danny Faulkner, he knows that the details are false. That's why he won't go into them.
That's all I want people to notice from him. The difference between like Zanuck and that guy is that Zanuck is he's just a deceived believer. He believes it.
Yeah.
Danny, on the other hand, knows. He knows what he's dealing with.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, this guy is what we would consider a full-blown deceiver. He is deceiving the people.
I would just, if I was ever in a debate with him, I would just come out right at the front and call him a blasphemer and a liar.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. And then I'd kick him, then I'd ban him. I wouldn't even debate him. I'd call him a blasphemer, a liar, and that he's going to be judged harshly by God with all the other heretics, and then I'd ban him. There's no debate with evil, wicked-hearted people like that.
That's right.
You just got to ban them and move on. Bar them from the conversation. They don't have a right to a voice. They don't have a right to be in the conversation because they're nobody. They're who Jesus said were serpents and wolves who enter into the congregation and treat the people like sheep, skinned and thrown about.
That's correct.
They're wicked people. They're very wicked people.
Yeah, like I said, if I'd known who he was before, the conversation would have been different. But it was what it was, and I carried it out.
It's more like answers and ganuses because all those guys, I guarantee you, are like closet homos. Some of them have been, and like they're awful people. They are the people that make the meme of the gay, conservative, quiet Christian guy.
They don't want to lose access to all those young female students or male students or whatever their taste is, because that's what's happening all the time. Like I knew this person, a friend of mine. She had a teenage daughter. As soon as these young women are graduating, they're going out with their professors all the time. All the time.
Well, I guarantee you, if you got Danny Faulkner and you said, "I know you're a faggot," we all know, he'd probably run away from you.
Yeah. No, he probably tried to defend it.
Yeah,
I would like to say the other side of this. I don't think it's a good idea to ban people like that, because as long as they keep coming in and saying stupid shit, they can keep on, we can keep on highlighting it.
No, you're right about that. My whole purpose is on a personal level to make them understand that they aren't important and we don't need them. I mean, the truth is, I wouldn't ban them, but if we did just decide to ban everyone like them, it would make no difference because they don't have any control. All of their authority is all an illusion. Our authority is an illusion. Once you just plant that seed of doubt, like the devil in the Garden of Eden, all you got to do is plant a seed, and it tears away their illusions. Because what they've done is they've made these men their gods. They've made these institutions their gods. And so kind of like the devil, you got to give them the forbidden fruit. Because they have false gods. And that's really what these guys like Faulkner are doing, is they want to be, they have that like Luciferian mindset where they want to be worshipped.
Right. Yeah, he put out a book, man. That's $16.99 in the bookstore.
Yeah.
Called Falling Flat.
How much money have we made on the server?
None.
We'll promote people who are trying to make money. We haven't made any money.
Let's see. I want to see if I can pull up this book. All right, so his book says flat Earth fallacies are just one more way to muddy the waters in the creation and evolution debate, as well as trying to discredit the Bible as being inaccurate and Christianity as an empty hoax. Now be prepared when faced with these untruths and misleading agendas, and get the facts regarding the flat Earth fallacy. Yep.
Really? Is that what his book does?
Yeah, that's the when you look at the cover.
Yeah. Use the code Danny for 20% off.
I can read that first page, the introduction to what he puts in here. This might take you back a bit, being is that you know who you're dealing with here.
Yes, I do.
Many people probably wonder why it's necessary to write a book about flat Earth. After all, didn't we settle that question more than 5 centuries ago when Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth is round? Well, no. Columbus didn't settle that question, and therein lies a major part of the problem. But more about that later. Beginning around 2012, there has been a major resurgence in interest in the flat earth. Much of this was started by Eric DeBay, who began posting on the internet and published 2 books on the subject, The Flat Earth Conspiracy and 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. Soon, others took up the cause and the movement was born. Much of this has been promoted on the internet, particularly through social media. Some of the more prominent leaders in the Flat Earth movement are Mark Sargent, Jaron Campanella, Robbie Davidson, and Rob Skiba. The last 2 are notable because they promote a Christian version of the flat earth based upon their understanding of cosmology of the Bible. There is a wide diversity of theological beliefs within the flat earth movement: conservative Christians, New Agers, deists, and pantheists, to name a few. Flat earthers often remark that there are no atheists in their ranks. I suppose that's because the flat earth model is so contrived, no one would seriously suggest it evolved. However, belief that there is a creator doesn't necessarily lead one to faith in Jesus Christ, or, for that matter, belief in the Bible. In this book, I will be most concerned about the Christian version of the flat earth movement because I see it as a great threat to true Christianity today. I want to provide answers for people who, when confronted with the arguments that the earth is flat, may not know how to respond.
Let me interrupt you there.
Yeah,
Hold
go
on
ahead.
a second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
A threat to Christianity.
Yeah.
Yes.
What
To the satanic
kind of
Christianity.
what kind of Christian would ever think that there was a threat to Christianity?
The satanic kind.
It is too, and here's the thing: a real Christian is going to say, "Look, Christianity, true Christianity comes and goes. It's sometimes peaks, sometimes it's suppressed, sometimes it thrives. But none of them ever would believe that there's any threat to it. It's the single most widely distributed book in the history of mankind. That whole introduction reads like a corporate mandate, is what that sounds like. Like someone with a spiritual mind didn't write that.
Yeah, so why don't Danny come in here and tell us then, if we got it all wrong, then why don't he tell us the Bible actually says the sun and the moon was created on the 4th day, bro?
Ask him how the sun moved backwards several hours.
Yeah, that would.
Or how the sun stood still. Or when he told Job, I fashioned the earth for man and set his limits therein, how man is able to leave. How is man able to go to space if God said to Job, I set your limits therein? He said to Job, you'll never lay out a measuring line and measure the earth. Danny Faulkner, you say they've measured it.
Yeah.
I'm not a Catholic, but that's heresy.
Yeah, it is. This is what it says also in his book. Since I learned that
go ahead and finish it up.
Yeah. Since I learned that of the Flat Earth movement in February 2016, I have conducted extensive study of the phenomena. I've read numerous books on the subject, read much material online, and watched far more videos about the Flat Earth on the internet than I care to admit. I also attended the first International Flat Earth Conference in November of 2017, as well as the second one in 2018. I'm confident that this study, combined with my knowledge of astronomy and physics, as well as my understanding of the aspects of the sky developed over half a century as serious student of the sky, uniquely qualifies me to tackle this task. Since the Christian version of the flat earth cosmology ostensibly is built upon a biblical foundation, I must respond to the biblical arguments put forth for a flat earth as well. I doubt that other theological persuasions within the flat earth movement will be interested in that part. However, I will defer a fuller discussion of biblical passages that allegedly teach that the earth is flat until chapters 10 and 11. For those more interested in that, please feel free to skip ahead to those chapters. Some of my friends thought that the biblical discussion ought to appear earlier in this book. However, a certain amount of introductory material, such as historical context, must be addressed first.
He's got to set a narrative.
Yeah, according to him.
He's got to create a narrative before he can talk about the Bible. Okay, so he's priming you. He has to prime you for 3/4 of the book.
Yeah, that's another word that QE uses, greasing the skids.
Greasing the skids. In psychology, it's priming. It's where you give someone a worldview and then describe what you want to them through the worldview. So he gives you the worldview, then he talks about the Bible. Yep. And what he's done psychologically is prepare for you to look at the Bible through his worldview rather than to just what it says.
Yeah, just what it says. He wants to
just what it says.
Put something in your head.
Yeah.
All right. So it says that also necessitated a sort of logical progression in the order of material in this book that would defer the biblical discussion until the last chapter 3. I thought it best to conclude the book with a more detailed discussion of the supposed biblical support for the earth being flat. Before proceeding, I want to make it clear why I use the term flat earthers, to refer to those who believe the earth is flat. For a long time that the term has been thrown down as a pejorative for people who aren't terribly bright, or that at the very least they cling to cherished old notions that no longer have relevance. I never use the term in this manner. Therefore, I use the term flat earther as a very descriptive term. At first, I was reluctant to use it because I feared some flat earthers would take offense. But then I found that many flat earthers use the term to describe themselves. So that he's going into there's a title that says some basics, right? At the outset, I also ought to describe briefly the conventional understanding of cosmology and the flat earth understanding of cosmology, and to contrast those views. First, what is cosmology? Cosmology is the study of the structure of the universe. Unfortunately, much of what passes as cosmology today technically is cosmogony, the study of the origin and history of the universe. However, for our needs, it isn't necessary to discuss cosmogony, so I will restrict my discussion to cosmology proper. So it's a bit more. Okay, it's quite a bit more. He gets into it.
Isn't Cosmos a Greek god? Or Cosmos?
Yeah. He gets a bit of the. I guess the book. It's not the whole complete book. It's just a few pages of it right here that show up.
Yeah.
Did you notice what he did there though with the false dichotomy?
Yeah.
Cosmology and cosmogony?
No, the flat earth cosmology and the globe earth cosmology.
Cosmology? Okay.
Yeah.
Like we're making any claims about the sky. You know what I mean?
We're not claiming a cosmology.
Exactly.
In fact, we claim the opposite, don't we? That we don't know.
Exactly. That's what they need to build, that dichotomy.
It's Deteticism.
He's got to build a model for you and then burn it. It's the only way he thinks he can debunk it.
I want to take the whole fucking thing down.
Yeah.
I really do. I want to dismantle the whole fucking thing. And I don't know what it's going to take. If I have to go on there screaming from the fucking rafters, I don't care. Something's got to be done. It's fucking ridiculous. It's got to go. I'm fucking sick of it.
What's going to happen is the people who are right-hearted will find it. And the people who all it's going to do is make it be a dividing one. It's going to separate, real people from the robots. In the end is all it really does. So it's not like it's going to accomplish anything other than waking up the people who need to be woken up. That's all it's going to do. I don't think we're never going to change it. We're never going to stop them from doing it. But the people who are truth seekers are going to find it.
Yeah, these wizards, meanwhile, they keep performing their magic tricks and thinking that just because they're using these words that people are, this guy must be intelligent, and they're going to fall for his tricks. And this is the deception, like straight on right here, man.
Yeah, as soon as he started talking about cosmology and said flat Earth cosmology, I was like, what the hell is? Oh, I see. He's wanting to build the model of flat Earth cosmology so he can burn it and then act like that's proof of something.
One hell of a straw man. I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah, because he acted like he studied it so much that so many flat earthers have built this cosmology, and let me show you the problems with it.
Yeah, when people say they've watched videos on it, they've watched a Vsauce video.
Remember, as soon as he looks up into the sky, he's fucking over.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's done.
Once you invoke the sky, you are done. That's like that's when we do that single swipe, shunk, and cut the reed in half. That's just the smart ones. The smart ones know. The smart ones know, and they keep it on Earth, and they just try and obfuscate on Earth.
I'm going to tell them, welcome to flat Earth right then and there. As soon as they go to the sky, we're asking for curvature of Earth. As soon as they look at the sky, thanks, welcome to flat Earth.
Well, the moment they go to the sky, it's an admission that they don't have proof of curvature.
When he got on his sticks and shadows, did he ever mention refraction at all with any of that?
No. He started talking because we got into the discussion, right? So he said that he agreed that before Eratosthenes did that, he had to have a presupposition. So right there, he took it a step further. He went further than just Eratosthenes. So at that point, he lost the foothold with Eratosthenes, and he knew that. I had him before when he went to the sky, but it was just painting himself into a corner once he started saying Eratosthenes was on a presupposition. Also, because he was working off of information that was already established. So I was like, okay, good. Who else you got? And he brought in Aristotle. And we started talking about Aristotle and what he was making. He said, well, science is about making logical inferences, and it's consistent with the globe. And, saying that Aristotle was watching the shadow of the Earth go across the moon. Therefore, concluding that the Earth is what's making that shadow that is crossing the moon's surface. So he's just, his goose was cooked, man. He couldn't go move.
Did he mean during an eclipse? A lunar eclipse?
Yes, that the shadow is being cast on the moon is the Earth, the globe Earth.
Huh.
So the globe Earth was already established with Aristotle, according to how he was saying it, because that is the conclusion. It's logically consistent with the globe Earth being the one that's casting the shadow on the moon.
God, I would love to hire a private investigator to get into his private business. I guarantee you there's so many skeletons in that old man's closet.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about that is if you lived on a globe, that would be logically consistent. But that's the if. That's the part that's, we measure it flat. It's not an if statement.
When we were talking about that, I was like, it's in the debate. I said, okay, you're saying that's what he's claiming. I give you that, but it's not, he doesn't know, right? Yet when I started saying that, because I wanted to go to Eratosthenes, he's like, no, it's science. He knows. I'm paraphrasing here because I want you guys to kind of look at the video of what he actually said, but he was basically saying that he didn't want to leave the conclusion that Aristotle made was already that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, could you post your YouTube channel in the chat? I want to go look at it now.
Okay, I sure will.
I already did post it. I posted it at just a little bit.
Faulkner is also one of those so-called Christian Zionists. Too.
It's at 33 minutes after the hour.
This is a guy who obviously.
Yeah, go ahead, Meme.
Sorry, Meme. Go ahead. Looks like we lost Meme out there in the cyber. Probably Danny Faulkner's another one of those people like Professor Phil. Like they're like wolves in sheep's clothing or something. They're really like soft-spoken, like Freemasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just take a listen to the conversation. Like I said before coming into this, I didn't know this is who he was. It was only confirmed to me after the fact that that's who he is. And yeah, it's kind of taken back by it. But I was just doing my normal thing. You know, it wasn't any different than I would any baller, right?
Kind of creepy. Like that other dude that was in here that I called out being an author. I looked up his name and I found he was writing a book about flat earthers. This is like a while back now. Remember that dude?
What was his name, Sonny?
Shoot, what was his name? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I found it. His name was Daryl. Here you go. I found it because I sent his YouTube page to QE because QE came in and didn't know who this dude was, and I've been doing research while he was talking, and I found this information. So here we go. Daryl Barry Jr.
Okay.
How to Forgive.
Yeah, we spoke to that guy for days.
For like a week or
I
two.
do remember that guy. Yeah, I remember him. Did he ever come back and say anything about that book that he was writing? Or?
No.
Okay.
He was on here for maybe like a couple of weeks or something, huh, Elijah? Maybe a month. I don't know. Then he disappeared.
I do vaguely remember that.
Probably got banned.
I couldn't tell you. I ain't been around for a month and a half.
Yeah. This was longer ago than that.
What was his name?
Daryl. Daryl Barry Jr.
Who?
Daryl. Darryl.
No, I don't know him.
Yeah. He was under his own name.
Aren't we all?
And I don't mind calling him out. Fuck it.
You gonna make me confess now. My birth name is Christopher. I had to get that off my chest.
I just with people like that, these high profile types, why don't they just come in here and be truthful about everything and be transparent? They're like, look, I put this book out. This is who I am. Like, I don't know why you have to come in here and be all mysterious, right? Like,
because they're Pharisees.
Under subterfuge. Yeah, under subterfuge, they come in like a secret agent.
He's holding the truth, isn't he? Like, according to him, he's got the mantle of truth. He's going to come in here and tell us what's what. Why do you got to go in by a Danny 57 instead of being like, you know what? This is Danny Faulkner.
So Danny 1957, huh? Old man figured out how to use Discord. He's probably hitting on young men, but it's because their intentions, you don't practice good in the dark.
Yeah.
Only practice in the dark when you're, nobody's up to no good at 3 a.m.
Yeah, unless you're like awake because you're having a spiritual awakening with all this shit going on.
Or got a weak bladder like I do.
Bro, when I found Flat Earth, I didn't sleep for 3 days.
Oh, man. It's been years now, dude.
And there's people in here maybe that go like, well, what would it change in my life? It wouldn't change anything.
Right.
I didn't know it would change anything until I found out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't change anything, but man, it made me look at everything differently.
I think it only took me a week or maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks at the most, I'd say, because there's lots of water around here. So once I saw Eric Dubé's and started looking at all those waterproofs, and then go look for myself and looked at all the water, I go, oh my God, I do see that.
I'm gonna be honest. There was about a 2-hour window for me where it really happened. It took me about 2 hours because once I saw the math, that was it. That's all it took for me was the math.
Mm-hmm. Once you see the math and then you go out and look for yourself, you can see it. Like, it doesn't freaking match.
There was one experience I had when I was 15. I was driving through the desert and we saw a mountain, and I looked down at the map and I said, wow, that map's 93 miles away, or that mountain.
Wow.
And I remember my friends saying, well, we can't see that far. And I was like, that's weird. And that was it. And immediately, the moment I saw the math, my mind went back 33 years or 35 years. And I was like, holy cow, I saw it then. I didn't know it. I didn't know that's what I saw.
Yeah, that's disturbing to me that I was on all that water and didn't realize it. Oh, well.
It's like I said, I just sat there. I looked at the math, and then all of a sudden, it just hit me just like a hammer to the head. I was like, once I saw the math, that was it. Because I deal with math, I build things, and so things have to match. And if things don't match, it means they're false. It means you got a false ruler, or you got something's wrong. And so the first video I saw was a Rob Skiba video with the Joshua Nowicki photo.
Yeah, that's why these Globers have to avoid the actual direct measurement thing. They cannot face that. I've never seen one face that. Have you, Miggy?
No.
No direct. They will not face the direct measurement issue. Period.
They'll only use direct measurement when they have a case that is generally unclear enough to where they can invoke some unknown variable, which is just called refraction. And then that doesn't even work for them now. And now they claim they haven't been doing that. So, like Games Workshop, they keep retconning their lore. Anyway, I just got home. Talk to you guys later, all right?
Later,
man.
So I have this article, actually, it's from the Huffington Post, that liberal rag. But he's talking about Aristotle. They're saying that he was a geocentrist. He thought the Earth sits at the center, and then here's that word, of the cosmos. So he still thought there was out in space stuff. The sun, moon, planets, and stars embedded in a crystalline spheres revolving around it. How bizarre is that? Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler showed that he was wrong. Sure, they did. Strangest aspect of Aristotle's cosmology, however, was not its geocentrism, but his conviction that the celestial objects are alive. They are, in fact, the most perfect living things. They are almost gods. He wonders why the moon doesn't have wings and concludes that it doesn't need them. It's got a better way of motoring along. It's all part of his conviction that the cosmos in all its glittering perfection has a purpose. We just think that it is. I don't know. It's our stuff. Looks like Aristotle believed in a prime mover, though. says, this is Aristotle's astrotheology. His ultimate God is the prime mover, an immaterial entity who lives beyond the stars and indifferent to life on Earth. He just spends his time thinking about thinking. The stars and the planets desire to be like him. That sounds like Enoch. And so rotate eternally. That's why living things produce. They want to be like God, eternal. For Aristotle, love literally makes the world go around. Really? So that dude wants to go with Aristotle?
He did.
He's screwed. With that crystalline structure. Sounds like he's saying there was a container.
Yeah, they're a delusional bunch, a lot of them.
Yeah, so how does Aristotle's philosophy have any fucking thing to do at all with Eratosthenes? I'd like to know that. I want to see that data.
He said that Eratosthenes used Aristotle for his presuppositional position.
Well, we just debunked that, didn't I?
Yeah, I mean, we could look at it that way, but he said that because of what he was saying, he was using his information to what the shape of the Earth is.
This is going to be one for the history books, if any of this information survives us, about how these people were believing all these things in modern times with high technology, but believing things from 1500 or 2000 or 2500 years ago. And that's what they're using for technology of their entire freaking worldview. It's literally like saying a direct measurement of curvature of the Earth. Okay, hold on. Let me look up this Flintstones cartoon, episode 325. Season 2, I'll get right back with you. Isn't it like that?
In a way, I'm kind of glad I didn't know who he was.
Till after, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a little different next time.
Mic check.
Coming in, Dave.
My work. Hey, Mickey, good job against the astronomer, whatever guy they did. And I noticed that he didn't get to the second part of the first question, when have they measured it recently? You didn't even address that. There's that. Just saying all the technology we have, it should be like a no-brainer to measure curvature these days, right?
Hey, Dave, just a little off topic. Well, actually quite a bit off topic. I was thinking of you last night. I was watching this documentary about the Pottsville Monster. You know about that?
Pottsville Monster. Is that in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know everything that happens in Kentucky. That's
I bet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Pottsville. DM me with it, or do you want to entertain the audience with it?
No, it's just about Bigfoot or something in Kentucky that was seen several eyewitness accounts through years. So it's just interesting. I don't know. I guess it's just about like everything else having to do with that particular subject, though. There's no proof of it. That's the problem I have.
The most interesting, mysterious thing around this area, in my opinion, they made a movie out of. It's the Mothman Chronicles.
That's true. That's from Virginia, right?
That's very interesting. It's up around the northern Kentucky, Ohio area, around the river.
The Silver Bridge, is that the one?
Yeah. They had a movie with Richard Gere talking about Mothman.
Yep.
Chronicles. But anyway, y'all got anybody new in here right now? No?
No, we're learning how to talk to each other now because the Glovers have given up.
Yeah, that was interesting to hear that Danny guy. He's as deep as you can get in the indoctrination, right? He's 100% sure it's a damn bloke. I don't care what Mickey says or anybody says. It's got to be a damn bloke. He's already wrote how many books on Flat Earth? At least one.
At least one that we know of.
So there you go. You definitely drew the line in the sand with him, man. Props to you while you dealt with him. He couldn't get past Eratosthenes and Aristotle for 2,000 years.
Mm-hmm. That's how far behind they are. 2,000 years behind.
They can listen to themselves answering that question. Give me a measurement of Earth's curvature. Well, you say there was this guy 2,000 years ago that had some wells and sticks. That's not a red flag that you're answering that with that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Although people back then that were flat earthers were laying out the city of Baghdad with an astrolabe that still works with the same stars today.
And not only that, all construction is built on level Euclidean geometry principles. Everything we've built ever since then has been on the level. So if you generalize it.
Mm-hmm. And NASA using the predictions of eclipses from the Chaldean flat earthers, y'all. How come they're using those predictions from flat earthers?
We do have some new people that just joined us.
Cool.
All right, we got Mage that just joined our chat. Mage, are you there?
Hello. Yeah, I'm there. I just joined the evening rather. I'm fine, bro. I mean, I was introduced by. Yeah, I mean, I was invited by my friend me and him were discussing about Flat Earth, and then he just was like, "There's a really nice community here, so you can like talk with them and discuss your points, and they can discuss their points."
Cool.
And, yeah.
All right, man. What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I mean, actually, I'm a Catholic Christian by religion, so yeah, I always had a doubt that people would say that Earth was flat, but our school teaches us the different way. They teach us that Earth is actually round. So I used to like think about it and wonder about it a lot. So then after that, I heard there's a community for people like us, so I just thought let's just join. And then I was introduced by Crit. I'm not sure. Do you guys know Crit? So Crit was the one who like got me through everything, and then he was like, "Leave the point," and then Crit made me believe that my belief might actually be fucking true. So yeah.
All right. It sounds just a little bit like your mic is muffled, so it's kind of hard to understand it. Oh, you also have a really deep accent, Mage.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's fine, man. So yeah, your friend told you about it and gave you a link to this place, and
yeah, totally. This is what happened.
So, just speaking about you right now, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Mage?
I mean, let me be really honest here. As far as I was never curious about this until yesterday. So yeah, I still felt it was round. But then after what people said on Discord, like I joined the Discord not like right now, but I joined like in the evening. So yeah, people were like, the thing is that you can't prove it's round or you can't prove it's flat either. So how do you know which is the correct shape?
Well,
they told me that, and then
I think that was maybe it's a step farther than what you need to go. We can provide evidence and demonstrate that it is flat. We don't have. Yes, we don't have it. Yes, of course. We don't have any. This isn't, just start off right. This isn't a belief system. Okay. Flat Earth isn't like where people just believe the Earth is flat. We know that it is.
See. Oh, that's really interesting then.
So the Earth is observably flat. It's measurably flat, and it's practically used. It's practically used as flat. So sailors and pilots navigate across the Earth as a flat and stationary plane.
Yeah, I mean, like when I was really interested in the topic, like I was interested in a few months back, it intrigued me because the topic's really deep and has a lot of knowledge towards it. So yeah, I saw someone's video. Someone had proving a guy that Earth is flat. So yeah, he didn't really correct way. Like he told that there's a flight path in Europe which goes over the North Pole instead of going like around it. It doesn't make sense, honestly. So yeah, and then someone said that Antarctica is like at the bottom of the Earth, or like it is surrounding over the Earth. It was a really muffled up theory, but I got what the guy was trying to say. So from that time, I had a doubt over whether theory exists or not. But then after that, I came here and I just saw that there's so many people who believe in it. So it's interesting. Okay. So I just came here for gaining more knowledge about it, honestly.
All right. Go ahead, Lou, if you wanted to come in. Oh, you're speaking to Django. I'm sorry. I was reading your text. I thought you were talking about this guy.
Yeah, ether grass or ether grows. Somebody asked if he can get the flat earther role, but
all right. Well, we'll just unmute. Let me just unmute Ethergrass. Ethergrass, are you there?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good, man. I just wanted to unmute you so that you could have access to the conversation. And depending if you are legit and you speak with us a little bit, then we'll give you a role.
A person invited me over here.
Cool. Okay.
Figured I would come and chill.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just having a conversation right now with Mage. He just joined us. Where are you from, Mage? What country are you from? You sound like you're from India, but okay.
Yeah, I'm from India.
Now, there's a guy that's in our server. His name is Flat Arthur, and he's from India. He's a very, very intelligent person. I mean, I think that I haven't seen him in a while though, but I know that he's in here. Which
I mean,
super woke, dude. He's a Flat Earther, 100%. Like, yeah, he's trying to get a hold of people over there in India to kind of talk to.
I see. So like in the evening, like sometime in the evening, someone was there who's from India too. So he introduced me that he was like, I think you're from India. So yeah, I'm from India too. I believe in flat Earth. So yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah, I think that you might have spoken to him, Mage.
I think I've spoken to him. I'm not sure about the guy's name, but yeah, I think I've spoken to some Indian guy on the server.
Okay, yeah. What shred of evidence do you think that could be holding you right now to the Earth being a globe? Is there anything that you could say? I'm looking at this and it's really keeping me from thinking about the Earth being flat because it just looks so convincing.
I mean, like I saw this TikTok like a long back. I mean, it's really immature to say TikTok as an evidence, but I'm just telling you what I just thought right now. So this TikTok, this guy at like top of Mount Fuji, and then he like lifts his tripod, and then you can see the curvature at such a long distance.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. It's just like a short video, but
yeah. Okay, so that's the video I was talking about. That was really intriguing. And then another one is that in schools we learned that how the ships disappear over the horizon and not just stay still there.
Well,
how flat Earth is.
Let's look at the first before you get off into another point. I just wanted to take a look at the first one that you just presented. What do you think about that? Was interesting that the guy on top of Mount Fuji was actually producing video that showed you the curvature of the Earth. Why do you think that would be something that's interesting for you to say, hey man, this guy is really being honest right now. He's just panning his camera around and you can see the Earth looks curved.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen up, bro. Let's be really honest here. Like, I just saw it on TikTok, and the guy's a big influencer. He's got a lot of following, and then he just said it like, people believe, oh, it's flat. Just listen to me and look at this video. So I just looked at the video, and I was like, it looked kind of, it looked kind of believable, honestly. because it was straight up facts and proof. So yeah.
All right. Do you have that video, Mage? I just want to see if maybe we could put it in the live stream. I'll give you permission to go ahead and put it in there if you want.
No. I mean, it's been a long time. I saw and TikTok's banned in India, by the way. So yeah, I'll just try finding it.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Indian TikTok was really cringe, and then they used to do a lot of dumb shit on that. Propaganda.
Yeah, but they banned it in India. That's.
Yeah. Mount Fuji.
I'm actually gonna look for it too, see if I can find it before you do.
Yeah, sure. Mount Fuji flat.
I know the one he's talking about, Biggie, but I couldn't find it right now. I'm driving. I know I recognize the video he's talking about.
There's a bunch of videos that popped up.
Yeah.
Need to know this. You know the guy's name?
I mean, it's been a long time, bro. I saw like two, 3 years back.
Yeah, it's all good. All right. Well, I mean, we really don't need to. I just wanted to kind of something we could look at, but that's fine if you don't have it. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
Right. But I do know the video that this guy that was on that mountain, he was wearing goggles and like,
Yeah.
So anyway, he was panning his camera around, like I would say is his handheld device. He was his phone, right? He was using.
Correct. Oh, absolutely right.
Or was it an actual camera? Because I thought it was a phone camera.
It was a camera. It was an actual camera, but he was holding it away like it was a tripod camera, so it was like really high up.
Okay. So that camera that he was using, at what elevation do you think they were at on top of that mountain? It couldn't be more than
13,000, 14,000 feet.
Yeah, it's really not that high, in terms of elevation. And the reason why I'm saying that is because even in the heliocentric globe Earth, they don't claim that you could see curvature from that height. You'd have to go way higher to see the curvature. I mean, way higher. So that elevation that guy is at, and if he was showing any kind of curvature to the Earth, would be something to do with the lens of the camera. So the lens of the camera would be giving you the distortion, making it appear as if the Earth was curved, when in fact it was the camera, the lens of it, giving the barrel distortion. And this is also known. People in photography know about this, so it's not like it's something like, ooh, flat earthers are using this as an argument. It's just people know about barrel distortion. It's just, how the lens of those cameras work.
I see.
So, even in like I said before, even in the heliocentric globe Earth, they don't claim that you could see curvature from that elevation. It's not possible to see curvature from that elevation.
I never knew that, but damn, that's knowledgeable. That's good knowledge there.
Right. Because I'm actually telling you that they are saying that you've got to be, even farther than the ISS, because you couldn't even see it from the ISS. Yet, of course, they got live stream videos on YouTube where you can see from the ISS, and it shows like the curvature of the Earth and all that business.
Yes.
Yeah, they're saying even from that height, which is, I think that stupid thing is said to be at about 235 or miles above the Earth's surface. Well, that's a lot higher than the guy on the mountain, but yet, he could see curvature. It's like, no, that's not right. So yeah, it's definitely because of the camera's lens. It's distorting the image that you're seeing.
But why do they do? I just want to ask something. Why don't they want to show the truth? Like, if you believe Earth is flat, then why don't they want to show the truth?
Shows the truth? Well, everybody grew up in this idea, this understanding that we think that we live on a globe. So it's more to deal with what you've been taught, right, Mage? So the people around you have been taught the very same information that you know. Your predecessors also, right? Going all the way down to as far back as people started to get this information from where it originally was propagated from its original source. So we all are just people who believe something that has been taught to us. Now, if I was to ask you, is there any way that you could verify any of the information that has been given to you? Would you be able to do that? Mage? Did I lose you? Test 1, 2. Did I lose everybody?
No, I heard Mickey. I heard you.
Okay. Might have lost Mage. All right. As soon as you come back, Mage, let me know when you're back. Attention to the server. QE. What's up?
He's in the house.
That was a late one, but still, it still counts.
I saw a video about someone saying they saw Godzilla on top of Mount Fuji. So there you go.
Yeah.
Mage is back, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, you go ahead, Lou.
I mean, my internet's really bad. It's like disconnecting, connecting. So yeah, I'm really sorry if I just left you on read.
India internet is not the best. We get it. Yeah. You guys are dealing with bad internet, man.
It's not really that bad, honestly. I have 100 Mbps, but it's the end of the month, so I've almost finished up my internet plan. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's ironic, really.
What's speed there in USA? I mean, I've not been to US, so I don't know. What's the speed there?
You got fiber optic, bro?
How fast is that? 100, 500?
Yeah, you know how fast the Roadrunner runs? Faster than that. It's pretty fast. Anyway, back to your example. I guess you were talking about the guy on top of Mount Fuji.
Yes, Mount Fuji guy.
So anyway, he didn't give any evidence that the Earth is a globe because,
like I said, he just showed his camera and he's like, "Yeah, just look at that flat earthers, you suck." He said that and he just went away.
Of course, see, he had an agenda already. If that's what he was going to do, he wasn't somebody that was just doing it because they're just filming. And even then, even then, we could show them evidence that the camera that they were using. We'd have to get to know what camera they were using, and then kind of get into that. Of course, it would be barrel distortion because there would be no way that person on that mountain was seeing curvature. Absolutely not. No way, no how.
I see. But I've seen this on a YouTube video, or else there was a TikTok. There was this flat Earth believer who flew a rocket up himself to space. He just tried going up to space. I mean, he horribly died.
No,
but he apparently
no. You're talking about what's his face?
Mad Mike Hughes.
Mad Mike Hughes, yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
He was
I think he went 13 maybe 13. It wasn't very far. I think he went 1,300 feet or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Oh, okay. That's kind of near.
But he wasn't trying to prove the Earth is flat. He just was using that as a way to tell people, like, "Hey, look at flat Earth." He wasn't proving it with his rocket, his homemade rocket.
Damn, I see.
He was just a stunt man, and he was using the flat Earth basically to get attention.
It's promoting him, yeah.
Yeah. The media used it to spin the flat Earth as a bunch of idiots. Like only an idiot flat earther would strap themselves to a rocket.
I don't know, but why do scientists support them then? Like, scientists know if it's propaganda, then why do they continue to go forward with theory? That's what I would like to ask you guys. Like, scientists, I've seen these videos in which a flat earther argues with a scientist, and the scientist is like, "No, it's round." Why does that happen?
What happened?
A scientist, a certified scientist who's studied for 18 years or something.
Who's that?
Yeah. I mean, a scientist, a guy who studies science. after college.
Scientists are
And
guys who study science. Well, do you understand that the flat Earth, whether the Earth's flat or sphere, has nothing to do with science?
But I mean, he works at NASA and ISRO, so yeah, I guess it does, right?
Yeah. What?
I mean, like the guy was working, a NASA guy came and like argued with a normal flat earther on why he's wrong, and then the video showed that the NASA guy won, and the flat earther was a round earther again.
That's pretty vague, dude. Can you post the information of what you're talking about, Mage?
1 second, I'll send you the video right now.
Yeah, put in the live stream voice text, will you?
This subject has nothing to do with science whatsoever, so it doesn't matter what he posts.
I agree. I just don't know the context of what he's saying.
I can't even understand him. Helio, we need that translation app.
I think he's trying to get at why is no smart scientist debated or something, or does he have a video he's trying to point to?
Yeah, he just put one in the text in the live stream voice text. I'm looking at it right now.
Speaking of smart scientists, I just seen Danny Faulkner's video on your channel there, Miggy. That was impressive. I could see his world crumbling around him as he tried to refute you.
I know. Oh, I got that sound bite of him too.
Did you see my 2 rebuttals that crushed his entire arguments?
Yes.
You like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't need to be coming. You didn't see it.
They need to be coming from you,
God,
though.
Miggy.
They do.
The other guy that was talking, when I was talking, you didn't see the rebuttals to the argument. How do you know?
So, how was the video? I mean, someone saw it right now, right?
I saw a little bit of it, yeah.
So, what do you say about that?
It's just 2 guys pitting different people together.
I see.
Those people who claim to be flat earthers, they know just a tiny bit portion of it. They don't know a lot. And it wasn't a debate. It was something that was scripted. You know what scripted means?
I will accept that. I'll accept that. It was straight up scripted and it was just like for a video.
Yeah.
I seen that when it first came out. What a joke.
Yep.
Get one of those numpty dipshits in here right now. What? Yep. The scientist. I'll show you. God, I'm serious. Get somebody in here. Get a scientist in here right now. I'll show you how bad it is.
Why don't you guys host a podcast and then you can like get contact with scientists so that they can come here?
They do. They do.
Yep. They come here and they come here?
Yes. PhD professors.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding you. You want to know? I had a debate with the guy just the other day, as a matter of fact.
Damn, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
1 second. Let me get to the video. Well, just give me a moment.
The pseudoscience priest.
All right. So just give me a moment.
QE, you did a rebuttal to Danny Faulkner.
Yeah. I did a few rebuttals to him. The first one was purely on email. I was talking about the 2 rebuttals I had. I sent it to Miggy. 1 second. I don't want to interrupt Miggy in his talk.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's interesting to hear you talk. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll get back to you in a second. Danny Pretender Clown said, these are 2 statements that he said. Science works by inferences. It's inductive reasoning. That's number 1. And number 2, not all science is done with experiment.
Yep.
So how do you think that went for him? With me. Now, back to his point about scientists coming in here. When you say scientists, what discipline do you exactly mean?
I mean, someone who works with science and has science like a legitimate job, like they're actually a scientist. I'm not really sure.
No, I need the specific discipline or disciplines. Go ahead.
I'm really sorry. I don't know then. I mean, that's what society. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know what's a scientist, honestly. I mean, scientist is a person who studies science and just on the universe, right? Or like on the topic he's specialized in. That's all I know about a scientist.
Okay, so if they're a paleontologist, anthropologist, archaeologist, geologist, evolutionary biologist, whatever that is, yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, if it's any one of those disciplines, they're not scientists.
That's true. That's true.
So now, if you bring a quantum physicist in here, I don't know what he's going to be doing talking about quantum physics and what the shape of the Earth is. So that's non sequitur.
I see. So if you get a geologist, so suppose I get a geologist here. So will that be legitimate?
A geologist? Remember, he's not a scientist. But that doesn't prevent you from bringing him in here, though.
Yeah, get him in here.
I see.
All right, so
I mean, I don't.
all right, hang on,
for me
Mage.
to get some.
Mage, give me 1 second, okay? So there's a 24-second clip I want you to listen to of the guy who came in here yesterday, okay? You with me?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so hopefully you don't have the bot at the very bottom of this chat muted because I'm going to play a clip. All right, I'm going to start right now. Oh, that ain't it. Sorry. 1 second. Damn it. All right. My bad. This is the right clip.
I think people that first hear encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
That's the guy. That's the guy who came in yesterday.
Damn.
Wait, he came in?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't.
Did he get finished?
Yeah, of course.
Man, send me a clip of him getting finished.
He couldn't refute it yesterday.
It's on Miggy's channel, lots.
Yo, Miggy, if you could do me a favor and send me the video link or the timestamp or something.
Why didn't you subscribe to Biggie's channel?
Yeah, why don't you subscribe to my channel?
I don't subscribe to any channels.
Oh.
What?
I just go on the browser.
Seize him!
How dare you?
New York City. Got a rope. All right, hang on.
I found it's the best way to keep things from getting hidden because the moment you subscribe, then they stop showing you the notifications of the videos. So
that makes perfect sense.
No, I'm serious.
Anyway,
you know this. Come on, Kiwi, you know this.
Elisha, I put the video in your DMs, dude.
All right, thank you very much. But yeah, Kiwi, you should know this. The moment you subscribe to something of value.
I'm not going to subscribe to any channel because I don't get the notifications. Boy, that stops you from going to the person's channel now, doesn't it?
No, that's not the why. I'm just saying that's something that happens.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any damn sense, man.
How are you going to subscribe to our channels if you don't subscribe to channels, bro?
Exactly. How long did he last before he rage quit?
Oh, he didn't rage quit. He said that we've reached an impasse, but I'll let you look at the video.
Did you guys unban him?
Yes.
Okay. Does he know it?
He should. There's been people wanting to pine for him to come back in here, which I don't know why. I honestly don't care if he does, but if he does, he'll be the next arena person.
Yep. He's there in the arena. We got a date. Me and Danny Faulkner, Dr. Danny Faulkner.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. He's going straight to arena.
Yep.
You might could bill for that.
What did he get his doctorate in?
What's that?
What did he get his doctorate in?
Astronomy.
Yes.
Fake news.
When's the date?
Go find it. Type his name in, Dr. Danny Faulkner. Go to Wiki. I said astronomy. It may be astrophysics. I'm sorry. They're twisted anyway. Astronomy.
It's astronomy. Quantum, you're right.
Is it? Astronomy?
Yep. We were talking about it most of this morning, so.
So basically, he's a doctor in fairy tales.
he teaches at. I thought he taught before he retired at the. I think it was the University of North Carolina. I think it's Chapel Hill, if I'm not mistaken.
Miggy, can I ask something? Hello, Miggy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, I was asking you that. So you run this live stream 24/7, right? The discussion. So I mean, it's a noble task, but like, isn't it really hard to manage a server with 16,000 people and 24/7? So yeah, that's all I want to know. Like, do you get free time for yourself?
Yeah, we have a lot of people here, so.
Oh my Lord, we're getting into admin and Miggy's free time. Listen, let me tell you something. I only got so many seconds left on this plane. All right. So you're wasting my time.
I'm okay.
Miggy, what's your favorite color? Just put it out. Just put your bio out, Miggy. What you do in your free time, how you like, long walks on the beaches, jogging in the rain, and moonlit walks on the beach at night. Put that all out one fell swoop, so we don't have to deal with it anymore.
Isn't it just flat smacking with the 3 points?
In other words, he wants to get to the crux of the biscuit, Mage.
That's right.
If you understand what that means.
I see. Understood.
Okay.
I got the background on Danny Faulkner if anybody wants to know it.
Yeah, I just put a post up in live stream voice text. Those are the books he actually wrote. And we were going into the one that he put in there, the fourth one from the left, Falling Flat, a refutation of flat earth fallacies.
Fourth one from the right.
Yeah.
So he came in with a wig and he left without, yeah?
Well, toupee, because he was wearing a toupee, looks like.
So I'm over in the other server. Who do I see? Brenda's over there. Guess what she posted me? The justified true belief meme.
Oh my God. She was still on about that?
I pummeled her yesterday. She like it never happened. I muted and deafened her. Then deleted the post. Fucking clowns. Come on, ballers. I got chores in an hour and 15 minutes. Let's get on with it.
All right, let's see what else we have in here.
Miggy will even tell you his favorite ice cream.
If you ask.
I like butterscotch.
It's banana nut, but yeah, I digress.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
Oh, once again. Okay, yours is banana nut. Okay, I'm really sorry. I thought you just said butterscotch to me, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you have banana nut over there in India, but over here in the U.S., it's delightful. So that's all I'll say.
I've had cookies and cream. So yeah.
It's still not on par with banana nut, but okay.
I've heard, I've had that Ben & Jerry's, the mint one. I forgot its name. Yeah. Mint.
He thinks butterscotch has scotch in it. That is fucking hilarious.
I mean, I didn't think like that. I didn't say that. I don't believe it has scotch in
it. We got a bunch of water.
I don't know what butterscotch has in it, actually, honestly.
Hey, real quick, hang on, Mage. Is that the real Dr. John D in here, by the way?
Where is he?
He's right under Dave Hinkle.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Is he unmuted? Yeah.
Should be.
The real live one.
Yeah, not the fake one. We got somebody who wants to speak. Eddie99. Let me bring him down from VC check-in. All right. So, Eddie99, are you there? You should have control of your mic. I unmuted you. We could check you in here. I know you shot me a DM that you wanted to get checked in, but we could do it right here. Eddie99, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's up?
Not that much, man. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by, man?
Thanks, man. I just wanna listen in.
You just want to listen in?
Yeah.
All right. So, really quick before you just sit back in your chair and listen in, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Eddie?
I would say I'm like on the fence about it.
Okay. All right.
Like I realize why people think or why people question the mainstream narrative. You know, I realize that.
Okay.
Because I do that myself. So yeah.
All right. So you're on the fence. What's keeping you on the fence? You think it's holding you there?
I just haven't looked into it enough. I think I need to be more. I need to do some more research.
Okay. That's fair enough. If you want to just sit here and listen in, that's cool. You just sit back and do that.
Yeah.
Let me give you a roll real quick. VC verified. Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Anything specific that you're curious about, Eddie?
Not in particular, but maybe I will be.
Do you think the Earth's rotating?
Do I think it's rotating?
Yes.
Think. What do you mean with think? Like.
Yeah, because in the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion, the Earth rotates.
Well, if I have to be honest, I don't experience it, right?
Right? You don't experience that. That's a big problem, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just wanted to point that out. If it's not rotating, then the whole thing collapses in on itself.
Yeah, I definitely agree that direct experience of reality is important rather than.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's, well, I wanted to go down, but you already know. We should be able to detect it because the Lord God put semicircular canals, the vestibular apparatus, in our inner ears. They detect rotational movement. Any movement that will detect either intrinsically or extrinsically. Right? Something causing it from the outside or moving your head around, right? Or moving your body in different orientations. Either way, we should detect it. Have you ever detected it?
Have I detected it?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Me neither. Meggie?
No, I haven't detected
it. No, never.
Anyone
here either?
No detection there. Anyone in here detect it?
Negative.
All right, then it's not friggin' rotating. Therefore, the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion is dead on arrival right there. Dead. Now, I could go in and destroy everything else, but that would just be barely palpable background noise.
Only
that's
when
as
I
easy as
drink.
it gets, folks. If you want a quick argument, that's the one I'd stick with. If you don't want to expend too much energy, you don't want to get into any arguments, arguing about, what and means. So you just go to that one and then kill it. Okay? You're welcome.
Did you
I'll be in the area all week.
Cool.
Did you hear the refutation?
What's the refutation? Oh,
well, the attempted one
from
Did you hear that?
Dr. Wallace.
Are you talking about the one where they put the bunny rabbit in the computer chair and turned him around slowly?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about Dr. Wallace, who says that's why we can't walk or talk for 18 months, and we throw up.
Wow, that's better than mine.
No, but get back to your bunny. They spin the bunny around what?
Well, like the guy come in and claimed that we wouldn't be able to feel it, and the way they were trying to prove it was they put a bunny rabbit in like a spinning, like it spun on one point, really slowly. And
did it spin around at 1,000 miles an hour?
No.
Oh, they tried to use the angular, so it goes so slow, but they confuse angular. As soon as somebody, this is so stupid. You know that they're pretender clown morons as soon as they say this. As soon as angular comes out of your pie holes, ballers, listen up. You haven't learned this in 4 years. As soon as angular, as soon as you say that word, and if miles per hour or speed enters your pie hole and comes out anywhere associated with that angular, you are a numpty dipshit of epic proportions. Just so you know, I shouldn't have told you that. It doesn't matter because I've been telling you that for 3.5 years. It doesn't affect you whatsoever. You just keep on doing it. I love it. Keep going. Fucking morons.
I'll see if I can find that paper and post it. Hold on a minute. It was the funniest thing I've ever read.
Does everyone get where I'm going with this? Angular, and as soon as you say angular, that has to do with radians or mils or degrees per unit time, not distance per unit time, which is speed or rate. So you're talking cross purposes. You just internally, it's not internally. In fact, it's a non sequitur. If you try to associate those two things. Everyone got that?
Can I? Hello, guys. Can I ask a question?
No.
Why?
Yes, go ahead.
I had an agreement with my friend. I was trying to convince him that the solar eclipse, the moon has nothing to do with it, but he couldn't believe me. I gave him some videos of some other things that causing the solar eclipse, but he couldn't believe it. Can you please convince him?
Convince him or you?
Him, not me. No, I'm a flat earther, me.
Oh, it says Globe Skeptic on your tag. I don't know if you're a flat earther. Are you?
Yeah, his name is Pablo. He's in the chat.
Escobar?
No.
All right, let's see. We'll talk to Pablo. What's? Hang on.
Is he still here or not?
I don't see Pablo in here. Tell him to get back in here.
Okay.
We'll speak to Pablo. We'll do that. All right. Pablo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Your friend says that you weren't convinced by what he said.
I didn't hear him. I just came to the chat.
All right. Go ahead.
I think it was something about the solar eclipse, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What? I want him to be. I just wanted to get him to get it out right. Bull, can you just repeat what you just said?
Yeah, I told him that I tried to convince him that the solar eclipse has nothing to do with the moon. The solar eclipse. I gave him some videos. Of the solar eclipse that there was no moon, but he says that it's the moon.
Yeah. So initially I had a question. I was like,
I gave him this video.
How does the solar eclipse work in the flat Earth model?
Nobody knows.
And then he just said, yeah. So this was the question. I wanted to know the answer from a flat Earth perspective.
There is no flat Earth model. There is no flat Earth model, number one. Mickey said nobody knows how the solar eclipse works. That's including you or any of the pseudoscience priests. Follow?
Everyone.
Everyone. Well, at least with the
no, not at least. Not at least.
No. I'm just trying to say that.
I'm trying to tell you, not even at least. Not even at least, Pablo.
What the? Dude,
not even.
Let me finish what I'm trying to say first. Don't just cut me off.
Listen, the reason why I'm telling
you can't just assume. I'm trying to say something. You can't just cut me off.
Yeah, I can. I got a server mute. Like, listen. So the way it goes here is that people want us to listen to them about what they think that the Earth being told to them is caused the lunar or solar eclipses are happening. Listen, I'm telling you, nobody knows. Now, you can't tell me that somebody knows. Otherwise, you're going to have to provide evidence of how they know that is happening. Now, with that being said, I don't want to hear about what they're telling you. I need to hear the evidence produced by anybody that told you that they know this to be a fact. Now, go ahead and let's have some evidence. That's where I wanted to start with. Not the story, the evidence.
You just want an argument by muting me.
No, sir. I want the evidence. I don't want the story. It's that simple. Go ahead.
I
Floor
just
is yours.
asked a question. You
And
can
I'm telling you the
reply,
answer.
and what's the answer?
Nobody knows. Now, if you say somebody does know, give
In
me
the
the
globe,
evidence.
in the globe,
I don't care about the
What do you mean
story.
you don't care? We're talking about the shape of the Earth. What do you mean you don't care?
No,
It's
this
not,
isn't
it's not a debate
listen,
if you don't
Pablo,
care.
Pablo, this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's where you're talking about the solar and lunar eclipse.
Yeah,
It's talking about the moon.
About the solar eclipse.
Right, it has.
when
it
the
has
moon
to do,
covers the sun.
I know
and we
what the
get-
story says, Pablo. I know what it says. Now, I need you to give me the evidence that that is really happening. Do you have any?
Wait for the moon. Wait for the solar eclipse.
Wait for the
and see it
moon?
yourself. See it for yourself.
You know,
there's enough videos.
hold
There's
on
enough
a second,
videos
Pablo.
online.
Hold on a second, Pablo. We'll calm down. 1 second. Mickey asked for the evidence. What he's asking for is scientific evidence. And this is what you got to provide. Because
As
it's a
in
natural
video,
cause and
something
effect
like this.
relationship. Hold on, Pablo. I'm not done yet. Because it's a natural cause and effect relationship, we have something called the scientific method that validates these things. So your natural phenomena observer dependent variable is what?
The moon.
The moon.
What? So it can't be the moon. That's a concrete
Why?
noun. It can't. Your
Why can't it be?
dependent variable must be a natural phenomena. Now you can say shadow, right?
I gave him this video. If you can see it, guys. Here is it. It's in Arabic, but
Yeah. Hang on, Bulks. Let Quantum go through this with Pablo. Yeah, you've helped him enough. We'll let Quantum go through it.
Yep. So you observe what's the natural phenomenon that you observe?
In the solar eclipse.
Yes.
The moon comes in the way of the sun, and we get what we get.
Okay. How do you validate that that's the moon?
I mean, you see an object which is the size of the moon. It comes in front of the sun, and then it continues its way.
That's not evidence. You see an object the size of the moon. Well, it doesn't have to be the moon. It could be a moon-sized object, couldn't it?
They've never seen the moon approaching.
But it's a stable. It's not like it happens randomly. There's like a calendar when you can know when the moon is going to be at
okay,
a
that's
certain
fine.
place.
All right. Now, can you validate that it's the moon? Because we're outside science right now because you're asking a what is question. So we've dumped the scientific method. Now we're getting down to, okay, what is blocking the sun? That's a what is question, correct?
Yep.
Yep. So you're saying it's the moon, and the moon blocks the sun, and then it produces a shadow, correct?
Yes.
On the Earth.
Yes.
All right. So in 2017, there was a total solar eclipse that went across the United States. I was involved in that. It was like 98% total for me where I was at. So we all experienced that here. And have you ever seen the size of that shadow going across?
I've seen it on video. Like,
it was about 70 miles in diameter.
Okay.
Okay. What is the diameter of the moon?
I don't know. It's
2,160.
much bigger number.
It's
Yeah.
2,160 miles in diameter. How
would
can
you know it's 70 miles from
70
the place
miles?
you
Yeah,
are?
I know it's 70 miles because I seen the graphics and stuff. After it was over, they put the 70 miles diameter. You can still find those maps. If somebody could search that out, I'd appreciate that. But that's not in contention. So my question is, if the moon is going in front of the sun and the moon is casting a shadow on the Earth and the moon has a diameter of 2,160 miles, how in the world is it casting a shadow smaller than itself?
Because the sun itself is much larger than the moon, so the way a shadow is going to be cast is not going to be. I don't know how to explain this, but if I could share screen and show it on Paint, what I'm trying to say, because I don't know how to explain it.
No, you don't share your.
Since the sun, it's like putting your finger. In front
God,
of
here we go with the gamma spiral. Just draw something, right? Save it, and then can you post it in here?
Yeah, I can.
He's going to go with Penumbra Umbra.
There was the Penumbra Umbra. There
That's
was
what
no
he wants to
penumbra.
draw. Nobody
There
wants
was
to draw
no
it going
penumbra.
to a pinpoint.
There was no penumbra. The total diameter of the shadow was 70 miles, period. So,
because the object is really far and the moon is small, very small in relation to the sun, so the shadow is not really going to be big unless the moon was so close to the sun.
Really?
If the
Go ahead and
if the
show
moon
us.
was closer to the sun, the shadow would be.
How do you know
larger
the
in
moon's not
diameter.
close to the sun?
I can't really answer this question because.
There you go, QE.
There you go, Mickey. Thank you very much. Do you see this?
See what?
It's a photo. It's not the one I was looking for though.
Live stream voice.
There's other ones I can get a little bit more closer.
So it's at 59 minutes after the hour. That is the path of the shadow.
Okay.
There's other ones that have the diameter at 70 miles. We were trying to find that one, but I don't know where mine went. I usually don't argue this because it's nonsensical. So go ahead and do your little paint thing, save it, and then post it in here, and then you can talk to us about it.
I was in the mountains of Tennessee when that passed by, and just outside of Nashville.
That's wonderful.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just messing with you. I just
no, what I was going to say though is I could see where the sun was hitting, like about 10 miles away, like on another mountain. But then you could see the shadow all the way back this way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it was pretty cool looking.
Yeah, there was no penumbra, is what you're trying to say. It was a cutoff.
Right. There was no penumbra.
Yeah. I know there wasn't.
I kind of wish I could have been at the edge of the shadow and seen like if there was any diffraction at all.
And even if you took what they say as an acceptable assumption, the Earth is so much larger. The penumbra, if the Earth's radius is 3959, effectively we're 8,000 mile diameter, and the Moon is a 2,000 mile diameter. So the penumbra should actually be 3/4 or 3 times larger than when it enters that umbra. And like you said, the penumbra was not even visible. And it should be multiple sizes bigger.
I can't even find those graphics anymore about the 70 mile bar. Look like
Yeah, I had it, and I don't know what I did with it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it, Q. I can't find it.
being scrubbed, you know, as we speak here.
Yeah. I figured they probably did that. But let's give Pablo a chance with his little drawing to show us how an object can cast
Yeah, this is
shadows
roughly. Anyway, this is what I'm
I love it, man.
Whoa. All right. Yeah.
Anyway, if you can, it's a really bad drawing, but if you can understand what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I think the shadow is 70 miles instead of a bigger number.
That doesn't make any damn sense. You got parallel rays coming off the sun, and then you got a shadow that's non-parallel.
How was that possible?
How's that work?
Sorry?
I'm going to say this one more time. All your sun's rays from your fairy tale sun that's supposedly 93 million miles away, which you haven't proved yet, I can just take this, just your assumptions, and kill it. You have parallel rays coming from the sun. Why are you getting non-parallel shadows off the moon?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I'm,
the
not, I'm not that.
Pablo-
I'm not that. I'm
Pablo,
not that
the image that
scientifically
image that I put up
aware
from
of what's
NASA,
happening.
Pablo, the image I put up from NASA, it's from what they consider to be the solar eclipse at 3 minutes after the hour. Do you see it? That's their explanation following
can you
a
show it?
diagram.
Can you show me the picture?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes after the hour. Live stream voice text.
Which channel? I can't see it.
The hashtag live stream voice text right above this voice channel.
The one you just
I'm in it.
posted your picture in.
Yeah, no. Which picture out of these two is the one you're?
Three
talking
minutes.
about?
All right, the
I
one that
couldn't
says
hear
Mickey.
anyone.
The one that says Miggy, 3 minutes after the hour.
Okay,
it says
yeah,
solar
okay.
eclipse. A solar eclipse happens when the moon gets in the way of the sun's light. Got it?
Okay.
This is from NASA.
Okay. Cool.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Well, it goes counter to your little drawing there.
Yeah. So
Okay,
2017.
then my drawing was wrong. Okay.
So you agree? Yeah, do you agree with
Yeah,
this?
I mean,
then?
if I'm wrong about the shadow thing, because that's what I thought. That's not what I think. I mean, I thought it was the right answer to it, but since it's not, then it's not.
Okay. Well, there you go. There goes your solar eclipse argument. You have anything else?
Nah. I didn't really have an argument. I had a question.
Okay.
Like, how does it happen? Is there really any explanation? And the answer was
there's-
no.
Yep. There's plenty of
So
explanation.
if that's not the moon, what do you think that is?
It could be invisible three-toed gnomes that cause shadows. No one knows. There's many explanations, but no validation of the explanations. So they're just so stories. In other
Maybe
words.
it's Rahu or Ketu.
You don't even have to say that shit.
Right. But here's the point. In case, I don't think he's getting
Play
it.
that shit.
Play that.
Right. If
Play my last. Sorry.
no, so who was this guy's name? I can't remember. But the point is, the thing you're missing is that you can say the reason the sun comes up in the morning is because of unicorn magic. Look, see, there it is. Every morning, I must be correct. You got to validate that. Does that make sense?
It's not because of that. It's because of roosters crowing.
Because God,
right, no, exactly.
Because God wants the sun to come.
Well, roosters start crowing and the sun comes up. Every
Must
single
be
day.
the cause. I mean, well, you actually, you're right. You're right because you must be right because it happens every time.
Yep.
It's astounding.
Yep.
So
the roosters are causing the sun to rise. Makes sense? That's an explanation. Although it's batshit insane, it's an explanation, right? I'm sure you can walk down to the corner street in your neighborhood and find a village idiot that'll give you explanations as many as you want. However, that really doesn't help matters much, does it? Follow?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, so explanations are about as good as rotten liver. With those explanations, we need validation. We need somebody to validate it, illustrate it, without contradicting themselves. Follow?
Yeah, I heard.
That's being taken.
Yeah, so I initially had a question. I was like, because obviously when you believe in the globe, you obviously think the same way I was trying to explain. The sun, the moon comes in the way of the sun, and then you get an eclipse. So I thought, since it's kind of explainable that way, what is the explanation from another point of view? And then I asked the question to Bogues, and then he said that it's not even the moon. So that's when I came here and started asking the question. But then, that's it. That's what happened.
I see, but those explanations that you have from the heliocentric ball-tart spinning space monkey original are just that. They're just so stories with no validation.
Yeah, but I never said they're the absolute truth. That's what I knew before.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm telling you is it's not even close to absolute truth. It's not even truth. It's just a just so story. right? That you're getting from them. Now, do you want us to give you another Just So story, and you can compare and contrast Just So stories?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Sure. He says.
I could sell you a Just So story for like $5.
What's wrong with listening?
Right next to my Geometric Horizons, I got them on sale.
What's wrong? What's wrong with listening to Just So stories? He says.
Yeah, what's wrong? It's a listen.
Okay, one big unicorn, golden one, it's there, and it's
that's not even funny anymore. It's not even funny.
Seriously, man. If we're gonna go down this path, if we're gonna go down this path, then we're gonna have to get our blankets out.
If you're gonna troll and start talking about unicorn.
All right, so if we're gonna go down this path, you need to get your blanket and your hot chocolate, and we need to sit in a circle because it's story time, right? All right.
But for me,
go down the philosophy server.
And then in the end, we're gonna claim it's science.
Yeah.
But listen to this. What is different from Diamond Rain and Unicorn? Diamond Rain on Saturn and Unicorn in space. Can he tell me what is different? What is more ridiculous? Diamond Rain on Saturn or Unicorn in space?
And it may sound ridiculous at first thought, but we can post a photo of a unicorn. We can tell you their breeding habits. We can tell you what colors they are, what kind of food they like to eat. We can tell you all the stories in the world about a unicorn. But unless there's some actual scientific evidence, that's our point.
Yeah, their main diet is three-toed gnomes.
These diamonds. I have a question for everybody about these diamonds supposedly out there, right? Has there ever been anybody in NASA or whatever taken some kind of a physical sample in order to confirm if it is actually...
No, Arvin,
yes, of course.
No, because they are evaporate.
How could they
never touch?
How could they get a physical?
It wouldn't be a diamond because
you need to watch the National Geographic. I don't know.
How could they get a physical sample from someplace they can't physically go to?
It's from their diamond harvesting satellite.
What do you mean?
they got a rock back from the moon.
The only reason they can't go is because of the globe. If you're on flat Earth, how does it work? You can probably go there.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, right? Pablo just explained to us. All we got to do is give a story.
Start their new Space Diamond campaign.
Right, we can go there. It's easier than the globe. I mean, we just go straight up to it, like boom, there it is.
Look, I draw it on paper. It's simple, right? Just do this, that, and this.
Direct target. Fuck
right
yeah,
there.
hit it. Boom.
Right?
Done. That's right.
That simple. Why is it that hard, man? Like, you guys are making it way too hard.
It's their DHV, the Diamond Harvesting Vehicles. You know, there's a whole range coming out soon.
Why do you need to worry about diamonds when you can make them out of peanut butter, guys? What are we doing here? What are we talking about?
That's why this is not the good story server.
Surface of Mars.
Pablo's like, man, this is some good shit right here, man. This is it, buddy.
Now we can compare.
Chocolate, did you see his photo or his diagram?
That's just like what they say. They try to say parallel rays turn into non-parallel rays. It's
Choco,
magic.
there it is, man. That's his diagram Pablo gave us.
I wish someday Pablo turns a flat earther. I wish.
Yeah, but if he likes
that looks pretty accurate.
Balls, if he likes the globe that much that he wants to hear stories, it's gonna take him a while to let go of them stories of the globe.
Yeah, I know. I don't want him to live in the darkness because globe Earth is a fucking darkness, dude. You see nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the indoctrination, Boggs. I mean, everybody has their own level of it. So some people just snap
It's
right
like
out of it.
Live in imagination and live in illusion.
Hold up. Why is the guy with all the flat Earth answers not in here answering all these questions? I mean, I thought he had a book. What happened to my man's?
Oh my God, that guy.
Are you talking about Danny? Good old Good old Faulkner.
Or Daryl.
Good old Faulkner.
Danny or Carol. Good book writers.
I put his argument to the meat grinder. Then it came out and we made hamburgers out of it.
I figured after he appealed to Hillbilly Blue Balls, he would have never come back out of his cave.
Yeah, he went to Aristotle, and that was the hill he perished. He never returned.
You should have asked him for the primary documentation from Aristotle. And what he said, his 4 postulates or whatever. What the hell did he even say?
No, that's always a good one. Though, when you go there, show the source. The source.
Yeah,
data.
you say what you just said.
I want him to repeat it.
Two of them weren't valid. He said, but 2 of them were. That Aristotle postulated. He was like, "Well, we won't worry about those other 2." And I told him, "Well, just pick the one that actually validates what he's saying, and then we'll go with that one. How about that?"
Yeah,
so
you said pick the best one.
it's like shit.
I want him to perform any of these things in front of us and show us what they're talking about, and then when we laugh at them live, it's going to be pretty sad.
No,
does anyone know the 4 postulates?
Aristotle's 4 postulates?
Yeah, I don't. I've never heard them before, to be honest with you. I think he said on heavenly spheres. Was that Aristotle? Wasn't that Copernicus? Let me look. Come on in, Danny, and tell us your little Aristotle tales.
I was just reading about Aristotle earlier today on here.
His book is something else. That Falling Flat book that he published. You guys got to take a look at that.
Sounds like a cluster.
Oh, man. That's a juicy one, I got to say.
Should be called the Falling Globe because that's the only thing that's fallen anywhere.
So,
did you buy it?
No, man. Hell no.
Oh, I was about to say, you ain't putting money in this dude's pocket, right?
No, online, if you click on it, I'm sorry, QE. Online, if you click on it, just look in there. They'll tell you a little bit about the introduction. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We already did a review of his book.
Oh, you guys did? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Danny Faulkner is old. Like, he's old and busted, bro. I don't even know why he's back in the game. Like, bro, he destroyed himself.
He wasn't even on my radar. I didn't even know who the hell this guy is.
Yeah,
like, dude, did you know you're speaking to Danny Faulkner? What the hell is Danny Faulkner, man?
So what's his main thing? What's he say? Just debunks flat Earth.
This is the same guy that went to the Flat Earth conference, and Nathan Thompson ran up on him and said, "Mr. You have all the answers. How do you have gas pressure without a container?" And said nothing.
Crickets.
Absolutely nothing.
You got that video for Meggie? Anyone got that video for us?
Yeah, I posted it yesterday.
Yeah.
I could give it
he did.
Hold on.
No,
okay.
that's the one
I got
that
like
I played.
a parody of it. I don't know. I can't find the original, but it's got it in this video. So give me a second.
I took the first 24 seconds of this video and I made this clip.
Yeah, I saw that. That was good.
I like playing it because it's so enticing. Like, man, watch, I'll play it again.
I think people that first encounter Flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from Flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
Except yesterday.
Bullshit. I caught an argument and I couldn't refute.
I'm going to promote myself like that too. I've 100% debunked the globe, absolutely, positively, for 20 years. Everything I say is debunking the globe. There hasn't been a globe evidence or proof been brought forward. I'd love to talk to anybody who thinks they have anything other.
Shit, when I'm eating my Cheerios, I'm debunking the globe. What you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
When I'm going to the store and buying bread, I'm debunking the globe.
Hello, guys. I'm sorry to tell you, like,
every time I flush,
too much credit to say, like, you need to debunk it. It's already, like, nothing.
Yeah, I know. We're just making fun.
I know. How is everyone?
Well,
Good. The milk on your cereal bowl is flat and horizontal.
Here soon you're going to have people coming in here claiming they can see stars through the Grand Canyon. I've already got like 15 likes on that post on Conspiracy Catch channel. So there are going to be people coming in here saying that.
Explain it again, how you're dropping that little seed, and we're going to see how it develops and gets passed around.
Well, I told them that I did a 1 foot or 1 mile observation of the Grand Canyon from 1 foot off the ground, and I could see stars through it.
Ask him if he wants to debate a fifth grader, a flat Earth fifth grader. That would be so funny to see a flat Earth fifth grader destroy every one of those bastards.
So we're going to wait and see how long it takes them to bring up this Grand Canyon observation. I bet they will.
Oh, it's coming. I'm just warning you guys. Y'all just need to start laughing at them as soon as they do.
We're laughing already.
That's when we can call refraction, right?
Refraction. What about shooting stars or anything else coming from any other certain directions or any ways? Like, why isn't that?
We need a sound effect.
I hope somebody does come in and say they can see stars below the horizon, though. That would make my day.
All right, Jacqueline posted it.
They say space is keeping everything apart from each other in space. No resistance is keeping everything apart, you guys. Nothing is separating everything, while gravity's bringing it all together.
Yeah, but a bunch of bullshit.
That face, sorry, that face he pulls when Nathan is asking him about the gas pressure. So funny. Sorry, continue.
What was for dinner, Roger?
Already at my dinner. Tortillas.
That's epic.
Tortilla with was it pork?
Dang, they even got tortillas in Denmark?
Netherlands, bro. Netherlands.
I'm sorry, in the Netherlands,
Yeah, well, I have this subscription, and you get this box with organic food, and saves me the hassle of trying to think of what to eat every night, right? It's always the same, so
Hey,
it's
Jose,
organic.
I just thought it was you.
Sorry?
I just noticed it was you.
Hey, man.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, fine.
Cool.
You?
Yeah, I'm just having dinner here, so kind of staying
Enjoy.
on mute mostly.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
Are you enjoying the curfew? It's coming?
Coming? Is it here? I don't know.
Well, yeah, they almost. It's from 9 o'clock. I don't know when it's going to start, but the rumors are Saturday. So Saturday going forth till the 9th of February, we probably have a curfew from 9 in the evening till 4:30 in the morning.
So there's a-holes out there actually that will enforce that nonsense, huh?
Yeah, we
we'll
have.
see when it starts to get real, so.
Yeah, of course, they said, well, we haven't enough police, so they are going to use the border control police to also enforce.
Okay.
Yeah, the marechaussee.
Yeah, I know.
So.
Well, we'll see.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing, right? Because they had they had a voting in was it November, December, and all the parties voted against a curfew, almost all, and now they vote for the curfew, but the deal was that it was first supposed to be at 8:30 in the evening, but they thought it was too early, so they upped it to 9, and then all the parties went along with it, right? So just
Yeah, bargaining. Very, very
bargaining, yeah. It's ridiculous. Bargaining
Yeah,
with
the
people's
Dutch
lives.
people are a sucker for bargaining. It's unfortunate. But
they make a theater out of it, right? So they first say, well, no, we don't want a curfew because it's too... And then say, well, okay, let's up it an half hour. Okay, we're fine, right? It's just theater.
But I'm just like this, the Dutch really like to play games, and they're all very involved with it. And yeah, when the damage is done is when things get real. So we'll see what happens.
Right.
The pressure
Well,
has already been pretty high with just the COVID nonsense on a lot of stores and restaurants and everything. So yeah, I don't know how high they think they can keep it, but yeah, people are pretty pissed off in general.
Yeah, they just announced another 7 billion euro support package for the people, right? For the small businesses and the big businesses. So 7 billion.
Well, that's all very cute, but what are you going to do with it? Everything's closed.
Well,
everybody's going through a hassle. So, oh yeah, you're getting that damage claim. That's really cute, but in the meantime, the world is still ruined around you.
Sure. And who's going to pay for the 7 billion, right? It's not them. It's all coming from tax money or loan money from the central bank. So
Yeah, we just don't have much of a choice but to see how it plays out.
Don't know.
I'll tell you what they want you to do with it. They want you to go to Walmart, Amazon, Fred Meyers, all the big super global megacorp places.
Yep.
So the more we don't do that, the better then.
Problem is how every small enterprise is closed. So are you going to shop and support those guys?
Oh my God, go to the shopping server then.
I'm personally very tenacious, so I like to stick to
Tenacious.
places that I know.
So
I
you
get
come
to-
in, talk about this nonsense, right? Arwen, let's get back on topic.
Did you know that the store floors are perfectly flat? Yet, if you have
Oh,
a viewing height over the floor, you'll still see some kind of apparent obstruction. Now, formerly, ballers
I see what you
claimed
did
that
there.
this was curvature.
Good move.
Yet, it is an inherent optical effect that takes present even over confirmed measured flat surfaces. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
When they pour concrete, it achieves a level.
Did that without skipping a beat either. Very nice, Arwen.
You're welcome.
No, I didn't say thank you. I said very nice.
Okay. Whatever, Bear.
Yeah, it was me that brought it up. I mean, another Dutchman We're in the same pickle, right?
Alright.
So my apologies.
Arwen is my Dutch brother, so it's all good. You're my second Dutch brother. It's all good.
Yeah, man.
Not had my fill of the Dutch.
There are only two things that I hate in the world: people who are intolerant of other people's countries, and the Dutch.
And the Dutch.
How dare you?
Yeah, we once ruled the world, right? It was it was all ours.
Well,
Gave it-
sort of.
Gave it to the.
We were honorable traders in a world where people were very just trying very grabbler-esque, and we were kind of honorable in relation, and certain cultures really appreciated that, and that's how we managed to get peace treaties with cultures that other attempts from other, like Portugal and Spain, they would get just war out of it. So because of our diplomatic nature, we managed to get around and form long-term, like, cultural alliances almost. Like in Japan today, you can still see the remnants of that. Like
Indonesia.
I also grew up with some Dutch culture. You know, I was very partial to Dutch masters and stuff. So yeah.
It's interesting how that worked.
People play double Dutch all the time.
I guess you know. Unless you know what I'm talking about, you don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pass the Dutch, I presume.
There you go.
Okay.
The Dutchie on the left.
The green stuff, Arwang.
The green stuff?
Yeah.
It's not like as in stop bogarting that wicked dank.
East India.
Well, I like to disagree, you know. I think that the Dutch really were traders, and we weren't so much about money. We were about resources and, like, logistics.
The wrong green.
Hold on. And then the grabblers truly came in and kind of, like, made it all about banking. And that worked out really well because it's so easy and so quick, right? So we were basically tempted by Lucifer's gold at some point. But originally, it was all about resources and distribution and just being prepared. Like, very libertarian oriented, like very sympathetic also to the American Revolution. Yeah, history. Anyway, now we're in the middle of everything. Just a little country trying to please as many groups as possible, trying to get out through alive as the turmoil starts up everywhere.
I believe that last year was the first year that the tulip fields actually had to be culled and that no exports were done from Holland in tulips.
I bet our government paid for it all, right?
Like through both the wars, that tulip industry managed to survive, but COVID put them down.
You know, COVID really is just an attack on the world free for all. And they're also trying to keep everybody demoralized. So.
But it almost, you know, dealing with these globers, I often think about that analogy where the guy from Star Wars says, "These are not the droids you're looking for." And then the weak mind believes it. And just through my interactions with some of these people, you know, some guy who's pretty unknown will say, "Oh, you've probably seen me on TV." And just that statement enough will make people start to treat him like he is famous. Now, there's no proof of that claim, but it's almost as though you could start to play the globers back at their own ignorance by using "this is not the droid you're looking for" with the weak-minded.
But do we really need to get back at them at this point? We've won so much. We've won everything. Like, it's done. But yeah, they're still believing. So it's just, yeah, they're just trying to pull through, you know. Have pity on them. Just, it's not really that much of a threat, you know. Like, there can be a lot of bluff from the Globe side, but eventually it all falls to ruin because it's not a globe, and that's it.
That's second law of thermodynamics. Thanks for bringing it back on topic. All
Cool.
right. What do we got here?
He's getting
Looks like Meta's in the chat right above me.
Who?
Meta.
Meta what?
Meta's a girl. She's really nice. She's from South.
She's from Southie. You from Boston, Meta?
Hi, no, South Africa.
Oh, gotcha. We didn't catch the rest of Sonny's statement because he's chopping as usual. He's probably been in here for 25 hours.
Well, I'm brand new, so hi.
Hi.
Hey, welcome to the server.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, hoe gaat het?
Goed met jou.
Did you say cat meow?
Yes,
No, I
precisely.
said, and how are you? In Afrikaans.
Yeah, that saying almost sounded like meow. That's kind of cool. Anyway, yeah. So, what brings you to the server, Meta? Like, why did you decide to join us?
Well, I found QE's channel on YouTube and I watched or listened to 2 of the debates and I just had an absolute blast. I couldn't stop laughing. And then I saw the guys in the voice chat and then I joined this afternoon for the first time. And yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
What was this QE you speak of?
She's talking about me.
Oh, you. Oh, okay.
Does he have a website?
Yeah, that guy that nobody can give answers to.
That guy?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that one with the loud voice.
Oh, man. Stay away from that guy.
Loud voice, huh?
And he keeps telling people, you failed. You failed.
Now, I have a question. Did they fail?
Oh, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a globie.
Well, truthfully, nobody really is because there's no globe.
Yeah, there's no globe. How long you been a
Yeah,
flat
but
earther,
you know
Meta?
what I mean. About 4 years.
Okay. And why do you think the Earth
Yeah.
is flat?
Well, besides from all the obvious, you can see it's flat. There's no curvature. There's no movement. The stars go in set paths. They don't fall upside down. The moon is weird. I mean, you want me to go on?
Oh, just a little bit. I usually have to ask people that because I get all kinds of crazy answers. But yeah, yours were pretty cool. Yeah. Does
No,
anybody have a
it's
problem with me giving her the flat Earth tag? If you do, please speak
No,
up.
she's watching my videos. Give it to her. It should have already been done.
I say
Oh, no.
Earth, yeah. We talked with her earlier this morning.
Okay. Flat Earth tag. There you go. And also,
Thank
Kai, are you
you.
here?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. You wanted to tell her?
Kai, she wasn't here, but she felt the vibrational energy of another woman and just come. Right? I was wondering, I was saying to myself, okay, when is one of these ladies going to get her on ladies' night? There's Kai immediately typing. Go ahead, Kai.
Yes,
Sorry.
you gotta come to our ladies' night. We have it every Friday at
well, thank you.
It's 5 p.m. Eastern in the US. So I don't know what time that is in South Africa. But we'd love to have you come.
Midnight.
Okay. Well, if you can make
It's
it.
midnight, but I will join if I can. No, I've seen the channel, but every time I checked it out, I didn't know it's only on a Friday. So I never saw anyone in there.
Yeah, we just do
But
it here
I'll-
in the live stream. Yeah, so you can just
Yeah,
come to the same
yeah.
room tomorrow.
No, it'll be fun. I'll definitely join you.
Yay!
Yeah, thank you. Everyone is
Is
so
that
nice.
the lady with the
too.
bars? What's up? Hi.
Hello, Chocolate.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm so happy it's almost Friday, y'all. Cannot
Yeah.
wait.
If we got
Okay,
this
so I
much
just
support,
wanna ask-
you guys might have another day to do that if you guys plan on it. See how
Well,
it's working out
what's
really
that?
well. Sorry.
Oh,
Minnow.
another
Go ahead.
ladies' night?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Just saying.
I'm so down.
So how many ladies join in the chat then? Usually.
I'd say at minimum maybe 10. Maybe there's 10 at minimum, sometimes
Okay.
more.
Okay.
Just depends because everyone has their own schedule, but yeah, we've gotten a lot of girls.
Does
So
it get
it's so
as
fun.
brutal as QE's things?
Oh,
It depends.
we can get sassy.
Yeah, I think it's Kai's really broken people down. So
Yeah, sometimes with these guys, I get a little aggressive with them, a little sassy, but we keep it
Kai,
pretty chill.
you should start hitting them with the bars. Be a rap after that.
Start rapping to them. Yeah. Yeah, I
Do
might
it.
do that.
You got to get on the next track too.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Just say when.
Shit, you got to do it.
Never.
Huey, you're gonna like it.
Huey, don't.
All right.
no, QE is a man about action. If you say it, it's already wheels are in motion. So you don't put your hand to the plow and then turn back, right? Like you're going forward, buddy. Like that's it. You said
Yeah,
it,
and you
go.
don't fail.
And you don't fail either. So he's got one speed. Go.
That's why there's going to be a big push for Flat Earth Classic Rock coming up soon, folks.
Hey,
I'm still waiting for him to put my rap video on his channel. I don't know what he's waiting for, but
Oh shit!
I don't know.
Shots fired.
Yep.
So I want to ask a question, if I can.
Sure, go ahead.
So I read something in one of the comments. I think it was I'm not sure if it was today, maybe yesterday, and I haven't looked into it, and I've never heard anything about it. I haven't researched it, anything. So I want to ask if anybody's heard something like that. So it's a guy that mentioned something, and he said Africa is too big to fit on flat Earth. So it was something to the effect of that. Does anybody know what he was talking about, or was he making a joke, or have you heard of something like that?
No.
He probably didn't take his medication and he started
I would
speaking.
say all of the above. I've never heard that.
Fit in
That's a
any
joke.
model.
That's a
It's
ridiculous.
It's incredibly big, and it's too big to fit. Like every model, every person that attempts to put it together has trouble fitting it somehow.
There's a problem with that. You want to hear what the problem is?
Yeah.
Africa, wherever it is and however big the size is fitting perfectly on the flat Earth right now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of a silly question, but people say what they want. What was his argument
Yeah,
for it,
that's
Meta?
true.
Did you hear?
No,
what-
I can't. No, I can't remember. I was just quickly scanning through the new messages, and then I just saw something about they were talking about continents, and he said something about Africa, and I didn't have time to read it at the time, and I've never heard something like that, and I didn't. So I was just asking, maybe because there's so many people here, if anybody might know
Yeah,
if
Glober's-
there's an argument like that, or because I've never heard anything like that.
Yeah, Globers say the darndest things. That's what we should chalk it up to.
Yeah.
They do. They do. I mean, the craziest
Yeah.
things too. Probably stuff that you would never even hear a normal, sane, thinking person, right?
Yeah.
QE has a list of them.
And he also sent me a bunch of clips of them. Which let me see. I might play like a 30-second clip or 50-second clip of something.
Yeah, do that. That'll be fun.
Okay.
The guy who invented the Earth curve calculator came in here and ended up as one of the stupidest things you've ever heard.
All right. I got a clip here that I want you to listen to. It's 54 seconds. Not that again. Let's see. Danny 50. 1 second. All right. This is the clip. No? Jeez. Okay. 1 second. Come on, YouTube. Work with me here. There you go.
America.
Mickey, have him measure direction for us, man.
Go ahead. RZ Micey.
Can you measure
you
west
pick-
for us?
Yeah, you pick, any
measure
reference
west.
point. Yeah, you pick any reference point. That
Measure
you want.
west.
Yeah, you pick any reference point that you want, and you pick the angle between you and that reference point.
Measure west.
Sure, no problem.
Angle.
Magnetic west or true?
Fuck off.
Magnetic west or true?
Magnetic west.
Magnetic west.
Magnetic west.
This guy's a fucking clown, man. Magnetic
Which
west.
one? Which one do you want? Magnetic west or true?
No, I want magnetic west.
Yeah, I want that one.
I want to see magnetic west.
Did he say magnetic west?
He said
Yes.
magnetic west.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, damn it.
It would have been one thing if he just had a slip of the tongue once, but he doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on it.
Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, I got that magnetic west for you. Is that what you want?" Oh my god!
All right. So, Meta, if you want to hear more of these numpty clips, go to my channel. There's a whole list of them. They're just like the way the last video I put up in the live stream voice text. It's Quantum Eraser's numpty clips. It's a collection of all his greatest little clips of the Glober saying the darndest things.
Oh, now if
Is
you
it
want to
on
hear
the playlist?
I haven't made it a playlist just yet because I haven't put all of the clips that he gave me. I gotta turn them into videos, but I am uploading them daily. So I gotta actually start working on them as soon as I can. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I've listened to two of the QE's debates. One was with paid NASA shill, and the other one was the most recent one. And I got kind of bored a while ago because I binged watched like flat earth stuff, read articles for about a year, 2 years, and then it was sort of like because I didn't have anyone to talk to here, so I was kind of like, oh, okay, I know it's flat now I'm getting bored. And then I found this thing, and now I'm really enjoying it again. So thanks.
Yeah. Yep. Also, shoot him a sub and me a sub if you can on YouTube.
Yeah, I will.
Cool.
He was defending magnetic west yesterday, by the way.
RC?
Yes.
Magnetic West. That sounds like a stage name for a rapper.
so funny.
Right now on that Science versus Pseudoscience, you got Danny talking about the subtraction thing.
Really?
Yeah, he's like basically even Travis Clark is over there too, and they're just going through one flat earther down, like having them answer. And if they don't answer, they all laugh. So yeah, so I'm saying it's a huge problem, right? I mean, if they can just dominate the server and just say you flat earthers don't know subtraction, what is 1 minus 0.000001? Is that a big number or little number?
They're morons, man.
I know, that's what I'm saying. At any time of the day, you can hear this stuff in real time.
In real time.
Yeah, and best thing too is like Danny supposedly, he delivers like whatever, DoorDash or whatever he does. So the people are telling him, dude,
Is
put
this
your
plane flying backwards, Danny?
yeah, the same guy.
Oh, nice.
People are telling him,
Way to
dude,
go.
put your phone down and just drive. You're gonna crash. He's like, no, he's just that good that he can do all these multitask things because he's not a flat earther.
Nah, because all these guys that want to tell you all day long about how flat Earth is nothing, it's not important. They need to be very focused on this thing that's not important and nobody cares about. Apparently, they need to be focused while driving, while at work. We got idiot professors who say, "Oh yeah, I'm teaching a class, but I'm listening to you guys." What?
Well, tell him to come on over here. Tell Daily T to come on over here and explain himself, and let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he's also posting some sort of meteorology report that shows that refraction debunks black swan.
All right. So we got a person in here named Jihadi. We're gonna mute him. Jihadi, are you there? Jihadi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Nothing. Just joined.
Hey, welcome to the server. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
What brings you by the server, Jihadi?
I just came because I wanted to see flat earthers' points of view on if the world is round or not. So other than that, I'm just glad to be.
Okay, so can you clarify about what you mean by round? Like round like a pizza?
Not round
like a penny?
3-dimensional shape. So
Do you mean a sphere?
yes, a sphere.
Okay. And do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, I believe the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, how confident are you right now that it is a sphere?
Pretty confident.
Yeah, like what would you wager? Like 100%? 70%? 50%?
About 100%.
100%.
More likely than unlikely. I'm more likened to the fact that the Earth is a sphere rather than it's a flat surface.
Yeah, that's fine, man. If you think it's 100%, you're 100% confident. There's 3 physical claims that the globe Earth makes that anybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe should be able to answer. Really easy. I mean, super easy. Knockdown win for any glober, right? So anybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe, especially people who know that 100% that it is, should be able to answer these questions. Now, mind you, in these 3 simple questions, you can say, I don't know. And that would be a perfectly fine answer because all we're doing here is getting information from you, giving it to us. That's it. All right. So the first.
Might not be the best person to ask, but try to answer these questions.
Well, sure. Yeah. If, like I said before, if you don't know the question, you could just say, I don't know, because it's just information that you know, Jihadi. That's it. So it's not a debate or anything. All right. First question is, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth, beginning from ancient times all the way up until current times? So the method in which the curvature of the Earth was measured. Do you know?
Measure in which the curvature of the Earth was measured? No.
Okay. So you would say that however it was measured, somebody figured it out. It's probably just they figured it out, and you believe that they've done the work.
Look at it. Most people who believe the Earth is spherical will try to use the sun to measure like shadows.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, however they figured it out, right? They must have done it. They did the work. They figured it out, and you believe that they figured it out, right? You know, you trust in their work. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the second question is axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. How have we detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Now, I need the method in which the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis. Can you give me that information specifically? You cut out there, Jihadi. What was that?
I said no.
Okay. So once again, you would believe that somebody has done the work to figure out that the Earth is spinning on its axis. They've figured it out somehow, and they've gave us the answer to that it is spinning on its axis because of certain information these individuals know, and we, or the population has believed them because of it, right? People believe the ones who figured this out, including yourself. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So the third and final question is that the heliocentric globe Earth presents itself as what we would consider to be air pressure here, right, where we're at. Now, the heliocentric globe Earth idea says that the gas pressure which we have here is next to the vacuum of space, which is uncontained from the pressure air. So the pressure air can disperse into the available space, but they say that it doesn't. So how can we have gas pressure without the container? Do you know? Jihadi, if you're answering that, you're cutting out or your mic's not coming through.
I don't think my mic's coming through, but I said I don't know.
Okay. So real quick, just to kind of summarize, the Earth as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have. It hasn't been substantiated by any evidence whatsoever. All you have right now is this idea that somebody's told you information, secondhand information, and you trust the sources, so you just believe that it's a globe. So the 100% certainty that you had about it being a globe just went all the way down to absolutely zero, because there's no way that somebody who's 100% sure that the Earth is a globe would be just believing a story and then saying that it is a globe. They would back it up by evidence and be able to tell anybody who asks, here's the evidence for what I know to be true. Now, that wasn't done, so therefore a belief is not 100% knowledge of something, like you would say that you know that the Earth is a globe, because if it was, then we would be able to substantiate it with evidence, and that's not what we did here in this conversation. So indeed, Jihadi, you do have a belief system. It was a religious belief system. You don't owe nothing to the globe, so you don't have to keep still believing that it's a globe. You can actually say, well, let me look at something else, right? If it's just a belief, there's no evidence. So,
I mean, I could do my own research. I wouldn't mind.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that if you want. But what I'm saying is, at least this is a starting point for you. You don't have to take it on your shoulders and say, I owe the globe to, keep just justifying it for some reason. You don't have to. You just because of the fact that you admittedly said, hey man, I'm honest, I don't know. That's a good starting point for you, because then you could say, okay, where's the evidence then, right?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, if you have any questions about the flat Earth, we'd like to answer them. Okay. So just going to turn it over to the panel if anybody wants to jump in. Just you can ask any questions you like, Jihadi.
All right. Wait. So I want to know, based on what you think and what you know, what gave you the conviction, right, that the Earth was flat per se?
All right, panel. That's for you.
Have you ever experienced anything else?
Wait, can you repeat that? You sounded a bit garbled.
I'm sorry, I'm at a gas station. Have you ever experienced anything other than that? Flat and stationary.
Flat and stationary? So like...
Yes, sir.
No, I mean, I've been on flat. I don't know how to explain it, but...
Have you ever seen curvature?
On a plane, I have seen some curvature.
Really? How high up were you?
I was around 35,000 to 40,000 feet, if I'm correct. I didn't really see, too much curvature. It was hard to see, but I've seen like a little, not too much.
Yeah, you definitely didn't see curvature. Because the experts will say you can't even see curvature from the ISS, the International Space Station.
Besides, the planes aren't dipping their noses down 2,800 a minute, traveling at 500 miles an hour, which they would be required to do.
Don't forget, while also having to negotiate a Earth that's spinning underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we noticed that a little bit, but we don't.
Yeah, try landing an aircraft on a spinning runway on a aircraft carrier in the ocean. Tell me how that works.
I mean, if you want a quick reference, bro, I mean, even on your own side, your astrophysicist, Mr. Neil Smoking the Grass Tyson, tells you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. So how could you possibly see it from 30,000 feet on a plane? That doesn't fly. Get it?
I got that one, Chuck.
Yay. Is the dude still here? Is he here?
You still here, guy? Who are we talking to?
Jihadi, but it seems like his mic is he's locally muted, so probably not responding.
Oh, poor baby.
Oh.
I missed that. I went over and rubbed Daily T's nose in it. I told him to come on over here. Let's go to the arena, and I need a neutral server.
Oh God.
Yeah. So I took away his moderator role.
That clown is a moderator over there.
Yep.
You know what? Let me not even. I don't even understand.
Well, there's few people that like to moderate over there, so what can you do?
Do you guys remember a guy named Dan Fessler?
Yes.
Is that his avatar that Glor is using in the live stream voice text?
Glor. I think so.
Yeah. He's even saying some globish things in there, so. I don't think that, because he said that the avatar is him, so it's not just some random picture on the internet.
I'm not a Glober. Oh my God.
I just wrote a flat earth poem. You guys want to hear it? It's really cheesy.
Yeah, go for it.
Refraction.
Nah, from what I remember, that wasn't Dan Fessler's profile. It was different.
Well, some Globers, though, I think. I might be mistaken.
Just Rumpus Kai.
Quit rumpusing Kai's porn.
Bro, I was about to read my little poem I wrote.
She was 3 words in. Chocolate just bowed his way in there. Right?
And I tagged Chocolate in my
bad.
poem. I even tagged him in it. Refraction is the proof The horizon always moves. It's never geometric. It's never physical. So I'll be staying skeptic because the Earth is not a ball. Is that good?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Very good.
I'm just going to read that anytime somebody claims refraction. It's like a little nursery rhyme for
You
them.
mean Bagak refraction?
That's what they need as a nursery rhyme. Excellent. And maybe we can get some pop-up books. I still think that would be a good idea for the Globers.
Yeah, when you open it, it says Bagak refraction.
And then it has a little nursery rhyme and a little pop showing you, it's actually flat, bro.
If a black swan is telling him it's refraction, then it makes sense if it's making the bird noise.
Hey, Glor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I have to defend myself. I have no idea why you think I'm someone else, but it's actually my photo. You can check my YouTube channel. You can check my videos on YouTube.
No, it's all good, man. No, I'm just saying you look like some dude that used to be in here. He had like the same pose as you did.
Maybe he watched that photo. No, it was a little different. I remember you're talking about Dan Fessler.
I want to say. Well, now he has a different image, but it looked. I don't know, man. I used to swear like that.
Yeah, it sounds kind of, strange to me. So when someone called me Glober now, it's kind of insulting.
But he sounded like an American, and you definitely don't sound like one.
Yeah, I'm Russian.
But this is just another example of the type of eye for detail that you need for this type of a subject.
Yeah, sorry about that. Meanwhile, back at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
What's your YouTube channel there?
Yeah, it's Fausto Laporte.
Oh shoot! Is he able to put that in the?
Yeah, say that 3 times fast.
Go ahead and link there, and I can get to.
That's a fun word to say.
You could post it. That'd be good. Unless it's in Russian, but I'll still watch it.
No, it's in English usually, and just few Russian videos.
Cool. Lots of flat land in Russia.
Yeah, it's a huge flat land.
Huge. The steppes are huge.
Does anyone ever talk about going north from Russia?
That's been on my mind lately.
Because of those land bridges and some of those islands that seem to fall towards that central location that's been strategically blocked out of all our maps since the 1600s.
Hear about the legends of King Arthur who traveled there? He brought back legends of people who traveled there before him.
Yeah, as far as I know, the north side is as blocked as south. 16 parallel. You are not allowed to cross the certain area in North Pole either.
Yeah, because think about that. There could be really special center of our Earth, and if there is something spectacular happening there, they absolutely could not let us.
Yeah.
That's why all those explorers, all that information they got, this all top secret information. It still is.
So you know, glory people are going to keep bugging you till you get another tag. Do you want to try to be a? What are you? You don't think it's a globe or what?
Yeah, it's definitely not a globe, guys.
Okay. What's your best proof that it's not a globe?
The best proof. Okay, for me, I believe the shape is not really the most important thing, because I really believe that the Earth is not an object, as in like a ball or an apple that you can think as a specific shape. So I think the more important and more powerful message here is that Earth is stationary and the center of creation.
Pretty good answer.
Yeah, so for me, the most important evidence is a stationary Earth.
Fair enough, man. Just saying that. As long as you're sitting here with VC verified, the moderator's going to call on you and stuff. So I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
I'm just a silver, so I can't do anything but your rolls. So I'll shut up.
Dozens and dozens of new flat earthers. How about that?
Yeah, I agree, Sonny. Generally, we're getting more people with at least open minds, and you know, seems like they're trending that way anyway.
Yeah. Well, I need to get off for a little while. Nice talking with you guys this morning. I'll talk to you a little later.
Oh, perhaps your mic will be better.
Why is it still bad?
No, it's good now.
Sucker.
Have a good day in California.
Later to you too, you boomer. See ya.
Later, Ren.
With maintaining radio silence, I'm just checking to see if I'm still connected.
Yeah.
Okay. So Roger. There is a VC verified guy in here, HAWII. We talked to them. How do you pronounce that? Hawaii? Whatever. Are you there? Welcome to the server. I guess he's not going to answer. Back to radio silence till the next person talks.
Who are you addressing that to? Was that Jihadi?
No, right below Gold Dust Swan, there's a HAWII guy. Or girl, I don't know.
Can speak now, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hear that. All right. Yeah. So when I asked, what makes you guys believe that there's a flat Earth? Well, I wasn't really given a clear answer.
No one here believes in a flat Earth.
Correct. Go ahead.
And you cut out, so that's why you weren't given an answer, because we called on you, but you never answered back.
To you people who can make the claim, right, that you not you have this, but all right, let me put this in your wording.
Yeah, your mic is really bad.
I mean, I'm using speaker. I can't find my headphones. So,
yeah, better.
What convinces you that there is a flat Earth?
There's a few things, right? There's long distance observations that show us that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. There's also specular reflections over water in a calm lake that can show us that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. We can show you a few things that you could demonstrate for yourself. It's not just something that we're telling you. There's something you can do and check the information to make a demonstration to look for yourself that it is not curving as they say it is. And also, if it was curving, with the specular reflection, you would have distortion in the water. So I can go into that a little bit if you want me to show you, Shadi.
I just want to give one more question. So I've been to Africa recently. There's a lot of water. I was near the dock, right? And so there was a ship leaving. And while it was leaving, I noticed that the flag, because there was a flag on the ship, it was actually going down, but it wasn't just going straight ahead and fading. It went down, so it seemed to sink below the horizon a bit. So can you explain that?
What do you mean, can you explain that? What do you think it is, first of all?
I mean, I think that could be some evidence that the Earth may be spherical, but I want to know if you flat earthers can make any claim to debunk it.
Yeah, we got to look at the claim, right? What you saw, we have to examine that. Now, do you think that ship was going over something physical? A physical curve of the Earth?
No.
No, it was not going over a physical curve of the Earth.
All right.
So that answer is no. You just answered yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
I think let's take it one step back as well and just see if you understand the way that perspective works. When you look down a long corridor and the ceiling appears to drop successively with distance, the object does appear to shrink from an angular resolution point in your own eye.
That is very true.
So as the ship goes into the distance, it would naturally appear like that flag lowered, just through perspective.
Yeah, I've experienced that especially with pictures. Some person may look to be shorter than me when in reality they could be way taller than me. So can I ask you guys about your flat Earth model and how it works?
We don't have a flat Earth model. Yeah. We don't have one. And to that fact, you don't have a globe Earth model either.
Yeah. I just wanted to know if you guys did have a flat Earth model.
No, we don't have a model.
You don't have one. Do you have a globe Earth model?
The questions.
Do you have a globe Earth model?
I can
show it to us.
Like an actual globe?
Show it to us. Show us the globe Earth model.
I don't have one.
The globe Earth model.
Yes.
The one
that works, apparently. You're pretending like you got one in the hopper and we don't have anything. So let's see yours.
I'm not saying that I have one. I just wanted to know if you guys.
Well, we want to see the globe Earth model. We've been asking for it for about 4 years now. No one's got it.
Well, I seem to not have it. I just wanted to know if you guys had.
You're not the only one. You don't seem. No one has it.
Everybody's always talking about this globe Earth model, but we're yet to see it. So go ahead, John.
I mean, may I ask why you are a bit abrasive?
Abrasive? No, you ain't seen abrasive, Jihadi. Not yet.
No,
anyway.
we're being nice.
This is
not abrasive at all.
QE's attracting female listeners, man. What are you talking about? He's getting soft.
That's right.
If you think this is
we got QE's Angels. We got a new one, Meta.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can I ask you guys about the day and night cycle, like winter and summer and stuff?
Yeah, but you're going to have to do something about that mic, Jihadi. It is horrendous, man. We can hardly hear you.
I'm not using a mic. I don't have my headphones.
Position yourself closer or something, man, because it's a struggle trying to hear what you're saying.
And I think just before we go on with the questions, you came in asking us about our belief in a model, and I think what is really a fundamental tenet about this is that you come to realize that your belief was in a globe. And when it comes to trying to test curvature, you can't find any measurable curvature. It's never been truly measured. It's simply a calculation, usually. When it comes to axial rotation, which is a fundamental tenet of the religion, there's never been a demonstration or any scientific equipment that can prove that the Earth is rotating the way that they say that it is. Some people claim the gyro can, but it's not definitive. And then the third point would be gas pressure next to the infinite vacuum of space. Once you've understood that those three assumptions that are so closely tied to the globe religion is the belief tenet that it's never been proven to you, but you believe it. Once you get to that point, you start to question. And that's why we were then saying we are the ones who have gone through that belief system and gone through it with scrutiny to pull away where we saw that it was just a so story or a belief, and started to actually find the scientific evidence. And through that approach of finding the scientific evidence, you will notice that all science supports the flat stationary model. So the belief system very much lies with the people who haven't started to question the belief yet.
All right, did you hear what he just said, Jihadi? Because it looks like you were preoccupied with the live stream voice text.
No, I heard what the other guy said. This other guy, cute the shit, yeah. So I'd like to ask you guys about like the day and night cycle, winter, summer, things like that, the seasons, and how they change with a flat Earth.
What do you mean by how they change with the flat Earth?
You worded that wrong. But, the day and night cycle, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Since most people believe that it has something to do with how the sun or stuff like that is positioned, right? I want to know, since you guys seem to contradict, right, that assertion that it's by the sun or it's by the position in which the Earth or any celestial body that is.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, bro. All right, so basically, when you go outside, you witness the sun in the morning come from the east and move across your sky and go to the west. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so would you say that the sun is moving across the sky would be a fair statement?
I mean, I see the sky move. That's for sure.
No. I'm talking about the sun, day and night, right? That's what you were talking about. All right.
Yeah.
So the sun moves across the sky from east to west. Is that correct?
Wait. Okay, no. Yes, it does. I was some did wrong at first, but I had to.
All right. So the sun moves across the sky from east to west. We all observe this.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So where does Flat Earth say that the Earth is moving, as the globe Earth then asserts that it is? We don't make the claim that the Earth is moving. We just say that the sun is moving across the sky because that's what we witness. You and I witnessed that, Jihadi. So there's no contradiction to what reality is telling us. However, the contradiction happens when the globe Earth then says, well, the Earth is the one that's actually spinning on its axis, making the sun look like it's going across the sky. So we don't say that. We say the sun is moving across the sky because it is moving. Got it?
Yeah.
All right. So the thing that's contrary is what they're saying. Okay, it's backwards. The globe Earth is the one that's making the claim that the Earth is moving, causing day and night. So they're the ones in contrary to what reality is telling us. Simple, right?
Yeah, that's about most of the questions I have. I had another one in mind, but I just forgot it. Thank you for answering.
No problem, man.
I'll do my research.
Yep. And also try to see if we can get another mic, dude, because it's hard to hear you. Really hard.
So I was going to say, come back anytime with a better mic. Please.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for your questions.
And what you must try and keep in mind as well is that it's until that you hear there's an alternative explanation for something that you usually think that there's only one explanation for something. And on this journey, there are going to be multiple explanations for things. And when you start to see that there are these explanations, it starts to erode your trust that there is one definitive answer. So on this situation, like exactly what Miggy was saying now, we see the sun move across the sky. The one explanation is that the land you're standing on is actually spinning faster than the speed of sound. The other option is the object that you're looking at is actually moving. So
yeah, I understand that because I debate religion. So there's many different points coming from one side. So once you see these alternatives, you know, one side is going to attract you the most. So.
Well, that would be reality, right?
So then you can take this even further and you say, okay, so if I'm stuck to this land and this land is spinning and that's causing the sun to rise, what if I was no longer attached to the land? So you raise a drone with a camera mounted on it and you do a time lapse of the sunrise, and the sunrise still occurs exactly the same way as if you were attached to the apparent spinning.
Oh yeah, one more question. Since the Earth is flat, would you say any other planets are flat? Like all of the planets in our solar system?
Your whole concept right now of the cosmos is built on the heliocentric understanding, Jihadi. Everything that's been given to you that you learned about the world around you has been given to you to kind of give you this information that you cannot validate yourself. So all these ideas of planets and galaxies and all these other crazy notions cannot be verified by you. It's just a story that you've picked up and you think it's real. So now you're saying, I got this story, but what do you guys say that the things in the sky are? And see, here's the thing. We're not making the claim to what they are. What we say is intellectually honest. We say we don't know. They are just lights in the sky. Now, anything after that is going to be something that's added to as what we would consider speculation. Even if it sounds like a cool story, like, wow, Jupiter's a gas giant and Mars is the red planet, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter what they say. The attributes they give these things, that's a story that you will never be able to verify yourself. Nobody for that matter. And people just believe them religiously without any question. And then say, what would anybody have to rival against this notion that I have a story that sounds legit? And that's the thing. We're telling you, we're not making up a story. We're telling you what we see. And what we see are lights in the sky. No attributes. We're not giving them any special, whether what they are. We're not telling you any of that. We're just saying that they're lights in the sky. It sounds simplistic, but in its simplistic form, it's very honest and intellectually honest with answering that question. The person who's telling you that story about or where you learned it from has to then validate that positive claim that they told you. Does that make sense?
I understand. I understand well. Thank you.
Yep, no problem, man. All right, we got a couple other people that just joined us. Looks like Just Miriam has joined our chat. It's quite a bit of people, actually. All right, so Just Miriam, welcome to the chat. Are you there? You have control of your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Okay, we'll give you a few seconds to sort out your mic issues. Well, you know what? If you do want to speak to us, I'll go ahead and put you back on mute. Just go ahead and DM a moderator or go to VC Check-in 1 and we'll have somebody check you in. We'll also have IBZ that just joined our chat here. IBZ, are you there? IBZ, are you there?
Yes.
All right, let's try that again. I kind of hear your mic's all scratchy and whatnot.
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, you sound a little bit better now? Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, my friend?
I believe the Earth is flat, and I want to know like how to argue the case.
It's fairly simple. The Earth is observably flat. Okay, it's measurably flat, and it's practically used as flat.
Mm-hmm.
Pilots and sailors navigate across our great Earth as a flat and stationary plane. So if you want to discuss something about it, we first have to look at the claim that the globe Earth makes, because they are in fact positive claims, right? So the positive claims that the globe Earth makes are that there's measurable curvature, the Earth can be measured to have curvature, axial rotation, the Earth is spinning on its axis, and that the vacuum of space is actually a medium that resides next to the pressure air which we have here on Earth. And all these physical claims have to be validated. So we have to show people that if they can validate these claims, then they have a case for the globe. They cannot, there is no case for the globe, and it is just a belief. We start there. That is the foundation of a conversation with somebody. You wanted to know how to argue for flat Earth?
Yeah.
This is a great way to do it. It will be the conversation you have to open up another conversation with them about talking about flat Earth. If you don't have a conversation like this, then when you jump into the conversation about flat Earth, your bias for the globe will be preventing you from any further conversations about flat Earth. They're just going to tell you, well, yeah, but the globe Earth has an explanation for that. They need to understand that the globe Earth is just a belief.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so remember, 3 physical claims, right? The first one is measurable curvature. The second one is axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. And the third one is the vacuum of space.
So you just ask them to explain it?
They have to. If they think that the Earth is a globe, there's going to be a method to tell you how they measure the curvature, a method to tell you how they've detected the Earth spinning on its axis, and they have to know how gas pressure can be in a system that doesn't have a container. So gas pressure without a container. They're going to have to tell you how that's possible.
Which is stupid, because it's not possible.
And I would also just add there that you don't want to go into this with a mindset of you need to defend or battle or fight. What I've found to be one of the most tremendous methods is on this Discord, is asking these 3 simple questions and asking the person to say whether they know for fact or whether it's a belief. And probably the most powerful thing when it comes to this topic is the right question. So I would just pose questions like little seeds, plant the seed and walk on. Don't battle the person. You're going to lose friends and family.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting is that people come at you because they're in a state of like they're in an emotional state, let's say. And then humans are social animals, so we tend to take on the emotional state of the people around us. So often we feel like we're being attacked, and maybe we are in a pure sense. But when you understand what's actually happening, they're not really attacking you. What they're doing is defending their own beliefs, and then it's not personal at that point. So even though they might attack you, like literally call you names and one, they're not doing it because they don't like you or there's something wrong with you. They're doing it to defend like their own, literally their how do I even say, like their comfort, their kind of psychological comfort. And that's all it is.
A cognitus. No, you're spot on. It's the same way that I would avoid using the trigger words. So words like flat earth, words like gravity doesn't exist, or those silly trigger words, if used in that combination, can get someone's defenses up that at that point they're not even willing to listen to rational thinking. So it's tiptoeing around the big part, but asking very, very important questions. But yet, exactly like you said, when someone's defending their belief, you can often feel attacked by it, but yet you're the one also trying to convince them of your belief and feeling that they're not accepting your belief and they're trying to push their belief on you. So it's quite a circular thing, and both parties are left feeling frustrated.
We have quite a bit of new people that just joined our server. And for the sake of time, hopefully we can get to all of them. So Ibs, thank you for joining us. Just if you don't mind, you can just kind of sit back and listen to other conversations. So we're gonna kind of open up the floor so that we can get as much new people talking as we can possible.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back to some more questions, Ibs. So yeah, just I VC verified you, so you can jump back anytime, and if you need to leave or whatever. All right, so we have Aqua. It's the very top of the server. Aqua, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? So welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Aqua. What brings you by, man?
The name was interesting. Really second thing. Flat Earth.
All right, Aqua, your mic is cutting in and out. I don't know if you're not close enough to it. I feel like you could probably get a little closer, or the settings. I don't know.
The name was interesting.
Okay, I heard that. It's interesting.
Concept of a flat Earth.
Okay, so right now you have the mind that the Earth is a globe. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So just kind of hold that thought for just a moment, Aqua. Don't want to see if somebody else is in here. All right. I'm going to mispronounce this. Khadija? I said your name wrong, I'm pretty sure. Khadija. Thank you very much, Jadi. Khadija, are you there? Khadija, you have control of your mic. Would you like to join us in a conversation?
Hello.
All right. If you want to join us later, just go to VC Check-in 1. We'll have a moderator join up there and probably give you a role.
Sorry. Holy voice changer Batman. Whoever that
Khadija?
was. I don't know. Someone just said hello.
That sounded like a Ramistan.
Maybe it was. Sounded like. Maybe it was just a Ramistan being super deep, super bassy as he normally is.
No, he's not here.
Oh, that's not him? Okay.
No, he's not
It sounded
here.
like a voice changer.
Sounded like Dim Mark to me. Yeah, that was me.
Oh.
I said hello.
Aqua, can you fix your mic because it's real low?
Yep. All right.
Oh, is it demo?
This is bad mic day.
Oh, you jumped.
Yeah,
All right,
Aqua's back.
So we got Pandora also. Yeah, Aqua, just kind of hold tight for just a second. gonna see if we can open up a few mics so we can have like a multiple conversation flowing here. See if it's possible. It won't get too out of control. What do you think, guys? Bad idea or what? All right, Pandora, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Really well. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hi. Nice to be here.
You're very welcome to be here. What brings you by, Pandora?
I don't know. I just got an invite, so I just came. I
Cool.
was kind of bored.
All right, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
A globe.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, just hold that thought. Okay. I'm going to see if I can open up a few more mics and just kind of have a conversation back and forth with you guys that are new. Looks like we got Nasir 1. Nasir 1, are you there?
Oh, wait. Do you mind if I... Oh, sorry. I'll ask you.
Nasir?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's going on, man?
What do you mean, what's going on, bro, man? Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. What are you saying?
I'm just welcoming new people to the server. So welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, man. Yeah, great stuff, bro. The Earth is definitely flat, innit?
No, you think the Earth is flat? Okay, well, some people don't.
Oh, 100%, bro. Of course.
All right. So, no, you hold that thought. All right. So, okay. Well, I guess you're not gonna ban Nasir. He's gone. All right. Let's see if we got somebody else that wants to engage with us. We got Slit hanging out at the bottom. Slit, are you there? Slit, I opened up your mic. You have control of your mic. You can join in a conversation if you'd like.
Yeah.
All right, man. So what brings you to the server, Slit?
Just like curiosity.
You like curiosity?
No, I'm just curious about it.
Oh, okay. You're curious about the topic.
I don't know anything about flat Earth.
Okay. Well, welcome to the server. We are glad to entertain some questions from new people. We're going to do so in just a moment. We're going to make sure that everybody has the ability to speak so they can do so. Okay?
Can I just say, Silt, that is a sweet picture you've got there. Like Avatar.
Yeah.
You wouldn't happen to have like an original version of it? You'd probably turn that into an emoji.
I used a bot to do that. Because I found the emoji.
We definitely need that as an emoji on the server.
Okay.
That's kind of cool, isn't it? All right. So, Silt, just hold tight for a second. All right, we got Venk that also joined us at the bottom. Venk, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Venk. What brings you by?
I just wanted to learn more about the flat Earth view.
Okay. And what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Venk?
I think it's a globe.
Okay, so another glober? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so just sit tight, Venk. We're opening up mics right now. Hopefully we get a good conversation, cross conversation and whatnot. All right, so just hold tight, Venk. We'll get to Zoya. Zoya, are you there?
I think she's AFK right now.
She's AFK? Oh.
Yeah.
By the way, are you guys coming in a group? Like, is a gaming group that just joined us?
I know some people from here.
No, some of us know each other, but like we're not like
like a gaming group or anything?
No, we're not like that.
No, we're a religion group, but
religion.
Religion.
Yeah.
All right, so it sounds almost like Quran. Is that what you guys are studying?
Yeah, we're Muslims. We're Muslims.
Muslim, yeah.
All right. Where's Royal when you need him? Royal, are you there? He's listening. Yeah, he's also Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's nice.
All right. So let's see. Zoya was the last person. I don't think I missed anybody, have I? Oh, yep, I missed one at the very top. Ayub. Ayub, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Ayub?
It's fine. I'm good.
Okay, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I just unmuted you so we can have a conversation. Now, there's a few people in here, so I'm just going to ask you really quick. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, Ayub?
It's 100% a donut, man. I'm telling you.
Okay. Just server mute you. We'll have you sitting on server mute. We're not going to ban you because it was just a trollish question.
What's that,
All
like
right.
the 50th time someone said that in the live stream?
I would say so. Royal, can you jump into the chat if you got some time, buddy?
I am here. I'm here.
All right. Oh, there you are. All right. So we got some people who are Muslim, and some of them come from a Muslim server. It sounds like.
Okay.
So if they, I guess if you guys want to chime in, everybody has control of their mic. So everybody that I unmuted right now, if you wanted to. So Royal is a flat earther, and he's also a Muslim. Okay. So if there's something in the perspective that you wanted to hear from him, he can answer some questions. So do you guys have any questions on that portion of it?
Yeah, where's your evidence? Do you think there's evidence to put on?
Yeah, from the Quran. I mean,
Where is it?
throughout history, almost every single classic.
I'm not saying history. Where's your evidence?
It is very obvious. I mean,
But like, what
I will
verse are
have-
you using to back it up? That's what we're asking.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a second. I'm not prepared, so just one
Yeah,
second.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, if you let Royal just get prepared for just a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
We appreciate it.
Can you also server unmute Khadija, please?
Okay, who's that? Khadija? Yes, I can.
Khadija, yeah.
All right, Khadija, are you there?
Wasn't that the name of
Hi,
Muhammad's
I'm
first
here.
and second
Yes.
wife?
Welcome to the server, Khadija.
Hi.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I currently.
Oh, your mic cut out, Khadija. What's that again?
Ooh, sorry. I said I currently believe that the Earth is a globe, but I'm curious to see more evidences that they're flat because I think that's.
Okay. So it seems like we have a large group of people from a Muslim server just join us right now. Welcome, guys, to everybody that's here. I'd like to just let you know that as we have this conversation, if you'd be so kind as to let the person who's speaking on the flat earth side address your questions. But there is many questions that you have, and we'd like to hear them all if we could. So in an orderly fashion, try not to overtalk the people that came in from your group, so that we can hear everybody's question, if that's cool. So, and if you have other people that want their mics open, let me know. We can get to that. But for now, I think we'll let Royal answer. Whose question was it? Aqua. I think Aqua wanted to ask a question. Royal, are you ready? Or
I'm actually prepared, but most of my research or most of the things I know are in Arabic, so I'm trying to find a way to quickly translate them or find them in English,
Sure.
Unless you guys don't mind mentioning them in Arabic, I would do that right now.
Well, you speak Arabic, right?
Yeah. So maybe I can, speak English and then mention the verse in Arabic. We'll make this quick.
Okay.
I sure do that.
Okay. So, guys, there are many evidence. Actually, the entire Quran is all about a flat Earth and a closed system. So
Yeah, I want verses. I want chapter 3,
yeah,
verse 1. I
sure,
want chapter 4.
that's
verse
fine. Do you understand Arabic?
2. Yeah, I understand Arabic.
Okay, that's good. So the first one and the most obvious one is وَإِلَى الْأَرْضِ كَيْفَ صُطِحَتْ. Here it basically
Let me
says
get you
that
Ibn Kathir. You trust Ibn Kathir?
again.
You trust Ibn Kathir. You know who Ibn Kathir is?
Yeah, I do trust him, but obviously, any kind of interpretation, it must has some kind of backing up. So if
You deny his interpretation.
I don't, no, I just told you I trust him, but
Kathir's interpretation of the verse?
yeah, but Ibn Kathir, if you read his book, man, if you read his book, you will understand that the Earth he's describing is neither globe nor flat. It's something else from another, from another perspective. It's interesting. It's very interesting, but it's very weird. If you have read his book,
If you have actually read the tafsir, you would see that it has nothing to do
I
with
have
the
went
Earth
over
and
it.
has-
The description of the Earth, he's talking about a
Not
globular
globe, but
Earth.
not flat. So what is it? You're being
I
real
don't
vague.
know. It's a weird description from.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
From Ibn Kathir's perspective, where the lower
A
part.
shape you don't know.
Let me tell you.
all right, 1 second.
Let me tell you. Ibn
Yeah, hang on. Let Dimok, let kind of Royal take this for just a moment, please. Thank you.
So who's talking with me?
Yeah, I think Aqua said something. Would you say Aqua? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, let me
I have a question.
Yeah. Are you done with Aqua yet?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. So just hang tight.
Yeah, go ahead, Aqua.
I want the verse number so I can give you the. See it?
Yeah, most definitely. So as I told you, the first one is وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت والأرض وما طحاها. طحاها here means بسطها يمينا وشمالا.
I want chapter and number. I want chapter and number.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have that though. I have the verses, but I don't have the you can just type it out. Okay. And the other thing, I will send you guys my server, my Muslim server. You can go over the evidence I have collected, and all of the tafsir I use is mainly or almost only based on Al-Tabari and Al-Qurtubi, who are pretty much well known to be the founders of tafsir. And all of them describe to you a flat and stationary Earth and a closed system Earth. So I'll give you one verse, and you tell me how is this possible on a globe. It's either the Quran is correct or the NASA is correct. You have to choose between them. You can't choose both,
Chapter 82, verse number 20.
Yeah, what's the verse?
Chapter 82, verse 20, right?
Yeah, what's the verse? Can you say it? I know the verses, I just don't know the numbers of the chapters. And speak up, Aqua.
وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت. That's the verse?
Yeah.
Okay.
So read the verse before and read the verse after. You'll notice that God is describing the entire sky, how He raised the entire sky, or the dome, or the firmament, whatever you want to call it. In Islam, we call it sky. The entire sky was raised. All the skies were raised. The entire earth was flattened. The entire mountains were, I don't know how to say it in English, but were put in place. وإلى السماء كيف رفعت وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت وإلى الجبال كيف نصبت.
88:20.
Yeah.
Can I say something, guys?
Go ahead.
That chapter is talking about the cleaving, which is the end of the earth. So I mean, I don't think that supports a flat earth. Flat earth is legit talking about the world ending.
Nope.
It's quite literally the chapter name is the cleaving.
Yeah, but وإلى السماء كيف رفعت, that's not the ending. What ending is that? Tell me. What ending is that?
It's the end of the world.
It's the end of the universe. It's talking
How
about the
does the world end? Wait a second. How does the world end if the... Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, that's fine. But it still talks about the Earth, right?
But it's talking about the world ending, henceforth nothing in there is scientifically logical. It's legit talking about the sky breaking apart, the stars fall scattering. So I mean, you're trying to apply...
No, what I said was وإلى السماء كيف رفعت means, and if the sky was raised up, there's no breaking.
But the thing is, you have to read, you have context, right? You can't just pick out a verse and say.
Obviously.
So if you think it all together, when you piece it all together, it's basically talking about the end of the.
Series in chat.
Okay, right, then there are many other verses. That's fine. I can give you another verse. Which is,
one second, real quick, guys. Some administration here. This is being live streamed on YouTube, so in case you guys want to archive this conversation with Royal, it's archived in the live stream that I put in live stream voice text. So just click over to live stream voice text. There's a link there to the place where it's being live streamed, and you can either sub to the channel or go ahead and just click it, and you'll see it being live streamed on YouTube. So in case you guys want to come back to this conversation and see what was said here, I'm sorry, Royal. Go ahead.
That's fine. So the other verse would be وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا طَحَاهَا. According to Tabari, طَحَاهَا means بَسَطَهَا يمينا وشمالا ومن كل جانب. So it's flattened on all sides, from the right, from the left, and from all sides. That's the meaning of طَحَاهَا according to Tabari. I'm not getting my own translations or interpretations, obviously. So this is what it is, and there are many other verses just like this, and just like I can give you other verses, but طحاها here, as I said, means بسطها يمين وشمال من كل جانب. This is Surah 91, verse 6. Okay?
91.
So you can go over it. Another verse would be وهو الذي مد الأرض وجعل فيها رواسي وأنهارا. Here مد الأرض قال أبو جعفر يقول تعالى في ذكره والله الذي مد الأرض فبسطها طولا وعرضا. I mean, throughout history, if you go over all of the scholars, almost all of them will tell you that the Earth is flattened.
91.6 says it's to spread out.
Yeah,
91.6
spread out.
Spread out. This is spread out means flat.
Yeah. What
Spread
else
out
is spread out?
So how is that?
And then remember, spread out means nothing in Arabic. You know that, right? This is just a translation. Just keep the word طحاها, which is the actual word, and the dictionary or the official or the actual meaning of طحاها is بسطها يمينا وشمالا. When you say something, how can I say it? You know, when you spread out the bread, when you're spreading out the bread, so you can heat it up.
Pizza dough.
So that's exactly what's mentioned here in the Quran. Another thing, which will completely change your view on the sky, okay, or on the what is outside of Earth, according to the Quran. وإذا النجوم انكدرت. Okay, so at the end of time, according to the Quran, all of the stars will be falling on Earth, according to the Quran, at the end of time. So if we are following what NASA is telling us, or whatever other space agency is telling us, that the sun is one of the smallest stars, and yet it's million times larger than the Earth, and if it barely just comes closer to the Earth can just evaporate from the heat. So how can you say that the Quran is correct and NASA is correct at the same time if the sun is indeed that insanely large and hot, you know, and it is one of the smallest stars, and God says all of the stars will be falling on Earth. This can easily tell you that the Earth is much larger and the stars and everything above us is much smaller and closer.
You believe in miracles.
Right?
Okay, but you not believe Allah is capable of anything.
Who's speaking here?
Let me talk.
Can I speak with the Muslims first, please?
Yeah, we are Muslims.
I'm here, two people now, speaking at the same time. I can barely understand.
Alright, where you
go? You believe in miracles?
I can barely hear you, Aqua. Can you speak up, please?
Do you believe in miracles?
Miracles? Yeah, obviously. As a Muslim, yeah.
Where does Eve come from? How is Eve come into creation?
Yeah, but that's unrelated to the topic, right? That's off topic now.
Please, just answer my question. Where does Eve?
Everyone knows Eve came from Adam, right? Somehow.
His rib, right?
Yeah.
So, do you believe that a human can come from a different human's rib? Does science back that? Does science say yes, that can happen?
How is that related? No.
Yes, no. It says
no, obviously
science
not.
says it can happen.
There's no way to even understand how the human being was formed and created. We don't know.
Can I just leap in here just for a second? What's really interesting is that you're actually going against your own worldview, because you're saying that God says that it's flat, science says that it's a globe, right? And then you're saying that God can do things that science can't comprehend. So your own argument is incoherent at that point.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I was talking.
Wait, listen. Yeah. Eve came from Adam's rib, right?
Are you going to actually address what I said?
No, wait. I need to finish my point first. You lost me. I'm talking.
Not going to address what I said then. Okay, fine. You can move.
Yeah, I'll do it after. Does Eve come from?
Why not just do it now?
Yes or no?
Aqua, we all know the story. So how is that related to the Earth? We are talking about Earth now.
You said NASA says if the sun comes however close to the Earth burns up or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Remember that the sun is the smallest, one of the smallest stars.
No.
There are other stars that are as large as our galaxy. I mean, according to what they say, whatever this bullshit they're saying.
What
NASA also says
the
a human can't come from another person's rib. So you can't take something from science and then not take.
No, I'm just showing you the contradictions that you are following.
There's no contradiction. A miracle is a miracle. Yes or no? Can God do anything?
Aqua. I'm sorry, man.
Once again,
Can God
it's
do anything?
completely unrelated.
But that's again a contradiction, because if God can do anything, he can make a human from a rib, correct?
Correct.
And also,
There is no
just
argument
because
here
God
if you are talking
can-
about.
I mean,
Go ahead.
sorry, just to finish, just because
fine.
God can do anything doesn't mean he did do anything. He's telling you
Very
what
much,
he
yeah.
did with scripture, right? So it's not about, oh, God could have created the globe. No, you look
his
at
translation.
why are you talking? I'm finished.
Here, go.
So we're not saying what God can do, because like for all of the people who believe in God here, myself included, I'm a deist. We know that God is unspeakably powerful, right? Everyone would agree on that. So no one's saying, well, it's he's not capable of it. That's not the argument. We're asking what he did do. That's what matters. What is reality, not what could reality be?
I have heard this argument before from Muslims too. Oh, God can't do anything, so God can't create a globe Earth. It's so ridiculous to me, man. Because it directly doesn't say that in the Quran at all.
It's not
There's
even
no
like-
mention of
There's
any
no
globe
mention right now.
or Earth
You said-
rotating
you said-
or.
You're strawmanning, right now. You're strawmanning.
No,
And in the same,
You said.
and in the same breath, if God can do anything, he can also make it flat.
So okay. Let's follow the logic. God can do anything. Therefore, six-legged talking rabbits exist.
Therefore, he can make the sun.
Smaller.
So do six-legged? So do six-legged talking rabbits exist?
That's not. No, they don't.
Okay, but could God create them?
Yes, he can.
Okay, but did he?
He did.
What?
But that's. I mean, you can say that about anything. You can say that about dragons. All that is
the point.
Exactly.
No, but this is something that a human has like they've thought of it in their own mind. They like you've just thought of it themselves. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No.
No.
Like the six-legged rabbit, you've just thought of that yourself. Doesn't mean that God's going to create it.
Exactly.
People can come up with mythology. Doesn't mean it's real.
That's my point. Just because you think God has the power to do something, just because you think God has the power to do something, doesn't mean he actually did it, right? So we're talking about, oh, God could create a globe. Sure, God can create a globe. God could create a flat Earth. He could create a fucking dinosaur Earth. What did he create?
And you're going off.
I'm not strawmanning you.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
revealing that. No, this is called a logic mirror. This is called a. This is called a logic mirror. I'm simply, dude. You're not shutting up. If you shut up, I'll chill. This is called a logic mirror. Yeah. When someone has faulty logic, you take the logic, apply it to a separate scenario to reveal how dumb it is. That's all I'm doing.
Aqua, are you familiar? Aqua, are you? Aqua, let's move on from this topic. This is endless, okay? Let's talk about something that's meaningful, okay? So, back to these scholars. Have you studied these Muslim scholars throughout history? I can tell you some names.
So-called flat Earth versus they all.
No. Okay, the verses up to from your point of view, they can be interpreted differently, right? But directly, what the verse directly says, without any interpretation, it clearly says a flat, spread out Earth, very clearly. But let's move on from that. I'm not going to stick to that. That's fine. I'm not going to hold you to that because I can give you more and more info if you keep just talking about
can you just send the verses?
Yeah,
can you write them in like a chat or something?
I'll send you the server right now. Okay.
Oh, why?
Give me a second.
No, we just want like the verses you're quoting. That's all we
He's
want.
going to send you the information, right? He's going to send you a server where you can find it all.
It's like 5-6 pages, man. I can't send it all here. So I'll just send the link. Okay, it's in the live stream.
All right, live stream voice text is where he's putting it in, guys.
Okay. So,
and also real quick, if there's anybody else here that needs to be unmuted, let me know, because it looks like we have Samka and Sultan. I don't know if they're part of your group, but I would say that they are. So let me know if they need to be unmuted, if they want to speak. This is important that you guys interact with this conversation because it could further your knowledge of what you didn't know. So let me know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I
And I
continue?
want
Go ahead, Royal.
So, I can just, since you guys joined, you can just go down to the Adilla and Barahin Arabic section, and you can scroll up, and you will find all the groups of Muslims throughout history who said that the Earth is indeed flat and opposing the people that said it's a globe. So, you're gonna see here some of the most well-known and most trusted scholars throughout history, which you never knew that. Maybe some of you never knew that. That's what they say, because that's not what we have been taught in school, right?
Are you familiar with Kathir's?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Kathir, but there are also others that don't agree with him, right?
The others where it says the Earth is flat. I don't want the verse where it says the Earth was flattened, because that is looked at as a miracle. The Earth is a circle that's flattened.
I don't mean to interrupt, but can a server admin unmute Sly? He's in the voice chat.
Yeah, he's needs to be on mute.
Can you mute him?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Welcome.
In regards to the individual who is Muslim and saying that the Earth is flat according to the ulama, which individual said that?
Okay, which
is it you, Royal?
Yeah, it's me. Go
انت؟
ahead. Yeah, I know.
تمام. Do you know? Okay. حلو. طيب تمام. بسم الله. Are you aware of إجماعات والتقرير على الإجماعات?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is usually the اعتماد of an إجماع?
They have to be a trusted group of imams, right?
No. لا أنا اعتماد of the I'll give you يعني example. You complete the sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
إذا لم أقر العلماء فله اختلاف والاختلاف على الحجة، وإذا أقر العلماء على شيء فيعتبر
Okay.
يعتبر completed. What is that? حجة.
Okay.
Do you agree
So,
that if there's an إجماع Islamic إجماع on a matter, it's a حجة?
yeah, but there are multiple ijma'at, right? It's not just one throughout history. Because I already have five ijma'at throughout history that says that the Earth is flat, right? Because I'll tell you some of the ijma'at. إجماع الجلالين, if you are familiar with it. إجماع عبد القاهر البغدادي. إجماع الثعالبي. إجماع القرطبي.
يا حبيبي, do you know what إجماع is? What's إجماع?
الجامع لأحكام القرطبي. I'm not exactly sure.
That's not what إجماع is. Look, you're not even aware of the terms. What is an إجماع?
I'm not exactly
لحظة يعني ليش تتكلم عن الإجماع? Why are you talking about this? يعني الموضوع إذا الأرض مسطحة ولا مو مسطحة، أنت ليش يا تروح مكان ثاني عشان تفهم الموضوع؟
الحين أنت إيش؟ دقيقة. أول حاجة خليك في كرسيك وخليك ساكت، ما حد هرجك.
لا لحظة، أنت you are changing the subject. You're going to something else.
No, I'm not changing the subject. I'm addressing it Islamically.
Okay, this is not an Islamic server. This is a server that talks about something. لا أنت يا صغير هذا. You're trying to humiliate him because he's not aware of something that much. You're trying to just go and serve something else. كلم عن الآيات. Talk about the verses. Talk about what the truth is, and that's it. Don't go somewhere else just to prove your point.
MJ, did anyone address you? No, be quiet.
تفضل.
Nor do I care about you. Wallahi.
He's a moderator, man.
I don't care about you either, brother. But you're jumping off. Royal. تفضل.
Can you be quiet?
تفضل.
Bro. Can I just mention, as a non-Muslim, your religion doesn't really matter here. Like, the moderators are the moderators. So MJ's a moderator. He will be respected regardless of whether you care.
No, I'm totally fine.
Yeah.
I interfered with something that Royal's going through, but he's just jumping somewhere else just to prove his point over something that doesn't matter.
Sure.
Crypto, if I may ask you, you're a moderator as well, correct?
Yes.
So I'm trying to prove this. I'm trying to essentially talk about the Islamic perspective from Islamic jurisprudence in terms of the Earth's shape. Yeah, I would like to request from you one thing: if you're able to actually moderate the chat, because the individual just keeps screaming, and I will not be able to make my point this way. Would you agree that that wouldn't be, very good? So
well, I would say to you to be aware. I would say to you to be aware that this is an open forum. So I agree that you should be allowed to finish your point, but
thank you.
It's
That's
not.
all I'm asking.
But can I finish? Please don't be guilty of what you're accusing of others of. Yes, be aware this is an open forum. Yeah. So don't be surprised when people who aren't the person you addressed reply to what you said. That is the nature of what we do here.
That's fine. I agree 100%. As long as I'm not being interrupted mid-talk by a screaming, raging individual, that would be fine. Would you agree? Awesome.
And I
think
repeated
that happened.
5 times, اتفضل, and I said, go ahead and continue.
Come on, Royal. So
yeah,
continue.
Okay. So
please go ahead. Whoever was talking, please go ahead.
Yeah. Can you please explain to me the ijma?
Again?
Yeah. So Royal, in terms of ijma, it's not jami'. That is not the definition of ijma'. Ijma' is if all of the scholars agree on something. That's an ijma'.
Yeah.
Jam' al-ulama, not jam' al-kutub.
Obviously.
Tafsir al-Jalilain is munkar. You're aware of this, right?
What is it again?
تفسير الجليلين يعتبر منكر.
Okay.
And what school of jurisprudence, if I'm asked, so we can be very accurate?
Well, I'm following
حنبلي
the
سلفي
Sunnah.
مالكي يعني سلفي.
Yeah.
تمام. You don't subscribe to a madhab. حلو تمام. زي we're both Salafis. So in that understanding, ijma' means the majority of what scholars agree upon. So if the majority of scholars come together and they say this is the correct way and the correct understanding, then khalas. Yeah.
But that's not set in stone, right?
No,
or is
the
it?
ijma' is set in stone until another ijma' that comes after it addresses that ijma'.
So this ijma' must has something to back it up, right?
No.
So what's the ijma' on the flat Earth? I mean, on the globe Earth. Can you show it to me? And which verses are they? And what they are saying exactly?
Yeah, sure.
Because I have never seen a single globe Earth verse in the Quran.
There is actually.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So in terms of Ibn Kathir and his tafsir of the Quran, he gives an explanation of the verse where it talks about what you would perceive as the Earth being flat, right? And he says, and he uses a specific word.
Which verse?
Dayaya. You know it?
Which verse is it?
Let me pull it up for you. Okay. Let me find this for you. Here, give me a second.
Is it the verse وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت?
No, it's the one where it's talking about Dayaya. Okay. Surah An-Nazi'at, verse 30. Okay.
Okay.
So chapter 79, 30. Yes? It says, وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا.
دحاها. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. According to the Mu'jam al-Arabi, the normal Mu'jam al-Arabi, مثلا Taj al-Arus, and the one that is used for the Quran, Taj al-Arus, and al-Mu'jam al-Mufahras, what is the definition of دحاها?
Yeah, tell me. This is your sword. This is your evidence, right? This is your evidence, man.
Yeah, so the Dahaha, according to Taj al-Arus and the Mu'jam al-Fahrasi, the Quran al-Karim, and also in multiple Hanbali jurisprudence books, which I can name and show you the evidence for that as well, and multiple Maliki ones and Hanafi ones and the sorts, all agree that this means egg.
Okay. And yet there are other scholars who refer to this verse as, as
Ahmed, keep quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, something.
Yeah, as flat, as dahaha means flattened it, right? This can also be interpreted that way, right?
I'm assuming this is from for example, like Dr. Mustafa Khattab, right?
I don't know who that is.
The person who put in Sahih International that it means spread, right?
Spread out, okay.
Yeah, so Dr. Mustafa Khattab tells you that he uses Lisan al-Arab to explain the Quran and not Taj al-Arus or the Mu'jam al-Fahrisi. So when we want to translate the Quran accurately, we have to use the Taj al-Arus and Mu'jam al-Fahrisi. And the Mu'jam al-Fahrisi and Taj al-Arus, they explore what the meaning of Arabic words were during the time of the Prophet ﷺ and his usages of these words. Now, the two only books that tell us about the Arabic during the Prophet's time, there's two books, Taj al-Arus and Mu'jam al-Fahrisi, and both of them said Haha means egg.
Yeah, but do you know who Tabari is?
I'm aware of Tabari. Taqiyuddin Tabari. Yeah.
Would you say that he's a trusted scholar, or he's not?
He's trusted, but he's not hujjah. There's i'timad on
Yeah, obviously, yeah, I know. So from Tabari,
i'timad يعني
which I mostly follow the Tabari from the tafsir, يعني, from the interpretation. So Tahaha and Dahaha both means basataha. So والأرض وما طحاها.
حلو.
حدثني يونس قال أخبرنا ابن وهب قال ابن زيد في قوله وما طحاها قال بسطها. قال ثناء ورقاء جميعا عن أبي نجيح عن مجاهد قوله والأرض وما طحاها قال دحاها.
Give me so in terms of Tabari and the hadith, give me the sanad for the hadith. I'll show you what's daif. Hello. The sanad, and I'll show you what's daif.
I will send you the site which I used, which is the. Okay. Did you see the site?
Did you send me the site?
This is the.
Okay, يلا رسلته. Okay, here it is. تفسير الطب حلو.
This is a Saudi research
so let's take a look.
from one of the universities in Saudi Arabia. I think it's University of Malik Saud, King Saud.
Royal, can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Just in terms of these new guests, I don't know whether maybe you should try going through the 3 questions with them, because I think I have this argument with a lot of my Christian brothers as well, where I can throw. I posted something in the chat about the 200 Flat Earth Bible verses, where effectively the universe is complete and God or Allah rested. So it was complete, but we're told it's still continuing. We say that Earth has never been measured. No man has stretched out a tape. The paths were straight and not curved. The Earth is fixed and immovable. The Earth has pillars and hangs on nothing. Yes.
Solar. Yeah, you actually have brought a very interesting point. So if we keep on talking about what others say and we can't verify, we are not going anywhere. Actually, I think, honestly, Miggy, are you free?
Yes, I am. I was just waiting for you to hand it over.
Yeah, I think, Miggy, you
So would you like to end it here, Royal?
Yeah, honestly, because we will go nowhere. I will be using, Tafsir Tabari, Al-Qurtubi, and I will be using different tafsirs, and you'll be using different tafsirs. We are both right, and at the same time, from your side, I'm wrong, and from my side, you're wrong. We are not going anywhere.
Tom,
you agree with that?
May I ask?
Because
I disagree, but if you want to end it here, it's fine.
Habibi, go ahead.
I disagree, but if you want to end it here, that's fine. But if I'm able to ask you if you could add me, and then later in private time we could discuss this further.
Yeah, we have channels for that. If you scroll down, we have channels for this also. If you scroll down,
I'll add you, Royal. If you can accept them later on, whenever you're free, we could discuss it even further. Because I know, wallahi, يعني, you seem like عندك يعني قلب كويس. You seem like a good person.
Sly. When did you ever observe the globe? When did you ever observe curvature or felt movement of the Earth?
So that's a very good question.
Yeah.
My father is a pilot.
Okay.
Usually when he flies, and on some occasions I go up with him on the plane, and we take off. Okay.
Yeah, I know how a plane works. So you've seen curvature on a plane, right? You've seen curvature.
So usually when you proceed to no, please, if I may finish, because I need to explain this in detail. Yeah, because you're asking me about I'd appreciate if I'm able to, give you a full answer, and then and then afterwards, I promise you, I will shut up, and you will listen to everything you say.
Go.
Okay. All right. So my father is a pilot, and usually I go up on the plane with him, and we take off. And in the manual, it would tell you assume flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the plane itself, at a certain distance, you begin to notice curvature. And this specific distance only takes place when you're flying over areas such as, for example, if you're going through Greenland to Mexico. Or if you're flying from Mexico to Saudi Arabia, you will see the curvature because you will cross through. You will cross through either the South Pole or the North Pole.
Slide.
The areas near there.
Even the experts will tell you that you will not see curvature at 120,000 feet. So I don't know, maybe you saw it wrong. I have never seen curvature on a plane. There are a lot of people here claiming they have never seen curvature on a plane. So what would be another way to measure the curvature of the Earth? By standing on the Earth and measuring? Okay. Would you agree? Would you agree by measuring the Earth that we can claim that there is curvature or not?
Depends on which type of measurement.
So laser measurement, a long-range distance observation with known landmarks. Would you agree?
Could you repeat?
So a laser test or a long-range observation with a high-powered zoom camera, and then looking at landmarks, knowing the distance to the landmarks, then figuring out with globe maths where we should be able to see or not?
In terms of lasers and cameras, no, but I think a good test would be dart throwing.
Sorry?
Throwing something.
You're throwing now, right? Throwing something.
You think a laser is ineffective, but throwing something would be effective at maintaining a baseline.
Sly, you're trolling now, right? Because we use lasers in building, right? They build bridges and dams and everything. They use lasers to make it straight and level, right?
Not
So
by
if we
throwing
shoot
something.
if we shoot a laser over a lake, Sly, if we shoot a laser over a lake a long distance, right, like 10 miles, 16 miles, 30 miles, right, with a laser, and it hits the other side, then you will have measured the curvature. There is none because the laser hit the other side. That couldn't happen on a globe.
Okay, so
would you agree? Would you agree?
No, I would disagree. Because in terms of lasers and
so you're that attached to a globe that even physical measurements show you that it's flat, that you would say no, right? So if you go outside and physically measure the surface of the Earth, and it will tell you it is flat because water is always flat and level, Sly. It's always flat and level. So when you measure the water and it's always flat and level, then you still say it's a globe.
Okay, I want.
That's strange, right? That's really weird.
No, that's not weird.
That's denying reality. Denying reality.
That's still a fallacy. You're still pointing out just fallacies. So are you ready for the explanation as to why, instead of hearing your fallacies being repeated at me over and over again?
Which fallacies did I use?
Yeah,
Which
could
fallacies
you
did I
identify the
use?
fallacy, please? I was going to ask that. Could you identify the fallacy?
Yeah,
I mean, you said you were going to shut up and listen. So.
He proceeded to commit basically an appeal to absurdity, which is essentially,
what?
For example, an appeal to absurdity. So,
absurdity.
When I proceed to explain,
how do you define that?
Yeah, how about you guys just let him talk and then not interrupt? And then all the listeners
How
Reductios aren't a fallacy.
Define
this is horribly moderated if this is how it's going.
I'm asking you to define your term. Have you ever actually debated before? Okay, wait. Have you ever debated before?
I have, yes. Usually,
Okay.
when I
What's the okay? No.
talking,
I asked you. It was a yes or no question. Now you can stop. What's the first thing that you do in a debate?
The first. What do you mean? The first thing you do in a debate? You bring
What's the first thing you do before the debate commences?
Before the debate commences, you bring forth your evidence.
No.
So what do you do?
You define your terms. The very first thing you do. If you're not prepared to define your terms, you don't even make it to the debate.
I assume we're using all of us are using the terminology of the Oxford Dictionary, are we not? When we use certain words and phrases, unless you guys want to clear something different, then that's. If you guys had a certain word to clear up, I'm fine. You guys can define that term before we go on. I'm not interested in the debate.
Is level curved? Is level curved?
I asked you to define the very specific fallacy that you've just invoked.
Sure. So it's.
I don't think that's a big ask.
Okay.
So how do you define that?
Sure. An appeal to absurdity is basically when someone proceeds to make a claim, or someone proceeds to respond in a certain way, instead of addressing as to why it would not make sense or why the opponent would be wrong in neglecting this certain thing, instead he would point out that it is absurd due to what he views as A, B, and C being the priority in the discussion. That's an appeal to absurdity. So in other words, if you say fly in the beginning of a debate, you should define your terms, and I say that's absurd, I'm committing an appeal to absurdity.
Not quite.
And it seems like you're the only one saying absurd. No one said it was.
I guess
you said it was strange. You said it was absurd. I actually have it.
Okay. So you have because you wouldn't shut up. So you've accused. I'm not mad. I'm waiting for you to shut up. And sometimes I need to talk over you. You know, the you mad bro is like, and you can be very banned in a moment if you don't shut up. But you do realise that the you.
That's what you can ban me.
You're not shutting up. You're not shutting up. That's the problem. Now, so.
I'm not interested in talking to you unless you calm down.
You know what? I'm not interested in having you on the server.
Yeah, he's just trolling now, right?
Last chance. Because
I think that's his point. I think that's his point to get banned.
The other thing about debates is that you actually let the other person finish a sentence. I've tried about 6 times to finish a sentence, and every single time you talked over me. That's 7. That's 7. Yeah. The problem with debates is that you actually have to listen to the other side as well. I've been listening to you in Roger debate. I haven't said a word, but the second I open my mouth, you don't shut up. So you need to stop talking. You need to stop talking to listen to.
If you stop raging, I will listen.
I haven't said a sentence where you haven't talked over me. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, fine. You're gone. Bye-bye.
And I hope his friends are seeing what he's doing, right? He's trying to get people angry.
No,
trying to get banned, right?
That's all he's trying to do. This is exactly what he's trying to do because he doesn't have an argument,
right? If you point at flat water,
it's Sly. I muted him because he wouldn't shut up.
If you point at flat water, then he will say it's absurd. I'm telling him the reality he's seeing, right? That's reality we are all seeing.
All right,
okay, now that he's been muted, can I actually say what I was going to say?
Go ahead.
Now that I'm not being talked over, I can actually say it calmly. So, when you are pointing out a fallacy in debate, someone asks you to define your terms, first of all, you need to say what the fallacy is. Second of all, you need to say how it applies to the argument. So, for instance, if I accuse someone of strawmanning me, and then I can't actually say why it's a straw man, it's a waste of everyone's time. So he's actually not even defined the absurdity, the absurdity fallacy properly. There's no chance for him to apply it to the debate. It's a complete waste of everyone's time. When I pointed this out, he kept on talking over me. Obviously, this is a waste of everybody's time. So let's get back to the subject matter.
All right, now that we've gotten through that, is there anybody else here that came from that server? Do you guys want to go to what I consider to be the 3 points? I'd like for everyone's participation that has a voice right now that I've unmuted. If there's anybody that would like to, I'd sure would like for you guys to join in on this. It's 3 simple questions, and anybody that knows that the Earth is a globe should be able to answer these straight away. So if there's anybody that would like to join in from that group that just joined us, let me know. We can unmute you so you can participate in these 3 simple questions. You guys, I'd like to hear from you because it's very important that you understand the 3 physical claims that the globe Earth makes. Okay? So I'm calling actually on everybody right now that came from that server. I need everyone's participation on the answer. And if you do not know the answer, it's simply say, I don't know. So since there's a large number of you that are going to be talking, I'm only going to hear, I don't know, or tell me specifically the answer to the question. And if nobody answers, I'm just going to go to the next question. Okay, so the very first question, get right down to it, right? The very first question is, how has the curvature of the Earth been measured beginning from ancient times all the way up until current times? Now, we have to be specific when we talk about how the curvature of the Earth has been measured. I don't want to hear something that's vague. I need to know the specific method in which the curvature of the Earth has been measured. So please, everybody who had joined and has an open mic and who thinks the Earth is a globe, please tell me how the curvature of the Earth has been measured beginning from ancient times up until today. It don't matter who starts. Anybody can start. All right, can we unmute Venk? I think he wanted to speak. Mufti Yoda also wants to speak.
Venk is unmuted.
All right, Mufti Yoda. All right, I got Mufti Yoda. Does anybody want to answer the question? It's pretty simple.
Sorry, can someone repeat that? Sorry, I was
Sure.
Sorry. Can you let me repeat that question? Thank you.
Yes, it is the question of how has the curvature of the Earth been measured beginning from ancient times up until today. We need to know the method because they say for at least 1,000 years the Earth has been known to be a globe.
1,000? Well, okay. So, I mean, I feel like that claim is, I mean, yeah, it's been known, it's been supposed it's been globed by multiple people, but yeah, I mean, so I think what they did was they put, do you guys know like the 2 towers experiment the Egyptians did? Where they put in, what was the thing? They put in 2 towers and they had the measurement of shadows, right? I can't find it for you. I can't quote it like off the top of my head, but let me find it for you.
Right. So here's the thing that needs to happen and what's not happening right now. Whoever's talking, I think it's Venk.
Yes, me.
All right. So I asked for very specifically how it was been done. And since you don't know it right now to give it to me, you're saying I have to go look it up, which means that since you don't have the information on hand, it's something that somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe should already know, for sure. Because
well, no, you asked for the specific method. I didn't know the exact methods.
I know that. So it's easy to say, I don't know. Right? That was one of you didn't hear that in the very beginning, but I did say, if you don't know the question, it's the simple answer is if you don't know it, I don't know. That's all you got to say. And we can move on to the next question. So for you, Venk, it would be, I don't know. Does anybody have the answer to that question? How has the curvature of the Earth been measured beginning from ancient times up until today? Okay, everybody has their mics unmuted, so you can join in on the conversation. Very important, right? So I will take it from the group that nobody knows, the group that just joined. I'll give you some time to chime in and tell me how we've measured the curvature of the Earth beginning from ancient times up until today.
Jihadi, Khadija.
Okay, Aqua, you can join in as well if you want to. A few more moments before I go to the next question.
I forgot the exact name. Let me see.
Okay. Jihadi, we've already had a conversation, so you might want to just hold back because we've already did the 3 points. So I'm asking the new people, Ibs as well. Anybody that's just joined, do you know the answer to that question?
That's another guy without VC verified cost ring to give VC.
Yeah, you can give him VC for this particular question and answer portion of it. All right, one last chance, right? I'm going to say it one more time. Hopefully somebody will chime in that thinks that the Earth is a globe. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth beginning from ancient times up until current times? I need the method.
And Swing, you have control of your mic.
Go ahead, guys. All right. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Then I'll go to the next question. Okay.
Aisha, Aisha, you also have control of your mic.
Thank you very much. We are in the question and answer phase of the 3-point questions that I usually ask new people that join us. The first question was already asked and no answer was given. Therefore, the community of people that just joined right now, it is just a belief that you have that somebody figured out that they measured the curvature of the Earth, and you think that the Earth is a globe because they've measured it somehow, some way, right? So we'll move off to the second question. Maybe that will be a little bit easier. The second question then is, how have they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Axial rotation, or as you would know it as Earth spinning, right? How do we know that the Earth is spinning on its axis? How has that been detected? I need to know the method by which it was detected. Now, I'm opening it up once again to everybody that just joined us, and you have open mics who think the Earth is a globe. Please tell me, what method have they used to tell us that the Earth has been detected to spin on its axis?
Could I answer?
Anybody's free to answer. Anybody.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My answer isn't really an answer to the question, but more so addressing the question itself. It seems less as a sincere question and more as a means to say, gotcha, you didn't study this as much as I did. You do not have the resources to answer this in what seems to be less than 5 minutes. The fact that no one has studied this in depth is not in and of itself ignorance, but instead is the fact that they just haven't studied this as much as maybe you have.
Isn't that what ignorance is, though?
Yeah, how do you define ignorance?
Isn't that what ignorance is?
Well, if you define ignorance as the lack of knowledge, it's not that people don't have knowledge regarding the Earth being spherical. It's the fact that they can't quote these resources off the top of their head at a moment's notice because they're not scholars.
My good sir, these are the 3 physical claims that the globe Earth is making, that there is curvature to this Earth that you're standing on, that the Earth is actually in motion, and the third one will be that the vacuum of space is next to the air pressure in which we breathe. Now, that being said, 3 physical claims that can be validated or not. This doesn't need a PhD professor to come and tell us. This is anybody that knows that the Earth is a globe, 100%, to be able to produce the validation for the answers to these questions. You don't need to be a studied professor to answer these questions. If you think the Earth is a globe 100%, you must back it up with evidence. That is simply the only way that you can go about this. You can't go about believing the Earth is a globe. You have to know it's a globe. Therefore, the question still stands. And I will keep it one more time. I'll say it once more. Can anybody tell me the method by which the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis? I'll break for a moment.
Yeah, obviously no one can. I just wanted to pick up the previous point, the definition of ignorance, lack of knowledge, education or awareness. The fact that you think that it doesn't mean that isn't really our problem. Like if someone says to you that you're ignorant, it might be something emotional within yourself that you think it's some kind of insult, where it's actually a statement of fact. You are uneducated on a topic. So I don't think anyone here is trying to be offensive to you by calling. But if you do in fact lack education,
then it is the most accurate way to describe you.
Okay, that seems to be enough time. So we're going to go ahead and say that everybody just believes that the Earth is spinning on its axis and they don't have any information to back up the claim. Second claim already done. We're moving
That's
off to the
fallacious
third.
reasoning, and that's incorrect. Being a
Well, then
dumbass doesn't serve you well.
Well, nobody's providing the evidence, and thank you for leaving the server like a coward would and not man up and answer the question. Now to the third question. How has the vacuum of space been, as they claim it to be, adjacent to the pressure air in which we breathe here on Earth, as they say that the globe Earth is an open system? So how can we have gas pressure here without a container? Nothing's containing the gas pressure according to the heliocentric globe Earth. So how can we have gas pressure without a container? Okay.
Safa one, you have control of your mic.
All right. It seems like nobody has the answer to that question. So we're going to go ahead and just wrap it up then. The three questions that I asked were very simple, and anybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe should have been able to answer them, but it didn't seem like everybody that came in had any answers to those questions. The first one being the Earth have measurable curvature. The second one being that the Earth is spinning on its axis. And the third one that the vacuum of space exists like they tell us. So next to the pressure air which we breathe, container needs to be put in place if there's going to be any gas pressure, but there isn't a container according to heliocentric globe Earth. So therefore, the Earth spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that everybody that just came in here has. No evidence was produced. There was time enough for everybody to jump in and give an answer. Therefore, everybody that comes in here that believes that the Earth is a globe is just indoctrinated with a belief, and no evidence was provided. So I'd like to leave you guys with that and think about it, because you are just believing the Earth is a globe and you haven't provided any evidence that it is. Thank you very much.
Can I ask the flat earthers what your answers would be to those questions?
Sure. Miggy, do you want to ask?
And anyone.
I'll answer.
Yeah, sure. Like the exact same question that were asked for us.
So the question needs to be asked for someone to answer it, right? So,
Right,
Miggy, do you want to ask a question? I'll answer.
Okay,
it.
Crypto. When did they measure the curvature of the Earth, Crypto?
Yeah, the exact same question they asked us. That's just what we want. I just wanted to hear what you guys are saying, with all respect.
Sure. When did they measure the curvature of the Earth? Never been done.
Okay, Crypto. When did they measure the rotation of the Earth?
No, it hasn't been done.
Okay, and what about the vacuum of space? Any proof of that?
Can't think of any.
Okay.
Are you sure that there's no way to provide a proof that you can have gas pressure without a container, Crypto?
Don't think so. Seems to go against natural law.
So, in order to have a cigarette lighter with gas in it, you have to have it like enclosed, right?
Sounds reasonable to me.
So you can't just have a cigarette lighter without it being like encased in some sort of plastic covering to keep the gas from spewing out.
I mean, as far as I know, you need a container for all sorts of things. Glass and, I mean, even liquids need to be contained in a way. Not in the same way as gas, obviously, but... I mean...
But especially a high pressure of gas, right?
For the guys who are globers, don't worry, I'm not going to shout at you unless you talk over me, and then I will. Question for you guys. So, does anyone here know what a vacuum chamber is? Any of the globers? None of you know what a vacuum.
I haven't had anybody to speak up, man. It's weird. All the people we have in here. We have 71 people in the live stream right now.
I'm
That's
pretty
a lot.
sure. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
mate.
go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
Oh, no. So, you were asking what a vacuum chamber was? Just like straight up? Isn't that the... I'm going to go off the top of my head right here. And say, isn't it an enclosure and then there's like remove gas via a pump or something? I think. I'm not sure. Please don't quote me. Or like the vacuum space or anything like that. Is that what you're saying, basically? Like a closed system like that?
Not talking about the vacuum in space. I'm just talking about a vacuum chamber. So something we can do on Earth. Yeah? You know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes, I mean, can you just isn't there just like a little enclosure where you remove a gas or something?
Yeah. So you have like a little enclosure. I mean, NASA's got a massive one, but whatever.
Yeah.
Most people have like they can buy like a vacuum chamber. It'll pump the air out, and then there's a pressure differential, right?
Yeah, there's pressure. Yeah, exactly.
What happens if you remove the barrier?
So what happens if you remove like the enclosure itself, like let's say it was a bag or something, right? If you
So
remove
there's
that,
a barrier between the vacuum inside the vacuum chamber and the air pressure outside, right? So if you remove that barrier, what happens?
I mean, it would just be a gas pressure difference at that point. All the pressure would just equal out, I think.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure just rushes into the vacuum, right? So think about it in this way, right? So you've got a globe Earth. Just imagine a lovely globe Earth in the middle of literal nothing. Yeah. Then you've got gas pressure, so air that we're breathing. So you've got a globe Earth. We've got gas pressure, and then in order to contain that gas, we have a spherical container around the globe, right? So we've got the globe, we've got the gas pressure, and then we've got a spherical container around the globe. Got that so far?
Yeah.
Outside of this spherical container that's holding the gas in is a vacuum. If, let's say, we had a door on the side of the spherical container and we opened that door, what would happen to the gas?
So I mean, isn't this like a false comparison though? The vacuum of space is much different than any other regular vacuum that we would compare, right?
I'm talking about the vacuum of space.
I'm pretty sure nothing would happen because it's void of everything. That's what it's called, the vacuum space.
Let's try again. So we've got a sphere Earth, right? So you're on a sphere Earth, and then we've got gas pressure, and then we've got a spherical container, right? So this is the only bit that I'm adding to what you believe. Spherical container with a door on the side, yeah? Outside of that spherical container is a vacuum. So the spherical container is separating the gas pressure from the vacuum, right? What happens if you open the door on the side of that container?
The pressure would change, and henceforth it would do the same thing that would happen down here, based on the scenario you've given.
So the gas would rush out into the vacuum, right?
Yes, based on the scenario you've given.
Phenomenal. So now remove the barrier entirely. What happens?
Okay, but again, I think this is an equivocation, right? Again, I think this is an equivocation, right?
You know the answer.
Come on, I think it's an equivocation.
Go back to the small. Go back to the small one because he said it equals out. He said it equilibrates.
Yeah, of course.
So go back to the small container.
People will be honest until they realize it destroys their reality, and then they'll.
No, it's not destroying my reality. I'm just saying I think it's a false comparison.
No.
How is that? How is it?
Clearly not.
Look, I'm not trying to insult or anything, right? Sorry if I came up that way. But when we're comparing the vacuum of space, it's like a standard vacuum down here. I think we're just doing a false equivalence, right? We're just comparing two completely different places.
It's even worse.
Actually, it's worse.
No.
It's even worse.
I was talking about the vacuum of space, which is a much stronger vacuum according to them. So yeah, it would be much worse. The differential would be magnitudes different.
So going back to that original example, there's a small little vacuum chamber on the desk, and you go and suck all the air out. So it creates a moderately small vacuum. And you remove the door on the one side, and you yourself said the pressure is going to rush in, it's going to equal out. So make that little thing on your desk now round. So it's a round container. We suck all the air out, and then we open a little door on the side. What's going to happen? Exactly the same thing. The air is going to rush in. It's going to equal out. Now you take it up to the larger scale. If that entire barrier was not there, which is your model, what would the high pressure system do adjacent to a low pressure system? That's how our winds move from high pressure to low pressure. It's a fundamental law of gas. So this fundamental law, and it would also fill the available space. So gas wouldn't just stay in a small mass. Gas always expands outwards to fill the available volume.
So if space not only is a low pressure, but it is a volume for the gas to expand into, gas always expands outward to fill the available volume.
And that's that.
Beautiful.
That's a wrap, Jack. All right.
And then I have a question myself. In a flat Earth model, what would you guys think about the vacuum of space?
Doesn't exist.
Can't exist. Yeah, not just doesn't exist. Can't exist.
So like
Yeah,
space
yeah.
doesn't exist.
The vacuum.
For the same reason you could not respond to what Solo just told you about gas expanding into a vacuum, and you can't stop that without a container. Yeah, that's the reason it can't exist. So that's a wrap for the vacuum of space.
Well, check it out, man. We got all these people that just joined from that server, and all you guys are quiet. Why is that? You guys can jump on the mic and ask some questions about interaction, man. We need to know what you guys think about the shape of the Earth in order for us to talk about
What do you have interested? What do you guys think about like the seasons, day and night, and stuff like that?
What do you mean the seasons, day and night?
Like day and night, like the sun moving across, right? So
Yeah.
from the round Earth, we rotate on its axis, and the sun.
You just answered your question.
No, like what do you guys think? Like, how do you guys think? Do you guys just think the sun moves itself, or
yeah, it does?
You just answered it, right? You do too. You just said that.
no? The Earth. Okay, so in the
You just
ground
said the sun
model-
moves across the sky, right?
No, I said
Yeah.
from our perception, it moves across sky, but it's the rotation of the Earth on its axis.
How do you know? How do you know?
Well, I'm just saying that's what the rounder is saying. I'm not having made a claim. I'm just saying, what do
understand.
you guys believe? I'm just saying what you guys
that's
believe.
not. See, listen to this, Vank. It's not your claim. It's the claim of the globe Earth. That's the second question that I was asking that nobody actually opened their mics and said anything. That's what I said. How do we know that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis? How do we know that? Go ahead.
Again, I was gonna quote the things, but I mean, I guess I have to answer as an IDK because I don't know the exact experiment off the top of my head. So
I know young people always use these acronyms. I don't know, right? Is that what you're saying? IDK?
well, no, I was gonna quote the experiment.
What experiment?
The experiment, remember? But when you asked the perspective, I'm like, oh yeah, here's the experiment for how they measured the Earth to be round, or give that idea of the Earth round.
No. Spinning on its axis, the Earth in motion, right? Spinning
Yeah, there was
around
experiments for that too, like the parallel sun rays, stuff like that. But
what are you talking about? Like, I don't even know what you're mentioning. Is there some way you can provide?
there was a couple experiments done about this, right? Like a lot, and then there's a lot of
You tell
mathematical
me.
deduction as well.
Can I just ask quickly?
Just give us one.
Am I detecting some maple syrup?
I'm Canadian, so maybe.
I thought so. Just got to give the Canadian.
Damn, Crypto. Good, bro.
All
You're
right,
hot
so
with those accents, man.
What did you have in the way of evidence, Vank?
So I was reading about the parallel rays hitting the Earth, right? And then let me give you one too.
Is that how we know that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Vank?
Here, let me cite the experiment for you. Let me try to find it.
And it's not an experiment unless you manipulate the variable.
Did they say sun rays for Earth rotation? Did I hear that right?
Yep. We're gonna see what he's
okay.
gonna post. I'm interested to see what he's.
Alrighty then.
But that's exactly the belief. Somebody, somewhere, must have done an experiment. Must have. So I can just move on. I don't need to find it.
I feel like that information hasn't sunk in yet. They still want to challenge it some way. They say,
And they always-
hang on. Let me go get let me go get the information. I'll be right back. What happened to knowing that the Earth is a globe? Coming in here all confident, man, Earth is a globe. Well, it don't seem like it. We got a lot of silent mics. We got a lot of people who don't want to chime in for the Earth being a globe.
Yo, I have a question.
It's defeating itself. That's what's happening. Go ahead. What's your question?
Hi. So, I'm just curious as to how, like, you guys got started on this path and how y'all came to this conclusion that, you know, the Earth is, like, what set you in motion for this? Because obviously, like, this is, you know, I believe that the Earth is a globe. This is something that, you know, most people just kind of know, like, especially, like, when you're younger. So I'm just curious as to what set you in this path to kind of believe this.
Well, the truth, obviously, because when, you know, for me, it was just a video that kind of sparked my interest. I was into Mandela effect, and I saw this video about how water provides evidence that the Earth is flat, and I was like, let me check out this stupid video because you know, it's pretty dumb, right? The Earth isn't flat; it's a globe. So I clicked on it, and I was like, you know, water seeks its own level. It's not, you know, convex over it doesn't conform over a surface of an object, you know, that's spinning. You know, that would make it even worse. Water would fly off if it's on something that's spinning. Okay. And so this whole idea that water lies flat and level really got to me, because I'm thinking, like, okay, so water's flat and level. How does water have any convexity to it over a distance? Well, the answer to that is it doesn't. And I'll just give you one quick example. Okay, what I'm talking about. Water, for me, did it, right? That's all I had to look into was water. I have some images coming into the live stream one voice text.
Thank you.
Should be by Miggy, if you can see it.
Hey, what's up, Miggy?
All right, so
what's up?
Lepizzle, just hold tight, dude. I ain't got time for you right now. All right, Kadish.
I'm not Lepizzle.
Yeah, I see it.
Right.
I see the images.
All right, so this can only happen on a flat and level surface, right? So we're talking about the angle of incident, which is the light that hits the object in the background, and then striking the water, causing that mirrored image that you see, right? And then hitting the angle of reflection back into the optic of the person taking these images. Okay, so what we're looking at here is that if the Earth was curving anywhere on the surface of that water, you would get distortion. And what I mean by that is that thank you very much for that, Highest Kai. What I mean by that is that if there was any distortion, that's pretty in sync. If there was any distortion, you would see like this funhouse mirror image. You see this guy looking all distorted in that mirror? Okay, so and just like the one Roger put in too, if there was any curvature to the Earth, then the image that would be reflected off that smooth surface, which is called a specular reflection, would be distorted, right? It would be a specular reflection, of course, but it would be distorted, just like the one you see, the image of the one that Kai put in and Roger. So we don't see that. In fact, we see the perfect mirrored image of the mountains and everything that's above the waterline. So we would see a perfect reflection as we would see on a flat surface. So the image that's being reflected could only take place on a flat and level surface, cannot take place on something that's curving. Something that comes up in this discussion is also that the curvature is so minuscule, right? That we wouldn't be able to even see any difference. But what I would say to that is that we know that the curvature of the Earth has been noted to be with the radius of 3959. The circumference of the Earth is 24,901 miles. So the metrics of the globe Earth have already been established. These cannot be moved to say that the Earth is much too big to even know this information. This is what they're claiming it is, right? So we're just getting information from them and then saying, okay, you guys say that the globe Earth is this size and all of that. So now we're going to go ahead and use those numbers and try to figure out if they don't conform to the Earth. Well, it turns out that long distance observations do not provide that the Earth is curving in any way. So not only that, but to back up the claim, that information that I just gave you, that a specular reflection on a calm lake, like when there's no wind, would show that the reflection on that surface is perfectly mirrored to the one that's on top of it. Meaning that the Earth is not convex, which would be that if it was convex, you would get a distorted image and you wouldn't see the full image as you do from the perspective of the person taking that image. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So
yeah.
I have one last question before,
Sure.
because I have to go soon. But how do you guys respond to just, I guess, scientists, like major scientists, who would just obviously say like the Earth is a globe. Like, how do you respond to
All right.
mainstream?
So I debated one yesterday. He's a PhD. He came into the server, and I didn't know he was until after the fact. But I took him to the 3 simple questions that I told all of you guys. So the 3 questions that I gave you guys, and I didn't really hear a response, but I told him we couldn't get past the first question. The first question of measurable curvature been done from ancient times. We went all the way back to Eratosthenes, and then he started talking about, well, Eratosthenes had a presupposition, which Aristotle thought that the Earth was a globe even before Eratosthenes. So he said, and the reason being is because Aristotle looked up in the sky and he saw that the shadow on the moon on a lunar eclipse was covering the moon. So therefore, it is consistent with the Earth being a globe, and we can conclude that the Earth is a globe because we see a curved shadow on the moon. Now, that's what he backed up. And then I said, okay, you're looking up in the sky, but you're not measuring the ground, Mr. PhD Danny Faulkner. You're not measuring the ground, and we need to do that in order to establish that the Earth does have measurable curvature in order for us to say that that image or that shadow that you see on the moon is being caused by the Earth being a globe, right? We haven't done that yet. So we need to do that. And he didn't want to go there. So I gave him an option. And I said, okay, so if you're not being honest right now and telling me that Aristotle did not make a conclusion, that he only made an assumption saying that he thinks that it's the Earth covering that the shadow on the moon, then he was like, no, it's definitely, the conclusion is science doesn't work like that. It's based on inferences. And he was going off and saying that we can infer that it is the globe and that will be our conclusion. So he's a PhD and he didn't answer the question and he was dishonest. So professors come into this server, they're dishonest. Regular people are honest and they all say, I don't know, which is the most honest thing to say because nobody does know. So yeah, they do come in here, and I'll even link his debate in the live stream voice text, so you can probably take a look at what happened.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. But yeah, they don't have an answer, Khadija.
They don't. They don't. They're a lot of the science that they're just bringing up. They've never actually tested.
There it is.
They've never actually tested. They're just whipping it out of their ass.
So wait, okay. I have a few questions. Is it all right if I interject here?
Yeah, sure. Ask away.
So my first question is, how do you guys believe that orbit works for a flat Earth?
You got this
concept?
guy. Okay, first of all, I don't like the word that you keep using this word believe. Here, all the flat earthers, we don't have beliefs, girl. We don't have beliefs. We know things. Okay. So don't use that word.
So I, as someone who believes that the Earth is a globe, I would still say that it's a belief because it's still a theory because I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Are you guys astronauts?
No. And so that's fine.
So
You can use the word. You can use the word belief
for you
when you're
as well.
talking about no,
because
we
it's
can
something
prove it.
that is still blind to us. Because we're going off of, because you can say that you can prove it, right? And I can say that I can prove it from pictures that NASA has, and you can say that you can prove it from pictures that your sources have. But at the end of the day, have you and I seen it with our own naked eye?
The lack of curvature I've seen with my own naked eye, absolutely. Once you figure out see, this is the thing, is you are reliant on these authorities. You are reliant on them. But there are things that you can do yourself to test yourself to prove that they are not right about the shape of the Earth. So again, when Miggy asked the questions, proof of curvature, you were quiet. Proof of axial rotation, you were quiet. Proof that the vacuum of space exists, you were quiet. We can prove all of these things don't exist and are not happening. And you can do this yourself. So I'm very confident that I know the Earth is flat. You can use the word belief. That's totally fine because you are working with a belief right now. Now you want to talk about orbit? Is that what you want to talk about? Orbit?
Yeah, that was my question.
Okay, so again, back to the vacuum of space. We already debunked that. I don't know if you were listening to that earlier, but we already debunked that. So what they're telling us, the medium that we're in, the vacuum, doesn't work. And the next axial rotation, we're not spinning. We're not
So
spinning.
how do you guys explain the position of the stars changing?
Okay, so the stars are moving in the sky.
So other
what does
things
that
are
have
revolving
anything to
around us?
do? So if we observe the stars moving in the sky, there can be two options, right?
It appears that way.
Yeah. If the stars are appearing to move in the sky, it can be two options. Either the stars are moving or we're moving. The Earth is
Do
moving.
you have evidence to suggest that it's not?
Well, no. My question here isn't about like me. My question was legitimately just to find out how you guys think about it.
Yeah.
Because the stars moving in the sky. Are you saying that we can't prove it?
No, I'm saying we observe the stars moving in the sky, but the conclusion to make from that is one of two options. One of two options.
Like I was
Either-
saying to someone a bit earlier, there's a presumption or an assumption that the Earth is rotating and therefore it's causing this effect. So what some people have done is taken drones and mounted cameras on them and then taken time lapse from a drone hovering off the ground. And we still get the same circular star trails. We still get the rise and set of the sun. So the motion seems to be separated once you're no longer attached to the thing that should be rotating.
But
You're testing a variable.
Because the drone would still technically be in the atmosphere. The drone would still technically be part of what is orbiting. So that isn't really a fair conclusion, you know? Because just because I'm in a plane doesn't mean I'm not orbiting with the rest of the world. Doesn't mean that the time and space situation still isn't affecting me in the same way just because I'm not physically on land.
All right.
That's
So
exactly what it means.
Fatima, was Fatima here when I was asking the question? Because I don't know if you were here, Fatima.
I don't think she was.
You asked about the vacuum concept?
Yes, I went through three questions.
I don't actually understand how that proved your point because
I'll get into it. I'll get into it. You can understand from a perspective where I can actually ask you the question, and so you can respond. But at this point right now, it seems like you have this concept that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning in the vacuum of space. So I just want to get to that point right real quick. The vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, right? Or that they say that they claim that it exists, like the vacuum of space. Now, we have on Earth air pressure. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. With air pressure, there needs to be the antecedent to air pressure is a container. Now, and I
see it, please. I didn't understand it.
It's the necessary thing that needs to happen if you have one thing. Let's say if I have a filet mignon, right? And if I put it on your plate, you're gonna absolutely know that it came from a cow. You don't need to see the cow. You don't need to see the color of the cow, what it looked like, or how big it was. You absolutely know that it came from a cow. So the necessary antecedent for the filet mignon is a cow. Follow?
Okay, well,
Fatima, do you I need you to understand the concept.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
do you understand?
I understand the
All right,
concept.
so the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So we have right.
So
we
wait,
have.
Why do you assume that a container?
It's not
is
an
needed?
assumption, because here's the thing: if you can provide evidence for having gas pressure without a container, then we can talk about how gas pressure can not have a container. But at the moment,
Okay, so do this. Sorry, I'm sorry to keep interjecting, but it is open discussion. So is this allowed? Am I allowed to question you?
Yes, but you have to really understand the question and respond to it, not just obfuscate and go to another question. Is that fair?
Okay, go for it.
All right. So when I asked the question, how can you have gas pressure without a container? I need to hear a response to that. There needs to be that response.
Okay, so is this open response for me?
Yes, you can respond. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Let's say I were to go off of this. Let's say there is a container, right?
No, that's not
the atmosphere.
That's not the answer.
Could be.
That's
what
not the
answer
answer.
do you want? So you want a specific answer from me?
Yes, specific. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? Is there any instance in nature or otherwise that we can have gas pressure without a container?
Any instance in nature or otherwise that we can have gas pressure without a container?
Correct.
Do you guys believe in the atmosphere?
No, you're not answering the question.
Wow.
Like,
Well, the thing is, okay.
I feel like you're obfuscating right now.
The issue is you wouldn't let me ask the question in regards to it, so I can't even clarify my
The
answer.
atmosphere you're talking about is the air that we're breathing.
Yeah.
I think we all know we're breathing right now, right?
Well, there are 7 levels of the atmosphere. So, or
Okay, so we all know there is atmosphere, right?
Yeah. So
Right.
to answer the question, you need to be specific, right? How can we
But
have?
that's why I want to specify with you guys. So my
Fatima,
question is,
you're
do
not
you
specifying,
believe-
Fatima.
Wait. Let me go ahead and make this point, right? So there are different types of air pressure in the world, on the planet, legit on the planet, because there's a different type of air pressure that
It's on the planet.
lava will produce, magma will produce. There's a
We're not talking about those. We're talking about air pressure.
But wait, but these are all air pressure.
Magma.
No,
and
they're
lava
not.
No, you're
are-
talking about magma when he's talking about gas.
magma and lava.
What kind
is
of pressure does
fluid
magma
pressure.
produce?
Wait. Why can't you have a
Fluid.
conversation with one person? Why are all of you jumping in? Calm. Oh my god! And he's yelling. He's very passionate. We love the passion. But when you're
fluid
having
pressure.
a conversation with someone, trying to convince them of your argument, you
She's
should.
not answering a very
She's not answering the question.
Wait, I'm asking you to clarify something.
No, you're not. I did clarify, Fatima. 1 second.
Okay,
You
so
gotta,
then let me go ahead and ask you.
you gotta
one more time,
relax.
and this time
You
I'll
gotta
bring up
relax,
the math.
Fatima. You gotta
Okay.
relax.
I
Relax.
don't
Okay.
understand how I'm
Calm
not
down.
relaxed when 3 people
Calm
were like,
down.
"Oh my gosh,
Let me,
no."
Fatima, calm
Would you
down.
Let me say the point.
Calm
Okay,
down.
go for it. Go for it. Say your
All
point.
right. So it's simple. It's simple, right? The only thing that I need is the answer to the question: how can you have gas pressure without a container? I don't need anything else. Any anecdotal stories? I don't need to tell me about 7 levels in the heavens. I don't need any of that. I need the answer to how can you have gas pressure without a container? Go ahead.
The answer is you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
I didn't ask whoever was saying. Please let her please answer the question.
How can you have gas pressure without a container? So
Yes, please.
I think that it's definitely possible to not have one. Because when you look at even stars, the sun, technically they don't have an atmosphere.
You don't
They
know
don't
that.
have.
That's the claim.
Okay,
you
so
didn't answer my question.
Can you prove it? Oh,
Yes,
okay. I did.
I can
answer your
provide
question
evidence.
because I just said no, and then you told me that I don't.
No.
So
What do you mean no?
You want me to physically go see? You
No,
want
no,
me
no.
to like shove
Listen.
my hand on the sun and be like,
Fatima,
oh, no,
Fatima,
atmosphere.
calm down. I need you to tell me clarify what you meant by no. No, that you can't have gas pressure without a container? Is that what you said?
There are different situations. So some
Fatima,
situations,
answer my
yes, some
question.
situations, no, that's my answer.
Okay,
Some
what situations?
Yes, some situations.
What
no.
situations can you have gas pressure without a container?
I gave you
Fatima?
the example of the sun. I gave you the example of stars.
What
how
about
they
it?
Don't actually have one. How if for
What
them,
do you mean? How do you know? Wait, time out.
science proves that.
Time
but at
out,
the same
Fatima.
time, how do you
No,
know
no,
that
no,
they
no,
don't?
no, no,
Can
time
you
out.
prove that they don't?
One second. You're making a claim, a very bold one at that. You're saying that the sun doesn't have an atmosphere. You don't know that, Fatima. That's a story that's been given to you, and you're believing it religiously. I'm asking for the evidence.
Okay,
Fatima.
but if I give you evidence, you say that I don't know.
That's not evidence. You say you're making a declaration is not evidence.
So
You
yeah,
can't
like
say-
I'm saying, you want me to go shove my hand on the sun and be like, "Oopsie, it's not there."
Okay.
Like,
How are you going to say? How are you going to validate the information that you're giving me otherwise if you can't test it? If you
how are you
can't
going
test
to
it,
validate your claim though? Because
what
I'm
claim?
giving
I
you
didn't make a claim.
examples.
Listen,
I'm giving you
1 second.
my-
I
I'm giving
didn't
you
make a
my
claim.
answer, and you're saying that my answer isn't valid because I can't prove it. How do you want me to
Yes,
prove it?
yes, because you can't provide evidence. Yeah, it's invalid. That's
Where
correct.
did I?
Thank you.
But I literally gave you. Literally gave
Gave me
you
what?
something.
You gave me a declaration, Fatima.
Oh my
You
God.
gave me a declaration.
You gave him an answer. Listen, Fatima, what you said
You
to
made a
him was,
statement you
"Can
can't
I go
verify."
touch the sun?" That is not a response to his question.
Look, no. My answer
You understand
was
that?
It's your
the sun
biggest
doesn't
clue.
have its
It's your
own
biggest clue.
atmosphere
If you
in the same
can't
sense that the
verify
Earth
it,
does, so
it's
you
not a
can't hold
proof.
it to the same standard, right? But what I said
Fatima,
was afterwards,
he asked you
because
very
what he said
simply.
was that I can't prove that.
Wow.
But what I said afterwards, are you going to let me finish? Because you made a
Fatima.
claim that was false.
Wow.
So he said afterwards that I can't prove that. That's when I said, do you want me to go physically touch the sun?
Yeah,
Because
how are
to
you
say
going to
that I
provide evidence for that?
Oh,
How
can
are
I
you
Tell
just
me
come
that.
in on
provide
this one?
evidence
Just,
for
can I
anything
just come
that
in
you
just
do?
for a second? 1 second, 1 second. First of all, I think probably just the room needs to calm down a little bit. Second of all, this is a fantastic opportunity for me to demonstrate what I was saying to your friend earlier, who didn't understand logical fallacies, right? So, do you know what a straw man logical fallacy is?
There wasn't a straw man logical because it was legit just a claim on my part.
I didn't ask you if one had taken
Yes, I do know what a
place.
straw man logical fallacy
Can you define that for me, please?
It's when one is to partake and go off of the topic that they're supposed to and beat around the bush instead of answering the question.
No. What a straw man fallacy is when you deliberately misrepresent your opponent to make his argument weaker in order to attack him. Now, at no point did Miggy say you should go and touch the sun with your hand. So
ask him where he wants me to prove it.
Didn't finish.
Or how he wants me to prove it.
Didn't finish.
Okay, go for it.
So, when I've finished, I will shut up and you'll know. Trust me.
Okay.
Now, had Miggy made that argument, and then you referring to it would have been logically valid. But because he didn't make that argument, you then stating it later was a logical fallacy known as a straw man. Do you understand?
So where did he not make the argument saying that my comment was incorrect?
He never said to you that you need to go to the sun and touch it.
He said that I can't prove it. So how would he expect me to prove it? Please explain.
There's a range of options that don't. There's a range of options.
How am I supposed to do the experiment?
There is a range of options that doesn't have to include flying to the sun and touching it. Correct?
Okay. How would you do that then?
That's up to you to prove. It's your claim.
So isn't that the exact same thing I did and then was told that it was false? Because he chose to deny that, and that's okay if he denies it. But at the end of the day, it was still valid evidence on my part.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not valid
When you
evidence
make a claim,
to you.
when
That's
you make a
different.
claim-
If you don't want to believe it, that's up to
When
you.
you make a
but at
claim-
the end of the day, the claim had reason behind it, and it was based on experiment. But
Oh, boy.
you guys
Wait.
chose to deny it. That's on you.
Okay.
Right.
Can we go
Now
back?
that you've stopped, yeah, you need to listen, understand. When you make a claim, you need to provide evidence for that claim. If I say I've got a unicorn in my house, yeah, you don't have to disprove that. It's not on you. I've made the claim that there's a unicorn in my house. If I don't prove it, then there's no reason to believe there's a unicorn in my house. Got it?
Okay.
All right, so the claim was that there was gas pressure without a container that the sun actually has. And I asked you, how do you know that? And your question was, well, I'm not a scientist, or you said some other argument that had no relation to.
Okay,
Go
continue.
ahead.
I said
No,
that
you
was
go ahead.
that was when I asked, how do you want me to prove it? Do you physically want me to go to the sun?
That was not my claim. I didn't make that claim, Fatima. You were the one that said that.
You guys
So
asked
how are
me
you-
to provide
yeah, how are you-
evidence for the claim?
Yes.
The only way to provide evidence for the claim is for, like the girl said here, to go perform an experiment. If I were to perform an experiment, I would have to be there, because why would I?
So then what do you have right now? What do you right? Correct. What do you have right now then? Just a claim that can't be backed by evidence, Fatima. That's the point.
But the claim is a theory. It is an evidence in and of itself, because
It's not an evidence,
science.
Fatima. No,
Do
it's
you
not an
understand
evidence.
that science is so undefined? Like, I say this as someone
Listen,
who believes that the
theories
Earth
are not
is a-
evidences.
Like, look, can you guys listen for like 5 seconds? Okay.
Huh?
The Earth concept is
No, no,
all
he's
a theory,
crying.
unless you're an astronaut who
It's
has
not
seen it with
even
your
a
own physical
scientific
eye.
theory if it can't be tested by experiment.
Where's the
You
experiment?
are reliant on, again, you're just saying, well, we're not astronauts, so we can't. No, there are things that we can prove that show us that they are
That's
not
the point.
Okay,
true.
They
so
are
orbit
none.
technically
Wait, let's go.
proves.
Okay, I want to ask you a little bit. I
Proves
want
the
to.
entire flat Earth debate false. That's
Okay,
why
I
I
feel
asked you
like-
guys for it.
Okay,
technically.
Can I say something, please? Okay.
Can I talk after?
Yeah, let highest Kai's coming in with something, guys. Let her go ahead and answer.
Okay, I
Go
just
ahead.
want to just change the topic a tiny bit. We can still talk about gas pressure without a container, but you brought up the atmosphere, and I wanted to get into that a little bit, okay? All right. So, is the atmosphere an open system or a closed system, Fatima?
It's open.
Okay, it's open. How does gas act? How does gas, when gas, let me rephrase the question. What direction does gas go? What direction does gas go?
Up, or in any direction, actually, but usually
all
we
directions.
correlate it with up.
All directions. Goes in all directions, okay?
Okay.
So it's not just going down, right? It's going all directions. So when you're talking about the atmosphere, the open atmosphere, gas is going to go in all directions. And it's also going to follow the law of entropy, second law of thermodynamics. High pressure will go to low pressure. Always. Always.
So wait, can you repeat that one sentence again? That entire sentence.
Gas goes in all directions.
Okay.
And with the law of entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, we know that high pressure will go to low pressure. Gas will fill the available space. Always. Always. So, you brought up the atmosphere. Here's the issue with the atmosphere. We know it's open. We've got gas. And right next to that, we've got a vacuum. So here on Earth, we have high pressure, and that's how we're breathing. And then right next to us, our next door neighbor, is the biggest vacuum known to man. And we're not containing the gas. The system is open. You've already agreed with that. And we know that gas doesn't go down because you've already accepted that it goes in all directions. So you have a problem there.
I don't understand how that disproved anything.
Can I add only something?
Wait, let Kai finish.
No, Miggy, it's important, really.
Kai needs to finish her example.
Hold on, man.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I let you guys talk all the time. I never talk anymore. So, what's up, Fatima? What do you want to say?
Okay, I don't understand what that disproved. You just restated what the atmosphere is. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it goes out into the vacuum, and it doesn't matter if it comes back, because according to the laws of thermodynamics, air can also come back, gas can also come back, because hot air rises, cold air drops, right? That's something that you learn in 7th grade science. So based off of that, you didn't necessarily disprove anything. You just talked about how the atmosphere works.
How does our gas stay here with us? How are we able to breathe? How are we able to breathe, Fatima? How are we able to breathe?
We have oxygen. But
yes,
even
how is it staying here? How is it staying here?
The several
and not
levels
going
of
into
atmosphere,
the vacuum of space.
Alongside with the fact that we keep producing oxygen, this is something that keeps being made. We also keep producing carbon dioxide because humans keep breathing. We also keep producing so many types of different gases. I mean, we have such an abundance that it leaking out doesn't mean that we're gonna die.
It would fill the available space. We would not have an atmosphere. Would not even be able to contain for us to breathe. Even it would not be contained for us to breathe. You need to understand that what you're using, the atmosphere, is not a container. We cannot have gas pressure without a container. That's why it was so important for Miggy to bring up that question about gas pressure without a container, because we cannot have gas pressure without a container.
But wait,
the atmosphere cannot contain gas. What?
The atmosphere is a type of container.
Really? It's an open container?
Yeah. I mean, things seep out. Okay, so look,
a container
if I have a soda can, right? If I were to leave that soda can outside, and if I were to leave it for a period of time, let's say I leave it there for 3 months,
soda can?
Eventually it will dull down, even if I don't open the soda can.
What happens when you open
dull down? Okay, so
the soda can?
The same thing will happen. It will lose part of it. Actually, when you open it, it loses even more. Right? It happens at a much more rapid rate that the CO2 that was put into it is getting lost. But if I were to leave it closed, it would still exit through the aluminum, because that's just how gas pressure works, because gas wants to get out. So the atmosphere letting go of things doesn't mean that the atmosphere is in a container, but instead means that the atmosphere is a container and gas pressure is pushing through. I mean, I don't understand how this disproves anything.
Gas can contain
itself. Atmosphere is gas.
Gas can contain itself, because when I have a flat tire, I can't go save money and go to the tire shop and say, oh, you know what, I'm just going to bring this air home with me. I'm just going to use the other air in the atmosphere to contain the air.
Well, that's
and bring
actually
it
why
home.
your tire gets flat, though, because even though you don't open your tire, the tire still
the container's been opened.
The gas
the container,
in it. No, but it doesn't. Where
Fatima,
did
you're
it open?
speaking so fast. Fatima, you're speaking so fast. I don't think this is
I'm sorry, am I
sinking into
confusing?
your brain. I think you need to
Am I
slow down a
confusing you?
bit.
Okay, I'll slow down.
No.
Okay,
No,
so
you got to slow down, girl.
the issue is, unless you physically cut your tire, is this slow enough? Unless you physically cut your tire or you open the seam in which you put air through into that tire, your tire is still a closed container.
Okay,
air
Fatima.
and gas will seep
Actually,
through it
it's
because
not.
that is just the behavior
Fatima.
of air
Okay,
and gas.
all right. You just literally can you
Actually,
limit
an
your
automotive
response to like
tire
10
isn't a
words and then
perfectly
we can talk?
sealed system.
So when you have the tire, there's air pressure inside the tire, right? That's how you're able to drive on the tire. Right? There's air pressure. When we puncture the tire, what happens to the gas?
You let the gas out. You let the air pressure out.
And it escapes. So Yep. Again,
I don't disagree with that.
You're showing another example.
So
you're showing another. Wait, hold up.
Go.
You girl. I love
know,
that your brain is going really fast, but at the same time, we're trying to have a conversation here.
I know. Okay, so go for it.
Look. So again, all you're showing is that if we're going to have air pressure, it's got to be contained. The second something happens to the container, like you open the soda can or you puncture the tire, the gas is going to escape. Okay, we need a physical barrier. Gas does not contain itself because if it did, it wouldn't matter if your tire had a hole in it. The gas and the atmosphere could just keep the container containing the gas inside of it, but it doesn't.
That's not how gas works, though. Because when you look at it, look, I'm going to give you the
going
exact
around
same
in a
example.
circle.
The
We can go around
exact
in a
same
circle.
example because you're refusing to accept actual fact, like things that you have seen with your own blind eye. This isn't a belief. This is legitimate fact.
So you've seen gas containing gas.
You've destroyed your entire argument.
Fatima, you've seen gas containing gas.
Look, I'm trying to talk to you about this topic, right?
Fatima, I need you to show me gas containing gas.
Let me speak because I
need you to show me gas containing gas.
To talk about it, right? So, the tire is a container. You stated that, right? The tire has its own air pressure and its own gas in it. You stated that, right? If I were to puncture the tire, the air would escape, right? This is something we agree on, right? Now, look. If I were to have that same tire not punctured and I were to drive for 6 months, nothing happens to my tire. I'm just using it. After the 6 months, I have to go refill my tire because the air pressure has lessened.
Because the temperature has changed. It's winter.
When did I at all puncture my tire to let that gas escape? I didn't. The gas.
Did you listen to what Hank said?
That's how the gas works. That's how it's not something bound by like solid or physical laws. It is a gas in and of itself. This is something that you can't hold to the same law as like water. Do you understand? Because water is made up of H2O. So I get that. Yeah, there are gases.
This girl is spiraling. Somebody slow her down.
Did you snort a line of cocaine before this conversation?
Yeah, man.
Like, girl,
I'm sorry. Am I speaking too fast?
Hold on.
Yo, you guys chill.
You guys are actually so fucking messed up. What's wrong with you? She's actually
hey, come on.
Let's slow down.
I'm about to mute everybody.
Everyone calm
Take
down.
a break. But hey, one thing you left out.
Everyone
Stop.
Wait
up, Fatima.
Wait up.
Stop.
Everyone just needs to stop talking, yeah? Mike, please.
Yeah. So one thing you leave out is the input of energy. You act like you can lose pressure and lose air at the same time. You can lose pressure and not lose one bit of air. Why? The input of energy. So temperature, the amount of pressure from gas is directly related to the temperature of the gas. A cold tire has less pressure than a warm tire. And no offense, but
that's
an automotive tire,
of what it is.
It's not. You heat up a gas, you excite it, it moves more, you have a greater pressure. Take thermodynamics again,
that's the right one.
and get it at a level above high school. Okay, and an automotive tire isn't a perfect seal. It has what's called a bead and leakage.
Check this out, right? Kai, I'm gonna hand it back to you, but I would like to point out that what the young lady is doing is a red herring because it's besides the point, though it's seemingly related.
Yes,
but this started as a question, and it's open discussion. There is no point of discussion.
Oh my God, girls!
So I just called you out. Hold on, I just called you out on a red herring. Would you like? But a red herring is actually fallacious reasoning, fallacious logic, flawed logic, right? So
Flawed according
I mean,
to your standard, but that doesn't make it flawed logic because it's still logic.
no, because you're not answering the question. The question originally was when Miggy was here, and now here's Kai talking to you, explaining how can you have gas pressure without a container. You're talking about how gas escapes a tire.
No, I'm explaining how that container can still
Which is
allow
a container, by the way.
to be taken out.
What-
I've literally gone over the same topic for so
Okay.
long.
All right,
Like,
let's go.
and
Let's
let's
go
go
back
back. Wait.
Let's go back to
Y'all
We've already talked about this. You guys have already shown that you don't like talking about it because for some reason it's upsetting
No,
you guys to the point
I'm
where
not afraid
when
to
you
talk
can't
about this with you,
handle
girl.
a
I'm not
debate,
afraid
when you
to
can't
talk
handle
about
a
this
debate,
with
what you end up doing is instead you
Okay, you're cutting each other off. Stop.
Y'all, there's like little to no control
and for some
here.
reason other people felt
Can
the
I get
need
a second, please? Can I get a moment? I've been listening listening to the channel for a while.
Can I speak?
Fatima, can I just respond? Listen, I've been watching the show for a while now, and you just need to really, really, really take 10 seconds, take a deep breath, slow everything right down because you're just babbling. And all right, you might be right, you might be wrong, you might be right, whatever it is, but we need to go through it concisely and clearly. And when you was asked earlier about to get for evidence, you just jumped to, you want me to go to the sun and put my hand in the sun, being completely
But do
ridiculous.
you even understand why I did?
I understand because you react too over the top. Just take it down a notch and listen to what's been asked here. Could you just provide the evidence? The answer to the question. Oh, she's muted herself.
And please don't
This is unfortunate.
stop yelling.
She didn't
Oh my God, I definitely
Can I
Did
speak?
you guys server definitely? That's so
Yeah,
lame.
can you stop?
Can I speak?
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. Can I finish my point, please?
That you chose. No, but he's server definitely.
It's not going to help you if you yell over someone.
Right. You need to relax, Fatima. I need you to breathe, count to 10. And when somebody asks you a question to provide evidence, the answer to the question would be, I don't have the evidence, or this is what I would accept as evidence. You don't start going, I didn't mean to go to the sun and put it myself in the hand. You need to relax.
Can you let me take over a little bit? Just tiny bit. I want to give this back to Kai. Right? They were talking about something. I just want to address it quickly and give it back to Kai as soon as possible. Fatima,
Okay, sure.
question. I have a simple question for you. What was the question Miggy made? What was the topic?
Oh, hello. Hi, I've been unserver muted. Thank you. Also, I wouldn't appreciate being server deafened if that's how this is gonna work. I'd rather just leave because it would be a joke. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and
Okay, you can leave now. Bye bye. See you later. If you don't like it here, bye bye.
Oh my God.
Hey,
yeah, I mean, I'm getting really
I'm gonna say this one time. Shut the hell up, dude, or I will mute you and ban you.
For the other ladies,
shut up.
I'm still trying to talk.
Shut up. Hold on.
Still trying to talk.
We
Getting talked over by everyone. Stop talking, everyone, please.
Listen, bro.
happening in here?
For the
Stop.
other ladies,
I don't know. I'm trying.
The next motherfucker that interrupts somebody
I'm trying to
is
restore
getting
some
muted.
kind of order.
Grow up.
Right, I'm trying to restore some kind of order.
I'm done with the
and
fucking
no one will shut up.
talking. Next motherfucker does it is getting banned.
Battle mod is crypto.
It don't take
It's
5
crypto.
of us to say it. Listen, I know
Battle
who it is, bro. I know where I'm at.
I know you know,
I've heard
but
enough of the 10 people at once.
That's what
Control yourself or I'll control you.
I like to say something whenever somebody else is done.
Guys,
this is probably not
Yeah, I
the
wanted
time.
to speak.
Give it a second. Crypto, could you please finish your statement?
Doesn't matter now, to be honest. I just wanted to, if Fatima's still listening, I don't know if she is or not, but I just wanted her to realise that, I mean, reason... Is she gone?
Yeah.
She got booted.
Doesn't matter then. All right, no.
Okay, I would like to say something about her tire thing. You know, we know that temperature variations change the density variations within a tire, so during the wintertime, the air molecules aren't as excited, right? So that's why your tire says you can pump it up to, 50 psi cold, right? And during the summertime, of course, it expands back out. So she might think that the tire is leaking out during the wintertime, but really all of a sudden the molecules the molecules can come, they get tighter because they're not bouncing off each other as much. So it makes you think.
With all due respect, who cares?
Yeah. We were on about the 1 second, Mr. Reality. Yeah, I know, but we were on about the topic of how can you have gas pressure without a container. That question never got answered. It was obfuscated off into something else, and then it just went on a tangent and it took off. So we never got back for her to answer the question: how can you have gas pressure without a container? That question was never answered. And it just never will be answered if they
not only was it not answered, the girl was destroying her own argument.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, she was so all over the place that she couldn't understand that. And you couldn't even make her because she's all over the place.
Well, and for her friends that are listening, what Fatima did was do a horrible job of going to a debate. That's not how you debate, period. Whether you're right or wrong, that's not how you debate. You don't talk like you're on coke, okay?
Literally just
before you guys start spiraling as a group, I would mention that when I pointed out her logical fallacy, and then Chocolate pointed out Elijah actually pointed out a logical fallacy. I think Chocolate might have done as well, actually. She wasn't really responding to it. She was just kind of spiraling further. So I don't know what you do with that. Like, what do you do when someone's pointed out? Like, she actually said, if it's illogical, at least it's still logic. That was what she said. There's not much you can do with someone like that.
Yeah.
Well, and plus too, if you're ever on Jim Panda's server, like when Witsit comes over there, right? Witsit will have 10 people on his case. So what he has to do is speak faster, and he speaks faster and faster and faster and faster. And I crack up when he does it because, it sounds like he's fixing to turn into a mouse.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case here. It was Highest Kai trying to reach an understanding with this girl, and it didn't happen.
Her own damn people getting in. Kai was doing great. You guys need to learn to show some restraint, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because that's what happens to everybody that goes over to Jim Pandas. They jump on them, and then everybody freaks out. Any flat earther freaks out because they're trying to give an idea of what they think, but they can't get it across because they're being attacked.
Your mic is really muffled.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And it's the same thing. It happens in here as well. But I guess, it went like muted.
I want to say something to the mods when you're done.
Well, when she's muted and then when she comes off mute, she feels like she's got all this amped up. Like she can't wait to get everything out. But you just need to explain to her. You need to take 10 seconds and just relax.
She got
Miggy. Crypto, we got 77 people in here. We might want to think about splitting this lobby up.
Can I just say really quickly, you guys are praising Kai, but the way she was... Can you guys hear me or no? Am I still muted?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Earlier, when she was trying to speak, I find it very disrespectful that you mid-conversation just go, did you snort a line of coke? What the fuck?
I
thought it was hilarious.
I'm here.
Let me respond to what you said to me.
Come on, that was funny. That was funny.
Let me respond.
Can we let Kai respond?
Because at the same time, she was trying to have a conversation with you guys.
Shush. Can you let Kai actually respond to that?
But she wasn't finished explaining them.
But she's in as well.
Go for
let
it.
her
Okay, if you're gonna
fucking God.
If you're gonna target me, I'm gonna have a rebuttal. So, do you think that your friend that came to our house, do you think that she was being respectful and willing to have a conversation, or was she just trying to get her point across and not listening?
Well, you guys did the same thing though, because you guys would forcibly mute us.
No, she came to our house. Remember, keyword. Our house. Okay.
Sorry, you're okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your friend's got verbal diarrhea.
No.
Sorry.
No, but she was not willing to have a conversation.
But she did though, because she would pause and listen to you guys. It wasn't just her.
She was pausing and listening.
Yes, she was. I was sitting here listening.
Really? Okay. I'm so glad, guys. Do you think
you listening to the same conversation?
Exactly.
Well, you guys are kind of biased because you have your person.
Did you listen to that conversation? Please?
I did listen.
Sorry.
Yes,
that girl was really not trying to listen to anybody, and we really don't need anybody concerned trolling for her. because we all
You're
heard it.
telling us what we need to know. That's the thing. You come in here and tell us what we would need to know. No, we already
The girl
know.
destroyed her own argument about 10 times talking to Kai. Okay.
Alicia, I was listening on the show and I come into the room and I tried to calm her down best I could because she literally had verbal diarrhea. Now, I even explained her reaction to her questions was just not necessary to take 10 seconds and relax because I tried my best to get through to because the way she responded to Miggy's question, where's the evidence for the son? She overreacted and says, "Oh, what you do? Because the son put my son in the hand." Like that was literally her response.
No, listen.
That was literally her response, word for word. So you need to understand her reaction to the questions was unnecessary and it needed to come down at a level. She didn't listen to my advice. Then other mods stepped in and kicked her out because she was never going to calm down because she's too far up her own ass.
You guys did the same.
Oh my god. What the flip?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Go.
If you don't mind.
Go for it.
All right. So you said that when you responded to Kai that she was trying to have a conversation. Well, at the beginning of the conversation, So at the beginning of the conversation, Miggy asked her how you could have gas pressure without a container. And then Kai continued to bring her down that line of questioning. Did you hear her answer that question?
Which one? The part where she goes, "You want me to put my hand on the sun?" Or she tells you guys that because we're not science. Kai went into this part where she was like, "I don't like the word belief. I don't like the word belief." And she clearly stated, she was like, "I understand that you don't like the word, but unless you're an actual scientist and you've seen it with your own two eyes, overall it is a belief. You don't have direct proof of any of the things that you're claiming."
Okay.
And then when you guys didn't accept that,
all right, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Did you hear what I asked you?
That's what I was answering. You're talking about the part where she was like, "Do you want me to put my hand on the sun?" Correct?
No. The conversation started with, how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes or no? Did she answer the question? Yes or no? Did she answer?
She was trying to. 1 second.
Did she answer it though? That's the question.
How are you going to answer?
Do you want me to tell you what her argument was?
Just answer the question. Answer the question. Elijah asked you a straight question. Could you answer Elijah's question, please? He asked you a simple question. Did she or did she not answer? Did she? What was her answer then? Could you
read? Her answer was, when it comes to gas pressure, right? I think she brought up this example of a tire, which is very easy to understand, by the way. When you first put gas in a tire, right? In the very beginning, it's perfectly fine. Okay, this is your container. Yes, the tire is your container. Exactly. But
no, that's the answer. Hold on. The answer to how do you have gas pressure without a container was given an example of using a container containing gas. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, what did you say? I can hear you.
Her answer to gas pressure without a container was her giving an example of gas pressure inside of a tire. Inside of a container.
She was trying to give you guys.
What is a tire? All right, Alicia, I just need a yes or no answer.
Did I cut you off?
I need a yes or no. I need a yes. I just need a yes or no. So her answer, because Elijah asked you a very simple question. Did she give an answer to gas pressure in a container? You said yes, and you said the answer was she gave an example of a tire. No, a tire is a container. So she said to explain gas pressure without a container. She explained gas pressure inside of a container.
Exactly. What's wrong with that? Okay, listen. The thing is, what you guys are asking.
No, stop. You asked me what's wrong with that.
What?
Without
Listen
a container.
Again closely.
You asked me. The question was, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Your answer was.
She said that the atmosphere was a container, though.
Let me finish. You asked me what's wrong with it. I'm trying to get you understand what is wrong with it. She was asked, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Her answer was gas pressure inside of a container. That's not answering the question that was posed.
She never said that that there was no container. She actually.
What is a tire? What is a tire? Sorry. What is a tire?
I'm saying that it is a container. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
So
a tire is a container. I never said that she said.
So does that answer the question?
In fact, the container that she said the Earth has is the atmosphere. I clearly remember this.
So
She
delusional.
clearly stated that the container that the Earth has is the atmosphere. And then she went on to give you an example of a container.
Okay, time out. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Can I speak?
Okay, so here's the issue. You're saying the atmosphere is the container. So first, let me help you understand that atmosphere is an oxymoron because air has no inherent shape and atmo means air. So like sort of like when you put air in the tire and you contain it, you can then get air pressure. Well, the air we're breathing is at 14.7 psi, right? At sea level. So we're just asking how you would have that without a container.
If air can't be contained, why do you guys keep bringing up the argument that we have a container? Why are you so what? I'm asking
Because it's a thought-provoking It's a thought-provoking question. Listen, it's a thought-provoking question. If I ask you, how do you have a swimming pool without a container? And then you give me an example of a swimming pool with a container. You kind of don't understand the question, do you?
No, she
Do you
doesn't.
understand the
You're going to show
She just laughs at
understand
us.
that liquid
She just
isn't
She's
laughing.
laughing.
Like time laws.
She's laughing like that. She's laughing.
Yo, I wanted to say something for the past like 20 minutes. Can I talk?
Go ahead, Khadijah. What's your question?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on just like I feel like, and this is like no attack on any one person specifically or any disrespect to any mod, because the server is really interesting actually, and I like the way it's set up, and you know I feel like there's a lot of information here as well. But I feel like throughout this discussion, it hasn't been productive at all, and it's just been people like yelling over each other and just insulting each other and things like that, and I don't think anything fruitful has come out of it. And you know, even after Fatima, I'm not finished talking though. That's the thing though. I'm not.
I know, but you're bringing up a point that's exactly why.
That's awesome.
But that's exactly what I was. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like
you guys are not productive. I mean, just because we're trying to get somebody to actually answer questions directly, you know, you're not being very.
But
nice.
no, I'm not. I'm not attacking any one side. And I didn't finish. But I didn't finish my point.
I know I interrupted you, right? Hold on, Justin, please. I know I interrupted you, but that's the reason me and Reasons, right, started. Actually, I don't even understand what was rude about Kai or Miggy's.
I didn't call out any one person. That's why I asked.
I know, but I'm saying but things were getting a little out of hand. That's why some of the moderators took over.
And I'm not upset at the moderator.
That happened about 5-10 minutes ago, and we're having a fruitful conversation about the actual evidence and whether or not she answered the question. I just think it's a little too long a time that passed since that happened because we're trying to move forward.
I didn't finish my statement. I didn't finish. Even while you're talking
is the rest of your statement going to have something about the topic at hand?
Yes, actually it was.
Let her speak.
Okay.
Beautiful. Let's hear it.
Here.
I was going to say, relating to that point, even like with the response that you guys had with Fatima, I'm seeing it with Aisha now. Like, you know, people are just kind of talking over each other. And, you know, even that one, I forget exactly what they said. They were just like, oh, you have like your head up your ass or something like that to her. And I'm just like, this is just high key, like really disrespectful. And I wish there was a better way for us to just kind of like have a fruitful conversation while respecting each other.
I didn't hear anything about this specific topic just now.
This is nothing.
I mean, the problem.
This is really nothing.
The problem is that we've been trying to talk about the topic.
The problem is, this is not a respectful server.
I swear I was halfway through a sentence. Like 3 or 4 times. Right. So here's the thing. Right. First of all, we were trying to actually keep it on topic. You know, when Reasons came in earlier and advised Fatima to maybe drop the energy a bit, you know what? That comes from a good place. Reasons is the Energizer Bunny of the server. He gets it, right? He's got a lot of energy. I've also got a lot of energy. I understand sometimes you need that advice. Just slow down and just think a little bit. It's not a problem. The problem is that she didn't do that. She carried on spiraling. It's very difficult when you ask someone a question and they refuse to answer to have a productive discussion. So maybe your criticism isn't aimed at us, and that's fine. Maybe it's just aimed at the conversation as a whole. Maybe, I don't know. However, I think if your friends want a productive discussion, they need to answer questions, and then we can progress.
That's true.
And also,
I
I'd like to
agree,
apologise.
yeah.
Hold on. I'd like to apologise. Didn't mean to say she was a poor ass, but obviously she'd left, and I felt frustrated because I tried to get through to somebody, and sometimes people are, in a sense, that's kind of how I describe people when they're so far up their own. They don't listen to when you try to talk to them. I tried to speak out to her. I tried to connect to her and just say, listen, calm down. The questions you're being asked, you're not answering the questions directly because you're in spiral mode, basically. But she didn't respond to what I said. She continued to do it like multiple people have told you in here. And now the thing with a friend here, she doesn't even understand what she's saying. When I'm asking her what did she answer, gas pressure container, because Elijah asked her a good question. Did she even answer the question? Let's forget about all who said what and who said this. Did she answer the question? And the truth is, she never answered the question efficiently. She gave an example of gas pressure in a container to answer a question that was, how do you have gas pressure without the container?
But I feel like people aren't giving people the space to answer questions fruitfully or to digest what they're saying, because it's just like, you will ask this question. I'm not.
All right.
I didn't even finish my statement, bro.
I agree. So
so
could you reply to
they're
what I
not
said,
giving
though?
them. What did you say? Say it again, please.
I said that she was asked, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And she gave an example of gas pressure with a container. She wasn't answering questions directly. She was spiraling out of control. She was overreacting. Now you have to understand. You've given us criticism on the way that Fatima was. You've given us criticism on the way that we've reacted to somebody that was so out of control. But you're not even saying, well, maybe she could conduct herself better. Maybe that's what you need.
I didn't.
Did I lose everybody?
I was wondering the same. Everyone went quiet.
Something happened.
I'm still here.
Check.
Yeah, everybody went quiet.
Khadijah, you still there? No, I don't hear her.
Habibi.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be different. This is all I was trying to say too. Not effective, man.
Wait, can I share something?
3 people yelling. Go.
Hello?
All right, who's saying hello?
Jihadi Hadra.
Jihadi Hadra. Welcome to the server, Jihadi.
Thank you. I actually do disagree with Fatima and Asha, but I know that Fatima got banned. But I think that the Earth is flat and that gravity doesn't exist and that water doesn't bend.
We can let her back in.
Because wait, listen, I can prove it. Okay. Well, so listen. Okay. So the
I
Earth
would
is flat.
say,
If gravity
pick
did
your
exist,
next words. One second. Pick your words very carefully. We all have evolved troll dars and is going off.
Okay, wait.
Badly.
Okay. So listen, if the Earth is flat and gravity did exist, then we would be pushed down, right? So gravity doesn't exist because the Earth is flat. And water doesn't bend.
Wow.
I'm not
Yes, she does.
Habibi, I told her in the then laugh about it.
I was so sad. I wanted to argue with her.
The Earth
No,
is
we
flat.
we could get into that in just a second.
Can you guys
Hadra.
unban her?
Yeah, we can do that. It wasn't a permanent ban. It was just to get control of the. It was just one second. It was just to get control of the conversation that we're having. It was getting a little bit out of hand, and so it was just a method of us getting control. But she can be brought back in here if you guys will cordially just have a decent conversation. And when we do have
I'd love to debate with her.
all right. So when we do have the one-on-one, or if there's somebody in here that's doing that, we got to let that person kind of flesh out what they're saying. Everybody in here should give everybody else the
It can
respect
be
to do that.
me against Fatima.
Right. Well, here's what we're going to do, though, because it seems like this room is getting filled up with people. We have how many people in here? 73, 74 people. What we're going to do is break up this live stream because we have 2 live streams, right?
Okay.
We're going to move one of the live streams down to the second live stream room that we have, and anybody else can follow me there. And some people can stay in here if they'd like, but we want to have everybody a chance to go ahead and chime in on the microphone. So I will be in live stream 2 with my live stream, and you guys can be up here. So
Miggy, can I just plug in Ladies' Night for tomorrow?
Yes,
all of
go
you
ahead.
ladies are welcome tomorrow, every Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
all right, live stream 2 if you want to join me. If not, you can stay here and join the conversation here.
Okay, Habibti, I'll join you.
Ladies'
Also,
night means that only ladies get to talk, by the way. Ladies' night means that only girls get to cook.
All right. Megan Hydra, by the way, battle mod already unbanned Fatima.
Okay,
Hydra, just let yourself or let your friend Fatima know that you're unbanned.
I know her from like a different server, so we're really close.
Send her an invite. Do you need an invite?
Habibti, why you keep saying taqiya? Habibti, why?
What is that?
I'll ban you.
You want to ban me? لعنة الله عليه.
لعنة الله يعني لا تلعن عشان ما اخرب عليك.
لعنة الله عليك فرعون. لعنة الله عليك فرعون.
لا.
Oh my days.
لا.
Wow, bro, that discussion was stressful. My head hurts.
Wait, did you guys unban Jihadis too? I also wanted to.
The Shia guy was yelling about taqiyya.
How they know I'm Shia?
here?
Not safe was yelling taqiyya.
Oh,
my
Shia in
days,
it.
no.
I'm Shia.
Shias are a different breed, kidding.
Wallah.
Hey, so
Wait, you guys are getting close to a timeout.
yeah, I want to address something that Jihadi person said about there's no gravity. Gravity's fake because the Earth is flat. So what you did there?
It is fake.
Yeah, that's great. But what you did there, your reasoning is called affirming the consequent. If P then
logical fallacy.
So gravity's fake because the Earth is flat. The Earth
Wait,
is
you
flat,
believe the
therefore
Earth is
gravity is
round?
fake. No. Listen, I will ban you right off the server without a hesitation.
Why?
Why? Why would you?
Because you're a fucking troll. Bye.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Bye.
Why are you cursing for no reason? Why are you being a fucking?
Listen, because she's a fucking troll.
Yeah, you guys shouldn't talk to the admin like that, you idiots.
And you're fucking concerned trolling, dude.
That's right.
Listen, I've been listening to this crap for too long. Y'all are trolls, man. You think you're slick, you're not.
That's right.
You're defending trolls, which makes you a troll. Obvious trolling. You're a little giggling like fucking girls.
You would
It was
not go
funny,
into
though.
someone's house. You would not
Bullshit,
go into
I would.
someone's house with 75 people and act like you own it and try and dictate your rules and force your. You wouldn't do that in any normal situation, but yet in here we're not being empathetic enough to listen to your viewpoint. You're not the first one to raise these points to us. If we've been looking into this topic for 4 or 5 years, I promise you, try and ask us something, or 7 years even, try and ask us something we haven't actually been asked 1,000 times.
We asked the same questions.
I love it. And I asked them several times.
Molten
I tried to
iron
ask the question,
core.
but I'm not sure whether you've heard this a lot.
Just do it.
I mean, listen, there's no stupid question unless they're kind of like cartoony questions. Like,
Even
where's
those,
the edge?
Indio,
or
even
silly-
those, you just have to kind of.
Well, yeah, we bear them, but I
bear.
mean,
Yeah, that's it. Just to bear right quick. Okay, but then
Yeah,
of course it gets out of hand after that. So
Okay, so
But I mean,
I asked.
what I would say,
Go ahead.
what I would say before that is the reason people get annoyed here because people are asking questions as a wind up, not because they're actually asking genuinely. So
Yes.
if you're asking a question genuinely, you're all good. If you're asking
Yeah,
a
yeah,
question
of
as a
course.
wind up, you're not all good.
yeah. And
Yeah,
if you want to know what happened to her, what happened? Fake flat earthers get banned first, man. They get banned before trolls and anybody else because I can't stand that.
Well,
Exactly.
was it? I can't remember who said this, but it was like you've got to kill traitors before enemies.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was me more bad, of course.
Yeah,
That had to be.
oh, maybe yeah. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Please continue.
I would like, Can I say something real quick? Because we have a lot of Arabic Muslim people in here, and I know one thing: you guys are really good with math. I think we should like start going straight to the curvature and seeing if whether we can calculate it or measure it directly, right? Instead of going into gas pressures and all that shit. Let's see if there's curvature on the ground, you know? Let's see if they know the radius of the earth. It doesn't matter. I mean, most Muslims or most Arab people understand that you guys are logical people, right? You guys pride yourself on your logic, right? So now explain to me, what's the radius of Earth? If you, whoever here out of the Muslim group, right, the new guys, Tell me, what's the radius of Earth? If you guys are globe believers, tell me, what is the radius of this globe?
6,371 kilometers, I think.
Okay, perfect. Now, what's the drop value? What's the drop rate of this ball? Do you understand the question when I ask you what's the drop value or the drop rate or the curvature rate even?
My English isn't so good, to be honest.
Okay, so if I'm standing at a point, right, in point A, and I'm moving towards point B on this Earth, and if it's spherical, the ground underneath you, and I'm moving straight, perfectly straight. I'm not going downwards with the Earth. I'm going straight. What happens to the ground underneath? It starts curving underneath you, right? That's the drop value I'm trying to figure out. It's a drop rate. It's like if I move 1 mile this way, the altitude, the elevation from point A drops, right, on an XY coordinates. So now, any of you, do you guys even know any of this instead of trolling? Yeah, you can laugh all you want. I mean,
I'm laughing, man.
Oh no, it's cool. Right. I mean, you guys come in here thinking you're hot shit, but
You
you
just
guys
asked
don't
them
even
a real question, and now they're like, "Oops."
Yeah, oops. I don't know any of this. Like, it just blows your fucking minds, right? And then here's another one I'll add for you guys. You guys are Muslim people. You guys are supposed to be anti-American, anti-West, but you still believe the Western lies. Isn't that ironic? Because this is
I'm
all
American.
Are you Muslim?
Yes.
Okay.
You expect me to be anti the country I was born in?
Well, if you understand anything that the American people did to fucking the Middle East, yeah, I'm against. I live in Canada. I live in America. I'm still against the fucking Americans.
Cool.
You guys don't even understand what they did to your own country, right? So you guys don't know your own history. You guys don't know shit, and yet you laugh about the most serious
Now you're getting
fucking.
really like
No,
vulgar.
no, but this is your life. This is your life.
Please.
I know.
No,
but I'm
Man's
just
a Russian Canadian, man. Forgive him, man.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, where's the curvature? Yeah, where's the curvature, bro?
You didn't have to go into that whole bit, man.
No, I'm just saying, it's just you guys.
So he's Russian.
Where's the curvature?
Say that fucking American shit again. Say it again, bro.
Okay, Battle Mod, relax. You know where I'm coming from.
Seize him. Let's seize him. So the drop. So if you were to go in a straight line, right, the ground should drop away from you. It should curve away from you. Right. So if I take a ruler and stick it on top of a basketball, that ruler is not going to, or the basketball surface and the ruler are not going to stay touching each other. The ball is going to curve away from the ruler. Right. So if I go in a straight line on the earth, the ball should curve away from that straight line, like say a laser or, a line of sight or anything like that. The ball should be curving away. And there's a rate at which it should be curving away. And that rate is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Right? So go a mile, 8 inches squared. 2 miles, 2 times 8 squared. 3 miles, 3 times 8 squared. Okay? And that would be the rate of drop. That is predicted by a radius of that size. Simple geometry. So at 3 miles, it's 6 feet. 10 miles, it's something like 66 feet. So where is this curving water? Because we've taken lasers, long distances. We've tried to measure this curvature, and it doesn't exist in the real world. It only exists on TV.
And why would we ever need locks between different elevations of water? Why don't they just simply follow the curve like you think they do?
I have a question you can answer.
Yeah, go for it.
California to Japan. How do you explain that?
What'd you say?
Someone takes a flight from California to Japan. What's happening there?
Okay, so like circumnavigation, basically, is your question?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. So how do we navigate, right? We navigate using a compass. Right. So I'll show you something. Have you ever seen Gleason's map?
But also, I don't see really what relevance it has. You climb in the aeroplane on one side, and you fly to the other side, and you climb out the aeroplane. So, what bearing does that have on the shape or the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah. So on a globe or a flat Earth, you go in a circle to go around the Earth. It's the same thing either way. And because we're using a central point reference, right, the North Pole, we use a compass, and the compass generally points to the North Pole, or we use Polaris and celestial sphere and how that appears to circle around wherever you are. So we use that as our navigation tool, and we arbitrarily call, okay, where the east and west are like defined as where the sun rises. So east is where the sun rises on the equinox. Okay, and west is defined as where the sun sets on the equinox. So those are different places all over the world, but so east and west it's a relative direction. It's not an absolute direction. And it's that way even on the globe. See, that's the funny thing. Most people don't know that when they look at the latitude and longitude, they think that that's the actual coordinate system. It's a coordinate system, but we don't actually use it on the Earth. And it's a coordinate system that's in the celestial sphere. It's not on the surface of the Earth. And you can look at the UK British Ordnance Survey, and they literally say this. They say that latitude and longitude are points on the ground is a myth. Because it is a myth. It's just, it's points in the sky. And if you're under certain points in the sky, you say, yes, I'm at, 42, east and, 60 south or whatever, based upon the position of the stars. That has nothing to do with where you are on the surface of the Earth. Now, we've agreed that certain places, like if you look at the International Terrestrial Reference System, they say that we agree, but we've made latitude and longitude locations by convention. So this international body said, okay, New York City is X latitude, Y longitude. And that's what we just all agree upon it. So when you go there, you go, hey, I'm here. And if I go to Chicago, we have agreed that Chicago is, hey, I'm here. Then if we want to know how far they are apart, we do a calculation and we say, hey, they're this far apart. No one's actually measuring distances. No one's ever doing any of that stuff. It's just a convention that we all agree upon. It's an idea. No one took a tape measure and measured New York to Chicago. They did a calculation based upon their claimed latitude and longitude and said, hey, they're 900 miles apart, or whatever they say they are. But it's a calculation measurement.
Did that sink in?
Yeah, so I mean, and nobody would ever notice a difference, right? So if you flew New York to Chicago and you got there 2 hours later, you wouldn't be like, oh fuck, dude, they lied about the map. You would just like, oh, that flight took long. That flight was short. Nobody would ever notice.
And another point, why would flight paths and whatnot prove the convexity or the curvature of the Earth? You know what I mean? We were talking about direct measurements, and you guys right away jumped to, what about flights? How does that make sense?
Can I answer you a lot?
Yeah, answer.
The 5 AU, so
I'm presuming in the first place that it's globe.
Abstract image of the continents being.
Aqua, you're very low. Your mic is very low, Aqua.
Well, yeah.
Increase it. Increase the output volume. Go into your settings.
I thought somebody else was talking.
Oh, Sasha tried, but Aqua was talking first. He's just low. You can't hear him.
Really low.
I said if I presume that it's globe in the first place, yeah, then.
Yeah, that's the only way you can. Well, I mean, obviously, I presume that.
Are my Muslim friends still here?
Wait, can I ask my question now?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not sure whether you've had this a lot, but so I'm sorry if this is like a question you've had a lot, but so could you explain how there's different seasons at different times of the year?
Yeah, no problem. I'll listen to you. You want to take it? Yeah, I don't care.
MashaAllah.
Yeah. See, it depends on what you mean by seasons, because contrary to popular belief, there's two different types of seasons. There's what we call the meteorological seasons, and that is, the temperature. Then there is the astronomical seasons, which is the position of celestial bodies, the sun specifically. So they're loosely correlated. They're not identical, right? So the changes in seasons aren't necessarily go along with, astronomical seasons. Depends on where you are. And I'll give you a specific example. So this is an example I use all the time. So Detroit, Michigan is at a certain latitude. Now in the globe model, you should have certain weather at certain latitudes because they get the same amount of daylight. So if I go to the southern part of this so-called globe, right, the same latitude, I should have roughly the same weather. Right? But that is not what happens. If I take Detroit, Michigan, and I take the same latitude and go to the south, it would be Tasmania. In Tasmania, it snows in what you would think is the summer. Right? So in February and January, it'll snow there. It has never snowed in June and July in Detroit. Maybe June, one year that frickin' endless winter year in 18 something. But see what I'm saying? There's a weak correlation between the astronomical seasons. The thing that would demonstrate it's a globe versus the observation that it gets colder and warmer, right? The colder and warmer is based on one thing, okay? It's not the tilt of the Earth. It's based upon how the length of daylight in any individual day. So in the summer, the sun is up longer, right? The days are 16 hours long. And in the winter, they're something like 8 hours long. Colder in the winter, less sunlight, warmer in the summer, more sunlight. And that has nothing to do with, I guess partially how close the sun is to where you are, but it's just purely the amount of daylight you get per day.
And on that point, let's say
your local terrain, and that there's the local terrain factor. Like if you live behind mountains or in certain areas, your local climate determines the severity of the fluctuating temperature, weather, whatever.
And just to bring it, let's say if the sun is 93 million miles away, right, on their model, like their heliocentric model, 93 million. Think about it. So if the sunlight is shining 93 million miles, and the rays are coming in parallel, how do you think there's going to be seasons on the globe? Like if the Earth, even if it tilts back and forth or whatever they say their explanation is about tilting of the axis, right, during winter or summer, but the sun is 93 million miles away. The tilt of the axis may be thousands of miles. Like you can even give it like tens of thousands of miles. Like you can go even further. But think about it. The sun is 93 million miles away. The pressure variation of Earth's movement at that position wouldn't change, period. It will be like insignificant. But we're having like drastic 10-degree changes within one day. It only proves that the sun is close and local. So if you're a Muslim person, I'm pretty sure in your Quran, in the Bible, and the Torah, it explains how God created the earth and put the sun and the moon there, but it's close and local, right? And the sun is rotating above us. So the seasons, when it gets hotter during the summer in the north, because the sun is moving closer towards the North Pole, and then it moves, well, I wouldn't call it the pole, it's towards Polaris, that's the main one. You know about Polaris because it's also written in the Quran, the star that never moves. See, the sun rotates around it, the moon rotates around it. And the sun, as it's getting closer towards the summer, it's going closer towards Polaris. And then during the winter, it's going outwards towards the tropics of Capricorn, right? So this is our explanation, but like that's more advanced stuff about knowing stuff, It's just their model doesn't make sense either way. Because the sun, they say, is 93 million miles away. It's garbage.
Then it's closest in the winter and furthest in the summer.
Right, but they always talk about the tilt. Yeah, you have to believe that. On top of that, the tilt, it's all stupid.
You got all these reasons. What could cause this variation in temperature? Is it how close it is? Is it, the length of day? They settled on, it's because the Earth is tilted. I mean, come on, man.
I mean,
I would take.
The sun's rays are almost perfectly.
No, they are not. Completely not. We can
They're
show
not?
you.
Have you ever like warmed yourself by a fire by like tilting your body to get warmer parts of your body? It's like, that's ridiculous, dude. You would never do that, right? You go, like, if there's a fire and you want to get warmer, you go towards it. If you want to get cooler, you walk away. You don't tilt your body to try and change the angle of the fire. It's just, it's a cool story. I mean, and that's all it is. It's just a story. Because in reality, nobody knows what causes the seasons. I mean, we can come up with hypothesis about what it is, but it can't really be tested with like an experiment. You can't do an experiment, right? There's no season experiment.
So you guys don't believe the sun rays are almost perfectly parallel?
There's no evidence that they are.
So what would you say they are?
They're diverging. We have a lot of images and examples where the sun is close and local. You can see even a hot spot. Like look at live stream voice text, right? Even what Mertoth the White just posted. See, there's the sun, and look where the hot spot is on the clouds. See, that wouldn't be possible if the light rays were parallel. The light rays are always diverging, and they're diverging at a drastic angle. They've never been parallel. Never in my life have I seen parallel light rays, unless it's a laser or focused or man manipulated. The sun is always diverging. It never, ever, ever, ever in my life was it ever parallel. It's just a story they fucking tell you in high school.
Yeah, to make the model work.
So I have a question.
Propose it. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So do you guys think like the government's lying to you and now everyone's just lying to
100%. 100%. When did they never lie?
Okay, so why would they lie?
Okay. Oh, buddy, it's going off in there. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me cover this. The government. Listen, most people aren't lying. Most people just believe it. So teachers, people that work in government, the dog catcher, the mailman, people that work at NASA, most of them people just believe it. Okay, they're like you. They believe it. They don't have any evidence for it, but they just believe it, right? So like you guys, they don't have any evidence that curvature has been measured. They don't have any evidence that the Earth is rotating. They have no evidence there's a vacuum in space, but they believe it anyway. Only people that would have to be lying would be the people that claim to have gone to space, right? 500 people, 600 people over a period of 60 years. That is a small fraction of humanity. Probably have lived and died. Probably 9 billion people have lived and died in that time period. And you're going to place your faith in the words of 500 people. I mean, really? Good luck. It's almost like, when people say space pics and things like that, and why don't you believe them? If someone showed me a video of Jesus Christ walking on water, I wouldn't become a Christian because of that video. Right? Nobody should. Silly idea to even think about it that way, right? So why would they lie? I don't know why there's 600 astronauts lying. You'd have to ask them. We can speculate. Governments lie about lots of things. I mean, it would be complete speculation, and it has nothing to do with proving the shape of the Earth. Because let me give you an example: murder. There's a murder. I don't need to know why the person got killed to convict somebody of killing that person. I only need to know that they did it. And this is the same thing. We only need to know that the Earth is flat. We don't need to know why they're lying. We know somebody is lying, right? We don't need to know why, but we can prove that they are because there is no curving water. And if there's no curving water, there is no ball because the Earth is supposed to be 71% water. So you only have to prove one thing, that water doesn't curve. And if you prove that one thing, it's all over. It's all over, man. Like literally, it doesn't matter about the sun, stars, moon, seasons, volcanoes, P waves, S waves, any other thing. If you directly measure the surface of the Earth and you can demonstrate that it's not curving, then it can't be a ball. Because a ball curves in every direction.
Okay, so do you believe that like all the other planets are like they're not flat, right? Do you believe like they're like circular and stuff, like actual planets?
I don't believe they have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so how do you believe the Earth like came to be?
Well, I'll
like
demonstrate they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Listen, I'll demonstrate to you just with sheer logic they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay? So we tell things are the same by observing similar properties of things, right? So I know, like, you know, birds are the same because they all lay eggs, right? So they have some similarity there. I look at the Earth, and then I take a telescope and I look in the sky, right? And I see Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, whatever. What similar properties can I observe between what I see on Earth and what I see in the sky?
They all circle around.
So when you look at the Earth, you see a round circle?
Google Maps, yeah, bro.
No, we're talking about actual real-world observation, not fantasy land.
I haven't been to space, and neither of you. So I mean,
nobody's been to space.
I mean, that's
a faith-based belief. That's just like seeing the video of Jesus, man, and becoming a Christian.
I mean, not really.
What's the difference? Some complete stranger showed you a video, and you believed what's in the video is reality. It's the exact same thing.
I mean, okay, so
wait, I ask, what about like different stars? They can be visible from different latitudes. Like if I see like the sky from like very high northern latitudes, then I can see like stars like the big and little dipper, right? But if I went to the south, right, I wouldn't be able to see those.
Okay.
The same thing for sunset and
If the Earth
sunrise.
is flat, shouldn't everyone on the night side of the Earth be able to see the same sky?
Yes, I get it, dude. I've heard this hundreds of times. It's called linear perspective.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So if I was in a store, right, a big store like Walmart or something like that, and I dotted the ceiling with stars, right, and I look up and I see stars over my head, and then I walk to the other side of the store, and I look up, I'm going to see different stars over my head, right? And the stars that were over my head are going to get lower and lower and lower, and eventually merge into the horizon. Right? That's how it works in the world. See something over your head, you move to another location, the stars that were over your head are no longer over your head, and there's different stars over your head, right? So you can also do this with lights. If you have street lights, right, they're on a flat road, they're all 50 feet off the ground or whatever, they go up into the distance and they appear to get lower and lower and lower and go into the horizon.
What if you stay at the same place?
What do you mean, stay at the same place? If the sky's moving? Yeah, we all know that. But the sky is moving.
Yeah, on top of that, like the planets thing, you just said planets. Yeah, with your planets, it's like all you see is shiny things up in the sky. Like you can't even say that the terra firma, you know what I mean? You can't say they're physical objects up there. They're all shiny lights. They just lied to you about, and they just said it's a planet and give you some CGI images saying this is what it looks like. It's all CGI. Have you ever bring a real photograph from NASA? You'll notice that they're all CGI composites. They're all garbage. It's all
okay. So if you guys go to space and you see
there is no if going to space. You can't go to space.
Yeah, if you guys went to Narnia, if you went to Narnia, space, outer space vacuum can't exist.
Bro, so outer space isn't a thing?
No, they lied to you, man.
Well, it's a concept. Invented in 300 BC by the Epicureans, both forward to now. They still talk about the Epicureans, in physics, dude. They talk about them all the time. If you listen to physicists give talks, they talk about the Epicureans all the time. They're in love with them.
Are there any professors who are actually flat earthers?
Professors? One I know of.
They're in hiding if because a lot of people their their work or something, it's closely tied in or something, so they really can't come out and say it, or else they'll lose their job or lose friends. So a lot of people are afraid of coming out because of the consequences that follow. You know what I mean? Because this is like a shunned topic. 99% of the population of the world probably believes it's a globe at this point. I mean, but most people still.
I won't agree with that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just generalizing for these guys because that's what they.
99% of Westerners.
Westerners, yeah, that's a good one.
You got Eric P. Dillard, but he's not what you're saying, but he's pretty interesting guy. Look into Eric P.
Dillard. Yeah, I know all about him.
Dollard.
He's a
yeah.
I mean, yeah, he says some interesting shit, but I think he talks a lot of shit too.
Are you guys atheists or Christians or what?
Mixture of everything. There's everybody here. We have Jews, Christians, Muslims, everything. But we all know that all the flat earthers know God exists. Like, it doesn't matter which religion. Right? Me, I'm not religious at all, but I know God exists, right? Because when you understand how the flat earth is and what environment we live in, and that there's a firmament and blah blah blah, but that's again going down further into complicated topics. God reveals himself to God reveals yourself to you. You know, he does.
Right. Yeah, what better way to hide the creator than to change his creation?
Exactly. And that's what the evil people did of this world. They enslaved everybody. And this is your question of why would they lie? Well, that's to enslave the rest of the world. Their mental, their brain, what they think. They control what you think. That's why they would lie. And this is the most powerful thing they could do.
Okay, so
I mean, they do hate religion in the first place, but the whole
they control. They use religion to control people too.
Listen, it's not that they hate religion. It's that well, I mean, they do. It's a competitor. It's a competitor to their power structure, right?
Religious people.
If you don't have, if you don't have a God or creator as your highest moral authority, then you can only replace it with men.
Okay, so what about like theocracies?
That's what they want to be, that man.
All right. So what about like theocracies that that believe in God, like their government like believes in God and stuff like that, right? So like what do you guys think about them? Do you guys think that they're also lying? I mean, they do believe in God, and they
lying. Like people know, there's all these people that know. Listen, everybody knows the Earth is flat, but there's a bunch of people that believe different, and that's really all there is. Everybody knows the Earth is flat, and when I say no, I mean that's all you've experienced. That's all you actually know. That's all I know. I know that the Earth appears flat, and I know that it seems like we're not moving. Right. I know that. I know those things. It's not a belief. I know it. I know if I go to the ocean, it's going to look flat, and I'm not going to be able to perceive any fall, curvature, anything. I know no matter what I do, I'm not going to be able to perceive, test, measure, detect motion. I know those two things for a fact. Listen, just let me finish. I know those two things for a fact. Dude, that's knowledge. That's the same knowledge you have because you know the same thing. Nobody you've ever met knows the same thing. They got told at some point in their life that knowledge is wrong, that there's a greater knowledge that is beyond their perception of their senses. And if you just believe some really smart fucking people from 2,000 years ago, then you too can be a real smart person. And you know this abstraction is the actual reality. It's really the situation you're in, dude. It's really, you are been convinced in most of the world that there is an abstract reality beyond their senses that really exists, and that what they actually perceive is bullshit.
Okay, so
it really just sums up to that. Nobody is lying, dude. You're fixated on this lying. There are some people that are lying, a very small group of people. Why they are lying, I don't know. But the rest are just believers. Like, do you think like there's people that so there are people that actually still worship Norse gods, right? Are they lying, or do they just believe it? They just believe it, and they're not lying. They really believe that's the truth, and they're telling the truth that they believe, and they're not lying. But guess what? I'm pretty sure there's no Thor or Bifrost Bridge or Midgard Serpent.
Okay, so when
another thing, hold on, before you go on, hold on, Kafir.
Yeah.
Before you go on,
sorry.
When did you start looking into this, or when did you find out there are people that believe it's flat? Was it like
Bruh,
today, a week ago?
it's been like an hour since I joined the server. I mean, I knew people like believe in a flat Earth, but
Well,
like,
this is my hold on. But this is what I'm trying to tell you right now is there's a thing called cognitive dissonance, and like your whole belief prior, like everything you think you knew in your life, right, is going to come in conflict to what we're going to say, and it's going to be a lot to take in all at once. A lot of people suffer this, you know what I mean? So when you're going to go on with your life after this discussion, trust me, you're going to go outside, you're going to look out into the horizon, and these type of questions you're going to ask yourself 100%, and eventually you will come to the conclusion that it's flat. And this is like almost a guarantee to most people. You know what I mean? If you're honest with yourself,
you testing it for yourself, man.
Right.
That is really the only thing that's ever going to convince anyone.
And that's what
Everyone's
you
so
do.
brainwashed and indoctrinated. Like words are not going to. It's not like our words are better than their words. The only thing that's ever going to convince you is doing it for yourself. That's why we are always trying to pimp actual doing tests, right? You actually do tests. You look at the globe. You look at what they say it is. You do the calculation for the geometry. There's dozens of curve calculators. You don't even have to be able to do math. You just have to be able to punch numbers into a curve calculator, and then it'll spit out a prediction of what you should expect to see. And you go and test that prediction. 6 miles, 10 miles, 21 miles. And you just test it. And then you'll see for yourself that it isn't what they say it is. At the very least, maybe it's not flat. Maybe it's a freaking pretzel. But it sure as fuck ain't a ball.
okay, so when you guys say flat Earth, right? I'm kind of picturing like a Minecraft flat Earth, and then there's like an edge. Is there like an edge or something?
No, there's no space.
So how does that work? So what is
it? So this is almost like a metaphysical, philosophical question, right? So there's always things got to be embedded in other things, right? So the Earth has to be embedded in something that's inside of something. You don't understand what I'm saying? It has to be inside of something. That's how you're seeing it. There's the Earth, and then there's something surrounding it. So there must be an edge, right? Must be an edge I can
So
fall
it's basically like a pancake.
The troll. Here comes the troll.
No,
Bro, I'm asking
This is an honest, most of these guys. Plus, it's just an hour. Here, Kafir. The problem here is
You literally called it. Yes, man. You literally called it.
I know it is, and what you got to understand is the authorities that control us, they don't even allow us to explore to the outer extremities, right? So we can't determine what's the edge or what the end is, because from if you look deep into this and how it came to be, you'll learn about Admiral Byrd and blah blah blah, and the stories that are coming from them, right? The one thing I can tell you is that you need gas. In order to have gas pressure, you need a container, right? We have gas pressure. We breathe gas pressure. There's gas pressure all around us, although it does vary based on heat, because the sun is around us and it heats different parts of the world. So the pressure changes all the time. It's a dynamic system, but we still need the gas pressure. So we are contained. I can tell you for a fact, 100%, that I know that we are in a contained, closed system and we cannot get out. 100%. So if there is an edge, we don't know where it is because they don't allow us to explore that far. That's it.
Okay.
How did you come to the deduction you were in a closed space?
Gas pressure without a container. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
The antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Because you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Okay,
we have
so
gas
from
pressure. What he's saying is we have gas pressure. We're all breathing it right now. We're all breathing gas pressure.
You can take a barometer right now.
There's an infinite vacuum, and the gas would, fuck off into that infinite vacuum. But somehow it's not doing that. And the only way it can do that is if there's a barrier, a boundary, something holding the gas in, a container. Right?
Okay, so what I'm kind of understanding is that you guys, it's kind of like you guys believe in the Hunger Games. Like, have you guys watched Hunger Games in which like they have like a big like bubble, and then like
before you go on,
man, this is gonna just get worse and worse.
I know it's because the cognition is kicking in and stuff. But you know what's funny is like the truth in plain sight. And if you know their tactics and stuff, the truth in plain sight. Yeah. You may say, yeah, it's the Hunger Games, blah, blah, blah. There's groups of people that are controlling us and blah, 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 It's if you want to go into Hollywood style, yeah. But as a matter of fact, there is a an organization that pretty much controls the whole world 100%. If you look deep enough, and they're lying to us 100% about everything, and that's it. You don't have to like go into like it's nonsense.
Well, it's kind of like we were talking about on Nathan Oakley show earlier. There are people who don't have I brought this point up. People don't have imagination. So like when you're saying things to them, like when you're giving them words, they don't have like a motion picture kind of deal running through their mind as you're explaining it. So the closest thing that a lot of people come up with is what has already been presented. In this case, he's thinking, oh, like the Hunger Games. That could very well be an honest response from him anyway, because he can't fathom what it is if it isn't a globe.
Yeah, because when people are in front of the screen for such a long time, that happened to me. I thought, the thing is, when you hear flat earth, these two words cannot explain the world as a whole. We can explore it, then people label it flat earth, and people start picturing in their minds what they heard on the TV, they saw on the screen. Oh, flat earth is this flying through space, and it must have an edge. Therefore, you're gonna fall from the edge if you get near it. Because they just wanna use these two words to make a picture of the earth, which is not possible. You can't depict the earth as a whole with two words. Flat earth is a description of the surface as we experience it.
That's
but
right.
What the earth is as a whole, well, we don't know. I haven't been outside of the earth to tell you, hey, this is what the earth is as a whole. I can't do that.
One thing I've realized is that, no like bashing, but like you guys seem to have like an impossibly high standard of evidence for what you don't want to believe, but a very low standard of evidence for what you actually have.
Don't even know what our evidence is.
So can you be a little bit more specific?
Yeah.
No, hold on, Elijah. I have to stop that. She said that we have a low standard of evidence. What is our?
No, like with.
I'm asking you. You just said we have a low standard of evidence. That we have a high standard of evidence that, like, for the other side has to prove, but ourselves that we don't need anything. What is our evidence?
You
think it's just that we look at the sea?
You haven't been to space, so
have you?
You said yourself.
Have you?
You haven't been to space, so you can't prove everything.
Have you been?
Yes, for us, you already say, "Oh no, they were lying."
Have you been to space?
I didn't say that I have. However,
do you know anybody that has?
Yeah, actually.
Define evidence. You ask her that, Indio. Can she define that? Because that's important, I think.
Well, I'll get back to that. Do you personally know someone that's been to space?
Yes.
Okay. Who?
A family friend.
Oh, here we go, dude.
Yeah, there's
mission, which space agency, when did they go? People come in here all the time. We've had more NASA astronauts in this server than actually ever worked for NASA.
Yeah.
So,
every day we get NASA astronauts.
Yeah, every day.
Well, it didn't go to the moon or anything like that, but like on a space thing.
Oh, that's funny. So you don't, you know that they didn't go to the moon, and you know the moon landings are fake.
They go to space for? What country? Where? What mission? When did they go to space?
5 years back.
5 years back, they went to space. Space shuttle.
Yeah.
ISS. Like what?
Shuttle.
So
I don't know the English fully.
The shuttle wasn't flying anymore 5 years ago. That's kind of funny, dude.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think they stopped flying it in, what was it, 98 was the last mission?
I don't know. I don't follow that fake stuff.
I mean, why did you, listen, this is the ironic part. This other kid is like, why would they lie, blah, blah, blah. Why did you just lie to us?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Bruh, I'm not lying.
Yes, you are lying.
You're talking with a smirk in your face.
Huh?
So, yeah, why would you lie?
I'm not lying.
You're not even
Wallahi,
getting paid.
I'm
You're not
lying.
even NASA. You're not even getting paid to lie. But you would come in here and lie to try and convince us the Earth is a globe. Why would you do such a thing?
Last space shuttle flight was
Wait, how am I
2000.
lying?
You need to look in the mirror and look inside. Like, seriously, look inside. Why would you do that? What compelled you to do that? Listen to you. I'm seriously like, I have been wondering this for a long time. Why people come in here will tell lies to convince us.
Why would I lie?
The Earth is good question. That is a good question. Why would you lie?
That's the question he's asking you. Why would you lie?
I'm not lying. What?
You said you know someone that went to space?
Bro.
Yeah.
You don't
I just don't know the
anybody-
English fully of how to. Like, I was actually searching it up.
You know him personally?
What's the astronaut name? Because astronauts are, public figures. What was his name?
Yeah, this would have been in the newspapers. This would have been recorded. This would have been everything, So you might as well just tell us the name and then we'll find out.
What's the
whether it was
astronaut
right.
that you know? What's his name?
That shuttle
You
mission
guys
was
seem really sus.
no. You caught.
I know.
Okay, you're just caught, dude. That simple. We deal with this all the time. We already warned you. Like, we've heard it all. We've literally heard every bullshit fucking story you could possibly think of, and then some. Some that are.
Wait, this is a simple question. You said you know an astronaut that went to space. What's his name or her name?
Oh, and she left.
Oh,
Just
well,
like
she
that.
lie?
That's right.
She gone.
Or
it happens.
I was about to say I know a Polish astronaut that said we've never been to space, but I don't know him.
I think whenever they bring up astronauts, we should have a video already compiled with all the strings and all the fucking CGI fuck-ups right away for them. Here, look at this. That's your astronauts.
She was like, I'm not lying.
Yeah, that's
you know how
crazy.
many have said they've seen Bigfoot or UFOs or I mean.
Yeah, no, dude, they can't lie about that.
You have to believe it because of reasons. No reason.
Yeah, dude, it's real because it's so fun and fascinating.
Yo, Kafir, you calm down. Should we unmute this guy?
Yeah, Kafir is cool. He's been holding up.
Yeah,
he almost spiraled. But he's been okay.
Careful.
I was asking like a question. I got muted.
That's fine. That's fine. I get muted all the time, Kafir. Don't worry about it. I get muted all the time. Don't worry about it.
The rules before you go down the Minecraft road.
Yeah, don't bring up like stuff that other people made and stuff, man. It doesn't make sense for us.
Corny trolls are corny.
Yeah. Okay, look, Kafir.
That wasn't a troll question.
Hold on,
though.
Kafir. Truth Prevails just posted a live stream voice text. She just posted a video, the NASA fails compilation, right? Look at it. This is the people that are telling you it's a sphere, and look what they're doing. This is the Hunger Games, big guy. Ha 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 ha.
Hold up. You guys know the Pandora girl? She DM'd me the name of the guy. You guys want the name?
Yeah, sure. Give us the name.
Yeah, give us the name of the astronaut she knows.
Can I put it in a VC or chat? Sorry, where do I put it?
Live stream voice text. That's where I said.
But live stream voice text, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Why am I repeating what Vlad is saying?
It's okay. Don't worry. Sunita Williams. Okay, let's go check this one out.
Dude, it is so hot, man.
So the girl that says she knows the astronaut, she ran away and then DM you?
No, I don't know. She said that she said that she got banned.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
cool. That's garbage, man. Sorry to say, this is like bullshit.
Dude, she got banned. She's lying again. What the? What a mess.
Maybe she did.
She literally just said she was talking, and then the next thing she's in the server. So I mean,
Okay, listen. This Sunita girl, it's a NASA thing again, right? So we've been telling you NASA's lying, right? So why do you think this Sunita girl is telling the truth? Why do you think she would?
Okay.
Just
Okay.
because she's Muslim? Is that why?
I have no idea. I don't know, dude. Like, what's it called? I don't even know this person. Only this the Pandurgo only knows her. So.
Oh, no, I get you. I mean, if anybody's listening, because Sunita is in an astronaut jumpsuit, man, and I mean a NASA jumpsuit. She has NASA labels all over herself. Right? This is the people we're saying that are lying. So why do you think this girl wouldn't lie? They're getting paid like fucking millions of dollars, man. Like, you don't think they'll just like fucking keep up the charade just for the money? I mean, you're telling me everybody's fucking 100% honest in this world? I mean, the least honest people in this world are the ones that are on TV. That's a fact.
But I mean, it's not really even just that, dude. They got a different god too, as well.
Yeah, man. These are Satan worshippers. But Kafir, just back to my point, like this is also kind of relative because NASA's lying, right? Just Truth Prevails posted 3 videos thus far. Like if you go up to 639, it starts with NASA fail compilation. Then the other one is the green screen with the SpaceX, the car and the thing, you know, how they made it, you know. Then another one, there's more NASA fakery and all the CGI they blast. You know, this is all computer generated graphics. You know, and they've been doing this for years, so they perfected it, so it looks super real. I mean, I play games right now that look so goddamn real, and it's on a just a basic computer. Imagine what the government has, what kind of like processing power they have, like how detailed and how crazy things can look. They can make things look so real that you won't be able to differentiate from reality. You know what I mean?
Right, and they really don't have no purpose to do all that, you know? I mean, and look at what Dr. Numpty posted. Look at that. That's just so fake.
But the question is, can you go to Narnia and send pictures from Narnia?
Well, we discussed the gas pressure without the container, right? We're contained. We'll never cry. And that goes down to your God thing, right? The veil. Like when God put the veil there. Well, that's God's thing. These guys are anti-God at this point, and plus you guys are Muslim. I don't know how, because I didn't read the Quran, I didn't read the Bible, I didn't read the Torah. This is all the stories I hear from all the other religious people, right? But there is a veil, and it's written in the books, right? So if it's written in the holy books, and you're supposed to take them like verbatim, like you're supposed to take it, that's God's word. You have to take it as 100%. You're not supposed to interpret it, right? You think what? God's lying to us? Who's lying, man or God? That's a good question for you.
I have a question. So, like, you guys, like, what's it called? You guys are saying, like, there's, like, a bubble around, like, Earth?
Well, I'll call it the firmament, but a lot of people wouldn't want to go that far. But it all depends on how much you know or how like, it all comes down to logical deduction. Like I said, is there a gas pressure without a container? No, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. So we are in an enclosed system. So yeah, I believe the firmament exists 100%.
Me too. Hey, Vlad, check this out. Check this out, Vlad. Do you think that water itself could contain gas pressure above us?
Well, this is another one that I've thought about. Like, you know how water bubbles are rising inside water?
Right.
The bubbles still. So, I mean... So it's a different medium. I don't know. I've never been there, right? I can't test it. But the fact remains is that you cannot have gas pressure without a container or some kind of barrier or whatever, right? So there's
what is made for, but what is made of? Is it water? Is it steel? Is it fiber? Is it gas? Is it whatever it is? But that doesn't. Who knows what it's made of? Crystal, maybe. Who knows? But it's there because we have gas pressure here. You can experience gas pressure.
Right. I bet you it's a material.
Expand your lung and air pressure will rush into your lungs. You're breathing because there's gas pressure, and the antecedent to get to that gas pressure is a container.
You guys ever heard of the Sky Stone? 70% of oxygen.
No, never heard of that. Anyways, that guy left. It was too much for him. Next.
Yeah, look into the Sky Stone, dude. Looks like sapphire, but it's not.
I have a question, guys, and maybe I'm just being stupid, but I hope someone can answer this for me.
Go ahead.
If I'm stood on the Earth and I'm traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, as I go higher, say I went 5 miles high, shouldn't my speed increase because I'm now spinning around, a larger object?
Linear wise, maybe.
My speed should definitely increase if everything in the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth at the same time.
Right.
I'm
right.
now 5 miles higher.
Yeah, you're on point. Yes, you are.
So as soon as I go up, I should start getting faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this like destroys the argument. Like the water should be spinning outwards at the equator. It should be like being pulled away from the center of the mass as it's spinning at 1,000 miles. So the water should be like at least bubbling up, or like something should be happening. But obviously, that's not happening.
Correct too, and you would think pilots would have to adjust for that certain latitude when they reach that part of the Earth or a specific spot.
But what I was thinking was, shouldn't I feel that speed increase? Because they say we can't feel it because there's no acceleration. But if I'm traveling up, my speed should be increasing if we're on a ball. So I should feel the acceleration, right?
Yeah.
Why would your speed be increasing? If you're
Because
not
now,
attached,
but what I'm saying is, by their logic.
Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish my question.
Okay.
Why would your speed increase if you're not attached to the thing that's in rotation?
Well, he said that he is attached with. He's talking about if the atmosphere is velcro to the Earth. He says he.
Yeah, that's not on their model, isn't it? Is what I'm saying. Like they say the atmosphere is spinning at the same speed as the globe.
Yeah, that's if the Earth is moving. Then logically your linear speed would be a little different, but the Earth is not spinning, so you really wouldn't increase at all, really.
Yeah, I know the Earth's not spinning. I'm a total flat earther, but I'm saying from what the globe says, my speed should be increasing, right? Because everything in the atmosphere is spinning, so I should feel that acceleration, right?
Yeah, just like on a merry-go-round. If you're in the center of the merry-go-round, you don't feel it spinning. As soon as you start going outside more and more, the further you go outside, and if the speed is consistent, you'll feel more and more of that force pushing you away.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Right, like Professor Dave tried to use that experiment to the Earth.
No, you're on point. Okay, so if we have all these flat earthers talking. We got any Globers in here having questions? I'm pretty sure we have some Globers in here. Your name is here. Your name here. You there, buddy?
Yes, I'm back.
No, your name just unmuted himself. I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. You on push to talk, voice sensitive. Let's continue this conversation. I mean, all the Muslims are dropping out like flies. Too much to handle. No, your name, you there? No? You don't want to talk? Unfortunate.
What a mess.
Oh, we still can't hear you, bro. If you're trying.
I think he talked for a second, then mute himself again.
Another one here. We got Jordan. Yo, Jordan, you there?
TV screen next to the.
Jordan. I heard you. TV screen next to the. Where the. And then he leaves.
He might come back in.
Probably.
I think his mic was glitching. Somebody else hopped in here.
Adele. What's up, Adele? You're unmuted. Can you talk? No? Okay, back to mute.
What?
I mean, I give you a chance. You know, you're not like, oh, your name is here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're glitching or something, man.
Adele must be
Whatever. It's
new.
open for now. Like, there's nobody else here.
Yeah, Adele must be new. Then no roles. Interesting.
Yeah, the party's downstairs now. All the Muslims went downstairs. Aisha's down there. It's Fatima's down there. They're going hard down there.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, yeah.
That's awesome. I just got out of a debate the other day at another Discord. They came over here asking for somebody to debate, so I went over there.
Oh yeah. So how did that go? They yelling.
Yeah, they get angry very fast, very easily.
Yeah.
They think math is physics. It's funny. I tell them it's abstract. No, it's not abstract. I'm like, what? What the? Yeah. So
a lot of people are like contrarians, right? So when they're disagreeing with you, they like to be like opposed to almost everything you say without even logically thinking about what you just said. They'll just jump to a conclusion that you're wrong regardless, and that's a lot of people's tactic. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
It's like, no, you're wrong.
It definitely must have turned out pretty nice because I get a few people here and there messaging me and I don't even know and saying, "What's up? That was a nice debate." I'm like, I don't even know you.
That's right. Oh, they're still on gas pressure with Fatima. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be a fucking nonsense conversation.
Dude, I heard that, man. I had to come over here because the one lady was talking about you can use dry ice to prove gas pressure being contained. I'm like, what the? I gotta go.
Yeah, I was
I
over
couldn't
there for
say
a
nothing.
second.
I couldn't say nothing, man. I wanted to say something, dude. That's what the.
I can't, bro. I can't do that, man. Like that's the kind of people that fucking will drive me insane. I wanted to say something too when they were, but there was so much people screaming. I just kept it inside and just okay, fuck it, let them go because it was just going wild with Fatima. She's nuts. And she does.
On that.
Yeah, they're still on that down there, bro. It's like it's a reiteration of what happened.
They're still on the dry ice. Please don't tell me they're still on that dry ice.
I don't know what, but I can't believe they're still on gas pressure next to a container.
They are. Oh, they are.
Should be like a 30-second conversation.
Dude, they're still on that? Dude, that was like what, 20 minutes?
Yeah,
what the?
Look, I hopped on like 2 hours ago, man. That's where it was 2 hours ago.
We do have another one that just came in with no roles. Smash Lath, however you say it. I don't know how you say it.
Smash Lathe. What's up, guy? You there?
Hello.
Hey, buddy, your mic is a little low. Can you increase the volume on it?
Let me try something else. I'll come back in a second.
Oh, it's working now. You got to just get closer.
It's a little bit louder, but you can still. You can always increase the output volume in your settings. You know, if you don't want to strain your voice.
Okay.
Or maybe get closer to the mic. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, it sounded different when you got closer to the mic.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, because we want to have a conversation with you, guy.
Is this any better or worse?
That's good. I can hear you. I'm just going to boost you up a little bit on my end, and yeah. What's up?
Hello.
Yeah. Don't deafen mute yourself. What are you doing?
What the?
Okay, you'll smash.
Yeah.
How'd you find the server?
I saw some people talking about it on my Facebook, this YouTube channel. So I went to the stream, whatever.
Right.
And you said it was an open invite in the Discord, so
hell yeah. So, are you a globe earther? I assume you think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I do, but
Oh.
I'm not like super
You're not
sure.
okay.
It's not
Okay.
something I really like cared about. That makes sense. It's not
Yeah, I get a lot of us were like that. Like we were taught that in school, but we didn't really like. Well, when I was younger, I didn't really believe it. I still kind of, but not. I was skeptical. Let's just say very skeptical about it. You know. Are you skeptical, or are you just you? It's 100% solidified fact for you.
I guess it's not like 100%, but I think I would be more skeptical of the flat Earth than the globe Earth.
Okay, why would you say that though?
It just seems like it goes against like mainstream consensus.
Well, there's a lot of things that are in the mainstream, but it's not real fact. You know that?
Hey, can I ask you a question? Is scientific proof or evidence of democracy?
What are you asking me?
Yeah. Is it a democracy? Truth of democracy? Like the number of people that believe something determine the truth of it?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but India, science,
No.
science has been hijacked, dude.
By who?
I just want him to answer.
Right.
I was going to answer your question. I get what you're saying, and because 5 out of 7 people believe something doesn't validate it, but the people who like study this for a career, like spend their whole lives doing physics and aeronautics and things like that, it's hard for me to believe that they're either like horribly ignorant or like sinister and lying.
How much people have you spoken to that are aeronautical as engineers or physicists, or how many people like that you've spoken to before?
Pretty good bit. I go to school, so I talk to people in university, professors, like that.
May I ask him a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys don't have to ask me for permission. You can kind of just jump in.
Well, we like to be cordial with each other because we don't want to overtalk each other. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of people in here.
Okay.
All right. So, what makes you think the Earth is a globe? Sorry about that.
I guess I would say, like, gravity. If it always pulls towards the center mass of an object, then flat Earth would it be like there would be a stronger gravitational pull towards the edges.
Well, this is Vsauce. You watched a little bit of too much Vsauce, bro.
Yeah.
Do you know gravity's observation hijacking?
So, I don't. You didn't really answer what I said. You just said something about Vsauce, and I don't really get it.
That's the thing you saw on YouTube. Like this guy's trying to explain.
Vsauce video. So first of all, it's actually wrong. It's actually wrong. Okay. It's actually just wrong. Just wrong. If you do the math, it's actually wrong.
Right. Do you know the scientific method? Do you know the steps you have to go through when it comes to the scientific method?
I'm kind of curious. How can you prove that gravity's wrong mathematically? It's kind of interesting to me.
Your supposition that your prediction of the consequences of gravity, that if the Earth was flat, it would just get curled into a ball anyway, or it would be more towards the edges, is just actually just wrong. And I'm gonna post a published paper that says it's just wrong. The math in it. So I have to take my word for it.
Yeah. Could you send me that published paper? I'd be interested to see, because as far as I understand, gravity definitely pulls at the center mass of objects.
That's not the theory of gravity.
Fairy tale, what you just said. It's all stories.
The theory of gravity is what? Every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Right? Okay. That's the theory. It's not everything gets formed into a ball or everything gets attracted to the center of mass. That's not the theory.
It's the bending of space time.
Wait.
Great.
Wait. When you use that equation you spit out, I'm pretty sure that equation is meant to calculate the attraction between the centers of the masses, right?
No, because they're point masses.
They're what?
They're point masses. Every particle attracts every other particle. Our points are masses, so the equation is F equals G times M1, M2 divided by R. That's the formula. So those M1, M2, those are point masses.
What does that mean?
They're just imaginary mathematical points.
Yeah. Can I ask them another question real quick?
I'm gonna look it up.
I got another question for you.
Okay. I want to try to look up what this guy said though. Curious.
It's just a very simple question.
Yeah, like I said, like I'm gonna ask just.
All right. Do you think math is physics or is math abstract? Can you prove things with math? Is what I'm saying.
You absolutely can have like mathematical proofs, but mathematics is also an abstract like concept that we use to kind of graph like quantify, I guess, the world around us.
Okay, so say I'm just giving you an analogy. Say I build a speaker box and you want it at 120 dB, right? You want it for 2 subs. I give you the math, I give it everything, the box looks pretty and everything, and you put your subs in and you only get 80 dBs. Math was right, but I put a cool story to it, right? You get what I'm saying? It's different from the physics.
No, you lost me there. I'm sorry.
He's not electrical engineer, Don, so don't go that far.
I don't understand about. I just didn't get it.
The math adds up, is what I'm saying. The math will say the box does 120 dB. From what it looks like, it looks like it will, right? But when you put your subs in, you're only getting 80. So does that mean that the math is correct? Doesn't make it not correct at all. It was right on paper. So did the math prove me right, or was it the physics that proved me wrong? A cool story behind it. There's a cool story behind it, is what I'm saying. You can apply math and it could be correct with a horrible story.
Okay.
So do you ever question the fact that the math could be correct, but the physics is wrong?
The math could be correct, but the physics is wrong. So, in what context, I guess?
Well, he's just saying nothing is perfect. That's one thing, right? Like when I can build a circuit, right? And I'm measuring a resistor, right? The resistance in that resistor is not 100%, like 1,000 ohm. I pick up 1,000 ohm resistor. Do you think it's 100% 1,000 ohms? No.
I don't know.
It's not. It's never 100%. Nothing's perfect in this world.
I agree with that.
You can math the shit out of it. You can math the shit out of it. You'll have an answer there. But in reality, it's different. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Okay. I'll grant you that point, that mathematics is a little bit different than reality. Will you guys answer my question, which I guess would be, can mathematics make accurate predictions in our reality?
Math can predict certain things, but to a certain precision, I don't know, maybe. Because like the amount of labs I've done, let's just say, I mean, there are some really, but there's always like a 5% tolerance error that we always account for. There's always percentage error. Every time I do a lab, on my spreadsheet, I'd always have the theoretical, the measured, and then the percentage error I got. You know what I mean? And there's always error, no matter how small it is. There's always error.
Well, I'll address it. We can make, listen, we do this all the time. So we've been doing this for a couple hundred years. We make a lot of measurements, we make observations, and then we find a mathematical formula that will fit those curves, right? Those measurements. There'll be some relationship between two variables, and then we can describe what's happening mathematically. We can basically emulate it using mathematics. But we can also use multiple mathematical techniques to make predictions about the exact same phenomenon. For instance, there's 6 that I know of mathematical models for refraction of light. Now, which one, and they all work on a separate premise, separate story, if you want to call it that. So which one is correct if they all make the same predictions, even though they all have different theories of how they work?
So, like, I don't really research like the shape of the Earth, so I don't know anything about.
I'm just giving you an example that you can have multiple mathematical models for one phenomenon that make all the same predictions, right? And which one you say is physically real is an arbitrary choice.
So,
epicycles versus elliptical orbits. So epicycles were the Ptolemaic model where the Earth centered, right? Where they used rotating little orbits around each other called difference and epicycles, right? As a purely philosophical maneuver, Copernicus or Kepler decided he was going to go with elliptical orbits. Now they both have the same predictive power. Some could even argue that epicycles are more accurate. But so we have 2 models. Which one is the one that's physically real? Which one is the best fit to physical reality?
You're hitting them with some hard questions, man.
Well, it's actually not hard. It's the realization that these models that, great, you make a model that works. We can make useful things out of it. Great. When you take that next step, right, that leap of logic and saying, this is now physically real, that's where the problem is. That needs support, some experimental support with, real experiments, scientific experiments, independent, dependent variables with causally linked experiments, natural science.
Right. Let's hit them with easy ones, man. What about the curve, man? What do you think of the curve and boats disappearing over it, supposedly? Let's hit easy stuff.
I want to go back to gravity, actually.
Right. Oh, dude, gravity's a mess.
Because gravity ties into the curve, right? So,
yeah, right.
Just to like hammer this point home with Smash Lathe, can I ask Smash Lathe the question?
Sure.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Just assume that I've got legs and I'm a normal human in everywhere. Okay. Can I run in a straight line?
It depends. Like, I don't know who you are.
I'm a normal human. Can I run in a straight line?
You're a normal human. Both of legs are the same length too. So yes.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, so I'm a normal human. I can run in a straight line. Can I divide 100 meters by 5 seconds?
Divide 100 meters by 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that give you distance over time? Wouldn't that give you your velocity?
No, I'm just asking if I can do that mathematically. Is that a thing I can do mathematically?
Wherever you do that, it would tell you your rate of speed, right? It would tell you how much distance.
I'm not asking what it would give me. I'm just asking if I can do it.
Okay.
Can I divide 100 meters by 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Does that mean that I can run 100 meters in 5 seconds?
I don't even understand what point you're trying to make. I don't get it. Why would you run?
I don't know how else to make that point.
He's not making a point.
Yeah, because you could divide.
Hold on, he's not making a point. He's asking a question.
Yeah, I don't understand the question. Because
you run in a straight line, the answer is yes.
Yeah, can I run in a straight line? The answer is yes. Can I divide 100 meters by 5 seconds? The answer is also yes.
Yes.
These are both. This is you got the physical reality of running. You've got the mathematical. You've got the physical reality of running, and then you've got the mathematical 100 divided by 5. But just because you can do these things independently doesn't mean that that's reality, right? So just because I can run doesn't mean that I can run 100 meters in 5 seconds, even though I can perform that mathematically. That's the point I'm trying to make. Maths isn't your reality. You need to actually find a different way. You can't just use maths. Yeah, you have to actually test. You have to do experiment. You have to actually make sure that what you think is real is actually real.
Okay, so the point you were trying to make is that because on paper you can make a fake equation that says you run super fast.
It's a real
mean
equation.
You actually doesn't mean you actually.
Yeah, it's a real equation that doesn't represent actual reality. Yeah.
Yep. Let's hit him
So,
with that
like,
gravity again, dude. I want
guess
to
I
go
could-
back to gravity. Let's do it. Come on, let's do gravity. Do you know the independent variable to gravity?
I kind of want to go back to that thought experiment because I thought it was kind of interesting.
I did have a second half to that as well, if you wanted.
Yeah, I'd rather stick on that. 'Cause That's interesting.
So let's say that let's say I can run 100 meters in 5 seconds, just for example. If I tell you that actually I flew 100 meters in 5 seconds, does that mean that that's true, or is it true that I ran? And if my worldview requires me to say that I flew, I mean, does that require that you believe me?
I guess I wouldn't believe someone telling me that they could fly. Is that
Why?
seems pretty outrageous? Like,
No, but why don't you believe that?
I've never seen anyone else fly. I know that due to gravity, you'll get sucked back down to the earth.
Okay, but it's because of the lack of evidence, right? It's because, if all humans had wings, you wouldn't doubt that I could fly, right? But it's because humans don't have wings. You're like,
If I
well,
had wings, I'd be
you're
able
a
to-
human. You don't got no wings, right? So what you're saying is I lack evidence for the claim.
Sure.
Okay, but that's what we're pointing out whenever we say things like mass doesn't attract mass. We're just saying where's the evidence, right? So you've got all of the maths that you need. We know that it's an agreed upon average as well. It's not entirely consistent, but it's agreed upon average. Things fall at a certain rate. Well, that doesn't mean anything. It's just maths. It doesn't prove anything.
It proves that if you're going to drop something, you can predict how long it'll take to hit the ground. Like, you can use that discovery or whatever.
And it won't tell you, but it won't tell you why. It won't tell you why it's happening.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the
That
mechanism.
next leap of mass attracting mass is the why. That's the problem.
So the problem is, equations are accurate in that they make predictions. However,
Sure, can you show me a black hole?
they don't step
you show me a black
outside
hole?
the realms of mathematics into philosophy and
Can
give
you show me a black hole? They are philosophy. Can you show me a black hole?
No.
No.
Math
But
is
but I'm sure you
certain.
believe in them. I'm sure you believe in them, though.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't.
Okay, so I want to go back.
Because they're real.
Are you done, Liam?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you. I haven't heard you in a long time. What's up, bro?
I was in here a while today.
Hey,
And
guys.
Shit, wish
I'm
I
gonna-
was.
I'm gonna dip out and I'll be back in maybe a minute. Okay.
Okay. That DM Xanax sent you. No, just kidding. See, it must be you why there's so many people in the VC. You must have triggered some people, and now they all come back to try and
Yeah.
get a piece of action.
Man's back. Hey, buddy, I'm going to turn down the TV, okay? Hold on a second.
There's 77 people in here earlier. Just combined, we're still up there.
Don't know if you guys listened in on the Highest Kai one-on-one with that Fatima girl. Spent about 20 minutes talking about how gas escapes containers while trying to dodge that you need a container in the first place to keep it there.
I'm in a couple. Yeah, like right after you banned her, I came in here. The girl was like, doing the concern troll thing.
Hello?
I didn't actually ban anyone. I think someone else must have done that. I threatened to ban a couple of people.
Well, all I know is we're talking about she was banned, and then people were asking to unban her. But in the interim, there was a girl, there were, it was reasons, and her and somebody else debating whether, debating everything but the flat Earth, about how people are treated and my feelings, and they listen to the argument, blah blah blah.
Yeah. I feel so bad about things. All right, that's great.
What's up, Smash? Smash is back. What's up, Smash?
I was just gonna say, can you guys hear me? Better or worse?
Sorry, Smash. Say again.
Obviously you can hear me. I was asking was if it was better now.
Well, I have to boost you. I boosted you, so it's okay for me. Boosted your volume.
Okay, so here, because I just want to get this out there, right? So the type of claims the Earth is flat versus the claim the Earth is a globe are not the same types of claims. On first glance, it's like, hey, it's just like the shape of the Earth, so it must be, the same thing. It's actually not the same thing, because as you've just shown inadvertently, that the globe claim is based upon physics. It's based upon a physics model. There's gravity. Gravity forms objects into balls. Therefore, Earth is a ball. As long as I just prove that gravity exists. Well, unfortunately, that proof doesn't exist. A mass attracts mass proof doesn't exist. It's not even a prediction of physics. It's never been observed. So you got that big problem. But I'll just stick that out there. Our claim is the Earth measures flat. So we're talking about actually measuring the Earth. Right? So you test the claim, hey, the Earth got formed into a ball by this gravity thing. Okay, so we should be able to measure curvature somewhere. Gravity should be curving water everywhere. The Earth is 71% water. So I should be able to go somewhere and measure this curving Earth. That's the problem. No matter where we go to measure, there is no curving water. There is no curving Earth.
Earth's just too big in the...
Oh, that's right. Separate ships go over the horizon.
That's not seeing curves. That's evidence of curves. That's not the same thing.
Oh.
Here we go.
Yo, Meme, you're a little muffled, man.
I know. I'm on a bad headset.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Looks like you'll just have to turn
I'll
me
boost you up. Yeah, I'll boost you up too.
There you go.
Did you swap out mics with BattleMod?
Yeah, I'm in the bad mic crew right now.
So the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth is that globe Earth uses physics and flat Earth uses
models.
No.
Yes, physics models. And listen, it uses the assumption of a physics model in which the shape is a consequence, whereas we are just measuring the shape. We are not going to an abstraction and then coming back to where we are. We're just doing the thing. Direct versus direct, right? We're just we directly measure what the Earth is, and they're just like, come up with an abstract physics model and say, hey, this is the consequences of the predictions of our physics model. But like I said, it's not even a prediction of the consequences of that physics model. They just say it is when they tell you things like
it's a post-diction.
Yeah, it's a post-diction. So Earth gets pulled into a ball because everything gets pulled to the center of gravity. That's not even the fucking theory or model or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, remember what I said about the 100 meters in 5 seconds thing? It'd be like me saying, if I assume that I can run 100 meters in 5 seconds, then I can run 100 meters in 5 seconds, right? Well, obviously, but it doesn't prove anything.
You can only run 100 meters in 5 seconds. So we know you ran 100 meters yesterday, so it must have been 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, all of these, like, I had a model and therefore truth. I mean, come on, this is really silly.
But they never took the step, right, and actually measured how fast it took you. They just said, "Well, I got physics model. We already know." You already know how
you guys find truth or derive truth.
If somebody's about to ask how something isn't true, why don't they stop and tell us how something is true?
I mean, why would Dr. Crypto elect lie? You know, why would he lie about running 100 meters in 5 seconds?
I was curious to get your answer. Like, how do you guys derive truth?
The scientific method.
Yeah, and measurement observation.
Whoa.
Yeah,
but I thought you guys just spent like 10 minutes talking about how science is hijacked.
No.
So
okay, we didn't.
Not at all.
The first thing you need is an observation. Then you need a hypothesis. Then you need an experiment to test your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is your presumed cause. Science is about uncovering the cause and effect relationships in natural phenomenon. That's science.
So
anything else you're dealing with, like when it comes to math, you're in the realm of philosophy.
So you believe in science?
No, I don't believe in science. I believe in the scientific method. And don't. I already know where you're going to go with this. You believe in science, but you don't believe X. First of all, 90% of what you believe is not actually
that's not
science.
what I was going to. That's not what I was going to say at all.
So, Smash Lathe, what is the science behind the existence of black holes? What did as far as the scientific method is concerned, what did they use with the science to determine their existence?
You know, whenever I came in here, I thought that I was going to be asking questions about the flat Earth, but you guys are just asking me a bunch of questions about like black holes and gravities. Whenever you guys do this like every day, right? I'm just popping in here. Like, why would I know any of these like intricacies? Why don't you guys ever talk about the flat Earth? Why do you always?
Do you want to know why we do this? Smash. Do you want to know why?
No, I want to know why you're not talking about the flat Earth. No, you didn't understand my question.
Let me, okay, I'll answer the question in the way I answer. So you've asked why we're not talking about the flat Earth. The problem is that you and a lot of other people who come in here don't even have a basic understanding of philosophy. Without a basic understanding of philosophy, you're not even going to be able to understand the answers, right? It's like, you know about programming. Do you know programming? You know, Python, Java, right? So it's like if someone writes a program in Java and then expects it to work in Python, it's not going to be interpreted properly. It's not going to make any sense. We need to be speaking the same language, right? So if you don't have like a fundamental understanding of philosophy, even a basic one, you don't have to be like, you know, Aristotle or whatever. I was hoping to trigger a couple of people with that one. Then the answers aren't going to make any sense. Yeah. So if you don't understand,
I'm fine with that.
The first step of the scientific method is observation. Then if someone says, "Oh yeah, well I observe a flat Earth," it sounds like someone saying, you know, "Oh, you just think it's flat because you see it's flat." Well, no, actually, that's a deeper statement because it's actually the first step in science is observation. Do you see how those, like, the same answer can be interpreted very differently?
No, I don't. You said that people and they don't have this rigid philosophy background, therefore you can't talk about the flat Earth.
No, that's it.
And you said that if someone like you guys are on Java and I'm on Python, so I can. Can you like just talk about the flat Earth?
The opposite. He said the opposite.
Okay.
Didn't understand my answer.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
You didn't even understand. Listen, you misheard part of what he said, and you didn't understand the other half. But that's okay. Let's talk about flat Earth. Okay, we'll just talk about our evidence. So, what's our evidence? What do you think our evidence is?
What? How am
I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
know, I
what
don't
you
know
think
you,
are
dude. I don't know any of you. How am I supposed to know what your evidence is? You're the one that's supposed to be.
Oh,
like,
are you literally that new? Like you've never looked into any of this? Okay, so we have.
Yeah, I thought I was pretty clear in the beginning, right?
What the evidence is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, and if the Earth is not curving, it can't be a ball. It's pretty simple, right? So our primary evidence is, as Crypto said, observation. How do we observe the Earth? We observe the Earth as flat, and we observe it as motionless. That's every human being that's ever lived, including you, including me, and everybody on this server, and everyone you've ever met.
What about Yuri Gagarin and the astronauts and
propaganda bullshit?
Yeah, we can get to them because they're strangers to me and they're strangers to you, and we don't know them. And it's no different than somebody saying they saw Bigfoot, right? So someone says Bigfoot, it's like, prove it. I want, you don't show me a picture, you bring a carcass,
Discord,
hair samples, you bring something to the table.
I was just making the point that it's not the case that all humans universally agree that they observe the Earth to be flat. There's a handful of humans who have been in extraordinary circumstances and they're able to observe the Earth, right?
Don't know, man. There's people that say they saw ghosts. So can we say ghosts exist because some people claim they saw ghosts?
Can I jump in real quick? You're talking to a Russian. My name is Vlad. I was born in the Soviet Union, right? And the guy you just mentioned, Yuri Gagarin, that's propaganda garbage guy. The guy was an alcoholic. He knew he didn't go to space. It was all bullshit, and he died an alcoholic. He drowned himself in fucking alcohol because he's so depressed that he had to perpetuate that lie. Okay? So you don't know a lot of shit. You got to calm down.
No, I don't. I just I named one name.
Right.
If you want, I can pull up a list.
That's right. Hans Aldrin is also an alcoholic. He's drowned himself